9,000 years ago, the immortal Martial Emperor led 1,000,000 divine generals into the primordial wilderness, yet none returned, leaving behind only a wisp of true fire in the world. 9,000 years later, Ye Chen, a discarded disciple of a sect, was expelled from his clan, without a place to call home. By a twist of fate, he stumbled upon the true fire and set forth once more on the path of immortal martial arts. This is a world where gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas coexist, a chaotic era among myriad realms. Thus began Ye Chen's defiant journey against the heavens. Chapter 1. The Sect's Abandoned Disciple. Outer Sect disciple Ye Chen, due to a shattered dantian, is no longer worthy of celestial cultivation and is hereby expelled from the Xinjiang sect, never to set foot on Xinjiang's Spirit Mountain again. In the Grand Hall, the cold voice echoed like a decree from the heavens, laden with an unassailable authority. Below, Ye Chen stood silently in the hall, his face as pale as parchment. Listening to the merciless pronouncement, his fists clenched tightly, perhaps with too much force, causing his nails to pierce his palms and draw blood. A shattered dantian, unworthy of celestial cultivation. Ye Chen smiled, yet his eyes were filled with desolation. 3 days prior, he had ventured down the mountain to procure spirit herbs for the sect, only to be ambushed by a master from a rival sect. He fought valiantly to protect the herbs, barely returning to the sect alive, only to find his dantian destroyed, rendering him a veritable waste. Little did he imagine that his loyalty was deemed worthless in the eyes of those exalted figures who were so eager to cast him out, as if he were mere refuse. "Are you not leaving yet?" A voice echoed again from the hall, dripping with impatience. With a shattered dantian, why linger here? Xinjiang sect does not harbor useless individuals. After nurturing you for 3 days, we have shown you enough mercy. The scornful voices in the hall pierced Ye Chen's ears like needles, each word driving into his heart. A sect like this truly chills me to the bone. His hoarse voice bore the weight of indignation as Ye Chen silently turned away. Outside the hall, the Spirit Mountain was adorned with ancient trees reaching skyward, ethereal mist swirling around, and cranes dancing gracefully, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility, akin to a celestial paradise. This was Xinjiang sect, a sect of cultivation in the southern region of Dechu. Yet now, all of this appeared so frigid in Ye Chen's eyes, compelling him to embrace himself and shiver in despair. "I told you, you were indeed expelled." As Ye Chen stepped outside, disciples of the sect pointed and whispered, some mocking, others sighing. "Poor Ye Xixiang, he was quite kind to us before. Should we not send him off?" "Send him off? We are immortals, what is he now?" Times have changed. The surrounding laughter and sighs caused Ye Chen to lower his head, wishing to speak, but the words caught in his throat as if choked by a fishbone, feeling like a criminal paraded before the crowd, scorned by the world. Indeed, he was no longer the Ye Chen of old. He was now a discarded waste with a shattered dantian, his former pride completely extinguished. In the face of a cold and indifferent world, all that remained was silent endurance. Duh, duh, duh. A mocking laughter approached. A disciple dressed in white, holding a folding fan, approached Ye Chen with a look of derision. "Who do we have here? Isn't this our Ye Xixiang?" Ye Chen lifted his gaze slightly, catching a glimpse of the newcomer through the strands of his hair. The young man had a fair complexion, thin lips that hinted at cruelty, and though handsome, he possessed a pair of phoenix eyes. Zhao Kong. Ye Chen recalled the name from memory. Zhao Kong had not always been this sarcastic. He had once shown respect to Ye Chen. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Zhao Kong circled around Ye Chen, inspecting him with an exaggerated display of sympathy. "Ye Xixiang, how did you come to be in such a wretched state? It truly pains me to see." Recognizing the mockery, Ye Chen chose not to respond and began to walk away. "Don't go." Zhao Kong stepped forward, blocking Ye Chen's path, playfully waving his fan while eyeing Ye Chen with amusement. "Step aside." Still so defiant despite being a waste? Zhao Kong snapped his fan shut, the smile vanishing from his face. "Do you really think you are still the old Ye Chen?" Ye Chen's body trembled, wishing to retort, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Want to leave? You can." Zhao Kong continued, spreading his legs and looking down at Ye Chen mockingly. "Crawl through my legs. Perhaps I'll reward you with some spirit stones for the journey." Zhao Kong. Suddenly, Ye Chen raised his head, his once dull eyes glinting with a cold light. "Zhao Kong, Is this truly how you wish to act? A disciple from the crowd spoke up, attempting to defend Ye Chen, but his weak cultivation rendered his voice lacking in conviction. Seeking death? Zhao Kong turned and shouted, glaring at the disciple, causing an immediate silence to envelop the area, as everyone fell silent in the face of Zhao Kang's power. With the crowd subdued, Zhao Kong returned his gaze to Ye Chen, sneering, "Ye Chen, are you going to crawl or not?" "Aye." Before he could finish, Zhao Kong halted, for he noticed a graceful figure approaching from a distance. The newcomer's garments fluttered, and her long hair flowed like waves of azure, shimmering with ethereal light. Her breathtaking beauty was enough to steal one's breath away. She resembled a celestial being, untouched by the mortal realm. Its senior sister, Ji Ningxiang. The eyes of the surrounding disciples brightened, especially the male disciples, whose gazes burned with fervor, openly displaying their desires and admiration. She was the unparalleled beauty of Xinjiang's sect, the object of affection for all male disciples. In Xinjiang's sect, who did not know that Ji Ningxiang maintained an air of aloofness, keeping others at a distance, yet would display a radiant smile only in Ye Chen's presence? They were the sect's acknowledged golden couple. Naturally, such a scene now belonged to the past. Ye Chen's downfall had rendered Ji Ningxiang's proud demeanor indifferent, and she would no longer grace him with her radiant smile. Ji Ningxiang. Ye Chen's voice was hoarse, barely audible. He did not turn around, yet his eyes held a complex emotion. Once, she was the one he would have guarded with his life, but since the moment his dantian shattered and his powers faded, the girl who once smiled brightly at him had turned exceptionally cold. From that moment, Ye Chen understood that the so-called love and promises had vanished into thin air. Junior sister Ningxiang. Meanwhile, Zhao Kong had already unfolded his fan, greeting her with a smile, his demeanor now a stark contrast to his earlier menacing attitude. In response to Zhao Kang's smile, Ji Ningxiang merely nodded politely, her expression remaining icy, as if the turmoil of the world could not disturb the calmness of her beautiful eyes. Approaching Ye Chen, Ji Ningxiang, despite the sighs of regret within her heart, wore only indifference, as if to say, "We are no longer on the same path. Safe travels." The four words, though melodious as a heavenly melody, could not conceal the chill in Ji Ningxiang's tone. "What is that expression? Pity?" Ye Chen did not look at Ji Ningxiang, but bent down to pick up the backpack that had fallen to the ground. His words lacked the warmth of the past, each one piercing like a dagger. Ji Ningxiang remained silent, lost in fleeting memories of their past affection. Time ago. Gently brushing the dust off his backpack, Ye Chen slowly turned away, his weary steps echoing in the night, his gaunt figure appearing particularly desolate under the moonlight. 9,000 years ago, the Immortal Martial Emperor led 1,000,000 divine generals into the ancient wilderness, yet none returned, leaving only a wisp of true fire to linger in the world. Chapter 2. The fiery descent. Plop, plop. On a pitch-black night, along the desolate ancient path, a gaunt horse trudged slowly, the sound of its hooves striking the ground resonating softly in a rhythmic manner. Ye Chen lay exhausted upon the horse's back, quietly gazing up at the void above. Ever since descending from the Zhongyang sect, he had remained sprawled on the horse, being carried aimlessly, devoid of any knowledge of his destination or potential paths ahead. An orphan since childhood, brought to the Zhongyang sect, he had no home, no parents, and could not recall any relatives in his memories. He had always regarded the Zhongyang sect as his home, viewing his fellow disciples as his kin. Now, having been expelled from the Zhongyang sect, he had become a homeless child, an unprecedented solitude enveloping him, causing him to instinctively curl up. "Where is home?" The murmured words rang out particularly clearly in the dark night, and before he knew it, Ye Chen's eyes grew misty, fatigue compelling him to surrender to sleep. Yet, at that moment of drowsiness, a brilliant star fell from the pitch-black sky, glaringly bright. Upon witnessing this, he abruptly sat up. His gaze following the trajectory of the falling star, it was golden, as if it had gathered the brilliance of countless stars, traversing the epochs, enduring the vicissitudes of time, its blazing golden glow cascading down, illuminating the entire starry sky. What had I asked that? Ye Chen stared blankly at the sky, even perceiving the flickers of connecting lightning boom. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden thunderous roar erupted as the star plummeted, causing the earth to tremble. The gaunt horse, seemingly frightened, reared back with a neigh, and he too fell from its back. The star's descent was a spectacle of the ages. In haste, Ye Chen scrambled to his feet, stepping onto the scorched earth, slowly approaching amidst the rolling waves of heat. However, upon nearing, he realized that it was not a star falling from the sky, but rather a palm-sized golden flame. Momentarily stunned, Ye Chen had not anticipated that such a commotion was caused by a mere flame. Soon, the golden brilliance faded, and the flame hung there like a solitary candle's flicker, though it was indeed fire. Ye Chen felt no trace of heat emanating from it. The tiny flame danced gently, lonely, akin to a child without a home. You, too, have no home. Perhaps sharing a similar sense of solitude, Ye Chen could not help but extend his palm, gently reaching out. The flame seemed to possess a spirit of its own, leaping into his palm, reminiscent of an innocent and radiant child, frolicking within his grasp. Interesting. Unable to resist, Ye Chen extended a finger and tapped the flame. Yet, with that gentle touch, the flame transformed into a golden light, surging into his body. Ye Chen's expression changed dramatically, unable to react. The flame, seemingly playful, whirled around within him, and finally darted into his shattered dantian. Soon, a wave of heat surged through his lower abdomen, prompting him to urgently inspect his body. To his astonishment, due to the flame, his shattered dantian began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, warmth coursing through him, akin to basking in the scorching sunlight of midwinter. Ye Chen opened his mouth. Yet, that was not the end. The flame, dancing within his dantian, seemed to sense the limited capacity of the dantian, and its tiny body expanded rapidly, radiating a brilliant golden glow, until it transformed into a sea of golden flames. As it became a sea of flames, it simultaneously enlarged Ye Chen's dantian. Ye Chen groaned, clutching his abdomen, collapsing to the ground as a sharp pain radiated from his lower abdomen throughout his body. Boom! A sound echoed in the void, and Ye Chen's recently restored dantian was once again shattered, ruptured by the flames, becoming a hazy white, as if it had formed its own realm, enveloped in swirling white mist above, and radiant golden light below. At this point, the flame finally settled down, drifting about as if exploring its newly created home. However, while it frolicked carefreely, Ye Chen's condition was far from good. He lay on the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, intense pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his face contorted in agony. Unbeknownst to him, as the excruciating pain gradually subsided, a wave of warmth surged through his body, restoring clarity to Ye Chen's mind. At this moment, he stared blankly at his transformed dantian, opened his mouth, his throat dry. Is this the dantian sea? Cultivator's 6 realms. Qi condensation, human origin, true yang, spiritual void, empty void, heavenly silenced. Ye Chen was astonished because the so-called dantian sea was a level above the dantian itself. Only those who reached the empty void realm could truly open the dantian sea. He could hardly fathom that the flame not only repaired his dantian, but also opened up a dantian sea for him. Suddenly, the thin spiritual energy in the world began to fluctuate. Soon, spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged towards Ye Chen, forming a vortex centered around him, flooding into his body through every pore, and subsequently pouring into his dantian sea. His body resembled an endless abyss, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy of the world. Meanwhile, the flame became lively again, refining all the spiritual energy entering the dantian sea into pure golden true energy, causing the newly opened yet somewhat barren dantian sea to gleam with golden luster, the true energy resembling a golden ocean. Staring blankly at the dantian sea, Ye Chen's eyes grew misty, his body swaying unsteadily before he collapsed onto the ground. A night passed in silence, and dawn arrived in the blink of an eye in the morning. The gentle sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Ye Chen's face. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a youthful face, wide-eyed and gazing at him. "Big brother, you're awake." The boy revealed a row of pearly white teeth. "Who are you?" Ye Chen jolted upright, looking at the boy and then around, bewildered by his unfamiliar surroundings. "My name is Huowa," the boy replied earnestly, his innocent smile brightening his face. "This is the Shaolin Garden of Hungwa sect. Last night, you fainted in the forest, and my grandpa and I brought you back." Hungwa sect? Ye Chen was taken aback. In the Great Chu Kingdom, there were 1 palace and 3 sects. with the bloodthirsty palace dominating the north, while Zhengyang sect, Qingyun sect, and Hangyue sect held sway in the south. In a sense, Hangyue sect and Zhengyang sect were rivals. Ye Chen never expected that after being expelled from Zhengyang sect, he would end up in the rival Hangyue sect. You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. Seeing Ye Chen dazed, Huowa dashed out on the bamboo bed. Ye Chen sat in a daze for a moment, gradually regaining clarity as he recalled the events of the previous night. The previous night? Remembering what transpired, Ye Chen hurriedly examined his body. The Dantian Sea was a shimmering expanse of gold, resembling a realm of its own, shrouded in mist above and rolling golden true energy surging below. This was not a dream. Everything was real. Ye Chen's breathing quickened. Awakening, not only had his shattered Dantian been repaired, but a Dantian Sea had also been established, and the true energy within the Dantian Sea had become increasingly refined. Clenching his fists, he rediscovered the long-lost sensation of a cultivator. His vision and strength experienced an unprecedented elevation. All of this was thanks to that golden flame. As he contemplated the golden flame, Ye Chen instinctively glanced at the golden flame hovering in the Dantian Sea, flickering like a joyous child. You won't be true fire, will you? With a thought, Ye Chen summoned the flame into his palm. Instantly, the temperature in the room surged, yet he felt no terrifying heat. Instead, he experienced a sense of familiarity with the flame. From now on, you'll be with me. Ye Chen smiled, gently caressing the true fire, an indescribable joy filling his heart. Big brother, come eat. I'm coming. With the true fire collected, Ye Chen leaped off the bed. Chapter 3. The fierce Ye Chen stepping outside. Ye Chen surveyed the surroundings. It was a small garden, merely 20 zhang in circumference, with a spirit fruit tree planted at its center. Apart from the boy named Huowa, there was an elderly man. The three gathered around a somewhat small stone table, next to which squatted a gigantic bird, its eyes fixated on the food on the table. In the realm of cultivators, such birds were referred to as spirit beasts, serving as mounts for cultivators. Through conversation, Ye Chen learned that the elderly man who had rescued him was named Zhang Fengyan. Due to a mistake, he had been stripped of his cultivation and relegated from the sect, living in a place close to the foot of Hangyue sect's Ling Mountain. Here, Xiao Ying, this piece is for you. Huowa tossed a piece of preserved meat to the giant bird, affectionately patting its large head, treating it as family. Meanwhile, Zhang Fengyan smiled warmly at Ye Chen, saying, Young man, you are a cultivator as well, aren't you? In the midst of devouring food, Ye Chen, upon hearing Zhang Fengyan's inquiry, hastily set down his bowl and chopsticks, nodding with a smile. Which sect do you belong to? Elder, I have no sect, merely a loose cultivator. Such a pity. Zhang Fengyan sighed softly. Die in your prime. You should seek a cultivation sect, as they provide essential cultivation resources. It is rather unfortunate to be at such an age with your cultivation only at the qi condensation first level. You speak the truth, senior. Ye Chen smiled again, concealing his past. Of course, now that he could cultivate again, he would undoubtedly seek a cultivation sect. Zhang Fengyan's words made sense. Being a loose cultivator was not only unsafe but also posed issues regarding cultivation resources. Being a disciple of a sect was different. At least there would be a sect to rely on, ensuring a certain level of resources for cultivation. Noticing Ye Chen deep in thought, Zhang Fengyan kindly smiled and asked, Would you be interested in becoming a disciple of Hangyue sect? Of course, I'm interested. Ye Chen replied hastily. He was indeed thinking along those lines. Hangyue sect was not weaker than Zhengyang sect, and at this moment, he had nowhere else to go. Being in Hangyue sect was undoubtedly his best choice. He was filled with determination. At Zhengyang sect, he had been a standout, and he firmly believed that with the aid of the true fire, he would surely shine brightly in Hangyue sect in the near future. Senior, isn't the threshold for Hangyue sect rather high? Ye Chen inquired, looking at Zhang Fengyan. Not at all. I can write you a letter of introduction. I believe you can be accepted as a probationary disciple. A letter of introduction? Upon hearing those words, Ye Chen couldn't help but scrutinize the old man. Though he could no longer cultivate, he was far from simple. Bang. Just then, the small garden's door was kicked open, and in walked a young man clad in white ditto. Eating, are we? The white-clad youth sneered. Zhang Tao, what are you doing? Huowa stood up immediately, glaring angrily at the white-clad disciple, while Zhang Fengyan's expression darkened. Even the giant bird nearby flapped its wings, instinctively protecting Hoa. Ye Chen cast a glance at Zhang Tao and recognized him as a disciple of Hangyue sect, evident from the sect's name embroidered on his robe. Moreover, he could instantly discern that Zhang Tao had attained the qi condensation second level. Humph! Zhang Tao snorted coldly, glaring menacingly at Zhang Fengyan. Old fool, hand it over quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. I do not possess what you seek. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Fengyan's aged face turned pale in an instant. You're asking for it. With a sudden roar, Zhang Tao kicked over the table, exuding the demeanor of a ruthless bandit. Caw, caw! The giant bird, sensing the tension, fluttered its wings and charged forward. Though it was a low-level spirit beast, it possessed considerable intelligence, its large eyes reflecting human-like expressions of anger. You're courting death. Zhang Tao's gaze turned icy, and with a flick of his fingers, true energy coiled around, swiftly forming a blade of air that cut across the giant bird, leaving a deep gash. Blood splattered as the bird fell to the ground. Xiao Ying! Huowa rushed over. Caw, caw! The giant bird let out a weak cry, yet still used its large wings to shield Huowa beneath it. You unfilial disciple! Zhang Fengyan trembled as he pointed a shaking finger at Zhang Tao, his heart pounding with anger, nearly collapsing. Hand it over, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Tao stepped closer, but before he could finish his threat, Ye Chen suddenly struck out with a palm. Smack! The sound echoed sharply, resonating loudly. Zhang Tao was taken by surprise, unable to react before he felt Ye Chen's powerful grip yanking him, causing him to lose balance and lift off the ground entirely. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the once arrogant Zhang Tao was slammed to the ground, the hardened earth yielding to his impact and forming a human-shaped indentation. Blood spewed forth violently as Zhang Tao's internal organs shifted from the force of the impact. Witnessing this scene, even Zhang Fengyan was left dumbfounded. Huowa, observing Ye Chen's fierce prowess, couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhang Tao, at the qi condensation second level, had been taken down in a single encounter. Indeed, Ye Chen had launched a surprise attack, yet his strength was undeniably impressive. Little did they know that within Ye Chen resided the Dantian Sea. If they were to engage in a contest of true energy, both at the qi condensation first level, Ye Chen's true energy would be thrice that of their own. Thus, although Ye Chen's cultivation was at the qi condensation first level, he was comparable to an average qi condensation third level practitioner. The heavens watch over us. One must accumulate virtue for oneself. With a loud reprimand, Ye Chen hurled the bloodied and battered Zhang Tao out of the Shaolin garden. As night fell, Ye Chen channeled true energy into the giant bird, preserving its life. Yet for a considerable time thereafter, this loyal spirit beast would find it difficult to fly. Young friend, I truly thank you today. Sitting on the stone steps, Zhang Fengyan appeared significantly aged, having been betrayed by his own disciple, causing immense sorrow for this kind-hearted elder. Senior, there is no need for such formality. It was merely a small effort on my part, Ye Chen replied with a carefree smile. Sighing deeply, Zhang Fengyan's murky old eyes were filled with nostalgia, as if recalling sorrowful past events. I was once an elder of Hongyue's sect, but due to a grave mistake, I was demoted to this small garden. That Zhang Tao was my former disciple. All of this is my fault, a failure in my guidance. The master leads the way, but cultivation relies on the individual. Ye Chen consoled, Senior, there's no need to blame yourself. His nature is simply as such. He covets my Tianling talisman. Huowa exclaimed angrily, his small fists clenched tightly. All the things that Grandpa has saved over the years have been taken by him. He bullies us every day. Tianling talisman? Ye Chen was not unfamiliar with the name. Hongyue's sect possessed a kind of spirit talisman known as the Tianling talisman, which, once affixed to a person, could temporarily seal their true energy. This talisman was renowned among the three sects and was exceptionally precious, never shared with outsiders. Ye Chen had not anticipated that Zhang Fengyan would possess such a talisman. Young friend, the recommendation letter is already written. Tomorrow, you should ascend the mountain to cultivate. Your talent is remarkable. Do not let it go to waste. While Ye Chen was lost in thought, Zhang Fengyan had already placed a letter and a scroll into his hands. This scroll introduces Hongyue. Read it when you have time. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 4. No one wants in the dead of night. Ye Chen leaped out of the Shaolin garden, seeking a secluded spot before sitting cross-legged atop a boulder, quietly contemplating the profound mysteries of the Dantian Sea and true fire. Ever since acquiring this true fire, Ye Chen had reaped significant benefits. It first repaired his Dantian and subsequently opened up the Dantian Sea. While the true energy was remarkably refined, making his foundation even stronger than during his time at Zhengyang's sect. Truly extraordinary, Ye Chen murmured, closing his eyes to cultivate, his mind clearer than ever before. Soon, the sparse spiritual energy of the heavens and earth began to converge, forming a vortex centered around him. As he guided it, the energy flowed through his body's acupuncture points and pores, pouring into his Dantian Sea, where it was refined by the golden true fire. On the other hand, he divided the true fire into countless strands, either infusing it into his meridians or enveloping his bones, utilizing it to temper his sinews and channels. Over time, through subtle influences, his meridians were expanded, becoming flexible, while the true fire refined his bones, smoothing out their imperfections, rendering them sleek and resilient, with a faint golden glow shimmering upon them. Unbeknownst to him, he eventually leaped from the rock, his body, tempered by true fire, granting him an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Excellent! With a hearty roar, Ye Chen took a step forward, his true energy surging, coalescing in his palm. Where threads of lightning danced between his fingers, thunderous fury, with a mighty shout, he struck a rock with his palm. Boom! The fierce gust of wind, accompanied by a thunderous sound, shattered the rock into fragments. This palm technique was an offensive mystery he had acquired through his training, named the Thunder Palm, embodying the might of thunder and the sound of its roar, forceful and domineering. It is precisely for this reason that executing this technique demands an exceptionally high physical strength. Otherwise, the ferocious Thunder Palm might injure not only the enemy but also his own meridians and sinews. A significant flaw of such a powerful technique, however, for him, this drawback was utterly negligible. With his body tempered by true fire, his physical strength, along with the resilience of his meridians and bones, had reached a level where the self-inflicted harm of the Thunder Palm could be disregarded. Exhaling a deep breath, he retrieved the scroll that Zhang Fengyan had given him and opened it for review. The Hengyue sect consisted of both inner and outer disciples. The outer sect was divided into one hall, one chamber, 2 gardens, 3 peaks, and 8 pavilions. The hall, the law enforcement hall, where any elder found in error would be dealt with. The chamber, the discipline hall, where disciples would be punished for their transgressions. The 2 gardens, the spirit herb garden and the spirit fruit garden. The 3 peaks, Tianyang Peak, Diyang Peak, and Renyang Peak, which were the 3 main peaks of the outer sect. The 8 pavilions, the spirit weapon pavilion, the library pavilion, the spirit pill pavilion, the Wanbao pavilion, the Qingkuan pavilion, the task pavilion, the intelligence pavilion, and the Juqing pavilion. In contrast, the inner sect comprised 1 hall, 1 chamber, 2 gardens, 7 pavilions, and 9 peaks. Comparatively, the inner sect lacked a spirit pill pavilion but boasted 6 additional main peaks, akin to the Zhengyang sect. Ye Chen stroked his chin, recalling that he had once been a disciple of the intelligence pavilion of the Zhengyang sect, where he primarily gathered simple intelligence. When not training, it was precisely for this reason that when he last descended the mountain, he was struck down by a disciple of the Qingyun sect, shattering his dantian. Nevertheless, as a former disciple of the intelligence pavilion, Ye Chen keenly sensed that the Hengyue sect, much like the Zhengyang sect, appeared calm on the surface, yet beneath the facade, turbulent currents surged, with covert battles between various factions never ceasing. At some point, he put away the scroll, stretched lazily, and returned to the small spiritual garden. Collapsing into a deep slumber, a night passed without incident, and dawn arrived in the blink of an eye. The early morning. As a hint of rosy dawn emerged in the east, Ye Chen opened his eyes. With a deep exhalation, he rolled out of bed, his complexion rosy and his spirit remarkably invigorated, his breath noticeably more robust. After a simple breakfast, Ye Chen stepped out of the small spiritual garden. Before him lay an extraordinarily long stone staircase leading directly up to Ling Mountain, disappearing into the clouds. He had yet to see its end. Taking a deep breath, he ascended the steps, each step allowing him to deeply feel the vast and overwhelming energy surging towards him. Upon reaching the final step, Ye Chen lifted his gaze to behold the world before him. Distant mountains stood strong and majestic, ancient trees towered like sentinels, ethereal spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings, while mist and clouds swirled and danced, with celestial cranes occasionally soaring by amidst the clouds. He had rediscovered the feeling he once had at the Zhengyang sect. Ye Chen smiled, greedily inhaling the spiritual energy wafting through the air. Following the route Zhang Fengyan had instructed him, he proceeded in a certain direction. The early morning was the most opportune time for the purest spiritual energy and the essence of the sun and moon. As Ye Chen walked, he observed many diligent disciples seated upon the rocks, absorbing energy and cultivating, to the extent that as he passed by, they merely cast him a hurried glance. After several turns, Ye Chen arrived at a pavilion named Jiuqing Pavilion. Inside, several disciples were entering and exiting. Each one scrutinized Ye Chen's unfamiliar face, and upon discovering he was merely at the first level of qi condensation, they displayed disdain. "This is the place." Ye Chen looked up at the pavilion and stepped inside, presenting his letter of recommendation. In the main hall, the one receiving the letter was an elder clad in blue robes, who, upon hearing that Ye Chen was introduced by Zhang Fengyan, did not forget to appraise him from head to toe before opening the letter. While the blue-robed elder assessed Ye Chen, he discreetly observed the elder of the Jiuqing Pavilion. This individual's appearance was rather exceedingly peculiar. Ye Chen could not help but exclaim inwardly it was no wonder he felt this way, for the blue-robed elder had a rather twisted visage with eyes, nose, and mouth all askew, and not in a singular direction, evoking a strong impulse within Ye Chen to straighten them out. Shifting his gaze away from the blue-robed elder, Ye Chen turned to the other side. In addition to the blue-robed elder, 3 other individuals were seated. One rotund, one as thin as a stick, and the third appearing relatively normal. They were engaged in lively conversation, seemingly not elders but visitors. These 3 were the heads of the 3 main peaks of the Hongyue sect, Elder Zhong, Gu Hong, and Master Qingyang. After the blue-robed elder read the letter, he handed it to the other 3. Smiling as he said, "Brothers, why not discuss amongst yourselves who would like to take this young friend Ye Chen as a disciple? After all, he comes recommended by Zhang Fengyan, so let us extend him some courtesy." "Oh, this is quite novel." The 3 exchanged glances at the letter before sizing up Ye Chen from top to bottom. "How old are you?" asked the rotund elder Zhong. 16 years old. 16 years old. Elder Zhong raised an eyebrow. "At 16, you have only reached the first level of qi condensation? Your talent is rather thick." As he spoke, Elder Zhong cleared his throat and stood up, patting his ample belly. "Well, I have matters to attend to at Tianyang Peak, so I shall take my leave." Before he finished speaking, the rotund elder Zhong hastily exited the hall, fearing the blue-robed elder might drag him back to accept Ye Chen as a disciple. After Elder Zhong departed, Gu Hong also rose, folding his hands behind his back, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Chen. "My Diang Peak does not take in useless disciples." With that, Gu Hong too exited the hall. Only the blue-robed elder remained in the hall, feeling exceedingly awkward after the departures of Elder Zhong and Gu Hong. He turned his attention to Master Qingyang. "Brother Qingyang, do me a small favor and take him in as a disciple." Master Qingyang furrowed his brows and gently shook his head. "Junior brother Qingyi, he is far from qualified to enter Renyang Peak. I cannot accept him. His talent is simply too poor. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, Master Qingyang waved his sleeve and swiftly left the hall like a gust of wind. The heads of the 3 main peaks of Hongyue sect had consecutively departed, and their intentions were crystal clear. They were unwilling to take Ye Chen as a disciple. Ye Chen understood this well. One could imagine the scorn a 16-year-old cultivator with only the first level of qi condensation would face. It would be a wonder if he were not ridiculed for failing to nurture such a disciple properly. However, if they were to discover Ye Chen's true talent, who knows whether they might rush back in a frenzy to claim him. With the 3 leaving, the blue-robed elder felt exceedingly awkward. Looking at Ye Chen, he cleared his throat and smiled, saying, "Young friend, it appears you can only be an intern disciple. Are you willing? Intern is fine. Who knows, I might become a regular disciple one day." "Very well." The blue-robed elder took out a white jade token from his sleeve and, with true energy swirling at his fingertips, inscribed the name Ye Chen upon it before handing it to Ye Chen with a smile. "Young lad, this is your jade token. In addition to this, the blue-robed elder produced a jade vial. Although the vial was sealed, Ye Chen could still detect the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs within. It was evident that the vial contained spiritual liquid beneficial for cultivation. As you are an intern disciple, you will not receive the Hongyue cultivation techniques or the sect robes, and this jade spiritual liquid will be limited to just 1 vial. "Thank you, Elder." Ye Chen accepted the jade spiritual liquid, not overly concerned about it. "All right, go to the spirit weapon pavilion and select a spiritual weapon." The blue-robed elder smiled, patting Ye Chen on the shoulder, his tone gentle, devoid of any authoritative demeanor. "Little one, work hard. I look forward to your performance in 3 months. Chapter 5. The heavy sword Tianke. Upon exiting the Juqing Pavilion, Ye Chen followed the directions and soon arrived at the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. The guardian of the pavilion was a corpulent elder, whose eyes were so small that he seemed to need to pry them open with his hands. His whole body jiggled with excess flesh, exposing his chest like a Maitreya Buddha. This individual was none other than the head of the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, Zhou de Fuku. Greetings, elder. Seeing Zhou de Fuku lounging leisurely in a recliner, Ye Chen approached respectfully and bowed. Kid, I've not seen you before. Glancing at Ye Chen, Zhou de Fuku sat up, his small eyes gleaming as he scrutinized Ye Chen. I'm a new intern disciple. I was sent by Elder Qingyi to select a spiritual weapon. Zhou de Fuku took the jade token, examined it thoroughly, then casually tossed it back to Ye Chen and lazily reclined once more, waving his hand. Go ahead and choose for yourself. Intern disciples can only select from the first level. Don't try to sneak up to the second. Ye Chen accepted the token and ventured deep into the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. The first level of the pavilion was spacious, spanning several thousand zhang, filled with a variety of weapons, representing the full spectrum of 18 weapon types, each spiritual weapon gleaming like vibrant flowers in competition. Indeed, they were all of a lower grade. A quick glance over the majority left Ye Chen slightly disappointed. As an intern disciple, he could only select from the first level of spiritual weapons. Pondering, Ye Chen picked up a ghostly-headed broadsword but shook his head, too light. Setting the broadsword down, he then picked up a spiritual sword. Though sharp, Ye Chen ultimately returned it to its place. As he sifted through the array of weapons, he felt like a shopper. Yet despite the abundance of spiritual weapons, he found nothing that truly caught his eye. If this were in the past, he would have overlooked these weapons entirely, but circumstances had changed, and he was now forced to search among this collection of inferior spiritual weapons. As he was about to complete a circle, Ye Chen still had not found anything worthwhile. However, at that moment, the true fire within his dantian quivered, sending out a slender thread of flame that darted away. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly followed it until he reached a stone pedestal. On the pedestal lay a black iron sword, likely untouched for ages, as it was covered in dust, and the thread of true fire coiled around this iron sword. Surprised, Ye Chen grasped the sword's hilt, eager to examine this spiritual weapon that had caught the attention of his true fire. However, it seemed he had underestimated the weight of the iron sword. He struggled to lift it at all. It weighed at least 200 jin. Ye Chen estimated the weight of the sword, realizing why it lay there so forlornly. Such a weight was not to be trifled with, and most disciples could not lift it. Even if one could, they would need to channel ample true energy. If one were to wield it in battle, they risked exhausting themselves before they could defeat their opponent. Yet it was precisely this weight that piqued his interest all the more. After slightly channeling his true energy, he managed to lift the iron sword, gently blowing away the dust that coated it. Instantly, Ye Chen felt a breath of ancient time, and on the hilt were inscribed 2 archaic characters, Tianke. Tianke. Murmuring, Ye Chen scrutinized the iron sword closely. The sword had yet to be honed, significantly wider than a typical spiritual sword, its material indiscernible, but it was undeniably heavy, and the blade was etched with numerous runes that Ye Chen could not comprehend, all of which appeared ancient. What a peculiar sword, Ye Chen muttered softly, realizing that while this unsharpened iron sword might not be suitable for slashing, it would serve excellently as a bludgeoning weapon. You shall be mine. Ye Chen hoisted the iron sword onto his shoulder and made his way outside. Hey! A voice came from not far away. Zhou de Fuku's surprised tone rang out, little one. With such a small frame, why choose such a heavy iron sword? Clang. As Ye Chen approached, he placed the iron sword down with a clang, its weight causing half of the blade to embed itself into the ground. Elder, what is the origin of this sword? Ye Chen pointed to the Tianke sword and inquired. It is exceptionally heavy. Well, you see. Zhou de Fuku stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying. When I took over the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, it was already here. It must have been lying here for at least 100 years. As for its origin, I cannot say it. I see. I advise you to choose another spiritual weapon. This iron sword is no ordinary weight. Select something lighter. No need. This one will do. Ye Chen smiled, gently caressing the iron sword, finding it increasingly pleasing to his eye. Stubborn little one, take it away. Thank you, elder. Ye Chen bowed respectfully once more, then shouldered the Tianke sword and exited the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. As he stepped outside, he was met with curious gazes. Groups of disciples passed by, first glancing at Ye Chen, then at the Tianke sword he bore, and they could not help but point and whisper among themselves. "Who is this kid? I've never seen him before. Is he a new in-turn disciple? He is carrying the Tianke sword, right? Seems so. He must be quite strong. Too bad his cultivation is lacking. His brain doesn't seem too normal either." Ye Chen disregarded their chatter. He sensed that the Tianke sword was extraordinary. Compared to those low-grade spiritual weapons, he preferred this sword, believing that carrying it daily would aid in his cultivation. "Hey, Zhengyang sect members." Suddenly, someone exclaimed softly, prompting everyone to look up into the sky. There, a massive flying sword streaked across the sky, upon which stood three figures: a middle-aged beauty, a stunning maiden, and a handsome young man. "What business do Zhengyang sect members have at Hangyue sect?" someone inquired, puzzled. "You wouldn't know. In 3 months, there will be a grand competition between Zhengyang sect, Qingyun sect, and Hangyue sect. Zhengyang sect's arrival is likely to discuss matters for the competition. That female disciple is truly beautiful, like a celestial fairy." Yet Ye Chen paid no heed to their discussions. His gaze was fixed on the sky, more precisely, on the stunning maiden atop the flying sword. Her garments fluttering gracefully, untouched by dust, resembling an otherworldly being, pure and flawless. "Isn't she Ji Ningxue from Zhengyang sect?" Ye Chen murmured, a complex yet indifferent expression in his deep, dark eyes. "One day, I will return and exact my vengeance." Perhaps sensing someone observing her, Ji Ningxue turned her head to glance downwards, yet at that moment, Ye Chen had already vanished into the crowd. "Such a familiar feeling," Ji Ningxue murmured softly. "What is it, junior sister?" "Nothing." Chapter 6. The savage refinement of the body. Ye Chen had found a small hilltop. The trees were lush and the flowers abundant, yet it was no ordinary hill compared to the 3 main peaks. Huff! Exhaling deeply, Ye Chen planted the Tianke sword before him, then sliced his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto it. As a spiritual weapon, it naturally required a master. Soon, the blood melded into the Tianke. At once, the Tianke trembled, a flash of azure light coursing through it, followed by a torrent of overwhelming, invasive information surging into his mind. Ugh! The sudden pain in his mind caused Ye Chen to clutch his head, letting out a low groan. However, the pain was transient, dissipating as quickly as it had come before long. Ye Chen shook his head, the veins on his forehead gradually subsiding, and his previously dazed eyes regained clarity, replaced by an uncontrollable joy upon his face. The savage refinement of the body. Ye Chen's breath became slightly hurried. He was overwhelmed with ecstasy, all due to a secret technique concealed within the Tianke sword, which was triggered by his blood oath of allegiance, breaking the seal within the sword and unleashing the mysterious art known as the barbaric body refinement. Truly, he had stumbled upon a treasure. Suppressing his overwhelming emotions, Ye Chen hastily seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, quietly contemplating the intricacies of this secret technique. Through his meditation, he discovered that the barbaric body refinement was a method for tempering the physical body, refining bones and essence, forging muscles and meridians, incinerating the heart and refining the blood, and honing the skin and flesh. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke, his heart raced wildly, yet these 16 succinct words encapsulated the essence of the barbaric body refinement perfectly. Indeed, this was the very essence of the art. It involved tempering every inch of flesh, every fragment of bone, every sinew. An utterly thorough method of body refinement, where the pain inflicted during the practice was comparable to the torturous punishment of lynching. Who could have been mad enough to create such a secret technique? Ye Chen opened his eyes, his mouth agape in astonishment. This barbaric body refinement was undeniably supremely formidable. Yet, following this astonishment, a fervent gleam ignited in his eyes. Although the barbaric body refinement required enduring agony beyond what an ordinary person could bear, the benefits reaped post-refinement were equally terrifying. Achieving mastery in this technique could forge an indestructible body, capable of moving mountains and parting seas with ease. Furthermore, this secret technique was not something just anyone could practice. It required the practitioner to possess innate fire. Ye Chen realized that this barbaric body refinement was tailor-made for him, and acquiring it was indeed a fated occurrence, as he harbored a dominant flame within him, an exceptional condition. Since the heavens had bestowed this upon him, they would not allow it to go to waste. With a silent vow, Ye Chen resolved to cultivate this secret art of the barbaric body refinement. Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. After a quarter of an hour of mental adjustment and comprehension, he began to circulate the barbaric body refinement method, which he had already thoroughly absorbed. Crack! As the body refinement technique commenced, the sound of bones clashing echoed within Ye Chen's body, and the celestial fire surged throughout him. A sudden wave of excruciating pain erupted, compelling him to let out a low growl. Pop, pop, pop. Soon, the sounds continued unabated, and amidst the agony, Ye Chen remained oblivious to the fact that all 720 of his meridians had been forcefully breached. The meridians opened up under the relentless pressure, subsequently leading to the extraordinary channels as the bone refining continued, all being unlocked in succession. Ugh! The howl escaped Ye Chen's clenched teeth, as every sinew and inch of skin felt as if it were being torn apart, the pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Crack, crack! Segments of his bones began to fracture bit by bit, only to gradually mend, and then refracture again, creating a continuous cycle of breaking and healing. Veins bulged on Ye Chen's forehead, his dark eyes bloodshot, and his entire body felt as if countless steel needles were piercing through him. After 3 hours, he collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. His first experience of body refinement had nearly cost him his life. Yet he had barely managed to complete a small cycle. This was playing with fire. Ye Chen gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, his face devoid of color. Yet despite this, his eyes still sparkled with exhilaration. He understood that body refinement was not a task to be completed in a day. It required endless years of training, enduring repeated, excruciating pain to emerge reborn. This was an exceptionally arduous path. Struggling to sit up once more, Ye Chen began to introspectively examine his body. Indeed, his body refinement bore fruit. His once rough bones had smoothed out, becoming resilient, with a strand of golden brilliance swirling around them. Quite extraordinary. Looking at his exterior, he noticed the accumulation of black impurities, waste expelled from his body during the refining process, accompanied by a foul odor. A gentle breeze wafted through the cracks of the door and windows, instantly refreshing him. Gradually, the sparse spiritual energy in the environment began to converge, and all his meridians and pores opened wide, absorbing the incoming spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, nourishing his bones and meridians, smoothing out imperfections. The consumption from body refinement left Ye Chen quite ravenous. As he greedily inhaled the spiritual energy, the intense pain throughout his body gradually dissipating. Surrounded by the whirlpool of spiritual energy, it felt as if he were basking in the warm sun during the frigid winter, warmth enveloping him. Indeed, his efforts had not been in vain. Ye Chen gently clenched his fist, distinctly feeling his physical form grow stronger. At this moment, not only had his vision, hearing, speed, and strength increased, but even in the farthest corners of his body, strange energies surged forth, invigorating him immensely. After a while, Ye Chen finally leaped to his feet. He retrieved a vial of jade spirit liquid from his pocket and tilted his head back, consuming the entire bottle in one go. If anyone were to witness this moment, they would undoubtedly intervene. For the jade spirit liquid was a concoction distilled from numerous spiritual herbs, rich in potent essence, and should be consumed with caution. Downing an entire bottle could very well rupture one's dantian. However, such concerns were utterly trivial to Ye Chen. It must be noted that he possessed not a dantian, but a dantian C, with a capacity far beyond the ordinary. One bottle of jade spirit liquid was hardly enough to fill a gap in his reserves. As the liquid entered his body, Ye Chen felt as though a refreshing spring flowed through every meridian, soothing and nourishing his pained bones and sinews, banishing his fatigue at an astonishing pace. In that moment, Ye Chen began to recognize a crucial point. This vast capacity of his dantian C. While it far surpassed that of a dantian, it also implied that his advancement in cultivation would be significantly slower than that of his peers. He could not discern whether opening the dantian C was a blessing or a curse. After 3 hours, Ye Chen regulated his breathing and climbed atop a boulder, cradling his head in his hands while gazing serenely at the starlit sky. Feeling a wave of sentiment wash over him. Just a day prior, he had been cast out from the Zhengyang sect, homeless and adrift. Yet through a series of fortuitous events, he had acquired celestial fire, and by another stroke of luck, had been brought to the Hongyue sect, becoming one of its disciples, leaving him with a surreal sense of existence. Was this the hand of fate? Ye Chen sighed softly, yet could not conceal the hint of derision in his eyes. Collecting his thoughts, he began to strategize his future cultivation. The grand capacity of his Dantian Si afforded him numerous advantages, yet it also bore many drawbacks, particularly the arduous nature of advancing. Although apprentice disciples received a bottle of jade spirit liquid from the sect each month, for someone with an insatiable appetite like him, that single bottle was hardly sufficient. Thus, he needed to exert greater effort, treating his cultivation with exceptional seriousness. Ye Chen recalled the tasks within the sect. Every task issued by the sect came with generous rewards, serving to motivate disciples to hone their skills. During his time at the Zhongyang sect, he frequently accepted tasks, and it was likely that the tasks in the Hongyu sect were comparable. With a decision made in his heart, Ye Chen slowly closed his eyes. Embracing the Tianke sword, and soon thereafter, he drifted into slumber. Chapter 7. Seeking trouble the next day, the morning light bathed Hongyu sect in its golden glow. Ye Chen descended the small hillside, jogging toward the task pavilion. His arrival drew the attention of many, partly due to his unfamiliar face, and partly because of his cultivation level at the first stage of qi condensation, coupled with the formidable Tianke sword he bore. A first stage of qi condensation. Such talent is utterly lacking. As he stepped inside, a disciple from Hongyu cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chen. He even chose the Tianke as his spiritual weapon. How absurdly foolish! I seriously suspect he has lost his mind. Ye Chen paid no heed to their murmurs. His gaze fixated on the stone tablet standing within the task pavilion, adorned with numerous small jade tokens, each representing a task, ranging from the simplest to the most challenging. With a Dantian Si, enhanced physical body, and true fire shielding him, he possessed sufficient strength to confront beasts at the fifth stage of qi condensation and below directly. As he scrutinized each task on the stone tablet, Ye Chen also assessed his own capabilities. Ultimately, his gaze settled on one jade token, a task within his reach. The blood wolf. Ye Chen had encountered the blood wolf in his collection of beast lore. It was exceptionally ferocious, with strength equivalent to a human cultivator at the third stage of qi condensation, boasting a formidable physique that ordinary qi condensation cultivators could hardly breach. Most cultivators avoided provoking it. You shall be mine. Just as Ye Chen reached for the jade token, a fair hand swiftly snatched it away. First I, Zhao Long, have claimed the blood wolf task. Teasing laughter echoed in Ye Chen's ears, laced with provocation and mockery. Ye Chen instinctively turned to see a young disciple clad in purple, handsome and poised, with a cascade of thick black hair flowing like a waterfall, yet a smirk of derision adorned his lips, one that filled Ye Chen with intense loathing. What is wrong? Don't like it? The disciple named Zhao Long raised his chin defiantly, casting a sideways glance at Ye Chen. Take it if you dare. Ye Chen could not be bothered to argue with him, his eyes returning to the stone tablet in search of another task. Ultimately, he selected another task of equal rank, also involving the extermination of a beast. However, just as he reached for it, Zhao Long again preemptively snatched the jade token. I'll take this one too. Zhao Long's mocking laughter rang out once more, as he shot Ye Chen a challenging look. Ye Chen cast a glance at Zhao Long but chose to endure. His gaze fell once more on the stone tablet, and he sought another task, but once again, as he reached for it, a pale hand interjected. This task is mine as well. Zhao Long, with his chin held high, exuded an even more pronounced air of provocation. Ye Chen frowned, realizing that Zhao Long was not there to accept tasks, but rather to cause trouble for him. Otherwise, with so many disciples accepting tasks, why would he persistently target Ye Chen? This senior brother, I have no grievances with you. Why must you trouble me? Ye Chen fixed his gaze on Zhao Long. He had initially thought that arriving at Hongyu sect would require him to act with low profile and avoid initiating conflict, but that did not mean he was afraid of it. It was clear that Zhao Long had come for him and thus, in keeping with Ye Chen's nature, he would not allow himself to be bullied without reason. And no grievances? Humph, Zhao Long scoffed. You've beaten my little brother. How can you claim to be unrelated? You really have guts. You dare to bully my Zhao Long's little brother? You must be seeking death. With those words, Ye Chen finally understood. He had already surmised who Zhao Long's little brother was, none other than Zhang Tao, whom he had knocked down the previous day. So, Zhao Long was here to avenge Zhang Tao. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Compared to Zhang Tao, Zhao Long's cultivation was significantly stronger, yet he was even more arrogant and domineering. Suddenly, Zhao Long's hand rested upon Ye Chen's shoulder, and a surge of powerful true energy flooded into Ye Chen's body, rampaging within him. Ye Chen frowned but remained calm, allowing the true energy from his Dantian Sea to surge forth, forcefully expelling Zhao Long's energy. As Zhao Long's energy was expelled, he appeared somewhat astonished, but the mocking smile on his face only intensified. "Kid, I truly underestimated you. You struck first. Don't blame me." Ye Chen's expression remained indifferent. He had taken down Zhang Tao, so he had nothing to fear from Zhao Long, whose cultivation was merely at the 5th stage of qi condensation. If they were to engage in a true fight, he was not certain he would lose. "Good, very good." Zhao Long clapped his hands in delight. "I love it when weaklings pretend to be tough." As he spoke, true energy began to swirl around his body, indicating his intent to strike Ye Chen down. Seeing this, Ye Chen would not back down. With a thought, the true energy from his Dantian surged forth wildly. The atmosphere crackled with tension, drawing the attention of surrounding disciples. Are they really going to fight? A first stage of qi condensation? This kid dares to fight Zhao Long. Has he lost his mind? Are they really going to rebel? A sharp reprimand rang out from within, as an elder overseeing the task pavilion stepped forward, his voice laced with authority. "This is the task pavilion. Such behavior is intolerable. If you wish to fight, take it to the Fengyun platform. Leave." With the elder's presence, Zhao Long naturally dared not act recklessly, and even Ye Chen obediently withdrew his true energy. "Kid, I'll settle the score with you eventually." Zhao Long sneered coldly as he departed, not forgetting to threaten Ye Chen with a fierce glare. "I'll be waiting," came Ye Chen's calm reply, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he turned back to the stone tablet, plucking another jade token, this one for slaying a fire wolf, a task not too challenging. Having accepted the task, Ye Chen exited the task pavilion, fully aware that the days ahead would be far from peaceful for his cultivation. Upon leaving the task pavilion, Ye Chen made his way straight down the mountain. As he passed the little spirit garden, he took a moment to check on Zhang Fengyan and the others. "It's you all who have once again made me feel warmth, reminding me that I still have people to protect." A smile graced Ye Chen's lips as he descended the spirit mountain, filling him with a hopeful vision for the new beginning ahead. He needed to strive for this vision and safeguard those he cherished. Several miles from Hengyue, sect lay a forest teeming with beasts, where the tasks to slay beasts were predominantly directed. After quickly orienting himself, Ye Chen tightened the ropes securing the Tianke sword at his back and set off towards the beast forest. An hour later, he found himself before a dense thicket, panting heavily. The beast forest sprawled widely, lush and verdant, with towering ancient trees. Just standing there, he could distinctly sense the ferocity and bloodthirst emanating from within. "Time to get to work." Ye Chen inhaled deeply and stepped into the beast forest. Chapter 8. A desperate counterattack roar. The moment Ye Chen entered the beast forest, he was met with the roars of ferocious beasts. With heightened awareness, he cautiously ventured deeper, knowing that this forest was fraught with peril, where one could easily lose their life. Even in his previous life, he would not have dared to let his guard down. After half an hour, Ye Chen paused atop a rock. From his elevated vantage point, his narrowed eyes scanned the surroundings, drawn to a glowing spiritual herb on a nearby rocky wall. The herb shimmered with a purple light. Surrounded by spiritual energy, known as purple ginseng, Ye Chen was quite familiar with this herb. Consuming it was beneficial for stabilizing the mind and dispelling distractions. A rare spiritual medicine. What good fortune, Ye Chen murmured to himself, yet did not rush forward. With his experience, he knew that wherever there was spiritual herb, there were bound to be beasts. Sure enough, as Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings, he heard rustling sounds from the lush foliage, accompanied by the stench of blood and brutality, followed by the ground trembling violently. Instantly, Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. Soon, the dense thicket began to sway, and a colossal creature barreled out, standing over a meter tall, engulfed in purple flames, its enormous blood-red eyes radiating sheer savagery and bloodlust. The fire wolf. Seeing this massive beast, a cold smile crept onto Ye Chen's lips. Just the target I was looking for. Roar! The fire wolf let out a fearsome roar, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of purple flames. In response, Ye Chen deftly leaped from the rock, using a large boulder to propel himself into a swift spin, his already condensed golden sword energy slicing through the air, aiming directly at the fire wolf's eyes. Having previously slain fire wolves, he knew their bodies were tough and their flames fierce, but their weakness lay in their eyes. To deal with such a thick-skinned, flame-wielding beast, a precise and decisive strike was essential. Clang! The golden sword energy emitted a sharp ring as it pierced through the air, splatter, with a spray of foul blood. The fire wolf let out a wretched howl, its massive eyes now a gruesome mess. Buzz! The sound of the wound echoed, as Ye Chen gripped the Tianke sword tightly and swung it down towards the fire wolf's skull, delivering a heavy blow that left its skull a bloody pulp. The force of the impact jolted Ye Chen, causing pain to shoot through his hands, and the Tianke sword was knocked from his grip. However, the force of the strike left the fire wolf dazed, unable to stand steadily. Seizing the moment, Ye Chen knew the principle. When an enemy is down, strike decisively. As Ye Chen let out a mighty roar, he delivered a forceful blow to the head of the fire wolf while suspended in midair. With a resounding pop, the fire wolf's skull shattered, brain matter splattering forth, and the foul-smelling blood gushed out immediately. The massive body of the beast crashed to the ground, perhaps bewildered until its last breath that it had been felled by a mere first-level chi condensation cultivator. Exhaling a long breath, Ye Chen felt his taut body remain rigid, a stark contrast to the past. Although he was only at the first level of chi condensation, his strength was limited. The brief encounter with the fire wolf had been fraught with peril. A moment's lapse could have turned him into the wolf's meal. Without delay, Ye Chen pried open the wolf's skull and retrieved a small, blood-glimmering stone from within. The stone was irregularly shaped, its surface pitted, with the foul blood still dripping from it. This was the beast core of the blood wolf. The beast core contained the essence of the beast and was the most precious part of it. Cultivators often slay beasts for their cores, as they contain immense vitality that greatly benefits one's cultivation. Task completed. Ye Chen wiped the blood from the beast core and tucked it into his robe, never expecting to finish the task so swiftly. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he felt a chilling prick from behind. Startled, Ye Chen retreated sharply, but he was still too slow. 3 silver needles shot through the air and struck his arm. Despite his best efforts to evade, the needles were laced with potent poison, and soon his vision blurred as his arm turned black within mere breaths. How audacious for a practitioner of the human origin realm to resort to such underhanded tactics. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ye Chen clutched his arm and glared coldly at the dense jungle. "Not bad, young one. Your perception is quite keen." A sinister voice emerged from the thicket, in the next instant. A hunchbacked old man in gray robes stepped forth, leaning on a cane. His face was covered in pockmarks, and his wrinkled skin seemed to be accumulating in folds. His deep-set eyes glowed with a sinister red, resembling a venomous snake, exuding a heavy aura of malevolence, unmistakably a villain engaged in murderous deeds. "Hand over everything you possess, and I might leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "I'm merely a first-level chi condensation cultivator. What treasures could I possibly have?" Ye Chen retorted coldly, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. The poison from the 3 needles was specially refined, spreading rapidly, and it wasn't long before most of his meridians and bones were corroded, rendering his true energy ineffective. "It seems you're quite disobedient." The old man sneered as he slowly approached, dark mist swirling in his palm. Ye Chen's heart sank. He realized he had fallen into a trap. The hunchbacked elder was clearly a master of poison, and with his cultivation at the first level of the human origin realm, he was a full realm above Ye Chen. Even without the poison, Ye Chen acknowledged that he would struggle to defeat such a foe. However, at that moment, the golden flames within his dantian trembled and split into dozens of streams, surging into Ye Chen's meridians and bones, where the toxins were swiftly refined. "This can actually refine poison?" Ye Chen thought in surprise as he glanced inward at his body. Although the poison had been neutralized, he remained motionless, biding his time to strike when the old man was off guard. With his cultivation suppressed, a direct confrontation would be futile, but a sudden attack could yield different results. "Child, don't blame your elder," the old man said, now close enough that his eyes gleamed with malicious intent. Feigning a facade of compassion, "I do not blame you," Ye Chen said coldly, a smirk creeping onto his lips. The old man furrowed his brow at this thunderous strike. With a sudden shout, the still Ye Chen sprang into action. "You dare?" The old man gasped, realizing too late as Ye Chen's palm struck his chest with a thunderous impact. Stumbling backward, the old man's eyes widened in shock. He never anticipated that Ye Chen could neutralize the poison in such a short time and counterattack with such ferocity. Thunderous strike. Ye Chen roared again, following up his initial strike. The old man, still off balance, was unable to defend himself and was struck again, coughing up blood as he staggered back. Ye Chen's true energy surged forth, not granting him a moment's respite, like a ferocious beast pouncing, delivering a series of relentless, thunderous strikes. The old man attempted to retaliate several times, but Ye Chen offered him no opportunity to react. With a chilling clang, a cold dagger pierced the old man's chest, causing him to fall back, his mouth opening to speak, but blood gushed forth instead. His eyes were filled with terror, unable to comprehend that he had been slain by a mere first-level qi condensation cultivator. On the other side, Ye Chen staggered to his knees, having expended nearly all his true energy on the thunderous strikes. Yet, the victory over a practitioner of the human origin realm was worth it. He doubted he had ever achieved such a glorious feat before. Although he had relied on a surprise attack, it was still an accomplishment worthy of pride. Without lingering, Ye Chen struggled to his feet. Not daring to waste a moment, he collected the old man's storage bag, slung his celestial sword over his shoulder, and hurried into the jungle, not forgetting to pluck the purple ginseng on his way out. Chapter 9. The Wrath of the Beast Heart. Finding a cave, Ye Chen crawled inside with great effort. Soon, he retrieved the old man's storage bag.as expected from a practitioner of the human origin realm. The old man's collection was quite substantial. Without delay, Ye Chen pulled out several bottles of spirit liquid, tilting his head back to gulp them down. His dantian, now depleted, required replenishment. In the perilous beast forest, he needed to remain in peak condition. The spirit liquid coursed through him like a refreshing spring, and at the same time, the golden fire within his dantian moved to assist in refining the liquid, purifying it into true energy that surged back into his dantian. Ye Chen's pale complexion visibly brightened. After a while, Ye Chen's dantian was once again brimming, the golden true energy swirling like an ocean. However, he still had not broken through to the second level of qi condensation. Progress proved to be indeed arduous. Clicking his tongue, Ye Chen opened his eyes. Although he had not advanced, the few bottles of spirit liquid had not been consumed in vain. He felt significantly stronger. Alas, with a sigh, he turned his gaze back to the old man's storage bag. Due to the consumption of spirit liquid during his advancement, only 3 or 4 bottles remained. Alongside a significant quantity of spirit stones, over 500, a decent sum indeed. Besides these, there was a heap of sinister poisons, stacked in dozens of bottles, making Ye Chen click his tongue in astonishment. These will surely come in handy. He decided against destroying the poisons, keeping them for future contingencies. One could never tell when they might be needed. After rummaging through the bag, he discovered a collection of low-grade spiritual artifacts, and it was not until he found a yellowed ancient tome that his eyes lit up. The 3 large characters on the cover read, "Wrath of the Beast Heart." Ye Chen's gaze became fervent. This was precisely what he needed. Counting it up, along with what he had acquired from Zhengyang sect and Hongyue sect, he realized he only possessed the most basic techniques of qi manipulation and the powerful thunderous strike. Qi manipulation was the fundamental skill of cultivators, adequate against ordinary foes, but lacking against formidable opponents. The thunderous strike was powerful but drained considerable energy, so what Ye Chen truly lacked was a profound technique. Just as I wished, Ye Chen thought eagerly as he opened the ancient tome, immersed in the study of the Wrath of the Beast Heart. Upon examining it, he discovered that this technique was a combat-oriented martial art, detailing techniques derived from the beasts themselves. To his astonishment, the Wrath of the Beast Heart was divided into 6 sections, the first 3 focusing on the coordination of human body parts to maximize strength, while the latter 3 detailed the actual skills. The name Wrath of the Beast Heart naturally referenced the beasts, as the creator of this technique must have been an astute observer, adept at mimicking the beast's pounces, claws, and charges. The fighting style of beasts primarily relied on raw physical prowess. Humans could benefit from learning from them, coordinating legs, feet, hands, and knees to unleash their full potential in close combat. Coupled with his increasingly formidable physique, the results would undoubtedly be astounding, profound, truly profound. Ye Chen couldn't help but marvel, his mindset elevating as he continued reading. Many cultivators overly relied on true energy, excessively venerating the dazzling forms of martial arts, ultimately neglecting the primal techniques of fighting. As a result, many cultivators, despite their considerable strength, were utterly incompetent in close combat. Another treasure found. Ye Chen laughed heartily, slapping the ground and springing to his feet. The training methods of the Wrath of the Beast Heart were now firmly etched in his mind. With a shout, Ye Chen immediately threw a punch, followed by a sweeping kick, and then a diagonal palm strike. Executing the movements in one fluid motion, his actions grew increasingly rapid, at times resembling a wolf pouncing upon its prey, at other times a tiger leaping through the air, and at yet other times a monkey leaping nimbly. His movements a blend of ferocity and lethal precision. Ye Chen refrained from using true energy, relying solely on his physical form, expanding his body as he comprehended the intricacies of the Wrath of the Beast Heart. He practiced tirelessly for 9 hours. As night fell, Ye Chen, drenched in sweat, finally sat down. For the next few days, he did not return to Henji's sect but instead dedicated himself to rigorous training in close combat. By day, he emerged from the cave to engage in fierce battles with formidable beasts, transforming through practical experience, returning each time covered in scars. By night, he sought out areas rich in spiritual energy in the mountains to nourish his body, subsequently practicing the Burning Heaven secret technique. Ye Chen was astonished to discover that this unique method of body refinement could heal all his wounds during the process, and the recovery speed was significantly faster than before. With the cycle of day and night, he gradually grasped the essence of the Wrath of the Beast Heart, and through continuous combat, his physical strength reached new heights, instilling in him the confidence to confront even the peak of qi condensation directly. In summary, acquiring the Wrath of the Beast Heart was a stroke of fortune. On another starry night, Ye Chen stretched lazily at the cave entrance, contemplating his return after several days. Just as he was about to leap into the forest, he furrowed his brow, looking up at the night sky. A long rainbow streaked across the heavens, and as it drew closer, he realized it was a woman clad in white. Sky Void Realm. Ye Chen's heart trembled. For cultivators, ascending to the skies required a flying spirit beast for those in the qi condensation and human origin realms. Practitioners in the true Yang realm utilized flying swords, while those in the spirit void realm could ride the divine rainbow. Only upon reaching the sky void realm could one truly soar without the aid of spirit beasts, flying swords, or divine rainbows. The fact that the woman in white could fly indicated her cultivation had reached the sky void realm. Suppressing his shock, Ye Chen finally beheld the woman's visage. She was breathtakingly beautiful. In that moment, he was momentarily entranced. The woman's garments billowed gracefully, her white attire as pure as snow, her long hair flowing like rippling water, shimmering with ethereal light. Her exquisite features rendered her a celestial being, untouched by the filth of the mortal realm. Yet, the state of the woman was far from ideal. Her speed diminished as she traversed the void, her radiance nearly extinguished. She's being pursued. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing that behind the woman in white were 3 figures, each soaring through the air, their cultivation also at least in the sky void realm. The best course of action is to leave. Ye Chen instinctively recognized that he could not remain in this place. Just as he shifted his footing, the woman in white descended from the void, gracefully landing before him with a cough. She expelled a mouthful of blood, cast a hurried glance at Ye Chen, and then swiftly concealed herself within the dense foliage, her aura vanishing entirely. Behind her, the pursuers arrived in an instant, a gray-haired elder, a middle-aged man in a python robe, and a young man in white. Their overwhelming presence nearly forced Ye Chen to the ground. "Boy, have you seen anyone pass by?" The young man in white fixed his piercing gaze upon Ye Chen. A chill ran down Ye Chen's spine, and he dared not move, feeling as though he were laid bare before the young man's scrutiny. "I'm asking you a question," the middle-aged man in purple barked. She went that way." Ye Chen pointed in a random direction, hoping to expedite their departure. "Don't let me catch you lying, or you will suffer a terrible fate. Pursue," commanded the gray-haired elder, and the 3 figures once again soared into the void. "She is severely injured and under the effects of He Huan San. She won't have gotten far. If we catch her, the master will surely be pleased." With a heavy sigh, Ye Chen exhaled deeply as the 3 departed, his body feeling utterly drained. Moments later, the hidden woman in white staggered out, her condition pitiful, her gaze dazed, complexion as pale as parchment, her breath weak and unsteady. Swaying as she walked, a gentle breeze swept by, and ultimately, the woman collapsed. "Hey!" Ye Chen had not intended to intervene, yet he stepped forward, catching her just as she was about to fall. Chapter 10. The wedding night. The night sky was deep and vast. The stars scattered like dust. Ye Chen carried the woman in white, traversing deep into the beast forest until he found an exceedingly secluded cave. Within the pitch-black cave, a faint campfire flickered, casting dreamlike shadows. The woman in white lay slumped against the cave wall, still unconscious, her complexion ghostly pale, a hint of pain etched upon her features. Though she was a genuine practitioner of the sky-void realm, in this moment, she appeared more like a delicate maiden, evoking a sense of protectiveness. Meanwhile, Ye Chen was not idle. He quietly channeled true energy into her. Occasionally, he would steal glances at her. He was certain that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. No contest. Her beauty was ethereal, like a snow lotus, untouched by the mire, her stunning visage dimming the brilliance of the world around her. Perhaps entranced by her, he was oblivious to the fact that his own face had taken on a slight flush. Hot, so hot. The woman murmured softly, interrupting Ye Chen's reverie. As he looked back at her, he noticed that despite being in a deep slumber, she appeared restless, her delicate lips slightly parted, exuding an alluring fragrance that made it difficult for Ye Chen to contain his thoughts. Wait a minute. As he continued to gaze, Ye Chen's eyes narrowed, his brow furrowing as he gently grasped her wrist, employing a secret method to check her pulse. What to say? He pondered. One type of injury was minor, but if there was another, it would be quite troublesome. Huan San. After a long moment, Ye Chen spoke deliberately. The woman's pulse confirmed his suspicion. She had indeed been afflicted with an aphrodisiac. He understood well the nature of Huan San. Once ensnared, regardless of gender, one must engage in the act of union or risk severe consequences. Such underhanded tactics. Ye Chen scoffed, recalling the three who had pursued the woman. It was evident they were the culprits. 3 grown men, truly despicable. Suddenly, the woman's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, locking her mesmerizing gaze upon Ye Chen. Senior, you're awake. She began, but before she could finish her sentence, her soft lips met his, and her delicate arms wrapped around his neck. In an instant, her tender form pressed against him, enveloping him in an intoxicating fragrance. For the subsequent events, feel free to fill in the blanks with your imagination. At this moment, far away in the Shaolin garden of Henghu's sect, an unwelcome group of guests arrived. Zhang Tao, with a face illuminated by the dim moonlight, appeared ghastly like a malevolent spirit. Still bearing wounds that had yet to heal, he led a band of disciples in search of vengeance. Old fool, hand over that lad, and surrender the Tianling charm as well, he demanded. He has already left, and I possess no Tianling charm, Zhang Fengyan replied weakly, his body battered and bloodied, coughing up blood as he spoke. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Hang him up. The Shaolin garden was filled with the cacophony of Zhang Tao's maniacal roars, accompanied by the cries of that little rascal and the scruffy bird, I'll kill you. Beneath the moonlight, the dark and eerie beast forest was abruptly pierced by a harsh female voice. Though melodic, it carried a chilling intent to kill. It was a woman clad in white. Inside the cave, the scene was anything but harmonious. She had seized Ye Chen by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Observing her demeanor, it was evident that the poison of the Hahuan powder within her had been dispelled. Yet remnants of a blush lingered on her cheeks. It was clear she was sober. But accepting this reality was another matter entirely. With a skirt adorned with glaring peach blossoms and in a disheveled state, she cared little for her attire and was consumed by a murderous intent, vowing to send Ye Chen, the one who had taken her purity, to the underworld. Are you reasonable? You were the one who threw yourself at me. You were under the effect of Hahuan powder, and I saved you. Ye Chen could not restrain himself from cursing, his face flushed with indignation, struggling futilely against his bonds. Is this your justification for taking my purity? The woman in white's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting a cold light. You crazy woman, I should have let you be. You still dare to speak? Of course I must. You were on top the entire time, and I didn't even get a chance to turn over before you grabbed me. You owe me my innocence, you. The woman in white, furious and embarrassed, felt her chest heaving with anger. Images from not long ago, awash with sensuality, flashed through her mind. Indeed, as Ye Chen had said, it seemed she was the one in control the entire time. This thought colored her cheeks with an added flush, and in her mixed feelings of anger and shame, Her delicate fingers tightened around Ye Chen's throat instinctively. If she were to apply just a bit more pressure, he would undoubtedly perish. At that moment, however, a powerful aura approached swiftly from outside the cave. The woman in white turned suddenly, as if she could see through the branches concealing the cave entrance, and spotted 3 figures soaring through the air, their momentum fierce, likely summoned by her earlier cries. Her eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Her voice was as frigid as ice. A splendid aura enveloped her, and a formidable presence shook the cave, causing it to resonate ominously. "I'll come back to deal with you." Casting a cold glance, the woman in white casually tossed Ye Chen aside, launching herself into the air like a divine rainbow. Following her, a glowing rope drifted into the cave, ensnaring Ye Chen, who had just risen, binding him tightly. "You lunatic!" Ye Chen could not help but curse, his face dark with frustration as he rolled on the ground. Straining to break free from the ropes, he had to escape. Heaven knew if that woman returned, whether she would seek to kill him. Alas, this enchanted rope was too peculiar. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. In this dire moment, a spark of inspiration struck him. "Quick, help me!" Ye Chen called, summoning the golden flames from the dais. At his call, the flames surged forth, transforming into flickering tongues of fire that entwined the glowing rope. Remarkably, it worked. Ye Chen broke free from the bindings, leaping up and dashing towards the cave entrance, plunging into the dense wilderness. Boom! The night sky above was ablaze with fierce battles, the clash of powers in the void realm creating a tremendous uproar. With each major collision, terrifying shockwaves spread outward, countless ancient trees being cleaved, majestic peaks crumbling. A sight of dreadful phenomena. Gulp! Ye Chen swallowed hard, watching from a distance as mountains collapsed one after another. This was the confrontation of titans, capable of shifting mountains and parting seas in an instant. It was evident that the woman in white was at a disadvantage. Although the Hahuan powder's poison had been dispelled, she still bore other injuries. Facing 3 opponents in the void realm was no small feat. Chu Ling, are you still going to struggle futilely? In the void, the 3 formidable figures from the void realm unleashed a torrent of attacks, their coordination flawless, bombarding her with a barrage of divine techniques and secret methods. Moreover, there was an unmistakable lewdness in their expressions, barely concealed. They had even resorted to using Hahuan powder. Their intentions were far from noble and were driven by vanity. "To ambush me will cost you dearly." Chu Ling snorted coldly, her voice melodious yet chilling to the bone. Before her words could settle, she formed hand seals. With a hum, the heavens trembled, divine light spilling forth, and a massive snow lotus bloomed proudly around her, its radiant celestial glow illuminating the dark night with unparalleled beauty. "You overestimate yourself." The young man in white chuckled darkly, his bloodied sword humming ominously as sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving the magnificent snow lotus in twain. Poof! Chu Ling spat blood, staggering backward, her once pale cheeks now ashen. Poof! The young man in white also coughed up blood. He had underestimated the lotus, which not only bloomed with beauty but also concealed a fearsome power. Though he had severed the snow lotus, he too was caught in its backlash, narrowly escaping a fatal strike. Good, very good. The young man gritted his teeth, having suffered a significant loss. His previously jovial demeanor had twisted into a mask of fury. His bloodied sword now enveloped in a sinister aura, the space around him fracturing under the oppressive sword energy. Many strong figures drew near. Before he could launch an attack, an elder with gray hair intercepted him. Though perhaps not powerful, his perception was formidable. Hungyu's sect's people, retreat. The gray-haired elder ordered immediately. The 3 figures arrived swiftly and left just as quickly, vanishing like 3 divine rainbows into the night sky. Poof! The woman known as Chu Ling spat out a mouthful of blood, her form staggering dangerously, nearly collapsing into the void. Linger, a melodious voice, ethereal and distant, suddenly appeared. Supporting the white-clad Chu Ling, the newcomer was also dressed in white, untouched by the world's dust, surrounded by a radiant aura, resembling a celestial being or a blooming snow lotus. Her breathtaking beauty left one breathless. Strangely, this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Ling, both stunning and ethereal. Thus, the only explanation was that they were twins, Chu Xian, the elder sister, and Chu Ling, the younger sister. Naturally, the white-clad woman, Chu Ling, was also from Hungyu's sect. One could only wonder how Ye Chen, having escaped the cave, would react upon discovering this, and what kind of scene would unfold should they meet again within Hangyue's sect. Perhaps, in the future, Ye Chen might encounter the elder sister Chu Xian first. As the celestial rainbows continued to appear, Hangyue's sect's powerful figures arrived in succession, noticing Chu Ling's weakened aura, and rushed forward to channel their essence into her. After a moment, Chu Ling stabilized her aura. Though her complexion remained pale, with blood occasionally trickling from her lips, "Brothers, you should return to the sect first. I have matters to attend to." With a hasty remark, Chu Ling darted straight back towards the cave. "Linger, your injuries, it's nothing. You all must not follow." Chapter 11. Fury unleashed in the dead of night, Chu Ling searched the dense beast forest for what felt like an eternity, yet she could not find Ye Chen's trace. "Don't let me catch you," Chu Ling muttered with frustration, as memories of their previous intimate encounter flooded her mind, flushing her cheeks crimson once more. How could she, known for her purity, have ever thought herself capable of such lewdness? Ah, how embarrassing! Stomping her foot in shy indignation, Chu Ling could no longer contain her burning face, covering it with her hands. "Linger!" A voice came from behind. It was Chu Xian, who had been following her closely out of concern. Approaching, she noticed Chu Ling's flushed visage and was taken aback. "What happened to you?" Nothing," Chu Ling stammered, her cheeks heating further. How could she confess to her sister that she had been in bed with someone, especially a mere novice cultivator? It was a thought she could entertain but never voice. "Then what exactly are you searching for?" Chu Xian asked, eyeing her with suspicion before glancing around. "Could it be that you dropped something valuable here?" "No treasures here. I was just wandering about." "You're lying." Let's go back. Master is still waiting for us." Feeling guilty, Chu Ling hurriedly pushed Chu Xian away, but as they departed, she couldn't resist glancing back at the direction of the cave. The two of them flew side by side, quickly vanishing from sight. The forest plunged into silence under the black night, an unknown time. In a shadowy corner of the forest, the massive corpse of a beast stirred slightly. Suddenly, a bloodied hand emerged. It was a horrifying sight. Had someone devoured by the beast truly crawled out alive? Upon closer inspection, there was a gaping wound in the beast's abdomen, and a blood-soaked figure emerged from within. This person was none other than Ye Chen. Remarkably, to evade Chu Ling's pursuit, he had hidden inside the belly of the beast. Should she discover this, one could only imagine her reaction. Would she commend him for his ingenuity? With a heavy sigh, Ye Chen exhaled forcefully, pounding his chest in relief, narrowly escaping death. Yet, recalling their previous intimate encounter, he coughed lightly and touched his nose. Despite the stench of blood on him, it could not overshadow the lingering fragrance left by Chu Ling. Intoxicating him, "I even saved her life, didn't I?" Ye Chen coughed again, justifying his actions to himself. But the thought of that incident left him feeling somewhat guilty. After all, she was a formidable figure in the Void Realm. And so beautiful. Even being passive in the situation, she had lost her purity. Who could accept such a reality? Should he encounter such a situation again, he must not charge in recklessly. After a brief rest, Ye Chen glanced at the sky. After a night of turmoil, dawn was approaching. Fearing that Chu Ling might return in search of him, he wasted no time, leaping to his feet and sprinting into the forest. Before leaving, he did not forget to drag away the beast's corpse. After all, it was a valuable source of nourishment. Meanwhile, in the Shaoling Garden at the foot of Hangyue's sect, the air was thick with wails of sorrow. "Cry! Keep crying!" A menacing voice echoed as Zhang Tao pulled a piece of black cloth from his pocket, crumpling it into a ball and stuffing it into Tiger Boy's mouth. As if that weren't enough, he kicked the boy, shouting, "Why have you stopped crying?" Tiger Boy was indeed in a dire situation. Ever since Zhang Tao had arrived with his men, he had been hung for an entire day, his body covered in bruises. "Zhang Tao, if you have grievances, come at me." Zhang Fengnian's voice, frail yet defiant, rang out from his own suspended position. His body bore the marks of countless lashes, his weathered face marred with swollen handprints. At over 70 years old, his dim eyes held little light. "Come at you." "Oh, how delightful," Zhang Tao sneered, drawing a whip from his waist, brandishing it menacingly. With each crack of the whip, a new crimson line appeared across Zhang Fengnian's skin. "This is for not giving me the Tianling charm. This is for not giving me the Tianling charm." With every strike, Zhang Tao's frenzied roars echoed, resembling a madman intent on flaying Zhang Fengnian alive. Mm. Witnessing Zhang Fengyan's torment, Tiger Boy, with his mouth gagged, struggled helplessly, tears brimming in his eyes. Quack, quack. Even the little eagle spirit beast joined in, also suspended, its wing pierced by an iron hook, bloodied and battered in the Shaolin Garden. Aside from Zhang Tao, 2 other Hongyue disciples, though at the second level of qi condensation, lacked the same robust aura as Zhang Tao and appeared to be recent initiates. Seeing Zhang Tao's ruthless actions, the 2 disciples rushed forward, urging him, "Senior brother, be mindful, don't actually kill him. We can't bear the consequences if the higher-ups find out. A useless fool, who would care?" Spitting contemptuously, Zhang Tao glared at Zhang Fengyan but ultimately relented. Though he stopped, his rage remained pent up. Turning his venomous gaze towards the little eagle, he bellowed, "You treat it like family. Today, I'll cook it right before your eyes. You too, prepare to slaughter this wretched bird." "Understood." The 2 disciples promptly rolled up their sleeves, drawing out gleaming daggers, eager to feast after a long night. The fading light in Zhang Fengyan's eyes flickered with a chilling glint, with every word he uttered. He spat blood. "Mm. Tiger Boy thrashed violently, his face stained with tears. Though the little eagle was a low-tier spirit beast, they had spent every day together, considering it family. Now, to witness its impending slaughter was like having their hearts carved out. Just as the 2 disciples were about to strike, the door to Shaolin Garden swung open, and a blood-soaked Ye Chen stepped in. "Elder, I've returned." Before he could finish, Ye Chen was struck silent, his eyes widening in horror at the scene before him. It was a gruesome tableau. Zhang Fengyan hung bloodied, Tiger Boy similarly injured, and even the low-tier spirit beast eagle impaled by an iron hook. "Oh, you really dare to return." Upon seeing Ye Chen, Zhang Tao leaped up, his eyes filled with hatred, grinning menacingly. "Zhang Tao," Ye Chen's voice was as cold as ice, his dark pupils suddenly glowing crimson as he strode forward. An overwhelming killing intent emanating from him, his expression more ferocious than Zhang Tao's. "Today, no one can save you." Chapter 12. Challenge at Diang Peak. Such audacity. Zhang Tao, enraged by Ye Chen's roar, charged at him like a ferocious beast. Recalling how Ye Chen had grievously injured him just days before, his expression twisted grotesquely. Clang! Once again, the Yang sword qi pierced the air, and Zhang Tao swung his arms like a man possessed. As the sword energy barreled toward him, Ye Chen did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward like a fierce tiger, allowing the sword energy to carve bloody gashes into his flesh. Compared to the torment endured by Zhang Fengyan and the others, this pain was nothing. Witnessing Ye Chen withstand his sword energy, Zhang Tao's expression shifted in alarm. Realizing Ye Chen was closing in, "You shall die." With a sudden roar, Ye Chen leaped forward, closing the distance to Zhang Tao in an instant. Clenching his fist, he refrained from using any true energy, relying solely on the explosive power of his body to deliver a solid blow to Zhang Tao's face. Poof! Zhang Tao spat blood, staggered back from Ye Chen's punch, his face distorted from the impact. Before he could regain his footing, Ye Chen kicked him, sending him sprawling, another mouthful of blood erupting from him. This. The 2 Hongyue disciples looked on in shock. An in-turn disciple at the second level of qi condensation had actually knocked down Zhang Tao without using any true energy, a feat that shattered their understanding. "Kill! Kill! Give me blood!" Zhang Tao's frenzied roars interrupted their astonishment, his hair disheveled as he summoned his followers. "All of you, attack together." Knowing Ye Chen was a formidable opponent, the 2 Hongyue disciples flanked him, each channeling their true energy, one condensing a palm blade, the other gathering a sword edge, employing the most fundamental techniques of qi control. However, to Ye Chen, they were nothing. "Get lost!" With a thunderous shout, Ye Chen unleashed a palm strike, sending the disciple on the left flying, bloodied upon impact. With a sudden pivot, Ye Chen leaped forward like a tiger, swiftly closing the distance to the disciple on his right. He effortlessly evaded the disciple's palm strike, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the shoulder bone, and followed it up with a punch that sent the disciple crashing to the ground. Having incapacitated 2 disciples, Ye Chen kicked Zhang Tao aside and hurriedly unleashed 4 streams of sword energy, breaking the chains that bound Zhang Fengyan and the others to grandfather. As soon as he was freed, Hua pounced beside Zhang Fengyan. "Senior, it's all my fault." While fervently channeling vital energy into Zhang Fengyan, Ye Chen spoke with a heavy heart, his eyes filled with guilt. If it weren't for him, perhaps Zhang Tao would not have descended into such madness. Little one, do not blame yourself. Zhang Fengyan, though gravely injured, was shielded by Ye Chen's vital energy, ensuring that his life was not in peril. Ye Chen vowed at that moment that he would never allow them to suffer harm again. After tirelessly working for 3 full hours, Ye Chen finally withdrew his vital energy. Zhang Fengyan would recover after a few days of rest, and Hua, having been nourished by the vital energy, was also in no grave danger. However, the little eagle spirit beast had not yet healed from its previous wounds, and with its wing pierced, it would likely require months of recuperation. Having settled them, Ye Chen's expression turned icy in an instant. We were wrong. We were wrong. One of the Hongyue disciples, now terrified, hastily pleaded for mercy. "To err is to pay the price," came the cold voice, resonating with the gravity of a decree. Ye Chen raised his foot and decisively crushed the disciple's dantian. "Why dantian? My cultivation." The disciple's anguished cries filled the air as he clutched his bleeding abdomen, cold sweat pouring from him. From this moment on, he was no longer a lofty immortal but a complete waste. Ye Chen advanced toward another disciple. "No, no, please." The terrified disciple crawled backward, yet he could not escape his fate with a scream. His dantian was also shattered, his entire cultivation obliterated. He, too, would no longer be an immortal, destined for a miserable existence, and unable to withstand the shock, he collapsed to the ground. Finally, Ye Chen slowly turned, his gaze landing on the blood-soaked Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was genuinely frightened. He had never anticipated Ye Chen would be so ruthless, truly crippling their cultivation. As a participant in this affair, he was fated to face dire consequences as well. "Do you know who my master is?" "My master is Gu Hong, the head of the Diyang Peak." "Do you dare harm me?" Zhang Tao roared, yet he seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Still trying to intimidate Ye Chen with his master's name, I said, "Today, no one can save you." The icy tone echoed with unyielding resolve as Ye Chen swiftly incapacitated Zhang Tao's dantian with a kick. Ah! Zhang Tao's screams were chilling, for at that moment, he was no longer the exalted immortal he once was, but would be shunned by his sect, facing a tragic life ahead. It was only now that he realized his regret for provoking Ye Chen, leading to this catastrophic outcome. The pain I inflict will be repaid 100-fold. Ye Chen's fury seemed unquenched as he retrieved 3 silver needles from his storage bag, plunging them into Zhang Tao's body. These needles, crafted from the poison of wood-eating insects by the hunchbacked elder, would not cause immediate death but would make the victim endure the torment of the poison. At this moment, it was perfectly suited for Zhang Tao. Ah! The poison spread through him, and Zhang Tao howled in agony, clawing at his own body as bloody gashes quickly appeared. "Let me go, I beg you." It was all Zhao Shixiang's doing. He wanted the Tianling curse and sent me here. "It's not my fault." Zhao Long, upon hearing this name, a cold glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Suddenly turning, he strode towards the exit, his aura thick with malice, an uncontainable killing intent surging within him. He intended to ascend the mountain and confront Zhao Long in battle, knowing that blood would inevitably stain the arena. "Even if I die, I will make you pay a painful price." Meanwhile, atop the Zhangyang Peak, Gu Hong was delivering teachings to the disciples of Diyang Peak, sharing insights on cultivation. "I am the path of cultivation. One must respect heaven and earth. They are the greatest. Qi is the essence of humanity, and cultivators should focus on refining Qi below." The disciples sat in rapt attention, taking to heart every word spoken by Gu Hong, wary of their stern and demanding master. Glancing down, Gu Hong stroked his beard lightly, reveling in the reverent gazes directed at him, feeling himself elevated above the masses. In this Diyang Peak, he was akin to heaven, the sovereign of all. "Zhao Long, I await you at the wind and cloud platform." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed up to Diyang Peak. "Who dares challenge Zhao Shixiang?" The scene erupted into chaos. Could it be a disciple from one of the other 2 main peaks? Whoever it may be is irrelevant. Zhao Long is about to break through to the 6th layer of Qi condensation and possesses secret techniques passed down by our mastermind, the Hongyue sect's outer gate. Who among the disciples could possibly defeat him, aside from the true disciples of the 3 main peaks? Meanwhile, Zhao Long, having risen, wore a mocking smile as he seemed to recognize the voice. "Longer. Do you know who is challenging you?" On the lectern, Gu Hong closed his eyes to meditate, his voice laced with disdain. Zhao Long was a disciple he had personally trained and one of his favorites. He held unwavering confidence in Zhao Long's abilities. Reporting to Master, it's an intern disciple named Ye Chen. Why Ye Chen? Gu Hong pondered, his brow furrowing slightly as memories of the Jiqing pavilion surfaced. Is he the one who is only 16 and has only reached the first layer of cultivation? Master knows him? Zhao Long was taken aback. He wished to join our Deyang Peak, but was rejected. We do not accept such waste, I see. Upon hearing Gu Hong's explanation, the disciples erupted in mockery. Their derisive laughter echoing, I see that Ye Chen wishes to attract our master's attention by this means, hoping to be accepted as a disciple. What a clever scheme, go on. Gu Hong again closed his eyes, casually remarking, a little punishment would be good. Don't be too harsh, lest others accuse our Deyang Peak of bullying. Chapter 13. A life on the line, what? The new intern disciple at the first layer of Qi condensation dares to challenge Zhao Long? That kid has some guts. The news of Ye Chen challenging Zhao Long spread like wildfire in the Hongyue sect's outer gate, causing a commotion among the disciples who had rushed out to bask in the essence of the sun and moon. From a distance, a fighting arena came into view, surrounded by a throng of disciples. This arena, known as the Wind and Cloud Platform, was dedicated to the disciples of Hongyue sect for sparring and settling personal grievances. Over the years, many had left the arena missing limbs due to fights that took place there. At this moment, Ye Chen stood tall on the Wind and Cloud Platform, his figure as straight as an arrow, unyielding amidst the shifting winds, like a monument that would never topple. Is that Ye Chen? Our Hongyue sect's newly inducted intern disciple. Below the platform, whispers filled the air, with many pointing at Ye Chen, their expressions rife with disdain upon noting his age and cultivation. I heard the heads of the three main peaks didn't want to take him in as a disciple, so he settled for being an intern. Could it be that he hopes to attract the attention of the three main peaks by challenging Zhao Long? Most likely. Unperturbed by the surrounding chatter, Ye Chen clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves, his body trembling with an uncontrollable killing intent. Zhao Long is here. The sound of the announcement, he turned sharply to the end of the crowd. There, a dozen disciples clad in ornate robes from Deyang Peak surrounded Zhao Long, all of them arrogant and domineering, causing the disciples present to part ways and give them a wide berth. Greetings, Zhao Long Shixiang. As they passed, the disciples on either side bowed and paid their respects, their words dripping with unspoken flattery. Zhao Long, exuding an air of authority, strolled with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor indifferent, making one wonder if he was truly a senior with profound cultivation. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Zhao Long reached the base of the Wind and Cloud Platform, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Chen. Why Ye Chen? You seek me out? Do you wish for death? Come up. In response to Zhao Long's derision, Ye Chen merely uttered those two words. What are you, that you dare speak to Zhao Shixiang like that? Before Zhao Long could respond, a disciple from Deyang Peak who had come to support him shouted angrily, do you really think Zhao Shixiang needs to dirty his hands with someone like you? As the disciple prepared to charge onto the platform, Zhao Long stopped him. Since he has challenged me, what harm is there in exchanging a few moves? Our Deyang Peak has always been fair, and we cannot break the rules of the Wind and Cloud Platform. With a languid tone, Zhao Long flicked his robe and gracefully leaped onto the platform, his ethereal movements prompting a chorus of gasps from the female disciples below. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Long again clasped his hands behind his back, relishing the admiration and awe directed at him, feeling as if he could ascend to the heavens. Buzz! Opposite him, Ye Chen unsheathed the Tianke, the massive sword slicing through the air with a resonant hum. Come on! His resolute voice echoed, signaling his readiness for battle. Do not rush. Casting a playful glance at Ye Chen, Zhao Long smirked. The Wind and Cloud Platform has always had stakes. Do you not wish to bet something with me? Ye Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he grasped Zhao Long's implication. He intended to win something from him. On the Wind and Cloud Platform, both parties could establish a wager, and the victor would claim all stakes. Whether they be spirit stones, elixirs, or martial arts techniques, anything conceivable could be gambled upon, so long as both agreed. Having participated in such duels at Zhengyang sect before, Ye Chen was well aware of the rules. What shall we wager? His tone remained flat, devoid of emotion. If you lose, you shall serve the victor as a servant for life. Zhao Long chuckled, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Such a wager was rather. The crowd below erupted into a commotion. Serving someone for life was akin to a life contract, and Ye Chen had indeed landed himself in a precarious situation. Why shitty? What do you think? Zhao Long inquired with feigned interest, tilting his chin high in provocation. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, a cold smile flickered across Ye Chen's lips. Since Zhao Shixiang wishes to wager, let us raise the stakes. Oh? Zhao Long raised an eyebrow, laughing mockingly, yet unaware of Ye Chen's intentions. I wager. Life. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Such enmity was immense. This was a fight to the death, while bloodshed on the wind and cloud platform was commonplace. A wager on life was unprecedented. It was unlikely anyone had foreseen Ye Chen's audacity. An intern disciple at the first layer of qi condensation challenging a disciple at the sixth layer was either madness or sheer folly. Opposite him, Zhao Long narrowed his eyes. He had believed his own wager was substantial, yet Ye Chen's audacity took him aback. Becoming a servant still allowed for survival, but betting one's life was no trifling matter. One misstep, and it could cost him everything. Boy, do you know what you were saying? Zhao Long's voice turned cold, filled with malice, as the stakes he had set now seemed to put him at a disadvantage. What? Are you scared? Scared? Zhao Long burst into laughter, but as he laughed, his expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice as he gazed at Ye Chen. I accept your wager. If you wish for death, then do not blame me. Before he could finish, Zhao Long propelled himself off the platform, a whirlwind charging toward Ye Chen, his vital energy surging forth as he unleashed a palm strike aimed at Ye Chen's crown. Buzz! Ye Chen swung his arm, the Tianke swinging to block. Bang! Zhao Long's palm struck the Tianke, creating a sound of metal clashing, causing the sword to hum and vibrate, while he himself was forced to retreat. His hands tingling from the impact. I truly underestimated you. Having been pushed back by a single move, Zhao Long's tone was icy. Underestimate me, and you shall die a miserable death. Ye Chen's voice was cold, infused with a deadly intent, as he swung his massive sword toward Zhao Long. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air was filled with resonating sounds, the heavy Tianke slicing through the atmosphere, causing those watching below to swallow hard. The weight of the sword was daunting, and a single blow would be devastating. Where did this kid find such strength? A disciple with discerning eyes noted that a first-layer qi condensation cultivator would have limited vital energy, and wielding the heavy Tianke would only drain his energy further, slowing his speed. Choosing the Tianke was indeed unwise. However, even if a first-layer cultivator could withstand 3 moves against Zhao Long, that was already impressive. Clang! A sharp sound interrupted the murmurs as, within mere exchanges, Ye Chen's Tianke was sent flying by Zhao Long. At this point, many sighed in disappointment and several left, realizing this battle held no suspense. Aside from the shocking wager, there was little of note to behold. I wonder what you have left to rely on. Zhao Long sneered, stepping forward and unleashing 3 blades of energy, following closely behind them, poised to strike Ye Chen decisively. Ye Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Without the burden of the Tianke, he felt much lighter, and the flow of blood within him surged, as if ready to ignite. Even his bones echoed with a popping sound. Fight! With a sudden roar, Ye Chen launched himself from the ground like a cannonball, evading the 3 blades as they approached, leaping high like a monkey, executing the monkey leap from the beast heart fury technique. Ye Chen easily dodged the 3 blades, catching Zhao Long off guard. Having closely pursued the blades, Zhao Long found it difficult to alter his stance as Ye Chen soared above him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Down you go! Ye Chen's cold shout echoed as he channeled all his strength and vital energy into his right leg, delivering a solid kick to Zhao Long's face. Chapter 14. Victory Bang. Zhao Long staggered from the blow to his face. The watching disciples' eyes widened in shock. The exchange had been so brief that they scarcely comprehended how Zhao Long had been struck. Ye Chen. You shall pay. Zhao Long's furious roar reverberated as he regained his footing, only for Ye Chen to charge at him once again. Kill. Zhao Long's expression twisted into a frightening snarl as he unleashed a palm strike. A burst of light emanating from his hand. Full of openings. Ye Chen scoffed, employing the tiger pounce from the beast heart fury to evade the strike, closing the distance to Zhao Long in an instant. To be within my reach is your misfortune. Ye Chen's voice sliced through the air as his blood surged forth. The suppressed power within him erupted, and he delivered a punch squarely to Zhao Long's chest. Puff! Zhao Long spat a mouthful of blood, realizing that Ye Chen's punch held far more power than he anticipated. You dare? What do I dare? Ye Chen offered no respite, pressing the attack with a ferocious onslaught. He resembled a ferocious beast descending from the mountain, his strikes executed with a bizarre and unpredictable finesse. At times he resembled a fierce tiger, at others a savage ape, then a majestic lion, and finally a cunning wolf. He employed every part of his body, his hands, feet, knees, and shoulders, transforming each joint into a formidable weapon. Zhao Long was gradually forced to retreat, his body marked by incessant prints of fists, palms, and feet. What kind of fighting style is this? The scene on stage left the disciples watching below utterly astonished. Ye Chen's approach completely shattered their preconceived notions. Where were the elegant arcane techniques? Where were the dazzling moves? Absent were all embellishments, as he relied solely on the most primal techniques of combat. Yet it was precisely these fundamental skills that caused Zhao Long to suffer repeatedly. Ah! The arena echoed with Zhao Long's roars. Just moments ago, he had been insufferably proud, boasting of his seniority, and now he found himself in such a dire predicament, confronted directly by an opponent whose cultivation was merely at the first level, while he himself stood at the sixth. With a howl that pierced the clamor below, Zhao Long unleashed a secret technique, his fists enveloped by an illusory wolf's head, accompanied by the sound of a wolf's howl. The Zonglong fist. The spectators' eyes sparkled with fervor. Having witnessed the prowess of Zhao Long's arcane techniques, they were astonished to learn that even the head of Diang Peak had imparted this secret technique to him. Die! Zhao Long's face contorted with malice as he swung his fist forward. Thunderclap palm. A cold shout rang out as Ye Chen again struck back with a forceful palm, lightning crackling between his fingers. The power both fierce and domineering. Bang! The clash of fist and palm resonated through the air. Poof! The sound of blood spattering followed as Zhao Long staggered backward. How is this possible? In his retreat, Zhao Long looked at Ye Chen with disbelief, acutely aware of the overwhelming force contained within Ye Chen's palm, a power that was undoubtedly on par with his own. The Zonglong fist was one of the few secret techniques of Diang Peak, renowned for its ferocity, through which he had defeated countless outer disciples. Yet now, he was being bested head-on by an intern disciple at the first level of cultivation, which he could hardly accept. Was he truly at the first level? At this moment, not only Zhao Long, but even the disciples watching from below experienced a fleeting moment of daze. This young man is incredibly peculiar. Whispers of astonishment rose from the crowd, their expressions a mixture of wonder and disbelief. What? Still fighting? Outside the throngs, groups of people rushed back, clearly those who had exited earlier, now drawn back by the realization that the outcome was still undecided. Upon witnessing the ferociousness of Ye Chen, they could only stare in astonishment. Yet, little did they know the depth of Ye Chen's foundation. In the past, during his time at Zhengyang sect, he had battled fierce beasts at the third level of cultivation and had sparred with human Yuan realm practitioners at the fourth level. His extensive experience had vastly enhanced his combat capabilities over Zhao Long. At this moment, Ye Chen possessed a vast reservoir of elixir energy, his true qi not inferior to Zhao Long's, and his powerful physique after body refinement surpassed Zhao Long's in every aspect. Combined with the ferocity of a beast's heart in close combat, it was clear that from the very beginning, this duel was destined to end in Zhao Long's utter defeat. The arena was filled with Zhao Long's furious roars, but no matter how enraged he became, he remained firmly suppressed by Ye Chen. It is over. With a mighty roar, Ye Chen stepped down, leaping high, the formidable Tianke raised above his head, striking with a decisive and unadorned stance reminiscent of the legendary splitting Mount Hua. The heavy Tianke reverberated as it struck the air. Seeing this, Zhao Long's expression changed drastically, hurriedly raising his golden sword to block, infusing it with surging true qi. Clang. Ye Chen's sword collided with the spirit sword. Bang! In an instant, Zhao Long, who had just been standing, was forced to kneel on the ground, the sound of his arm breaking audible. Poof! A mouthful of blood erupted from Zhao Long's mouth. Silence, an eerie stillness. Just moments ago, the arena had been alive with noise, and now only the sound of breathing remained, their expressions frozen in shock as they beheld the scene on stage. Zhao Long, at the fifth level of cultivation, was kneeling before an intern disciple at the first level, struck down by a single sword. You have lost. This is impossible. Zhao Long roared, his legs trembling as he attempted to rise, but was firmly held down by Ye Chen's grip on the sword. Your life can be ended here. Ye Chen's voice was cold as ice in response to Zhao Long. At this moment, All the spectators below awakened from their stupor. The stakes were their very lives. This Ye Chen cannot truly intend to kill Zhao Long, can he? That would be unthinkable. Zhao Long is the disciple of the head of Deyang Peak. If he were to strike down Zhao Long, he too would surely perish. However, judging by Ye Chen's demeanor, it seemed he intended to do just that. I am a disciple of Deyang Peak. Do you dare to kill me? Zhao Long, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, threw back his head and roared in a savage manner. What stakes? What life and death? In his eyes, it was all a joke. Even though he had lost, it did not mean he had to surrender his life. For he had a powerful backing. This was his leverage for underhanded tactics. If you dare to kill Senior Zhao, Master will not spare you. The disciples of Zhengyang, who had come to assist, began to shout, their voices rising in a chorus, yet none dared to approach, cowed by Ye Chen's strength. The wager was made first. He must decide why Ye Chen's voice was cold and unyielding. This junior brother, it is merely a sparring match. One should show mercy where one can. A distant voice interrupted, and from the crowd emerged a female disciple who cast a glance at Ye Chen. This female disciple was breathtakingly beautiful. Her bright eyes clear as water, her long hair flowing like rippling waves, clad in white robes that fluttered like a blossoming lotus. The male disciples present were captivated, their eyes ablaze with admiration. It was Su Xinyue of Renyang Peak. She had arrived, though previously unnoticed. Ye Chen turned his gaze towards Su Xinyue and addressed her. If I, Ye Chen, had been the one to lose just now, would you have spoken in the same manner? You harbor too much killing intent. You shall not achieve your goals. Su Xinyue's expression remained indifferent, yet she held herself with an air of superiority, her words implicitly declaring her judgment on Ye Chen's future path. Does your senior sister imply that I should spare him? A cold smile graced Ye Chen's lips, yet the suppressed fury within him did not erupt. This anger stemmed not only from Zhao Long's cruelty towards Zhang Fenyan and the others, but also from Su Xinyue, for her demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to Ji Ningxuang, both embodying an aloof and seemingly compassionate facade. I wish for you to return to the right path. Do not be do you have family? Ye Chen interrupted Su Xinyue's words directly, his bloodshot eyes fixated on her as if questioning. Her speech halted, and Su Xinyue furrowed her brow, bewildered as to why Ye Chen would pose such a question. If I were to hang your loved ones and beat them for an entire day and night, would you kill me? Ye Chen's tone was interrogative, his cold laughter directed at Su Xinyue. If you would, then spare me the pretense of compassion for all living beings. You. Being publicly rebuked like this caused a layer of frost to envelop Su Xinyue's cheeks. At this moment, even her indifference could not suppress the rapid rise and fall of her chest. She was the disciple of the head of Renyang Peak, a prized jewel of Hongyue's sect, and had never endured such a reprimand, especially from someone at the first level of cultivation. On the stage, Ye Chen had already withdrawn his gaze, raising his hand infused with true qi. If this palm were to strike down, Zhao Long would surely perish. Yet at that moment, a powerful aura surged forth, manifesting as a figure holding a whisk upon the battlefield. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Gu Hong, the head of Deyang Peak. Chapter 15. Open Provocation Master. Upon seeing Gu Hong, the disciples of Deyang Peak below rejoiced, hastily prostrating themselves on the ground. We greet Master Gu. The disciples present bowed, while internally they mourned for Ye Chen. Gu Hong was infamous for holding grudges, and should he take offense, the consequences would be dire. Master, save me, save me. Ye Chen has gone mad. He intends to kill me. Zhao Long, who had been suppressed beneath Ye Chen's tianke, initially wore a sinister smile but quickly turned to Gu Hong, pleading for salvation. Yes, Master. This Ye Chen harbors too much killing intent. He should be severely punished by the Law Enforcement Hall. The disciples of Deyang Peak began to stir once more. How could someone so young harbor such vile thoughts? You must take a stand for Senior Zhao. Quiet. Gu Hong's voice boomed, his countenance as dark as thunder, for one of his personally trained disciples had been defeated by an intern disciple at the first level of cultivation. His position as head was left utterly humiliated. However, upon considering Ye Chen, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Defeating Zhao Long indicated that Ye Chen was far from simple. Upon hearing the disciples' reports, even Gu Hong, with all his composure, could not help but be astonished. The Ye Chen he had dismissed with disdain had demonstrated such strength. Ultimately, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he accepted Ye Chen back then, this farcical loss of face could have been avoided. Ye Chen, Lower your sword. Gu Hong stroked his beard, his voice imbued with an inexorable authority, akin to a decree or command. I have witnessed your strength. You may become my disciple, Gu Hong. Master, warehouse, what is happening? Below, voices of astonishment erupted. Master Gu wishes to accept Ye Chen as a disciple. This is the first time I've seen him so proactive, of course. Ye Chen had made such a commotion precisely to attract Master Ji's attention. His goal was to join Deyang Peak, and now he had achieved that. In response to Gu Hong's declaration, a cold smile crept upon Ye Chen's lips, yet he did not lower his sword. Thank you for your kindness, head, but I have no intention of becoming a disciple of Deyang Peak. The crowd erupted in shock. Who exactly was Gu Hong? He was the head of one of the three main peaks of Honghu sect, a figure for whom countless disciples would vie to acknowledge as their master. To have his invitation rejected by an intern disciple at the first level of cultivation was unprecedented. This unprecedented event had ended in a refusal. What did you say? Gu Hong's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold fury flashing through them as his expression darkened further, a powerful aura emanating from him. What is this? This is a blatant slap in the face. Today, he had already lost face, and yet in an effort to woo talent, he had lowered himself to extend an invitation to Ye Chen, only to suffer yet another humiliation. For him, this was becoming the greatest joke of Honghu sect. I said, I do not intend to become a disciple of Zhangyang Peak. Blood trickled from the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, yet he remained composed and unyielding. A good horse does not turn back. This is simply his nature. Having been cruelly overlooked in the past, he would not now be treated like a mere wallflower, swayed by the whims of others. Good, very good. The roar of laughter was thunderous, but it sent chills down the spines of those present, as everyone could sense the fury behind his laughter. It is over. Ye Chen will face dire consequences. Ji Hong was known for his vengeful nature, and Ye Chen would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position henceforth. He was asking for trouble, believing himself to be someone significant. Release him. A thunderous shout rang out as Gu Hong glared at Ye Chen, a powerful aura once more causing Ye Chen to cough up blood. Apologies, I cannot release him. The wager was made first, and he must die today. Ye Chen swayed slightly but steadied himself, a dagger now poised at Zhao Long's throat. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed from below. What is happening? Is he daring to challenge Gu Hong's limits? This is an extraordinary display of audacity. First, he defeated Zhao Long, shaming Gu Hong. Then he rejected the invitation, further humiliating him. And now he refuses to release Zhao Long. This is a blatant affront to Gu Hong before all the disciples. You wretched creature, seeking death. Gu Hong roared, his robes billowing in the wind as he raised his hand, preparing to strike down. Yet Ye Chen was already prepared, retreating with Zhao Long 10 paces back. Head, I am a human, not a beast. Halting his movements, Ye Chen stared directly at Gu Hong, his words resonating with conviction. Moreover, he had drawn blood from Zhao Long's neck, making his intentions clear. Should Gu Hong move, he would end Zhao Long's life. This scene caused the hearts of all the disciples below to leap to their throats. Ye Chen's audacity was extraordinary, openly provoking the head of a peak. You dare to threaten me? Gu Hong's gaze bore into Ye Chen, his voice chilling to the bone. You exaggerate, head. Ye Chen chuckled coldly, stating, I have said it before. The wager was made first, and he must die. If you wish to take him away, that is acceptable, but it depends on how much sincerity you can offer. I have already taken a step back. Should you insist on killing me, I will have no choice but to perish alongside your disciple. As he spoke, Ye Chen drew another line across Zhao Long's neck. He was all in. The path to wealth and honor is fraught with danger. He did not truly wish to kill Zhao Long, nor did he desire death. Yet since he had already made an enemy of Deyang Peak, he might as well make it count. He could spare Zhao Long's life, but not without recompense. However, if Gu Hong truly intended to strike him down, Ye Chen was prepared to die, taking Zhao Long with him. Ultimately, he was gambling. If he won, he would gain greatly. If he lost, he would have no burial place. At this moment, the atmosphere was terrifyingly silent, the only sound being the frantic beating of hearts. Master, Master, save me, save me. Zhao Long's desperate cries shattered the stillness. He was genuinely terrified, having felt Ye Chen's murderous intent. If Gu Hong were to strike, he might indeed meet his end at Ye Chen's hands. Head, what do you think? Ye Chen observed Gu Hong with a smile, reminding him of the prior wager. You wouldn't truly intend to kill me before so many witnesses, would you? You are the head of a peak. Do not let the desire to kill this inconsequential and turned disciple jeopardize your promising future. Moreover, Xiaolong is your carefully cultivated disciple. To let him perish alongside me would be a significant loss, Ye Chen. Do you understand what your actions today signify? Gu Hong's voice was icy, his expression turning frightfully grim. I certainly do, yet I do not care. Then I shall send you on your way, earlied. Ji Hong's demeanor shifted abruptly, taking large strides forward, truly intent on killing. Ye Chen's gaze sharpened, realizing he might have lost this gamble. But just then, a ghostly voice emerged from deep within a grand hall, resounding, Gu Hong, the slaughter of sect disciples is a grave sin. Do you wish to challenge the rules of Hongyue's sect? Strangely enough, this proclamation indeed caused Gu Hong to halt, for it was the voice of Dao Jie, the head of the law enforcement hall. With a grim face, Gu Hong turned towards the source, coldly retorting, Dao Jie, did he not first harm my disciple? Do you expect me to watch my disciple be killed? Or are you intentionally shielding Ye Chen? Shielding? A distant laugh echoed back. They gambled on the wind and cloud platform, agreeing to life and death stakes. This was a matter they had all consented to beforehand. How can you claim Ye Chen has slaughtered your disciple? And how can you say I am shielding him? Besides, Ye Chen has already taken a step back. If you present your sincerity, you may save your disciple. Why resort to killing? Losing is losing. One must learn to accept defeat. At this point, the voice paused momentarily, its tone growing colder. If one cannot accept defeat and resorts to murder, do you take me for a fool? Gu Hong was momentarily at a loss for words, nearly choking on his own fury. This was indeed the truth. The wager was made first. He had no authority to intervene. It was merely unfortunate that his precious disciple had gambled too greatly, and he had been overly confident in his own teachings. Furthermore, after being chastised by that distant voice, Gu Hong regained a measure of calm. He knew that should he strike now, within an hour, he too would follow Ye Chen to the grave. Moreover, he had invested far too much effort into cultivating Xiaolong. To lose him in this manner would be a grave miscalculation. After much contemplation, Gu Hong forcibly suppressed his anger, masking his fierce expression as he withdrew a storage bag from his sleeve, tossing it into the air towards Ye Chen. Seeing the storage bag approaching, Ye Chen did not reach out to catch it, but instead raised his sword to block, sensing a terrifying force emanating from the bag. Should he recklessly attempt to catch it, he would surely be gravely injured. Cunning and treacherous, Ye Chen cursed under his breath. Bang! The storage bag collided with the heavenly threshold, producing a sound of metallic clashing. Despite this, Ye Chen was still jolted back, spitting blood. You shall pay a heavy price for your actions today. Ye Hong arrived like a gust of wind, and just as swiftly departed, taking Xiaolong with him, leaving only that chilling voice lingering in the sky. Chapter 16. The invitation of two peaks. I await your arrival. He listened to Gu Hong's icy threat upon his departure. A faint, cold smile crept onto Ye Chen's lips. The stormy confrontation had concluded. What was initially thought to be a foregone conclusion turned out to be an extraordinary spectacle. The interned disciple made a remarkable comeback, not only defeating the disciple of the Earth-Yang Peak sect leader, but also openly challenging Gu Hong, bringing disgrace upon the entire Earth-Yang Peak. This battle had firmly established Ye Chen's prominence within Hongyue's sect, ensuring he would become a topic of conversation in everyday life. Did you not witness it? Xiaolong was nearly slain by a single strike from Ye Chen. The sect leader of Earth-Yang Peak was furious enough to commit murder on the spot. You should have seen the fury etched upon his aged face. This defies logic. At Tianyang Peak, Elder Zhong lounged in his chair, and upon hearing the reports from his disciples, he sat up, his plump face showing signs of astonishment. Xiaolong lost? Meanwhile, in Renyang Peak, the meditating master Qingyang opened his eyes in surprise after hearing Su Xinyue's report. The outcome was beyond his expectations. Compared to the uproar at Tianyang and Renyang Peaks, Gu Hong's booming voice of anger had already spread throughout the entire mountain. Useless, all of you are useless. With a darkened expression, Gu Hong could no longer suppress his rage, bellowing, You have brought disgrace upon Earth-Yang Peak. Below, the disciples of Earth-Yang Peak lay prostrate, not daring to breathe a word upon witnessing Gu Hong's fury. At this moment, the one who had sparked this minor commotion, Ye Chen, was quietly hiding in the thicket of the back mountain, counting his spoils. The so-called spoils were naturally the storage bag given to him by Gu Hong. Inside the bag were piles of glistening stones, spiritual stones, the universal currency for cultivators, sealed with abundant spiritual energy, useful for both purchasing items and cultivation. 500 spiritual stones. He counted the quantity of spiritual stones in the storage bag. Ye Chen felt a tinge of astonishment, internally marveling at Gu Hong's generosity. It is worth noting that within the outer sect of Hong sect, each disciple could only receive 20 spiritual stones per month. Thus, 500 spiritual stones constituted a considerable fortune for Ye Chen. Crack, gently crushing a spiritual stone, Ye Chen greedily inhaled the pure spiritual energy that flowed forth, replenishing the energy expended during battle. After absorbing the pure spiritual energy from over 10 spiritual stones, Ye Chen finally stowed the storage bag away but wore a contemplative expression. On Fengyun platform, he had thoroughly provoked Gu Hong. Although he had not been at Hong sect for long, he had heard much about Gu Hong's character. He was known to be vengeful. It seemed the days ahead would not be easy. Gently rubbing his forehead, Ye Chen felt a slight headache. As the sun set in the west, he quietly emerged from the back mountain and returned to the small spiritual garden. Zhang Finian and Hua had nearly recovered from their injuries, but the spirit beast named Xiao Ying was not faring well. Soon, a large iron pot was set up, a roaring fire blazing beneath it, as Ye Chen stewed the blood wolf he had hunted. The enticing aroma wafting throughout the small spiritual garden. I haven't seen so much meat in ages. Hua wiped his drool more than once, glancing at the iron pot while gleefully exclaiming, "Xiao Ying, you can have a hearty meal today. Little one, today you." Zhang Finian looked towards Ye Chen, hesitating to speak. "I have nothing to worry about today." With a carefree smile, Ye Chen continually added ingredients to the iron pot, refraining from mentioning anything about the events on Fengyun platform, as long as there is nothing. Zhang Finian smiled gently, though deep concern lingered in his eyes. The uproar surrounding Ye Chen's battle with Zhao Long had become widely known. He had heard some whispers and was somewhat surprised, yet a warm current flowed within him, realizing that the person he had saved was willing to stand up for him, openly challenging Gu Hong's authority. Thinking of this, Zhang Finian felt a twinge of sadness. He had once been an elder of Hong sect, but since his demotion, his situation had been utterly miserable. His former peers looked down on him, and even junior disciples frequently sought to trouble him. Compared to his peers and those ungrateful junior disciples, Ye Chen stood in stark contrast before him. "Come on, let's eat." Ye Chen, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Finian's changing expression, had already ladled out the stewed wolf meat. "I can hardly wait." "Xiao Ying, this piece is for you. Eat well to replenish your strength." During the sumptuous dinner, they ate heartily, the blood wolf being a demon beast, its body filled with treasures. Used for stewing, it was a potent nourishment for their cultivation, especially for Zhang Finian and Hua, who felt a surge of warmth coursing through them after eating. The night in the small spiritual garden was far from peaceful. Midway through dinner, a striking guest arrived. The newcomer was a female disciple clad in flowing white robes, bathed in moonlight, flawless and radiant. Her face always adorned with an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Xinyue, who had observed the battle on Fengyun platform earlier that day. "Oh, senior sister Su, what wind has blown you here?" Ye Chen did not look at Su Xinyue, casually picking up a piece of wolf meat, his tone nonchalant. Ye Chen's indifferent response, Su Xinyue's expression darkened slightly, but she took a deep breath, refraining from losing her temper on the spot. "My master invites you to join the Ranyang Peak." Su Xinyue spoke coldly as she tossed a letter over, stating that if he agreed, he could come to Ranyang Peak the following day. Although Su Xinyue's words were calm and collected, she was suppressing a surge of frustration within. Who was she? She was a flower of the outer sect of Hong sect, the closed-door disciple of the sect leader of Ranyang Peak. Yet today, she had been publicly lectured by Ye Chen on Fengyun platform, and now Master Qingyang had sent her to relay the message. The invitation from Ranyang Peak truly takes me by surprise. Having delivered her message, Su Xinyue wished to leave, leaving the letter behind as she turned to depart. Just as she was about to exit the small spiritual garden, she paused momentarily, casting a glance at Ye Chen, who was still voraciously devouring his meal. "Do not think that having defeated Zhao Long makes you invincible. You must understand that within Hong sect, numerous disciples can extinguish you. With a heavy heart, you shall find it difficult to achieve your goals." After her warning, Su Xinyue vanished like a gentle breeze at the entrance. Her departure did not alter Ye Chen's demeanor in the slightest. He continued to devour the wolf meat with fervor. Little one, Renyang Peak is one of the 3 major peaks of the outer sect. You should consider it. Do not jeopardize your future. Endure for now, and it will pass. Zhang Finian spoke kindly, genuinely concerned for Ye Chen's well-being. Senior, I understand. Why? Ye Chen chuckled, wiping the grease from his mouth. Before long, the door of the small spiritual garden swung open once more, this time revealing a dapper disciple clad in white, who had reached the 6th level of qi condensation. Despite only being 1 level apart, he was far superior to Zhao Long. This person was none other than Wei Yang, the closed-door disciple of the sect leader of Tianyang Peak. So, you are the one who defeated Zhao Long? Wei Yang sauntered in, lightly flicking his fan, casting a teasing glance at Ye Chen while sizing up Zhang Finian. Well, Ye Chen had initially thought Wei Yang would be as courteous as he appeared, but upon hearing those words, his impression of Wei Yang diminished significantly. He seemed polished, yet beneath the surface, he was no different from those hypocrites. I was unaware of my senior's late-night visit. May I inquire about the purpose? Ye Chen's tone remained indifferent. He had never been keen to engage with such individuals. It's nothing significant, merely conveying a message from my master. My master has stated that you may become a disciple of Tianyang Peak. Wei Yang's lips curled into a smile, lightly waving his fan, yet he held his chin high, exuding an air of superiority. Ye Chen casually responded, burying his head in the wolf meat. Ye Chen's nonchalant demeanor did not provoke anger in Wei Yang. Instead, he merely chuckled in amusement and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to exit, he cast a sidelong glance at Ye Chen, declaring, "You have already provoked Earthyang Peak without knowing your own strength. Do not be ungrateful. You must understand that in the eyes of Tianyang Peak, you are nothing." With that, Wei Yang lightly waved his fan and stepped out. After Wei Yang's departure, Ye Chen finally set down his bowl and chopsticks. Little one, you. Zhang Finian attempted to say something, but Ye Chen interrupted him. Senior, I know what you wish to convey. Ye Chen wiped the grease from his mouth, smiling as he said, I too wish for a powerful ally, but as you have seen, they look down upon me from the very core. If I were to shamelessly seek to be their disciple, would that not be self-deprecating? Sigh. Zhang Finian fell silent, exhaling a breath of resignation. I see the affairs of the sect quite clearly. Ye Chen smiled lightly, continuing, this is a world that reveres the strong, fraught with peril. Although I am but an intern disciple, I would rather not join the 3 major peaks. Do your best, but do not tire yourself. Senior's guidance has been etched into my heart. Chapter 17. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. In the dead of night, Ye Chen stealthily slipped out of the small spiritual garden once more. Seeking a verdant thicket, he settled cross-legged upon a large boulder. Crack, crack, soon. The sound of bones clashing echoed. 3 hours of arduous physical training left him exhausted and drenched in sweat, yet he gradually adapted to the searing pain coursing through his body. The benefits of body training were evident. Ye Chen deeply felt that with each cycle of the Burning Heaven secret method, his physical body became more refined, and the latent power within his muscles thrilled him. Exhausted, Ye Chen basked in the starlight and moonlight, inhaling the pure spiritual energy of the mountains. An hour later, he finally leaped down from the boulder. The next phase of his training involved close-quarters combat with the Beast Heart Fury, utilizing his powerful physique to enhance his attack strength. By the time Ye Chen had calmed his breath, the eastern sky was already tinged with a hint of crimson. The morning's spiritual energy was rich, the essence of the sun and moon converging, making it exceptionally pure. When Ye Chen ascended Hangyue's sect's spiritual mountain, many disciples had already emerged from their dwellings. Ye Chen. Upon spotting Ye Chen sitting on the stone and absorbing spiritual energy, the other disciples cast him curious glances. That moment, far too many dared no longer underestimate this intern disciple who had recently joined. Yesterday's battle had solidified his reputation, openly challenging the sect leader of Earthyang Peak, showcasing his unyielding nature against forceful tactics. This fellow has gained fame through battle, yet the days ahead may not be easy. In hushed tones, numerous disciples whispered among themselves, gesturing towards Ye Chen. Who is Gu Hong? Would he let this slide easily? I heard that Gu Hong has summoned a true disciple from seclusion, vowing to cripple Ye Chen. Is that so? Then we have a good show ahead. The whispers echoed around him. Ye Chen walked past with his sword slung over his shoulder. However, With his keen hearing, he effortlessly caught snippets of useful information. True disciple, a glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. He realized the days ahead would be anything but tranquil. Though he had not been at Hung Yue's sect for long, he had heard plenty about Gu Hong's character, vengeful and unscrupulous, both traits defining Gu Hong's nature, ensuring a tempest of retaliation loomed ahead. It seems I must hasten to strengthen my abilities. Muttering to himself, Ye Chen quickened his pace. After making several turns, he paused in front of a grand pavilion. The pavilion was immense, spanning tens of thousands of square feet, its imposing presence a symbol of grandeur, with a plaque hanging at its entrance, 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was essentially a shop for Hung Yue's sect, offering a wide array of items: spiritual herbs, elixirs, spiritual fruits, spiritual jade, profound techniques, and spiritual weapons. Everything a cultivator might need. In addition to these, there were many peculiar items rumored to be treasures, though their authenticity remained uncertain. Disciples of Hung Yue's sect could use spiritual stones to purchase items here, and they could also bring their own items to sell. In the former Xinjiang sect, similar shops thrived with business. I wonder if the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion has any treasures. Ye Chen murmured softly to himself as he stepped inside. At the helm of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was a rotund old man named Pang Dahai, distinguished by his plump physique and round face. Unlike Zhou De Fu of the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, this fellow had bright, round eyes that sparkled with keen awareness. Anyone attempting to steal from him would not escape his discerning gaze. "Greetings, Elder." Ye Chen entered, respectfully bowing. Feel free to browse." Pang Dahai's chest was bare, resembling a Maitreya Buddha, his eyes gleaming with light. "Warning, little lad, do not attempt to steal anything. A disciple would never dare." Ye Chen chuckled as he ventured deeper into the pavilion. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was vast, and the fragrance of spiritual herbs and fruits permeated the air. A quick glance revealed numerous extraordinary treasures, causing Ye Chen's eyes to shine brightly. Fire lotus. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at a lotus flower seemingly ablaze, exuding a potent fire attribute aura, with rich spiritual energy swirling around it, containing pure spiritual essence. Licking his lips, Ye Chen glanced at the price tag, only to swallow hard. 500 spiritual stones. Ye Chen shook his head, unwilling to linger, for although he possessed spiritual stones, he only had just over 1,000. Despite his remarkable spiritual power, he hesitated to make such a purchase. After taking a few steps, Ye Chen found himself irresistibly drawn to more treasures. Human origin grass, Bai Yang flower, purple vine ginseng. Each vibrant spiritual herb made Ye Chen's mouth water. If he could consume and refine them all, his cultivation would undoubtedly soar. However, the prices. Shaking his head helplessly, Ye Chen could not bear to look at the price tags any longer. The more he looked, the more painful it became. He had initially thought that possessing a little over 1,000 spiritual stones was a small fortune, but now it seemed he had vastly underestimated their value. In the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, his meager amount was hardly significant. For nearly an hour, Ye Chen wandered around the pavilion. He completely disregarded the section dedicated to spiritual weapons. With the heavenly threshold in hand, he found no other spiritual weapon worth his attention. Arriving at the area of techniques and profound arts, Ye Chen greedily picked up ancient scrolls, yet he was disappointed to find that they only contained the most basic qi manipulation techniques, which were of little relevance to him. Jade Spirit Liquid. In a corner of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, Ye Chen picked up a tattered ancient scroll, on which 4 large characters were inscribed: Jade Spirit Ancient Scroll. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him as he opened the first page, revealing the method for refining Jade Spirit Liquid. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion even sells this. Ye Chen was astonished. The primary reason for his surprise was that Jade Spirit Liquid, much like spiritual stones, not only contained spiritual energy but could also be used as currency, an essential item for disciples of Hung Yue's sect in their daily cultivation. For as long as he could remember, Jade Spirit Liquid had been monopolized and uniformly distributed by the sect. Ye Chen had presumed that the method for refining Jade Spirit Liquid would never be disclosed. Yet here it was, neatly displayed. Did they not fear disciples would learn to replicate it? Scratching his head, Ye Chen stole a glance at the price of the Jade Spirit Liquid, utterly flabbergasted. Is this a joke? The method for refining Jade Spirit Liquid is so precious, yet it is priced at only 20 spiritual stones. Ye Chen once again turned his attention to the ancient scroll in his hand. Inexplicably suspecting that this jade spirit ancient scroll was a counterfeit. At that moment, Pang Dahai, waddling over, noticed Ye Chen staring blankly at the jade spirit ancient scroll and inquired curiously, "Little lad, are you interested in the jade spirit ancient scroll?" Ye Chen snapped out of his reverie, scratching his head as he smiled and asked, "Elder, is the price of the jade spirit ancient scroll misprinted? How could that be? Then this method for refining jade spirit liquid is indeed worth only 20 spiritual stones? The value of this ancient scroll is indeed high, but it is of no use to ordinary cultivators. And why is that? The refinement of the jade spirit liquid necessitates the flames born from the very essence of heaven and earth, at the very least requiring the earth's fire. For ordinary cultivators, it holds little significance, as they lack access to such elemental forces. Pang Dahai scratched his ear and remarked, "In our Hung sect, we possess only one source of earth fire, sealed within the spirit pill pavilion, which that old immortal Su Fu cherishes like a treasure. His spirit pill pavilion outshines my Wanbao pavilion in profits." "Earth fire?" Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he softly inquired, "Can it be refined using true fire?" Chapter 18. Can it be cheaper? Upon hearing this, Pang Dahai turned his head, his bright eyes regarding Ye Chen as if he were simple-minded. Just a glance was enough for Ye Chen to understand, prompting an awkward chuckle as he scratched his head, realizing the folly of his question. Both earth fire and true fire are flames born from the essence of nature. Yet in terms of hierarchy, they exist in entirely different realms. Earth fire can refine the jade spirit liquid, let alone the more potent true fire. "Elder, I shall take this ancient scroll on jade spirit." With that, Ye Chen tucked the scroll into his robe and produced 20 spirit stones. "You may continue to peruse, but do not pilfer." Accepting the spirit stones, Pang Dahai turned and departed. Once Pang Dahai left, Ye Chen felt a rush of excitement. He possessed true fire, qualifying him to refine the jade spirit liquid. With careful comprehension of the refining techniques, he was certain he could produce the liquid. In an instant, he envisioned bottles of the jade spirit liquid shimmering before him, in high spirits. Ye Chen was about to turn when he felt a slight tremor from the true fire within him. A treasure. This thought flashed through Ye Chen's mind. Previously, when he acquired the spirit artifact, his true fire had also quivered, leading him to choose the Tianke and, upon recognizing its mastery, gain access to the secret techniques of barbaric body refinement. Since then, he had suspected that the extraordinary true fire within him possessed the ability to identify treasures. If it caught your attention, that treasure must be extraordinary. Ye Chen patted his abdomen, his gaze sharp as he scanned every item on the shelves until a purple gold gourd caught his eye, causing the true fire to tremble fiercely. "It must be you." Having locked onto the treasure, Ye Chen strode over and grasped the small gourd in his hand. The gourd was merely the size of an adult's palm, exhibiting a purple gold hue, somewhat worn, with several incomprehensible runes etched onto its surface, devoid of any remarkable features. Yet, Ye Chen understood that true treasures should not be judged by appearances. After all, did his Tianke not also seem unimpressive? Yet it concealed a formidable body refinement secret. Pop! Gently removing the gourd stopper, Ye Chen closed one eye and peered inside, only to be astonished to find it contained a vast space of its own, ample enough to hold several barrels of water without issue. Is it because of its spacious interior that you desire it? Ye Chen glanced at the true fire in his dantian, which seemed to possess a sentient quality. Quivering slightly, "Did I trust you?" Without hesitation, Ye Chen gazed at the price labeled beneath the gourd, and his lips involuntarily twitched. "Goodness, 1,300 spirit stones. I can't possibly afford that." He clicked his tongue in disbelief, though the true fire continued to quiver insistently. "Little fellow, you fancy this small gourd?" Pang Dahai appeared behind Ye Chen without a sound, startling him. Ye Chen chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Elder Pang, could you possibly lower the price on this gourd?" "That's not feasible. This purple gold gourd possesses a spatial interior. 1,300 spirit stones is already quite a bargain, I see." Ye Chen's expression fell. Noticing Ye Chen's evident discomfort, Pang Dahai inquired, "How many spirit stones do you possess?" 1,001. "You're short by 200. Would you consider offering something else to make up the difference?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen cleared his throat and edged closer to Pang Dahai, then retrieved a small black bottle from his storage pouch. "What is this?" Pang Dahai took the bottle, uncorked it, and cautiously sniffed. Instantly, he was choked, hastily replacing the stopper. You little rascal, what is this poison? I found it. Ye Chen touched his nose, knowing he had acquired the black bottle from the hunchbacked elder. It was undoubtedly a high-grade poison, but he had little else to offer, so he had to use this bloodthirsty pill as collateral. You found it? Are you trying to deceive me? Then this bloodthirsty pill is all I have. Ye Chen raised his hands in surrender. If the elder deems it acceptable, let it offset the 200 spirit stone difference. At such a young age, indulging in such dubious practices, Pang Dehai adopted a tone of admonishment, yet he willingly tucked the black bottle into his robe. The bloodthirsty pill is far too toxic. It's better off with me. I'll reluctantly sell you the purple gold gourd. Hearing this, even Ye Chen's composure faltered, realizing Pang Dehai's cunning nature, clearly wanting the item yet pretending otherwise, making it seem as though he had struck a great bargain. Though he inwardly cursed, Ye Chen still handed over 1,100 spirit stones. The purple gold gourd is yours. Thank you, elder. Ye Chen swiftly stowed the gourd in his robe and hurriedly exited the Wanbao pavilion, fearing Pang Dehai might change his mind and seize it back. After Ye Chen departed, Pang Dehai retrieved the small black bottle once more, the bloodthirsty pill from the bloodthirsty hall. What a windfall! He chuckled gleefully, clutching the bottle. Returning to the small hill, Ye Chen sat cross-legged beneath a stone and took out the purple gold gourd. He pricked his finger with a dagger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto it, which was promptly absorbed. However, Ye Chen's anticipation for the secret techniques hidden within the gourd was met with disappointment, as there appeared to be no extraordinary insights concealed within 1,300 spirit stones. Gripping the purple gold gourd, Ye Chen clicked his tongue, recalling the substantial expenditure, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He had initially intended to purchase several bottles of spirit liquid, but now he had invested all his resources into this one item. Sighing, he shook his head and tucked the gourd back into his storage pouch. Yet he failed to notice that, at the moment the purple gold gourd was stowed away, a faint purple glow flickered across its surface, an occurrence entirely unnoticed by Ye Chen. After securing the purple gold gourd, Ye Chen pulled out the ancient scroll on Jade Spirit and studied it intently. Having never ventured into the realm of alchemy before, he dedicated 9 full hours to comprehensively understanding the refining techniques until he had mastered the method for creating the Jade Spirit liquid. The process of refining the Jade Spirit liquid was not overly complicated. It required a dozen different spirit herbs, but Ye Chen felt relieved to discover that these herbs were not particularly difficult to find. By the time the sun began to set, he glanced at the sky and sprang into action, heading towards the back mountain of Hongyue's sect. Although the spiritual energy density was slightly weaker at the back mountain compared to the spirit-rich peaks, it was still a prime location for cultivating spirit herbs, and many disciples from Hongyue's sect often came to gather them. Following the instructions outlined in the ancient scroll, Ye Chen navigated through the lush foliage, collecting every spirit herb he encountered. Within an hour, he had nearly gathered all the required herbs, save for the elusive snow jade orchid. Counting the herbs he had collected, Ye Chen realized that the only one missing was the snow jade orchid. Unlike the other spirit herbs, this one was particularly rare. Surely it couldn't be absent from this place. Muttering to himself, Ye Chen plunged back into the thicket. His luck held, as he soon discovered a snow jade orchid. This spirit herb had a gentle nature, exuding spiritual energy, its pure white petals resembling snow, and it felt cool to the touch. Having acquired a snow jade orchid, Ye Chen did not leave just yet. Knowing the likelihood of failure during his first attempt at refining the jade spirit liquid was high, he resolved to gather a few more. Before long, a second snow jade orchid came into view. What splendid fortune! Ye Chen chuckled, stepping onto a rock and leaping forward to pluck the orchid. However, just as he landed, an unsettling voice interrupted him. That snow jade orchid belongs to me, as the words fell. A graceful figure emerged from the flowers, illuminated by the moonlight, appearing as radiant as a lotus blossom. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Xinyue from the Sun Yang Peak. Chapter 19. Refining the Jade Spirit Liquid. Senior Sister Su. What a coincidence! Upon recognizing Su Xinyue, Ye Chen uttered nonchalantly, "Hand over the snow jade orchid. This one is mine. If Senior Sister desires it, she can find her own." Ye Chen, scratching his ear, instinctively tucked the snow jade orchid into his robe. How audacious, to snatch another's spirit herb so brazenly. Su Xinyue immediately launched an attack, her delicate hand radiating white light as she delivered a powerful strike. Are you truly so justified in robbing your fellow disciples? Ye Chen's gaze flickered as he pressed forward, throwing a punch. The clash of fists and palms sent both combatants staggering backward. With a sharp cry, Su Xinyue lunged again, her toes barely touching the ground. Her body moving with remarkable agility. A spirit sword flew from her sleeve, which she grasped with ease. Clear wind song. With another icy command from Su Xinyue, the spirit's sword trembled, swirling with spiritual light as she thrust it forward, piercing the air with a sound reminiscent of a howling wind, truly sharp beyond measure. Seeing this, Ye Chen's expression hardened. He had not anticipated that Su Xinyue would resort to secret techniques and, moreover, launch a lethal attack. He knew that if he did not defend himself, he would surely suffer a fatal wound. Without delay, he drew the Tianke sword from his back. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resounded as the Tianke sword vibrated and hummed, forcing Ye Chen to stagger back. More critically, though Su Xinyue's attack was thwarted, the wind blade scattered, tearing through Ye Chen's clothing and leaving a cut upon his cheek. With such a heavy intent to kill, you shall surely achieve nothing. After scoring a hit, Su Xinyue swung her sword again, unleashing crescent-shaped wind blades that cleave through the AI. Art is it you who bears the weight of murderous intent? Or is it I? Ye Chen was genuinely enraged, acutely aware of the lethal aura emanating from her sword. It was she who had attacked, yet she feigned righteousness in her demeanor in a flash. Ye Chen stepped forward, channeling his true energy into the Tianke, swinging it to counter. Bang! Another clash of metal echoed, and both were forced back, grunting in pain. Ye Chen's momentum surged, and he was determined to teach Su Xinyue a lesson. However, just as he advanced, a powerful gust of wind surged from the side. Human element realm. Ye Chen's eyes widened in an instant. He hastily threw a punch to meet the incoming force. Yet, the assailant struck too swiftly, and he could not gather his true energy in time, resulting in the sudden attack sending him staggering backward. What audacity to lay hands on a disciple of Sun Yang Peak! A voice floated through the air, and a white figure dashed from the thicket, moving with incredible speed, swiftly closing the distance to Ye Chen, who was then struck by another palm aimed diagonally downward. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly raised the Tianke to shield himself. Bang! The assailant's palm struck the Tianke with such force that it sent Ye Chen reeling once more. Before he could regain his balance, a second palm struck his heart. The rapid sequence of events caught even his battle-hardened instincts off guard. The attacker was a genuine practitioner of the human element realm, their might overwhelming, and the ambush left him with no opportunity to retaliate. Once he finally steadied himself, Ye Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swaying dangerously at last, he caught a glimpse of his assailant. It was a young man clad in a white Taoist robe, whose demeanor was undeniably elegant, exuding a refined charm with every gesture, yet his lips curled into a sneering, contemptuous grin. Senior brother Chi Hao. Upon recognizing him, Su Xinyue's face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Are you all right, Su Junior sister? Chi Hao's smile was warm yet insincere. I am fine. Flattered by the concern of her crush, Su Xinyue blushed, but when she turned to Ye Chen, her expression hardened once more. Senior brother, this is Ye Chen, oh? At this, Chi Hao's interest was piqued as he regarded Ye Chen with a playful glint in his eyes. So you are the new and turned disciple of our Hongyu sect. With your human element realm cultivation, you dare to ambush me? Ye Chen scoffed, his anger igniting within. Do you not presume that defeating that waste Zhao Long makes you invincible? Know this, in my eyes, you remain utterly insignificant. A cold smirk flashed across Chi Hao's face. The Sun Yang Peak has shown you favor, yet you fail to recognize your good fortune. Remember this grudge for today's ambush. I shall await your revenge. Chi Hao chuckled mockingly. With that, he turned gracefully, striding over to Su Xinyue's side, plucking the snow jade orchid and presenting it to her with flair. For you, Su Junior sister. Thank you, senior brother, Yu Xinyue beamed, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Let us return to Sun Yang Peak. The two departed side by side, leaving Ye Chen staggering in their wake. I shall remember this debt. Just you wait. Ye Chen's eyes glinted with cold determination as he wiped the blood from his lips. He did not leave, but instead sought a hidden spot to recover from his injuries. In less than half a day, his remarkable recuperative abilities restored his condition, and he resumed his search for the snow jade orchid. He needed the snow jade orchid to refine the jade spirit liquid. allowing him to replenish the vast capacity of his Dan Si, thus facilitating a quicker breakthrough. By dawn, he emerged from the back mountain, having gathered 9 snow jade orchids after nearly 10 hours of effort, which would suffice for him to attempt refining the jade spirit liquid. Back to that small hill, Ye Chen calmed his mind, focusing his thoughts to summon the true fire, controlling the flames using his energy manipulation to form a blazing furnace. He then began to toss the spirit herbs into the furnace one by one, the true fire surging as the herbs were instantly reduced to ashes. Is the fire too fierce? Ye Chen pondered, then steadied himself, lowering the flame's intensity. He continued to add more spirit herbs, watching as they rapidly withered, droplets of various colored liquids being extracted. This was a gradual process. Ye Chen's mind was clear, sweat pouring down as he concentrated intensely. Though he faced several failures, he gradually discovered the nuances, and as the ash from the spirit herbs accumulated, his mastery over the flames became increasingly adept. Unbeknownst to him, the fragrant aroma of herbs began to fill the air on the small hill. Out comes the liquid, Ye Chen exclaimed, as a ball of spiritual liquid soared from the fiery furnace, which he caught in a jade bottle. Whoosh! Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Ye Chen tightly gripped 3 bottles of jade spirit liquid, greedily inhaling the rich aroma that spilled forth. His hard work had finally borne fruit. Wiping the sweat from his brow and savoring the herbal fragrance, Ye Chen felt a significant portion of his fatigue dissipate. Yet he wondered about the efficacy of the liquid. Muttering to himself, Ye Chen tilted his head and downed a bottle of jade spirit liquid. In an instant, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. The liquid flowed through his meridians like a clear spring, soothing his weariness and nourishing his spleen and kidneys. The essence of the jade spirit liquid replenished the true energy he had expended during the refining process. Ah? Ye Chen gasped, a look of delight crossing his face. The continuous consumption of the spirit liquid had brought him to the threshold of the second level of qi condensation. One last push. Ye Chen downed the remaining 2 bottles of jade spirit liquid in one go. That moment, a surge of golden flames erupted forth. From a distance, it appeared as though golden fire enveloped Ye Chen, his long black hair swirling without wind, forming a massive vortex of spiritual energy around him, drawing in the ambient spiritual essence as if he were an insatiable abyss. Bang! A resonating sound echoed, reverberating through the air. Chapter 20. A profitable venture advancement. With a low roar, Ye Chen's cultivation in the first level of qi condensation soared to the second level. His body underwent a dramatic transformation. First, his Dan Si expanded significantly, his true energy becoming more abundant and refined. Next, his meridians and bones grew more resilient, with streaks of golden energy beginning to manifest. In addition to these changes, Ye Chen also noticed the immense power coiled within his fists. He was confident that a single punch from him could easily fell a hefty bull. Whoosh! Exhaling a breath of murky air, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. With a satisfying crackle, he eagerly twisted his somewhat stiff body. The sound of bones colliding reverberating within him, bringing immense pleasure. Indeed, Ye Chen could not help but express his delight. However, what excited him most was not merely this, but the spiritual energy contained within the jade spirit liquid he had refined, which was incomparable to that dispensed by the sect. The jade spirit liquid forged with true fire and earthly fire was, without a doubt, of an entirely different caliber. In that moment, Ye Chen contemplated the path to wealth. With true fire and the method for refining jade spirit liquid at his disposal, given time, both the speed and quality of his production would surely soar, allowing him not only to fill a vast cauldron with pills for breakthroughs in cultivation, but also to exchange them for more valuable items. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Ye Chen was fired up with determination. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the true fire once more, shaping it into a cauldron form, and began to cast in various herbs anew. Having a successful precedent, his control over the flames grew increasingly adept, and the spiritual energy of the jade spirit liquid became exceptionally pure. It was not until the night had fallen that he ceased his refining, not by choice, but rather due to the depletion of the herbs required for the jade spirit liquid. More specifically, the absence of the snow jade orchid. The spiritual herbs needed for refining the jade spirit liquid were not difficult to find in the back mountains. Yet the snow jade orchid was elusive. Ye Chen recalled the crux of the issue, realizing that during his leisurely stroll in the back mountains the previous day, he had gathered a fair amount of other spiritual herbs, but had only managed to find 9 snow jade orchids. he needed to devise a way to procure more snow jade orchids. Rubbing his chin, his first thought was the Wanbao Pavilion. The Wanbao Pavilion boasted a rich collection. Acquiring some snow jade orchids there should not pose much difficulty, yet there was the matter of spirit stones, Ye Chen muttered softly, glancing into his storage bag, and ended up coughing lightly. Previously, at the Wanbao Pavilion, he had spent all his savings to purchase that purple gold gourd. Though he longed to acquire more snow jade orchids, his meager finances left him in a quandary. Where could he acquire some funds? Scratching his head, Ye Chen found himself in a dilemma, realizing that without spirit stones, everything became exceedingly challenging. Ye Chen, the decisive battle at Fengyun platform is tomorrow. Just as he pondered, a voice echoed from the small hilltop. Upon hearing it, Ye Chen's eyes brightened. Now, there was money to be made. Rubbing his hands together, he looked up toward the towering Tianyang mountain. From the voice, he discerned that the one issuing the challenge was none other than Wei Yong of Tianyang Peak. It made sense. He had declined Tianyang Peak's invitation, effectively slapping them in the face. Although the head of Tianyang Peak, Elder Zhong, was not as vengeful as Gu Hong, Ye Chen had indeed caused Tianyang Peak to lose face, and without reprimanding him, their authority would surely be diminished. Yet, at this moment, Ye Chen cared little for such matters. All he saw was the prospect of profit. With money to be made, he had no qualms about stepping onto the Fengyun platform once again. A night passed in silence, and dawn broke. Before the sun had fully risen, most of the outer disciples had already gathered outside. Last night, they had all heard Wei Yang's challenge directed at Ye Chen, and the disciples, eager for excitement, had congregated beneath the Fengyun platform. So, do you think Ye Chen will win this time? The spectators began to speculate before the duellantes had even arrived. I have my doubts. Wei Yang is at the pinnacle of the 7th level of qi condensation, a whole minor realm above Zhao Long. Though it is merely a minor realm, the disparity in strength is substantial. I have a feeling Ye Chen might just win. Are you forgetting Wei Yang's abilities? His Ice True QI.as. The mention of Wei Yang's abilities sent shivers down the spines of the gathered disciples. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, here comes Wei Yang." All eyes turned in unison. The crowd parted seamlessly as Wei Yang, clad in a white robe, approached with an air of grace, his prestige evident as he was showered with flattery. Wei Yang appeared to revel in the awe of those around him, basking in their respect. Yet he maintained a facade of indifference to fame and fortune as he strode onto the Fengyun platform. Standing tall with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings with a lofty gaze, Ye Chen soon followed. The onlookers stirred once again, the throng parting to make way for him. Ye Chen marched forth, his steps steady and powerful, bearing the weight of his formidable Tian-Ke heavy sword. Thud! The sight of the Tian-Ke heavy sword made many disciples swallow hard, recalling how Zhao Long had been brought to his knees by its might. Were it a lesser disciple, a single strike might have turned them to mush. "Good morning, brothers," Ye Chen greeted cheerfully, waving his hand, yet his warmth went unacknowledged, leaving him feeling rather awkward. As no one responded, he coughed lightly and ascended the Fengyun platform. Meanwhile, Wei Yang, standing on the platform, opened his eyes to Ye Chen. "You have the audacity to refuse the invitation of Tianyang Peak," he bellowed, his tone a mix of intimidation and reprimand. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow in response. "Wei Shixiang, that isn't quite right. The sect rules do not stipulate that I must join Tianyang Peak. Whether to join is my personal choice, and surely it is not against the law." "What a clever tongue you have," Wei Yang sneered. "Today, I shall demonstrate the consequences of belittling Tianyang Peak." With that, Wei Yang lightly stepped forward, and soon a chilling white true qi surged from his foot, rapidly spreading across the surface of the Fengyun platform, transforming it into ice at a visible pace. "Ice True QI. Ye Chen observed, mildly surprised. "You know quite a bit, don't you?" Wei Yang smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Ye Chen, however, had encountered such chilling true qi before at Zhengyang sect. This ice true qi could be innate or cultivated. The latter required enduring immense pain from the biting cold, and not everyone could withstand such excruciating suffering. As for Wei Yang, Ye Chen was slightly taken aback. He was clearly one endowed with innate ice true qi. Although both were ice true qi, there was a significant gap between the cultivated and the innate. Those with innate abilities typically received special training from the sect, and it seemed Wei Yang belonged to this category. As he spoke, the ice true qi had already enveloped Ye Chen's feet. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he allowed the ice true qi to invade his body through his soles, freezing him and his meridians. The disciples below gasped in shock. By he seeking death. Allowing ice true chi to invade his body is no trivial matter. I think he must be terrified. Many disciples had suffered under Wei Yang's hands before. Ice true chi was far from ordinary true chi. Once it entered the body, resistance was exceedingly difficult in general. When facing someone with ice true chi, they would avoid them at all costs for fear of being afflicted. Yet, Ye Chen stood his ground, allowing the ice true chi to freeze his body. Chapter 21. Absurd Methods of Defeat. Soon, Ye Chen let out a pained cry. Naturally, this was merely an act. Though he could not unleash the full prowess of the true fire, he was more than capable of resisting the ice true chi. His feigned agony was merely a ruse to mislead Wei Yang. This was his usual style, playing the fool to catch the tiger. Before long, his body, starting from his feet, began to encase itself in ice, the frost creeping steadily upward. At this rate, it would not be long before he was completely frozen. Observing this, Wei Yang let out a cold laugh. He had anticipated a slight struggle to defeat Ye Chen, but he had not expected it to be so effortless. His confidence in his ice true chi was unwavering. Against weaker disciples, once they fell victim, escape was nearly impossible. He could already envision Ye Chen's downfall. It appears I have truly overestimated you, Wei Yang scoffed, slowly approaching. Seeing Ye Chen frozen, he deemed it unnecessary to employ any mystical techniques. A sigh escaped the disciples below, resigned to the unfolding spectacle. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Wei Yang approached Ye Chen, examining him with a mix of amusement and disdain. How does it feel? Ye Chen feigned struggle, but remained ensnared by the ice. The ice true chi indeed lived up to its reputation, possessing the ability to bind a person. Once frozen, one would find it exceedingly difficult to move. However, he was not the type to be easily subdued. With the true fire shielding him, he could completely disregard the ice true chi. Moreover, he was confident that even without the protection of true fire, his immense true chi would suffice to shatter the icy shackles. His current display of weakness was all a setup, preparing for a grand counterattack once Wei Yang lowered his guard. Engaging with you is truly a waste of time, Wei Yang sneered, raising his hand. Just as he was about to bring it down, a strange cold smile flickered across Ye Chen's lips. Suddenly, Wei Yang felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Yet, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen, previously frozen, had sprung into motion, abruptly lifting his foot. He disregarded the ice true chi entirely. A gasp rippled through the crowd below. The sudden turn of events left Wei Yang astonished. Due to their proximity, and Wei Yang's lapse in vigilance, Ye Chen's foot connected solidly with Wei Yang's abdomen. Wei Yang stumbled back with a muffled groan. Impossible, he staggered, unable to fathom that a disciple at the second level of chi condensation could disregard his ice true chi. This was beyond his wildest expectations. There is nothing impossible. A cold laugh met him as Ye Chen charged forth like a lion, not granting Wei Yang a moment's respite. Just as Wei Yang regained his balance and was about to summon his protective true chi, Ye Chen struck him once more, forcing him to stagger back. Come back here. Ye Chen surged forward, seizing one of Wei Yang's arms and yanking him back with force. Wei Yang lost his center of gravity and, before he could react, found himself lifted off the ground by the robust Ye Chen, who swung him around dramatically. Bang! With a resounding crash, Wei Yang was slammed onto the battle platform, the impact cracking the surface beneath him. Wei Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, it was not over. The formidable Ye Chen lifted him again. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed continuously as Ye Chen, gripping Wei Yang's arm, treated him like a whip, mercilessly slamming him onto the platform time and again, causing Wei Yang's internal organs to jostle violently, leaving a distinct indentation shaped like a person on the platform from the force of the blows. The spectators below were left dumbfounded, having swallowed hard more than once. This is simply too fierce. If I were Wei Yang, I would have been turned to mush long ago. This battle is utterly absurd. One voice articulated the thoughts of all present. The pinnacle of the 7th level of chi condensation, Wei Yang, wielding ice true chi, had been defeated in such an outrageous manner, not even given the opportunity to employ any secret techniques. With Wei Yang's final cry of agony, he was again forcefully smashed into the platform. At this moment, nearly half of his bones felt shattered, his body a bloody mess, utterly incapacitated. He can't be, Wei Yang gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Ye Chen. He wanted to protest that he had many secret techniques left unutilized, many strategies unexecuted. Yet he had been so ruthlessly defeated. Wei Shixiang, in your lofty position, have you ever considered the possibility of such a humiliating downfall? Ye Chen squatted down, smiling at Wei Yang. Wei Yang attempted to speak, but the blood in his mouth silenced him. Say nothing, Ye Chen declared, deftly seizing Wei Yang's storage bag. You? Wei Yang, upon witnessing this, choked on his breath and fainted. Don't panic. It isn't over. Ye Chen began rummaging through Wei Yang's belongings. Whether it was the valuable jade pendant at his waist, the luminous orb on his hand, or the jeweled belt around his waist. Anything of worth was swiftly tucked away into his own garments. He resembled a thief, pilfering treasures with practiced ease, as if he had engaged in such deeds countless times before. He even has this? The disciples below watched in stunned silence. Under the gaze of the multitude, Ye Chen thoroughly cleared Wei Yang of all valuables. Decades of hard work had seemingly returned him to square one. All right. After completing his task, Ye Chen clapped his hands and vanished from the Fengyun platform. Long after he had left, silence reigned. Ye Chen had now defeated 2 of the 3 main peak disciples of the Honghua sect. Upon exiting the Fengyun platform, he hurried toward the Wanbao pavilion, clutching Wei Yang's storage bag filled with treasures. This time, the spoils from the Fengyun confrontation far exceeded those from his previous battle with Zhao Long. Although Wei Yang's innate ice true qi was not particularly impressive, he was highly valued by Tianyang Peak. Consequently, his storage bag was quite bountiful, containing over 1,000 spirit stones and more than 30 bottles of jade spirit liquid, not to mention various other items. An impressive fortune indeed. Excellent, excellent, Ye Chen exclaimed, patting the storage bag with satisfaction. His spirits lifted as he stepped through the entrance of the Wanbao pavilion. Just as he entered, Pang Dehai appeared, his large eyes gleaming with intensity, as if he could see through any deception. Little one, you're back. What catches your eye this time? Grandpa will give you a discount. He rubbed his hands together, grinning in a rather unsettling manner, causing Ye Chen to feel uneasy. Elder, do you have any snow jade orchids? Chapter 22. Purchasing spiritual herbs. Yes, yes, yes. We have everything at Wanbao Pavilion, Pang Dehai replied, raising 2 fingers. 50 spirit stones each. How many do you want? 50 spirit stones each? That's rather steep. That if you buy in bulk, I can offer a discount. Pang Dehai stroked his chin, then winked at Ye Chen. Of course, you need to purchase at least 50 to get a better price. Hearing this, Ye Chen placed Wei Yang's storage bag onto the counter with a loud thud. Elder, how much do you think this is worth in spirit stones? Oh ho, judging by the weight of this storage bag, it must contain quite a treasure. As he spoke, Pang Dehai opened the storage bag and peeked inside, then glanced at Ye Chen. I say, did you rob that little brat Wei Yang? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. Elder, you can tell? Of course, Pang Dehai exclaimed, pulling out a jade pendant and a glowing orb from the bag. Look at this. He just bought them yesterday. Ye Chen scratched his nose awkwardly. Pang Dehai continued without further questioning, taking out a small abacus and calculating the total value of the items in the storage bag. After a moment, he said, adding it all up, it comes to about 900 spirit stones. Do you want to sell it? Yes, Ye Chen replied, handing over the bag containing spirit stones. With this, I should have around 2,000 spirit stones. Please exchange it all for snow jade orchids. Snow jade orchids? Pang Dehai was taken aback. What do you need so many for? To brew soup? Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. Forget I asked. With that, Pang Dehai went inside. Moments later, he emerged carrying a storage bag. Here are 10 for you. 50 in total. Thank you, Elder. Ye Chen took the storage bag and leaned in a bit closer. Elder, do you know which area in the back mountains has the most snow jade orchids? There's not much to be found in any area. While snow jade orchids aren't particularly rare, they are essential for refining jade spirit liquid. Such herbs are cultivated in designated gardens by the sect, while the ones in the back mountains are wild and extremely limited in number. I see. Ye Chen stroked his chin and muttered softly. No wonder the back mountain is so hard to find. It turns out that the snow magnolia flowers are under the sect's control. Thinking of the spirit herb garden, Ye Chen immediately dismissed the idea, for that place was not one that just anyone could approach. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he turned to leave, only to be stopped by Pang Dehai. Elder, do you have something to discuss? Ye Chen inquired. Pang Dehai rubbed his plump hands together and winked at Ye Chen. Little one, do you still have any bloodthirsty pills? Bloodthirsty pills? Ye Chen was somewhat taken aback, then gently shook his head. That bottle of bloodthirsty pills was something I acquired by chance. I no longer possess any. Upon hearing this, Pang Dehai looked somewhat regretful. His expression piqued Ye Chen's curiosity. Elder, what is the origin of the bloodthirsty pills? What do you need them for? The origin of the bloodthirsty pills is quite significant. Pang Dehai's interest was evidently piqued. Only members of the Bloodthirsty Hall possess them. Have you heard of the Bloodthirsty Hall? It is that colossal entity in the northern region of Dechu. The Bloodthirsty Hall? Ye Chen furrowed his brows slightly and murmured, is that hunchbacked old man a member of the Bloodthirsty Hall? The bloodthirsty pills are highly toxic, yet in a certain sense, they are also a great tonic. Alas, only one bottle. What a pity, Pang Dehai muttered, leaving Ye Chen feeling somewhat perplexed. Casting a final glance at Pang Dehai, Ye Chen pondered as he exited the Wanbao Pavilion, secretly lamenting that had he known the value of the bloodthirsty pills earlier, he certainly would not have given them to Pang Dehai so easily. Once outside the Wanbao Pavilion, Ye Chen hastened a few steps and plunged into the back mountain of Hongyue's sect, frantically gathering the spirit herbs needed to concoct the jade spirit liquid. Meanwhile, atop Tianyang Peak, when Elder Zhong saw the crippled Wei Yang being carried up, he nearly toppled from his seat. That little brat Ye Chen is too ruthless. Master, Ye Chen is bullying Tianyang Peak too much. I will confront him another day. I refuse to believe that someone at the first level of qi condensation can turn the world upside down. Let the disciple of Elder Gu Hong from Deyang Peak test the waters first. That little brat Ye Chen is exceedingly bizarre. As night fell, within a hidden cave in the back mountain of Hongyue's sect, golden light still flickered. Beside the furnace, Ye Chen was drenched in sweat. Ever since he finished gathering the spirit herbs, he had not paused for a moment in concocting the jade spirit liquid. By now, he had successfully produced over 30 bottles of the liquid. Although there were also some failures along the way, yet the success rate was steadily increasing. Ye Chen remained in the cave for 3 days. On the evening of the third day, he finally retracted the true fire, and beside him stood more than 20 bottles of jade spirit liquid. Excluding the failed products, this was the result of his 3 days of effort. Exhaling a long breath, Ye Chen downed a bottle of jade spirit liquid. The liquid flowed through him like a divine elixir, nourishing his body and replenishing his energy. Soon, he consumed all 20 bottles of the liquid. If anyone were present, they would surely be astonished, for the jade spirit liquid contained immense spiritual power. Drinking a full bottle could risk bursting one's dantian, and even disciples at the 7th level of qi condensation would not dare to gulp down an entire bottle at once. Yet he, on the other hand, drank 20 bottles in one go. This was the might of the dantian, with a capacity sufficient to contain the overwhelming spiritual energy from 20 bottles of jade spirit liquid. Combined with the refining of true fire, the conditions were truly exceptional, with over 20 bottles of jade spirit liquid entering his body and being forcefully refined by the true fire. Ye Chen exuded a steaming heat, with every meridian and pore overflowing with pure true energy, and his filled dantian shimmered with a brilliant golden glow. Suddenly, a sound rang out, as if from the void. Advancement. Not long after, Ye Chen broke through his realm once more. At the 3rd level of qi condensation, I now possessed the strength to contend with those in the Yuan realm. Clenching his fists and feeling the powerful force coursing through them, a smile involuntarily appeared on Ye Chen's lips. The night sky was deep, and stars twinkled like dust. After 3 days of concocting the jade spirit liquid, Ye Chen stepped out of the cave for the first time. As he emerged, he spotted a streak of white light flying towards him from afar, moving at an incredible speed, crossing the sky before vanishing in the blink of an eye. What was that? After casting a glance in the direction the white light had taken, Ye Chen muttered softly before turning around. Rustle, rustle. Soon, the lush forest was filled with rustling sounds, and a gust of wind swept by, carrying with it a refreshing feminine fragrance. Then, a graceful figure approached like the wind. She was ethereal and exquisite, bathed in moonlight, pure and unblemished, resembling a celestial maiden, untouched by the dust of the world. Upon closer inspection, Ye Chen realized that this person was none other than Chu Linger. More precisely, it was her sister, Chu Xin'er. Chapter 23. The astonished Chu Xin'er. Why is it her? Upon seeing Chu Xin'er, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Linger, Ye Chen's foot, which he had just stepped forward with, swiftly retreated. Is she also a member of Hongyue's sect? As his thoughts raced, Ye Chen abruptly turned around and bolted away. Perhaps in his haste, He tripped over a vine at his feet and fell face first to the ground. Ignoring his disheveled appearance, he scrambled to his feet and hurriedly tried to flee deeper into the woods. Noticing this, Chu Xian'er furrowed her delicate brows and reached out with her jade hand. In no time, Ye Chen, who had barely run a few paces, was effortlessly pulled back by Chu Xian'er. Resembling a small chick, as Ye Chen attempted to move, he found himself firmly restrained by Chu Xian'er's overwhelming presence. Forbear, G. Good morning. Ye Chen forced a smile, his heart sinking. He had silently cursed himself many times for encountering this fateful nemesis here. At that moment, he mourned for himself, his heart racing. The void realm was far too powerful, possessing the strength to eliminate him in an instant. Who knew if he would lose his head the next moment? Suddenly, cold sweat streamed down Ye Chen's forehead. However, contrary to his expectations, Chu Xian'er did not explode in anger nor display any murderous intent. She merely maintained a powerful aura that kept Ye Chen firmly in place, her beautiful eyes, like rippling water, squinting slightly as she gazed at him. Most importantly, she did not recognize him. Ye Chen. Are you a disciple of Hongyue's sect? Chu Xian'er fixed her gaze on Ye Chen. Upon hearing these words, Ye Chen was momentarily stunned. She doesn't remember me? A wave of disbelief washed over him. It's only been a few days. How could her memory be so poor? He recalled the absurd events of that night with the beautiful senior in the void realm. Who would have thought he would nearly lose his life while trying to save someone? I'm asking you a question. Are you a disciple of Hongyue's sect? Seeing Ye Chen remain silent, Chu Xian'er pressed on. Why yes. Yes. Although he felt perplexed, Ye Chen hurriedly presented his identity plate. Chu Xian'er glanced at the plate and then scrutinized Ye Chen once more. What are you doing sneaking around in the back mountain at this late hour? I thought I was gathering spirit herbs. Then why did you run when you saw me? Perhaps due to Ye Chen's somewhat flustered expression. Chu Xian'er scrutinized him again, her words carrying immense pressure, as if every word and action of Ye Chen was under her watchful gaze. If he were to lie, he would undoubtedly be seen through. Am I that frightening? I thought I was afraid you would steal my things. Why? Ye Chen hastily fabricated an excuse, speaking hesitantly and performing so convincingly that with his innocent face, anyone would have to believe he was simply a good child. Steal your things? Chu Xian'er was amused. Where is this? Although it is the back mountain of Hongyue's sect, it is still under the protection of the Hongyue barrier. Besides Hongyue's sect, could there be any other sect's disciples here? Would a dignified elder of Hongyue's sect rob a disciple at the qi condensation stage? Chu Xian'er thought that her previous actions had frightened this little fellow, and she felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Casting a glance at Ye Chen, Chu Xian'er did not press further but began to scan the lush forest around them, occasionally glancing into the void, and inquired, just now? Did you see anything fly past? Why yes. A streak of white light flew by. Ye Chen recalled the white light that had zipped across the sky just moments ago. In which direction did it go? Northeast. Ye Chen hastily pointed in the northeastern direction, his thoughts racing to urge this woman to leave quickly. Should she remember? Who knew what absurdities might unfold? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian'er swiftly took out a glowing communication talisman and softly spoke into it. Senior brother, it flew in your direction. Stay at the southwest and do not approach here. A deep voice resonated from the talisman. Understood. Chu Xian'er waved her hand to put away the talisman, then sat cross-legged, forming seals with her hands. Suddenly, a great light surged into the sky above her head, forming a massive array in the void. Boom. Soon, a thunderous roar echoed from the northeastern direction, shaking the ground violently. Roar. Following that was an earth-shattering roar. This roar was peculiar, not only deafening but also infused with tremendous magical power, which caused Ye Chen's spirit to become somewhat disoriented from such a distance. He staggered slightly and nearly fell. Noticing this, Chu Xian'er gently waved her hand, sending a stream of spiritual light into Ye Chen's forehead. Only then did Ye Chen regain his clarity, gazing in shock at the northeastern direction. That roar had nearly caused him to lose his composure. With his keen perception, he could tell that the white light was far from ordinary. Overwhelming confusion made Ye Chen momentarily forget about Chu Xian'er beside him. What on earth is that? He stared blankly in that direction, muttering to himself, realizing that Chu Xian'er must also have followed that white light here, and their meeting was purely coincidental. Seeing Ye Chen lost in thought, Chu Xian'er spoke firmly, "Stop daydreaming and leave this place quickly." To her words, Ye Chen finally snapped back to reality. as if granted a reprieve. His tense body instinctively moved, and without a backward glance at what the white light was, he dove into the dense forest, fleeing in haste. Do I look that frightening? Casting a glance at Ye Chen's retreating figure, Chu Xin'er was astonished. Had she not needed to control the formation, she would have truly considered capturing Ye Chen again to interrogate him further. In the distance, Ye Chen had already vanished from sight. After Ye Chen departed, another divine rainbow flew in and landed beside Chu Xin'er, transforming into a graceful figure in white. Upon closer inspection, she bore an identical appearance to Chu Xin'er. Without a doubt, it was Chu Linger. Huh. After landing, Chu Linger first let out a soft exclamation. Observing the direction Ye Chen had fled, she couldn't help but murmur, "That aura feels so familiar to Linger. Weren't you in seclusion? Why are you out here?" Chu Xin'er looked at Chu Linger with some concern. Returning her gaze, Chu Linger shrugged her shoulders and said, "With such a commotion, one can't help but come out." Indeed, the recent uproar was far greater than usual. Chu Xin'er's expression turned solemn. "Can this barrier contain it?" Chu Linger glanced up at the formation in the void and then turned her gaze back to Chu Xin'er. "The master and senior brothers are currently encircling it." In response to Chu Linger's question, Chu Xin'er softly replied, her expression growing increasingly grave. "The disturbances have been escalating lately. I wonder if we can still seal it in the future. I'll help." Noticing Chu Xin'er's serious demeanor, Chu Linger hastily sat cross-legged and summoned her spiritual light. "Oh right. I encountered a strange little fellow just now." "A strange little fellow? How strange?" Chu Linger blinked her big eyes at Chu Xin'er, her innocence intact even after nearly 100 years of cultivation, remaining curious about everything. "Well, it was just very strange." Chu Xin'er scratched her head, unsure how to describe it. Forget I asked." Chapter 24. The scheme upon exiting the back mountain. Ye Chen sprinted back to Hung-Yue's sect in one breath. This moment, the sky was already bright. The disciples of Hung-Yue's sect began to emerge once more, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Upon seeing Ye Chen, who appeared so disheveled, they exchanged curious glances. That was close. Paying no mind to the strange looks around him, Ye Chen slowed his pace, panting heavily, glancing back at the mountain, still feeling a sense of dread, as if he had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. After a while, he finally managed to calm his mind. Doesn't he remember me? Could it be that she's not the same person? Surely not. Is there really someone in this world who looks just like her? Ye Chen pondered this as he walked, feeling troubled. If that woman was indeed in Hung-Yue's sect, he would have to leave. However, if it were merely a coincidence of looks, then he need not be overly concerned. I didn't go in. I was just standing outside the Ling Mountain gate. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out not far away, followed by a cacophony of scolding. "You little rascal, still lying. Why aren't you staying down the mountain? Coming up here to steal things? Do you even know your own status?" Hua. From a distance, Ye Chen spotted a familiar figure. It was none other than the little rascal from the spirit garden. At that moment, a group of Hung-Yue's sect disciples had surrounded him, either scolding, mocking, or berating him, leaving Hua, small and frail, cowering, his face bruised and not daring to raise his head, like a criminal who had committed a grave offense. "I didn't come up. I was just standing at the gate." Hua appeared to be quite aggrieved, his head lowered as he whimpered. "Still dare to argue? Get ready to be beaten." One disciple, looking fierce, raised his hand to strike. However, before he could bring it down, his arm was seized by a hand. "Do you want to die?" A cold voice rang out, and naturally, it was Ye Chen, who regarded Hua's family and could not bear to see him bullied. The surrounding disciples instinctively took a step back upon seeing Ye Chen. Although he was merely an intern disciple, Ye Chen was an anomaly. Xiaolong from Deyang Peak and Wei Yang from Tianyang Peak were bloody examples of his strength. Instead of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon properly, you come here to bully a child who can't cultivate. You really are something. Ye Chen's icy gaze swept across the group, a sneer forming on his lips. "If you're brave, let us fight." Upon hearing this, the disciples huddled together. He broke the sect rules first. Perhaps emboldened by their numbers, a white-clad disciple named Su Ming sneered. "Exactly, it's a long-standing rule that non-disciples of Hung-Yue's sect are not allowed on Ling Mountain. Who knows if this little rascal, Hua, came up here to steal something?" Ye Chen furrowed his brows. He had indeed heard of such a rule within Hung-Yue's sect. Moreover, although Hua lived at the foot of Hung-Yue's sect, Unlike Zhang Fengyan, who had been demoted but remained a disciple, Hua was adopted by Zhang Fengyan and, in a sense, did not belong to Hangyue's sect. I didn't. Hua's small face was streaked with tears. I was just standing at the gate. I didn't go in. They dragged me in. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's cold eyes shot a glance at the group of disciples. You little rascal, still dare to lie? Su Ming, the white-clad disciple, scolded again. Do you believe I'll break your legs? Buzz! Suddenly, a humming sound arose as Ye Chen drew the Tianke heavy sword. Try hitting him. Ye Chen glared coldly at Su Ming. What, do you still want to bully others in broad daylight? Su Ming screamed, drawing attention from more onlookers. With more people gathered, Su Ming grew even bolder. Come quick. This Ye Chen is bullying someone with his strength. Bully someone? Ye Chen scoffed, taking a big step forward and swinging the Tianke heavy sword down. Then I'll bully you today. Seeing this, Su Ming hurriedly drew his spiritual sword to block. Crack! A shattering sound echoed as Su Ming's spiritual sword was instantly broken, and he was sent reeling back. Spitting blood. He's killed someone. He's killed someone. Su Ming wailed from within the crowd, seemingly intent on escalating the situation. Why Ye Chen is going to kill someone? Since you say so, then today I will eliminate you first. With a cold huff, Ye Chen charged forward, sword in hand. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples shouted in protest. I in broad daylight. You dare to commit murder? No wonder Sister Su said you have a heavy killing intent. It turns out to be true. Is there no way to communicate without resorting to violence? Depart! Ye Chen bellowed, swinging the Tianke sword. Chaos immediately erupted on the scene, as disciples clad in white and their hidden accomplices stoked the flames of conflict, resulting in multiple disciples rushing forward to either rebuke, scold, or curse him. Take him to the discipline hall. As the first disciple unleashed his true energy, a chain reaction ensued, with more and more individuals springing into action. A melee was imminent, and soon blood was spilled. Ye Chen's countenance turned as cold as ice. Any disciple that charged at him was sent sprawling with a single strike of his sword. In the midst of the turmoil, he caught a glimpse of Su Ming lurking in the crowd, a cunning smirk on his face. This scene, it seemed, had been anticipated long before it unfolded, as if it were a meticulously orchestrated plot. The gathering of disciples in conflict attracted the attention of the discipline hall's enforcers. Before long, a member clad in purple robes, with a fair complexion and wielding a folding fan, made his entrance. Yin Jiping, the foremost disciple of the discipline hall. Are you not aware that dueling is strictly forbidden? Yin Jiping lightly waved his fan, surveying the injured disciples before casting a glance at Ye Chen. Senior brother Yin, you must take responsibility for us. Su Ming cried out, clutching his chest, tears streaming down his face. Though his cultivation was mediocre, his talent for theatrics was unparalleled. Senior brother Yin, Ye Chen disregards the sect's regulations. You cannot let this slide. He brazenly bullies fellow disciples in broad daylight. It's utterly detestable. The atmosphere was charged with outrage, some gritting their teeth, wishing they could drag Ye Chen out and execute him on the spot. Listening to the cacophony of accusations surrounding him, Yin Jiping turned his gaze to Ye Chen, a mocking smile dancing on his lips. Why Ye Chen? Accompany me to the discipline hall. I dare to act, and I dare to face the consequences. Ye Chen's expression remained indifferent as he sheathed the Tianke sword, preparing to step forward, only to be halted by who was standing in his path. It's all my fault, all my fault. Punish me instead. Hua exclaimed in a panic. With that, he knelt with a thud, begging for Ye Chen's forgiveness, his forehead striking the ground until blood oozed forth, desperately trying to shield Ye Chen from all blame with his frail form. Witnessing this scene sent a jolt through Ye Chen's heart. Youths lack understanding. Grant him mercy this once. An aged voice broke through the clamor as Zhang Fengyan hurriedly approached. His frail body hunched over, bowing repeatedly in apology. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiping lightly shook his fan, sizing up Zhang Fengyan with a playful smile. Zhang Fengyan, you have been demoted. You should understand the regulations here and refrain from creating trouble for yourself. Senior nephew Yin, please consider our past. Zhang Fengyan attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Ye Chen. Ye Chen forcefully pulled Hua up and positioned him behind himself, looking at the elderly Zhang Fengyan with a swell of warmth in his heart. Grandfather, take Hua home. I am fine. With that, Ye Chen strode toward the discipline hall. Chapter 25. The punishment of the whip. The imposing and austere hall was filled with figures, all pointing fingers and hurling accusations at the center, where Ye Chen stood like a stone monument. His expression was apathetic, silent yet contemplative, having already unraveled many thoughts. The events of the day were no coincidence. They were the result of a deliberate scheme aimed at ensnaring him. Casting a detached glance, Ye Chen spotted Su Ming smirking in the crowd. As he beheld Su Ming's face, he noted the emblem hanging from his waist. The characters Diyang Feng, though small, appeared particularly glaring to him, revealing that this was indeed a conspiracy orchestrated by Diyang Feng against him. Yet, he remained silent, merely observing Yin Jiping from a distance. My esteemed master is in seclusion. I shall handle today's affairs. Yin Jiping leisurely waved his fan, adopting an air of righteousness and impartiality, though a mocking glint danced at the corners of his mouth as he looked at Ye Chen. You have recklessly harmed fellow disciples. Do you acknowledge this crime, Ye Chen? To accuse without reason is all too easy. With a cold chuckle, Ye Chen refrained from elaborating further, recognizing the situation for what it was. A conspiracy. So, you admit your guilt? If that is the case, it simplifies matters. According to the 9th rule of our sect, one who recklessly harms fellow disciples shall be punished with the fire whip, to be executed immediately. The term fire whip sent a shiver through the hall, as disciples gulped at the thought of the terrifying punishment. Ye Chen braced himself for the ordeal ahead. How many lashes do you think he can endure? As murmurs echoed around him, several members of the discipline hall stepped forward, binding Ye Chen with iron chains and stripping him of his upper garments. Soon, a whip engulfed in flames was brought forth. Brother Yi, you may cry out if it becomes too painful, Yin Jiping taunted, his eyes glinting with malice, and no need for idle chatter. Come at me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yin Jiping let out a cold laugh, raising the fire whip and bringing it down mercilessly upon Ye Chen. Crack! The sound of the whip striking Ye Chen resonated sharply. The searing pain pierced deep, revealing that Ye Chen had underestimated the severity of this punishment. The whip in Yin Jiping's hand was no ordinary implement. A single strike left his flesh torn and bloodied. Yet, despite the agony, Ye Chen gritted his teeth and remained silent. Well done, quite resilient. Seeing Ye Chen refuse to scream, Yin Jiping sneered and intensified his assault. The fire whip raining down relentlessly upon Ye Chen. Crack, crack, crack. With each resounding strike, the crimson lines multiplied upon Ye Chen's body. You deserve this. Such is the fate of those who oppose Diyang Feng. Su Ming's wicked grin emerged from the crowd. To recklessly harm fellow disciples is to invite punishment. He brought this upon himself. None other can be blamed. Yin Jiping, seemingly benefiting from Diyang Feng, spared no effort in his punishment, the fire whip in his hand striking with the precision of a serpent, sending Ye Chen's blood flying with each lash. Soon, Ye Chen's body was a canvas of blood, crimson liquid streaming down, a sight truly harrowing. Yet, through it all, he never once uttered a cry. I wonder how long you can withstand this. Seeing Ye Chen remain stoic ignited a sense of frustration in Yin Jiping, compelling him to swing the fire whip with renewed fervor, desperate to elicit a cry of pain from Ye Chen. Crack, crack, crack. The more he struck, the more frenzied he became. The foremost disciple of the discipline hall, Yin Jiping was acutely aware of the whip's terrifying nature. Few could endure even 100 lashes, yet Ye Chen stood before him, unfazed. How is this possible? How many lashes have we counted? Murmurs arose from the crowd. Some disciples unable to hide their compassion upon witnessing Ye Chen's suffering. 108 lashes. How could he remain alive after enduring such punishment? He hasn't even let out a single scream. Crack! As the final resounding lash fell, the punishment with the fire whip concluded. Release him. Even Yin Jiping found himself breathless, panting heavily from the exertion. The shackles binding Ye Chen were immediately removed, though he staggered and nearly fell, ultimately managing to regain his footing. Am I free to leave? Ye Chen raised his face, a cold smile directed at Yin Jiping. As you wish. Yin Jiping took a deep breath, waving his hand dismissively. Ye Chen surveyed the surroundings, his indifferent gaze flashing with a glimmer of cold light. Staggering, he turned and walked toward the hall's exit, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. As soon as he exited the grand hall, Zhang Fengyan hurriedly approached. Child. Zhang Fengyan's trembling hands reached out, unsure of where to grasp Ye Chen, fearing that any movement might cause him pain given the multitude of wounds upon his body. Grandfather, I'm tough. I won TDIE. Ye Chen smiled reassuringly, though his eyes began to blur, and after a few sways, he ultimately collapsed. Zhang Fengyan rushed forward, catching him and hoisting him onto his frail back. "Child, let us return home. Grandfather, you were right. Patience is essential, but the weak will inevitably be bullied. I would rather tread a more arduous path. The pain inflicted upon us will be repaid 100-fold in the future." Unbeknownst to him, Ye Chen slipped into unconsciousness in a hazy state. He felt Zhang Fengyan's jolting back, sensed the effort it took for him to bring him back to the Shaolin garden, and distinctly felt Zhang Fengyan tending to his wounds. When he finally awoke, it was night. The searing pain throughout his body had yet to dissipate. The fire whip's agony was insidious, and even with his true energy to nurture himself, he found it difficult to withstand the burning torment. "Just wait," Ye Chen uttered coldly. Enduring the excruciating pain, Ye Chen struggled to sit cross-legged on the bed. Soon, the sound of his bones cracking echoed as the primal body refinement technique resumed its operation. Instantly, agony etched across his face. However, as time passed and he repeated the refinement process, he began to acclimate to the pain. Although the sting from the fire whip remained unmatched. 3 hours later, Ye Chen painstakingly completed a cycle of the body refinement technique. To his astonishment, he discovered that this technique also possessed the remarkable ability to accelerate the healing of his wounds. The damaged flesh was cast off, while new, healthy tissue began to regenerate through the refinement. What a pleasant surprise! Ye Chen mused inwardly, never anticipating such a marvel from the primal body refinement technique. It turned out that enduring pain could serve as a unique form of cultivation. With renewed determination, he multitasked, refining his body while drawing in heavenly spiritual energy through every pore, absorbing the essence of the world. Bits of spiritual energy occasionally seeped through his wounds into his body. Thus, he completed another cycle of the primal body refinement technique. The effects became increasingly evident. His injuries had healed considerably. "Excellent." A smile crept onto Ye Chen's lips as he continued to refine his body without pause. It was only deep into the night that he finally ceased his practice. At that moment, his skin had become smooth and radiant, with not a single trace of scar remaining. Such regenerative prowess would undoubtedly leave others astounded. The primal body refinement technique truly was formidable. Letting out a hearty laugh, Ye Chen leaped from the bamboo bed and dashed out of the room. Upon reaching the courtyard, he unleashed a powerful punch before executing a swift kick. After refining his body and consuming the jade spirit liquid, he felt an abundance of vitality surging through him, enabling him to unleash his beastly combat techniques, loosening his stiff muscles and bones. Roar, roar. Strangely, with each strike he delivered, a resonant beastly roar accompanied it. There were the roars of tigers, the shrieks of eagles, the howls of wolves, and the cries of monkeys. Ye Chen became completely immersed in comprehending the essence of the beastly fury, seamlessly integrating various insights into a uniquely elevated state. Excellent. Feeling the techniques transform into something extraordinary and profound, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily, his laughter tinged with the ghostly echoes of beastly roars. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had broken, yet he remained captivated, practicing his martial skills with fervor, so much so that he failed to notice Zhang Fengyan emerging from the doorway. "Young man?" Upon seeing Ye Chen, Zhang Fengyan froze in astonishment. Chapter 26. The Bludgeoning Stick. "Grandfather, you are awake." Ye Chen ceased his movements and turned to see the sheer shock on Zhang Fengyan's face. Zhang Fengyan opened his mouth but could not find his voice. Having been a long-time elder of Hongyu sect, he knew too well the severity of the fire whip. Even with healing elixirs, it would take at least half a month for recovery. Just yesterday, he had carried back a battered and bloodied Ye Chen. Yet merely a single night had passed, and here stood Ye Chen, not only free of wounds but bursting with vitality as if nothing had ever happened. Anyone witnessing this would be left astounded. Seeing Zhang Fengyan's shock, Ye Chen smiled gently. "Grandfather, you have saved me once more. Your injuries are all healed that I told you. I'm tough. It's good to see you well." "It's good to see you well." Zhang Fengyan was clearly thrilled, having come to treat Ye Chen as family. Now that he saw Ye Chen was unharmed, the weight on his heart had finally lifted. "Come, take this." After his excitement subsided, Zhang Fengyan reached into his robe with trembling hands, producing a palm-sized brocade pouch and handing it to Ye Chen. Ye Chen accepted the pouch, though he felt somewhat perplexed. Upon opening it, he discovered a talisman inside, intricately inscribed with a myriad of runes, with two bold characters prominently displayed. Tianling, the Tianling talisman? Ye Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Zhang Fengyan. Zhang Fengyan nodded with a smile, aware that Ye Chen had attracted too many enemies of late. By passing on the Tianling talisman, he hoped it would assist Ye Chen in critical moments. Senior, this gift is too precious. I cannot accept it. Ye Chen, understanding the value of the Tianling talisman, attempted to return the pouch, but Zhang Fengyan pushed it back towards him. The Tianling talisman requires true energy to activate. It is of no use to me now. Zhang Fengyan sighed. Ye Chen fell silent, a warm current flowing through his heart. The Tianling talisman was one of the 3 great talismans of Hongyu sect, capable of temporarily sealing a cultivator's true energy. How precious it was! Zhang Fengyan had guarded it for so long, enduring humiliation without revealing it, yet now he was gifting it to him. Thank you for your generosity. Senior. Young man, do your best. Zhang Fengyan patted Ye Chen on the shoulder, smiling as he walked away. After Zhang Fengyan left, Ye Chen took out the Tianling talisman once more. The talisman was a yellow paper. Yet its intricately carved runes exuded a strange power. It could temporarily seal an individual's true energy. Truly a remarkable item. Ye Chen carefully placed the Tianling talisman back into the brocade pouch, recognizing its value. After a simple breakfast, Ye Chen changed into clean clothes, shouldering the heavy Tianke sword. Young man, Zhang Fengyan hesitated, knowing that Ye Chen was about to ascend the mountain to settle scores. His murky eyes filled with concern. Big brother, please don't go up there. Even Hua sensed the impending danger, his head lowered, hands anxiously twisting the fabric of his garment, aware that Ye Chen's journey would likely result in serious injury. If not worse. Fear not, I'll be fine. Ye Chen smiled nonchalantly. Exiting the Shaolin garden, he donned a black cloak that enveloped his entire form, concealing his appearance. With a single breath, he ascended the Ling Mountain of Hongyu sect, heading straight for the back mountain. Finding a secluded spot, he stowed the Tianke sword inside his storage bag, then smeared mud across his face, tousling his hair and ripping his clothes into tatters. At that moment, he looked like a beggar, making it difficult for anyone to recognize him as Ye Chen. Having completed his disguise, Ye Chen concealed himself among the thick underbrush, suppressing his aura. Thanks to the dense foliage and his suppressed presence, many disciples collecting spiritual herbs in the back mountain failed to notice the figure hiding within. You wish to play dirty? I shall indulge you. Ye Chen sneered from the thicket. With that, he pulled out a black stick from his storage bag. Thus, the purpose of his actions became clear. He was lying in wait, prepared to ambush any disciples from Diyangfeng who dared to approach, ready to strike with his bludgeoning stick. Soon, his first target appeared. An arrogant disciple clad in white robes, exuding an air of superiority, approximately at the 5th level of qi condensation. You, and you, get lost. This area's spiritual herbs belong to Diyangfeng. The disciple barked at the weaker cultivators. What are you staring at? Seeking death? Get out of here. The disciples of Hongyu sect's outer gate are not all students of the 3 main peaks. There are some who, due to their weaker cultivation, have been cast aside. As a result of the influence of Diyang Peak, most dare not voice their grievances. Soon, all the disciples from this area were expelled, and naturally, the white-clad disciples of Diyang Peak seized control of the place. At that moment, Ye Chen suddenly charged out, swiftly closing the distance to the back of one of the white-clad disciples. Feeling a chill from behind, the disciple furrowed his brow in confusion. Who is it? Instinctively, he turned around, but before he could fully face his assailant, a black iron rod descended from the heavens, striking him soundly on the back of his head. Instantly, the white-clad disciple was knocked unconscious, sprawling face down on the ground, unaware of who had ambushed him. With a wave of his hand, Ye Chen collected the white-clad disciple's storage bag and began to rummage through his belongings, taking anything of value. Once he finished plundering, Ye Chen kicked the unconscious disciple into the thick underbrush and departed, setting out in search of his next target. Not long after, a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed from a corner of Hongyu sect's rear mountain. Another disciple from Diyang Peak lay on the ground, stripped down to nothing but his undergarments. Who is this? How ruthless! Not a single item left behind, quite decisive. It serves them right, letting Diyang Peak bully others. Soon after, more screams erupted from deeper within the mountain, drawing a crowd of disciples to witness the spectacle. On this day, Hongyu sect's rear mountain was anything but peaceful. The cries of the vanquished echoed continuously. When the disciples gathering spiritual herbs arrived, they were met with similar scenes. All valuables from those knocked unconscious had been looted. Moreover, every victim of the ambush turned out to be a disciple from Diang Peak. As night fell, the herb-gathering disciples finally made their way out of the rear mountain, their discussions revolving around the strange occurrences of the day. All of them were disciples of Diang Peak. What could this mean? Could it have been the work of disciples from the other two peaks? Who knows? However, it certainly wasn't Ye Chen. He had been severely beaten yesterday, and whether he could even stand was still in question. Chapter 27. Fainting east to strike west that night, more than a dozen disciples from Diang Peak were carried back to their peak. Who did this? Upon seeing this, Gu Hong's face darkened immediately. This was an outright slap to Diang Peak's face. I don't know. When we arrived, all the senior brothers had already been ambushed. Below, a group lay prostrated, not daring to make a sound. Master, only that Ye Chen would dare to brazenly ambush my Diang Peak disciples like this, one disciple timidly suggested. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Gu Hong scolded, unable to contain his ire as he looked at the speaking disciple. After enduring over 100 fire whips, it was already a miracle he didn't die, let alone be able to stand up again. You are right to point out, we indeed did not see Ye Chen today. Could it be those from Tianyang Peak and Diang Peak? Hearing this, Gu Hong inhaled deeply, his face turning a ghastly shade, his sinister eyes glinting with sharpness. Investigate for me. No matter who it is, I will ensure they pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, the mastermind behind the events at the rear mountain, had already sneaked back to his small spirit garden, eagerly shedding his black robe. His actions were meticulous, leaving no room for error. First, by wearing the black robe up the mountain, no one recognized him as Ye Chen, meaning nobody had seen him before. Without having been seen, he could provide an alibi. Second, while ambushing at the rear mountain, he had prepared a disguise by smearing mud on his face, making it difficult to identify him even if discovered. Third, and most importantly, after suffering over 100 fire whips, any sensible person would conclude that he would be incapacitated, making it impossible for him to initiate an ambush at the rear mountain. All of his actions had been calculated by Ye Chen. The results proved his strategy effective. At least up to this point, no one suspected him. Delighted, Ye Chen let out a hearty laugh as he laid out the several storage bags he had acquired on his bed. All spoils from the day. It must be said that the disciples of Diang Peak were indeed wealthy. The storage bags contained spiritual stones, spiritual liquids, spiritual herbs, and arcane techniques. Everything one could desire. One storage bag even held an astonishing 2,000 spiritual stones, sufficient for him to break through to the 4th level. After a moment of exhilaration, Ye Chen consumed nearly 60 bottles of jade spiritual liquid. The influx of so much jade spiritual liquid was akin to refreshing springs coursing through his myriad meridians, while the true fire of his Dan Si surged forth, assisting him in refining the immense spiritual power contained within the jade spiritual liquid. As the refined jade spiritual liquid poured into his Dan Si, Ye Chen's aura rapidly intensified. At that moment, his pores opened wide, greedily inhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With his domineering true fire refining the jade spiritual liquid and external spiritual energy, he forcefully propelled his cultivation realm toward the barrier between the 3rd and 4th levels of qi condensation. Pop! At an unknown moment, a sound resonated from within Ye Chen. Advancement? In that instant, his cultivation broke through to the 4th level of qi condensation. He refrained from absorbing the spiritual power in the spiritual stones, as a newly achieved realm requires time to consolidate. Advancing too quickly could yield unfavorable results. Outside, the sky was still dim. Ye Chen rolled off the bed, donned his black robe once more, and stealthily exited the small spirit garden. However, this time he did not head up Hongyue sect's spiritual mountain, but rather made his way down the mountain, running for a good quarter of an hour before halting. This was a valley, not particularly long, merely a few hundred zhang, yet it was a necessary route to the beast forest. Thus, Ye Chen's purpose for coming here was clear. He would not ambush the disciples at Hongyue sect's rear mountain today, but would instead change the battlefield, lying in wait in this valley to target the Diang Peak disciples venturing into the beast forest. In military strategy, there is a tactic that aptly describes his current approach: feinting east to strike west. Following the incident at Hongyue sect's rear mountain yesterday, he was certain that Gu Hong would secretly dispatch competent disciples to lie in wait at the rear mountain to capture the assailant of his disciples. Knowing there would be an ambush at the rear mountain, Ye Chen would not foolishly walk into a trap. Therefore, he chose to shift the battleground. Typically, numerous disciples from Hongyue's sect venture to the beast forest to hunt beasts, including many from Diang Peak. Lying in ambush in this valley was undoubtedly a wise choice. Here would be perfect why Ye Chen selected a concealed spot but did not smear mud on his face. Instead, he donned a ghost mask. Before long, the sky brightened. Ye Chen sat up, keenly observing the movements within the valley. Soon, Hongyue disciples appeared, but they were not from Zhengyang Peak, so Ye Chen refrained from striking, letting them pass. Time trickled by as wave after wave of disciples passed through the valley, some in groups of 3, others in 5s, all heading to the beast forest to team up for hunting beasts. Ultimately, Ye Chen awaited his target. Peering into the distance, he spotted a trio, all disciples from Diang Peak. Su Ming. From afar, Ye Chen recognized one familiar figure among the trio, none other than Su Ming, the one who had plotted against him that day. Ye Chen knew that while the true mastermind behind his plight was Gu Hong of Diang Peak, Su Ming was merely a pawn carrying out orders. Nonetheless, his assault on Hua was an undeniable fact. For this alone, Ye Chen was determined not to let Su Ming escape. Kid, those who come out to mix with the world must eventually pay their debts. With a cold smirk, Ye Chen concealed his aura once more and awaited the trio's approach. Among them, the most powerful was a purple-clad disciple from Diang Peak, at the pinnacle of Qi Condensation's 6th level, followed by a gaunt disciple in green, with Su Ming being the weakest of the trio. At Qi Condensation's 5th level, Brother Yang, who do you think was responsible for the events at the rear mountain yesterday? Su Ming inquired, bowing and scraping before the purple-clad disciple. Most likely, it was the disciples from the other 2 peaks. I think so as well. The green-clad disciple pondered. The 3 main peaks have always engaged in both overt and covert conflicts. It wouldn't be surprising for the disciples from the other 2 peaks to act. As the 3 conversed, they entered the valley. At that moment, a glint of excitement flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Just as he was about to move, he sensed another group approaching rapidly from one end of the valley. Furthermore, it was a whole nest of them. Ye Chen lay low once more. Soon, a second wave of Diang Peak disciples entered the valley, comprising 5 individuals, the strongest among them at Qi Condensation's 7th level, while the weakest was at Qi Condensation's 4th level. Su Ming's keen eyes spotted the newcomers, who were his fellow disciples. Are all of you also heading to the beast forest? The 8 of them gathered, exchanging trivial chatter. Tio hunt blood spiders. Blood spiders? Those are exceedingly ferocious beasts. Let us head out together with that. The 8 prepared to advance toward the valley's exit. However, just then, a small black object flew in from one side. Upon closer inspection, it was an iron ball the size of an EGG. Be careful. The purple-clad disciple shouted, swiftly drawing forth his spirit sword and unleashing a crescent-shaped blade that struck the black iron ball squarely. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the iron ball detonated, releasing a dense cloud of black smoke that rapidly spread, engulfing an area of nearly 20 zhong. Damn it, it's a smoke bomb. In the midst of the black fog, curses erupted from the Diang Peak disciples. Chapter 28. 2 big fish indeed. The smoke bomb had been thrown by Ye Chen, acquired from the hunchbacked old man. Initially, he had not intended to use the smoke bomb, but given the presence of 8 individuals, he could not predict what might go wrong. So after careful consideration, he decided to use the smoke bomb to obscure their vision. Who is it? Come out. The disciples of Diang Peak shouted angrily into the black fog. Bang. Almost immediately, the sound of an iron rod striking a skull resonated. A scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed as one disciple collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the purple-clad disciple reacted instantly, launching a palm strike in the direction of the scream. A scream followed, but the purple-clad disciple's terrifying palm strike failed to hit Ye Chen and instead sent another disciple from Diang Peak flying. In that fleeting moment, Ye Chen had already risen to the back of the purple-clad disciple and landed a solid blow to the back of his head with his rod. Who would have thought that the purple-clad disciple was at the pinnacle of Qi Condensation's 6th level? Even with a single strike, he did not fall unconscious. Observing this, Ye Chen instinctively delivered another blow. This time, the swaying purple-clad disciple collapsed completely, sprawling on the ground. As the purple-clad disciple fell, yet another scream erupted, as Ye Chen knocked another disciple unconscious without hesitation. Following this, The entire valley was filled with a cacophony of cries. In the black fog, visibility was already poor, and with the element of surprise on his side, Ye Chen struck repeatedly, even managing to send the Qi condensation's 7th-level disciple staggering back with a punch before knocking him out with a strike of his rod. Having broken through to the 4th level of Qi condensation, Ye Chen was confident that he could face off against all 8 of them in a fair fight. However, to avoid unnecessary complications, he opted for a more covert approach, with the last scream. All 8 disciples from Deyang Peak lay defeated. The black smoke from the smoke bomb remained thick, while Ye Chen emerged, carrying 8 storage bags and dragging a chain, at the end of which were securely bound the 8 disciples. He tossed them into the woods behind the valley and, before departing, did not forget to blow a dose of hypnotic fragrance on each of them to prevent them from waking and interrupting his plans. After completing this, Ye Chen returned to the valley, preparing to ambush the next wave of Deyang Peak disciples. By morning, the valley was still frequented by groups of Hongyue disciples. During this time, Ye Chen had intervened a few times, but those were inconsequential small fry. He would rush out, strike them down with a rod, and often skip using smoke bombs. Throughout the day, he had knocked out over 20 disciples from Deyang Peak, yielding considerable spoils, enough for him to revel for several days. The sky, unbeknownst to him, began to darken while Ye Chen looked up at the last sliver of sunset and decided it was time to return. However, just as he stood, he sensed fluctuations of true energy approaching from the valley's entrance. 2 indistinct figures were rapidly traversing the valley from the direction of the beast forest. Human origin realm. 2 of them, Ye Chen quietly retreated, mentally noting that he had caught 2 big fish. As they drew nearer, Ye Chen could finally discern their features. One was tall, named Wang Hong, a muscular figure with a violent aura, a powerhouse exuding raw strength. The other was shorter, named Songyu, with a somewhat effeminate appearance, slender and fair-skinned, easily mistaken for a woman. His strength was slightly less than Qi Hao, but he was still a viable target. As Wang Hong and Songyu entered Ye Chen's ambush range, he retrieved 2 poison needles. The human origin realm was not the same as the Qi condensation realm. Under the premise of not revealing his identity, Ye Chen believed it impossible to defeat them. Therefore, he decided to resort to some underhanded tactics. He was only after their riches, not their lives. With this in mind, Ye Chen tossed a smoke bomb. Be careful. Wang Hong and Songyu were not lacking in vigilance. Upon seeing the unknown object flying toward them, they both summoned their spirit swords. Bang! The smoke bomb exploded, and thick smoke once again spread. Who is it? The burly Wang Hong bellowed furiously. Zheng. A faint sound rang out as a thin, hair-like poison needle pierced the air, striking Wang Heng's arm, but he felt nothing amiss. Similarly, Songyu was struck in the back without realizing it. The 2 displayed remarkable teamwork, back to back, channeling their true energy to disperse the encroaching smoke. Soon, they sensed something was off. Brother Wang, do you feel a bit dizzy? Songyu stumbled slightly. Yes, a little. Wang Hong shook his head, feeling utterly weak. Even his true energy fell silent, rendering him powerless. The hunchbacked old man's poison needles were indeed formidable. Observing Wang Hong and Songyu in such a state, Ye Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay, realizing that such potent poison was wasted on them. Bang, bang. 2 consecutive sounds rang out as both of their heads were struck by solid objects, rendering them unconscious. Don't blame me. Blame your master. Ye Chen emerged, grabbing one by each leg and swiftly making his way into the woods. Just like the previous 20 or so disciples from Deyang Peak, Wang Hong and Songyu's storage bags were looted, and any valuables on their persons were thoroughly stripped away. After completing these tasks, Ye Chen vanished into the night, ensuring he released the poison from Wang Hong and Songyu before leaving. Not long after, the dark woods were shattered by a series of anguished cries. The Deyang Peak disciples whom Ye Chen had knocked unconscious began to awaken, and upon discovering their emptied storage bags and the absence of all their valuables, they erupted into a cacophony of furious exclamations. That night, a group of Deyang Peak disciples staggered back to Hongyue sect's spiritual mountain. What is going on? The Hongyue sect members stared in disbelief at the group of Deyang Peak disciples, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. It was no wonder they were so shocked. The 20-plus disciples from Deyang Peak attracted attention, each of them stripped to the waist and left only in their floral undergarments. Most importantly, this disheveled appearance was not unique to one, but rather to over 20 individuals, creating a most striking spectacle in the night. Had they all been robbed? This question echoed in everyone's mind. The commotion was far too great to have been stripped of their clothes. How desperate must the assailant have been? Who did this? As soon as the 20 or so Diang Peak disciples set foot on the peak, Gu Hong's furious voice resonated from the summit. The mastermind behind all these schemes, Ye Chen, was presently in the small spiritual garden, meticulously counting his spoils of war. Today's harvest exceeded yesterday's by more than double, primarily due to the contributions from Wang Hong and Song Yu, whose wealth from the Yuan realm far surpassed that from the Qi condensation realm. The flickering candlelight within the room cast dancing shadows as Ye Chen stored his spirit stones, spirit liquids, and spirit artifacts into his storage bag, leaving only an ancient scroll in his hand. This scroll, somewhat tattered, bore the marks of time, its surface yellowed with age. The title read Refining Techniques, Chapter 29, Qishao Refining Techniques. Ye Chen stroked his chin and continued reading. Soon, a look of delight spread across his face. For this ancient scroll contained the secrets of weapon crafting, detailing the finest materials required for forging weapons, as well as the methods of refining them. This was indeed a treasure. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel elated. After perusing the refining techniques, he pondered for a moment, formulating a plan to forge a weapon. Although the Tianke sword was convenient to wield, its weight significantly hampered his speed. If he were to discard the Tianke sword during a confrontation, his speed would greatly increase. Thus, possessing a sharp weapon at that moment would be akin to gaining wings. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen once again picked up the ancient scroll, immersing himself in its teachings. He remained absorbed for an entire night. By dawn, he hastily consumed some food and then locked himself away in his room once more. It was not until the morning that he finally laid the scroll aside. Refining requires fire. It's truly tailor-made for me, Ye Chen mused with a smile, secretly relishing the fact that while Wang Hong guarded such wealth for refining, he was left merely to watch, as he lacked the fire to do so. With a swift motion, he patted his storage bag, and soon a clattering sound filled the air as shimmering spirit artifacts flew out. Spirit swords, large blades, long spears, and hefty hammers, all spoils from his plundering of the disciples from the Diang Peak. At this moment, he planned to fuse these spirit artifacts into a single furnace, extracting their most refined essence. Without hesitation, he summoned true fire with a thought. As he directed his will, the true fire transformed, coalescing into the shape of a furnace. He then tossed a glowing spirit sword into the furnace, carefully controlling the flames to gradually purify the impurities within, refining the most exquisite part of the sword in no time. The spirit sword melted under the intense heat, transforming into a fist-sized liquid. This liquid was mottled, as the sword was not of the finest quality, and the materials used for its crafting were mediocre, resulting in an excessive amount of impurities surfacing under the purifying flames. The fire roared, and Ye Chen remained patient, slowly eliminating the impurities from the liquid. After half an hour, the original fist-sized liquid was reduced to a mere size of a fingernail. Though small, it represented the most refined essence. With another thought, Ye Chen sent the fingernail-sized liquid soaring from the furnace. Once it left the furnace, the liquid solidified rapidly due to the sudden drop in temperature, and he caught it in his hand. It resembled a crystal, glowing and remarkably hard. With a promising start, Ye Chen's enthusiasm surged. The flames in the furnace blazed fiercely as he tossed a hammer inside, repeating the same process he had used for the spirit sword. Time passed, and soon night fell. During this period, Ye Chen faced multiple failures due to his inability to control the true fire, resulting in the essence within the spirit artifacts turning to ash. However, he did not leave empty-handed. Surrounding him were numerous small crystal fragments, remnants of the essence he had extracted from the spirit artifacts. It was only deep into the night that he finally managed to refine all the spirit essences. Exhaling a long sigh, he released a breath of fatigue. After just a day and night, stubble had begun to grow at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. Having extracted the essence from numerous spirit artifacts, he completed the first step. Next came the crucial task of merging these essences, followed by the rigorous refining process using true fire to finalize his weapon. After swallowing a vial of jade spirit liquid to replenish his energy, Ye Chen embarked on the second step of the fusion. Once again, he utilized the furnace, casting the refined essences of the spirit artifacts into it. Soon, under the burning flames of true fire, the solid essence transformed back into liquid. and Ye Chen meticulously controlled it to merge into a single entity. This step was not particularly difficult. In less than an hour, he had completed the fusion. Now, he held a block of red iron, as large as a brick, the result of merging the various essences. This red iron was extraordinary, glowing with a crimson hue, remarkably hard and pure, undoubtedly an excellent material for weapon crafting, promising to yield a formidable weapon once forged. With the red iron in hand, Ye Chen swiftly exited his room and leaped out of the small spiritual garden, for the subsequent rigorous refining would undoubtedly create noise, and he wished to avoid disturbing Zhang Fengnian and Huo's rest. Seeking a secluded spot, Ye Chen once more condensed true fire into the shape of a furnace, then tossed the red iron inside. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously controlled the flames, diligently refining the red iron toward the shape of a sword. This was an incredibly time-consuming endeavor. Ye Chen spent a full 6 hours to barely forge a crude sword blank, the blade still uneven and coarse. Regardless, the sword shape had taken form. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ye Chen continued to refine it methodically, the sound of metal ringing constantly. This process was exceedingly lengthy, as Ye Chen worked tirelessly from night through dawn, and from dawn to night, enduring 3 cycles of day and night without pause. During this time, the crude sword blank was meticulously refined. The unevenness of the blade gradually smoothed out, as he resembled a sculptor, unwilling to allow any flaw in his creation. Suddenly, at an unknown moment, the first sound of the sword's chime echoed forth, and a smile of satisfaction finally appeared on Ye Chen's weary face. After 4 days and nights of labor, his sword was finally complete. With a clap, he struck the furnace, sending the crimson long sword flying into his grasp. He then cut his palm, blood flowing forth and soaking the blade. This was the final step of blood sacrifice for the sword. Almost instantaneously, his blood infused into the crimson sword at a visible speed. With a resonant chime, the crimson sword trembled lightly, emitting a sound as a red glow burst forth, displaying remarkable elasticity. Under the moonlight, it shimmered with a fierce radiance, seemingly invulnerable. Grasping the long sword, Ye Chen swung it with precision. With a crash, a large boulder nearby was cleaved as easily as if it were tofu, proving the sword's astonishing sharpness. From this day forth, you shall be named Chixia. Ye Chen gently caressed the crimson sword, unable to part with it. It was the culmination of his efforts over the past few days, marking the significance of his first weapon crafting endeavor. Cradling the Tianke and the Qishao sword, Ye Chen reclined comfortably on a stone. Tomorrow, he would resume his plans. With a smile lingering on his lips, he gazed up at the towering Dayang Peak on Hongyue Ling Mountain. To scheme against me comes at a price, Ye Chen scoffed softly. Having spent nearly 5 days in the secluded area behind Hongyue, Ye Chen was certain that Gu Hong had lowered his guard, indicating that it was time for him to make his move. Chapter 30. The Bustling Back Mountain. The following day, before dawn, Ye Chen donned a black cloak and ascended Hongyue Ling Mountain. On his first visit, he headed straight to the back mountain, changed into tattered clothing, tousled his hair, smeared mud across his face, and finally concealed himself in the thick underbrush. Once I complete this job, I shall withdraw. As he watched the Hongyue disciples pass by, Ye Chen resolved in his heart. He considered himself meticulous and well-planned. However, nothing remains concealed forever. Knowing when to withdraw is paramount, as one can never predict where unforeseen flaws may arise, which could lead to dire consequences. As daylight broke completely, the activity in the back mountain of Hongyue sect gradually increased. Yet, Ye Chen noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Not a single disciple from Dayang Peak had arrived alone to gather spirit herbs. They were either in groups of 3 or 5, all coming in teams. So, the disciples of Dayang Peak have learned to be clever, fearing that someone might strike them from behind. Hence they come in groups to gather spirit herbs. Ye Chen mused with a cold smile amidst the underbrush. Realizing this, Ye Chen felt somewhat conflicted. Although he believed that his current cultivation level and strength posed no threat from any disciple of Dayang Peak, even in groups, he had the confidence to take them all down. Yet, this was not the valley. Should he fail to subdue them swiftly, trouble would surely follow, and more individuals might be drawn in, which would be the most absurd scenario. Just then, amidst his contemplation, Ye Chen spotted a familiar figure in the distance. This person had red eyes and a grim expression, as if everyone owed him a debt. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhao Long. He dares to come out alone. How bold of him! Ye Chen thought with a cold smile, already retrieving a black iron rod from his storage bag. However, just as Ye Chen was about to make his move, he noticed Zhao Long pulling out a black iron rod from his own storage bag, causing Ye Chen to freeze momentarily. While Ye Chen remained still, retreating slightly. Following Zhao Long's movement, he watched as Zhao Long approached a disciple from Tianyang Peak, swinging the iron rod with precision, causing the disciple to collapse instantly. Ye Chen gaped, momentarily stunned. This is what you get for plotting against Dayang Peak. You deserve it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Long swung the iron rod again, striking the already unconscious Tianyang Peak disciple. Ye Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Well then, the two previous incidents of ambushes are now being pinned on Tianyang Peak. As Ye Chen witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but rub his temples. This was something he hadn't anticipated. His target was Dayang Peak, yet now they were convinced that Tianyang Peak was the culprit. In an instant, Ye Chen's expression turned quite lively, finally understanding why the disciples of Dayang Peak had come in groups to the back mountain today. They were not here to gather spirit herbs, but rather to band together for revenge. Soon, screams akin to a slaughtered pig erupted from the northeast. Another scream followed from the northwest. The southeast erupted in cries as well. Soon, the southwest joined in with chilling screams, a cacophony of noise ensued, and disciples from all directions began converging toward this area. All disciples of Dayang Peak, each wielding a black iron rod. I took down 2 from Tianyang Peak. I took down 3 from Renyang Peak. I took down 1 from Tianyang Peak and 2 from Renyang Peak. The disciples of Dayang Peak reported their successes, their expressions a mix of rage, exhilaration, and excitement. Retreat. With a wave of Zhao Long's hand, the disciples of Dayang Peak hastily withdrew from the back mountain of Hung sect. Once they had left, Ye Chen emerged from the underbrush, clearing his throat and scratching his ear. You can't blame me for this. With that, he donned his black cloak and swiftly exited the back mountain of Hung sect, aware that this place had become a hotbed of conflict, no longer safe for him to linger. He knew that for many days to come, the back mountain of Hung sect would be anything but peaceful. The disciples of Dayang Peak would believe that those responsible for their troubles were from Renyang Peak and Tianyang Peak. Renyang Peak would suspect Tianyang Peak, and Tianyang Peak would think it was Renyang Peak causing the strife. The 3 main peaks of the outer sect had always been embroiled in rivalry and suspicion. At this moment, regardless of who had initiated the ambush, it would be nearly impossible to clarify. Ye Chen rubbed his temples, lamenting the chaos he had stirred. He could already envision the scene that would unfold in the coming days. Disciples from the 3 main peaks going to the back mountain to gather spirit herbs, each carrying a black iron rod for protection. Upon exiting the back mountain of Hung sect, Ye Chen made his way to the Wanbao Pavilion. As he entered, Pang Dahai, who had been studying ancient texts behind the counter, glanced up at Ye Chen and gruffly remarked, "Kid, what's with the black cloak in broad daylight?" Ye Chen chuckled, having donned the cloak to conceal his recovery, but he hadn't anticipated it would attract Pang Dahai's keen eye. Having endured over 100 lashes, you're already up and about. Your bones must be quite resilient. Pang Dahai set down the ancient book, scrutinizing Ye Chen with a piercing gaze, as if trying to uncover some underlying truth. "Elder, you know about my punishment with the fire whips?" Ye Chen inquired. "Of course. Who in the outer sect doesn't know?" Pang Dahai replied. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen coughed awkwardly and presented a storage bag. "Elder, snow jade orchids." Taking the storage bag, Pang Dahai peeked inside, discovering a wealth of over 6,000 spirit stones, which startled him. How does a Qi condensation realm apprentice possess so many spirit stones? Something's definitely amiss. Where did you get so many spirit stones? Pang Dahai couldn't help but ask, despite his usual disinterest in prying into others' affairs. "I found them." "Found them? You found quite a treasure trove." Just lucky, Ye Chen replied, scratching his nose. "Next time, tell me, I want to find some too." Pang Dahai shot Ye Chen a glance, but ultimately refrained from further questioning. Instead, he pulled out another storage bag from his robe and handed it to Ye Chen. Receiving the storage bag, Ye Chen quickly tucked it away but did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Pang Dahai and asked, "Elder, is the library of Hung sect open to apprentice disciples?" "It opens only on the last day of each month. Only then can apprentice disciples access it." "Oh, that means in 3 days." Ye Chen muttered softly before turning to exit the library. After Ye Chen left, Pang Dahai stroked his beard, his old eyes filled with profound insight. This kid is truly an enigma. Chapter 31. breaking through the apertures. Upon returning to the small spiritual garden, Ye Chen locked himself inside his room. He had purchased a substantial quantity of snow jade orchids and resolved to refine them all into jade spirit liquid in preparation for breaking through to the 5th level of qi condensation. Summoning true fire, he cast the spirit herbs into the flames. He worked tirelessly until night fell, swallowing a bottle of jade spirit liquid before resuming his efforts. A night passed without incident, and dawn broke. Today, Hongyue's sect was particularly lively, specifically the back mountain. The day before, disciples from Tianyang Peak and Rinyang Peak had been caught off guard in the back mountain, provoking the ire of Elder Zhong and the Qingyang, who issued stern orders for their disciples to be wary of the other 2 peaks, implying that they should retaliate as Ye Chen had anticipated. The back mountain of Hongyue's sect had transformed into a battleground for the 3 main peaks. It became evident that any disciple venturing to gather spirit herbs now carried a black iron rod in their possession. If you strike me, I'll strike back. This sentiment resonated with nearly all those who had been ambushed. The sense of injustice burned within them. Regardless of who the true culprit was, they were determined to retaliate. The anguished screams, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, echoed from dawn until dusk, leaving the disciples and elders of Hongyue's sect bewildered. What on earth is happening among the 3 main peaks? From this day forth, the back mountain became a place of caution. One could never know when they might be struck. Whoever gets hit is fair game. As long as it's not me. Throughout the day, any disciple who entered the back mountain emerged clutching their heads, some with bruised faces, others covered in footprints or injuries, creating quite the spectacle. The clandestine conflict escalated. And as time progressed, it gradually evolved into an open confrontation, shifting the battleground from the back mountain of Hongyue sect to the Fengyan platform. Tianyang Peak's Kong Lu, come out. I await you at the Fengyan platform. As dawn broke, the disciples of the Earth Yang Peak issued their challenge, igniting a chain reaction of confrontations that echoed throughout the realm. Yukong of the human Yang Peak, I await you at the Fengyan platform, declared one voice. Zhao Long of the Earth Yang Peak, damn it, I am determined to fight you to the bitter end. Another voice shouted with fervor, enough of your underhanded tricks, have the courage to face me on stage. Historically, there had always been personal grievances among the disciples of the 3 main peaks, and this incident served as the spark that ignited their impending conflict. The Fengyan platform buzzed with activity, the mutual challenges transforming it into a true epicenter of turmoil, reminiscent of grand spectacles from the past, perhaps unparalleled since the establishment of the Hongyue sect. How could the 3 main peaks become embroiled in such chaos? The grudges had long been festering. Even without this incident, it was inevitable that they would clash eventually. Meanwhile, the root cause of all this turmoil, Ye Chen, was leisurely concocting jade spirit liquid in the small spirit garden. The fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air, enchanting the senses. How delightful! Exclaimed Hua, with his large, expressive eyes, standing outside Ye Chen's door, greedily inhaling the enticing scent emanating from within. Once an elder of the Hongyue sect, Zhang Fengyan was well acquainted with the aroma of the jade spirit liquid, and he looked on in astonishment. The liquid was supposed to be cool and gentle, yet the fragrance wafting from Ye Chen's room was steaming hot, indicating it had just been refined. Zhang Fengyan stroked his beard thoughtfully. Late into the night, Ye Chen finally emerged from his room, looking disheveled, with unkempt hair and a weary expression, a stubble adorning his face. He stretched languidly, and the sound of cracking joints filled the air. After 2 days and nights, he had successfully brewed over 100 bottles of jade spirit liquid, his mastery over the flames and the concoction process growing ever more proficient. Quack, quack! The giant bird known as the little eagle, seemingly still awake, flapped its wings and approached, its fluffy head occasionally rubbing against Ye Chen. Its injuries had yet to fully heal, and it would take at least a month before it could fly again. Hungry? Ye Chen gently stroked the little eagle's furry head. Quack, quack! The intelligent creature seemed to understand Ye Chen's words and shook its head. A smile crept across Ye Chen's face as he retrieved a large piece of meat from his storage bag and offered it to the little eagle, whose eyes lit up instantly with delight as it devoured the offering. Let me help you. Ye Chen affectionately patted the little eagle's head before administering a bottle of jade spirit liquid into its body. Upon ingesting the liquid, the little eagle felt a surge of warmth enveloping it, a powerful energy supporting its form, causing it to gaze up at Ye Chen with a hint of fear. Apprehensive that it might burst from the pressure, "No worries, I'm here," Ye Chen reassured with a smile as he summoned true fire. The sight of the flames instilled terror in the little eagle's eyes. As it instinctively shivered, aware of the true fire's formidable nature. "Don't be afraid." With a gentle smile, Ye Chen enveloped the little eagle in flames, guiding the energy into its body to aid in the refinement of the liquid. Quack, quack! There was no pain from burning. Instead, the little eagle felt a comforting warmth spread through it, its trembling subsiding as the refined liquid nourished its injuries. In less than a quarter of an hour, the little eagle flapped its wings and managed to hover awkwardly in the air. Quack, quack! The spirited bird seemed overjoyed at its newfound ability to fly again, reluctant to descend, fluttering about in the air for quite some time before finally landing, exhaustion overtaking it as it fell into a deep slumber. "Sleep well? Tomorrow will bring better things." Ye Chen chuckled as he stroked the little eagle's head, then turned to enter Hua's room. Hua, simple and unassuming, lay soundly asleep, blissfully unaware of Ye Chen's presence. Approaching the bedside, Ye Chen examined Hua's body closely. He discovered that the boy's innate spiritual channels were blocked, with several major meridians unactivated. And he had yet to establish a dantian. With such a constitution, without extraordinary fortune, he was destined never to become a cultivator. Generally, a person's meridians must be unimpeded to open the spiritual channels, the gateway to the dantian. Only by opening these channels could one attract the essence of heaven and earth and become a true cultivator. However, if a person's meridians were obstructed from birth, they would require someone to unblock their meridians to become a cultivator. After pondering for a moment, Ye Chen infused true fire into Hua's body. Indeed, he intended to refine Hua's physique, subsequently unblocking his meridians, opening his spiritual channels, and ultimately establishing his dantian. Soon, pain flickered across Hua's face as he stirred. But the fragrant mist from Ye Chen lulled him back into slumber. Carefully controlling the true fire, Ye Chen meticulously refined Hua's body, anxious that the fearsome flames might harm him. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on Ye Chen's brow. However, his efforts bore fruit as the refining process strengthened Hua's meridians, loosening the blockages as the true energy he infused slowly cleared them. This painstaking process continued until just before dawn, when Ye Chen successfully unblocked all of Hua's meridians. Through the refinement, the impurities within Hua's body were expelled, and a contented smile appeared on his sleeping face. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Ye Chen's tense body relaxed. Now, the next step was to open Hua's spiritual channels. With a faint smile, Ye Chen acknowledged that he had succeeded halfway. It might hurt a bit. Bear with it. After a brief rest, Ye Chen summoned true energy once more, channeling it into Hua's body, allowing it to circulate through his meridians and impact the barrier leading to his dantian. Upon the first impact, Hua's face contorted in pain. Again, Ye Chen urged, proceeding cautiously, for a misstep could cost Hua his life. He infused true energy into Hua like a sharp sword, repeatedly striking with increasing force. Hua's face became drenched in sweat, his complexion pale as a sheet. Had it not been for Ye Chen's fragrant mist keeping him asleep, he would have surely awakened from the pain. "Hang in there. Your destiny may change because of this." Ye Chen continued to guide his true energy against the barrier. As dawn approached, even Ye Chen's complexion grew somewhat pale. Pop! A sound echoed from within Hua, signaling that the spiritual channel leading to his dantian had finally been breached. Suddenly, the essence of heaven and earth surged, converging upon Hua's body, forming a vortex of spiritual energy that poured into him through every pore. Heaven rewards the diligent. Ye Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, wiping away the cold sweat from his brow. Chapter 32. The Library Pavilion. The sun rose brightly. Ye Chen did not rest, instead preparing breakfast for Zhang Fengyan and Hua. When the door opened, Zhang Fengyan emerged, leaning on his cane, his gait unsteady. "Young man, up so early," he greeted with a warm smile. "I couldn't sleep, so I got up." Ye Chen replied with a carefree grin. "It's rare to see someone as diligent as you," Zhang Fengyan remarked. "You flatter me, senior." Just then, their conversation was interrupted by a bewildered Hua, who had rushed over, pointing at the swirling energy around him and looking at both men in confusion. "What is happening? It feels like something is flowing into my body, and I feel all warm inside." Spiritual energy. Zhang Fengyan's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly examined Hua's body. "How is this?" he stammered, astonished. "Can cultivate?" Hua looked up at Ye Chen and Zhang Fengyan with wide eyes. "Yes, of course. Zhang Fengyan seemed more excited than he had anticipated. From this day forward, you are a cultivator. Ye Chen patted Hua on the shoulder. I'm a cultivator. I'm a cultivator, Hua exclaimed, bouncing with joy, a truly innocent and radiant child. He eventually ran over to the little eagle, dancing with glee. Little eagle, I can cultivate now. I can protect you from now on. Quack, quack. The little eagle seemed to understand. Its calls filled with joy. Heaven has eyes, Zhang Fengyan beamed, watching the jubilant Hua, his complexion visibly improving, as if he had regained several years of youth. Meanwhile, Ye Chen silently observed Hua, feeling a mix of happiness and conflict within himself. Was this truly for Hua's benefit? The path of a cultivator was far more arduous than that of an ordinary person. Choosing this path meant a longer lifespan, yet it also came with profound solitude. The journey of a cultivator was indeed more brutal. Ye Chen was unsure whether altering Hua's fate was right or wrong. Perhaps Hua would only understand the hardships of a cultivator when he truly faced them. Being an ordinary person might be far more liberating. After a simple breakfast, Ye Chen stepped out of the small spirit garden. Today, he did not don his black robe, for he knew there was no longer a need for concealment. The disciples of the three main peaks were already embroiled in fierce battles. Even if he appeared lively atop the Hongyue Spirit Mountain, it would be difficult for the three main peaks to divert their attention to him. Nonetheless, his presence drew considerable attention. Any Hongyue disciple who caught sight of Ye Chen displayed expressions of shock. After enduring over 100 lashes, he has recovered. Is he a monster? There isn't a single mark on him. How is this possible in just a few days? What? Upon hearing of Ye Chen's vibrant return, Yin Zhiping of the Discipline Hall sprang to his feet, unable to contain his astonishment. Not only him, but disciples and elders from Tianyang Peak, Diyang Peak, and Rinyang Peak were equally surprised. Quick, quick! Disciples from Rinyang Peak and Tianyang Peak are clashing again on the Fengyan platform. I heard the disciples from Diyang Peak have joined in as well. Rumor has it that even those at the Yuan realm are participating this time. Soon, groups of people surged toward the Fengyan platform, signaling that the astonishment over Ye Chen's recovery was swiftly overshadowed by the conflicts among the disciples of the three main peaks. Yet, amidst the fervor on the Fengyan platform, Ye Chen did not pause. Today marked the day the Hongyue sect's library pavilion was open to apprentice disciples, and he did not wish to waste time on mere spectacle. He halted before a grand and imposing pavilion, noting that it was unusually quiet today. Perhaps everyone had gone to the Fengyan platform to watch the commotion. Just as well, it's rare to have such tranquility. With a faint smile, Ye Chen stepped into the library pavilion. Inside, the library was a realm unto itself, vast and imposing, lined with rows of shelves filled with ancient scrolls, over 100,000 in total, collected by the Hongyue sect. Though it was only the first level, it housed many precious texts. The caretaker of the library was an old man with a scruffy beard and unkempt hair, known as the true man Huangshi among the Hongyue people. Elder, Ye Chen greeted respectfully. You may enter. Your identity card is with me, Huangshi replied, eyeing Ye Chen with a grin that revealed his yellowed teeth. Ye Chen presented his identity card and made his way inside. Finding numerous ancient scrolls, Ye Chen casually picked one up, only to discover it was a text on spiritual herbs. Shaking his head slightly, he returned it to its place. The library was tranquil, and Ye Chen was content to enjoy the peace, perusing and selecting scrolls as if shopping, only to return each one to its original location. After 3 hours, he had yet to find a single scroll related to mystical arts or techniques. It seemed such texts were located in the upper levels. Ye Chen pondered, for apprentice disciples were only permitted access to the first level of the library, and he lacked the qualifications for the upper tiers. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Ye Chen picked up another ancient scroll to peruse. Suddenly, the tranquility of the library was disrupted by a voice at the entrance, signaling the arrival of another patron. You little rascal, if you keep pilfering things here, I'll teach you a lesson. Huangshi's grumbling voice followed. What do you mean? Do you see me as that kind of person? Came the retort. After a few brief exchanges, Ye Chen finally caught sight of the newcomer. His lips twitched in surprise at the sight of the boy, who appeared to be around 13 or 14, yet was notably short and remarkably plump. As he walked, his excess flesh jiggled, giving the impression of a waddling mass. His attire was the most peculiar Ye Chen had ever seen. A large pair of shorts and a vest, with nearly invisible eyes, his chest bare. He resembled a small, rotund version of the Buddha. Such talent in Hongyue. Ye Chen mused, observing the chubby boy. Just then, The boy approached, glancing up and down at Ye Chen with twinkling eyes, seemingly scrutinizing him. "I don't think I've seen you before," he remarked, rubbing his chubby chin. "I just arrived." "Oh," the boy responded casually before attempting to walk past. However, after just a couple of steps, he returned, his pudgy nose twitching as he sniffed around like a dog. Soon, he caught the scent of Ye Chen. "True fire!" the boy exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. "You possess true fire?" Chapter 33. Xiong Er, you possess true fire? The boy's voice caused Ye Chen's brows to furrow sharply. True fire was his greatest secret, one he had always kept hidden. Even the foremost disciples of the three main peaks and Zhou Dafeng had not discerned it. Yet this rotund boy had sniffed it out. Ye Chen felt a surge of astonishment. "Dio, you truly have true fire." The chubby boy grasped Ye Chen's arm with both hands, lowering his voice as if afraid the old man Huangshi might overhear. "True fire is exceedingly rare. How could an apprentice disciple like me possess it?" Despite his shock, Ye Chen managed a faint smile. "You must be mistaken. Perhaps you misinterpreted it. If not, I'll find someone to verify it," the boy declared, turning abruptly to shout toward the entrance. "Old Huang, this kid has true MMMPH." Before he could finish the word, Ye Chen swiftly covered the boy's mouth, knowing that if Huangshi came to verify, it would be impossible to conceal the existence of his true fire. "You seem to have quite the talents," Ye Chen thought, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. It was clear that the boy's rotund form was not without reason. He was full of mischief. "Stop shouting. What are you shouting about?" Huangshi grumbled as he approached, glaring at the chubby boy. "Have you eaten too much and lost your mind?" "I thought I was just practicing my vocal cords," the boy replied, scratching his ear, ultimately refraining from revealing Ye Chen's secret. "Keep quiet," Huangshi snapped, turning to leave. Just a few paces away, he glanced back at the chubby boy, asking, "What did you say about him having true?" "What?" In response to Huangshi's inquiry, the boy's small eyes darted around as he stammered, True energy." Hearing this, Ye Chen nearly burst into laughter. "What the heck?" Huangshi exclaimed, slapping the boy across the face. "Everyone in Hongyue has true energy. What is so surprising about that?" With that, Huangshi huffed and walked away, grumbling. After Huangshi departed, the chubby boy got back to his feet, the imprint of the slap clear on his round face. "Old man, just wait for me," the chubby boy cursed incessantly while covering his face. Beside him, Ye Chen cast a glance and prepared to leave. "You can't go." Seeing Ye Chen about to leave, the chubby boy immediately grabbed him. "Do you have something to say?" Yes, the chubby boy replied hastily. "I need to borrow your true fire to refine a treasured, in time." "Old Huang, this kid. Refine? Ye Chen was truly exasperated. The two made their way to the back mountain. At this hour, the back mountain was usually bustling with disciples from Hongyue gathering spirit herbs, but today, not a single shadow was in sight. Everyone had rushed to Fengyun platform to watch the three main peaks battle. "Let's make this clear beforehand. I can help you refine it, but you mustn't let anyone know I use my true fire." Ye Chen repeatedly emphasized this point along the way. "You can rest assured. My lips are tightly sealed." The chubby boy patted his chest. "Also, it can't be for free. Give me 500 spirit stones, otherwise, it's a no-go deal." The chubby boy readily agreed, and his eagerness piqued Ye Chen's curiosity about the treasure he wished to refine. 500 spirit stones without batting an eye surely indicated that the treasure was extraordinary. The two found a secluded cave, and only then did the chubby boy reveal the treasure he mentioned. It was a black wolf fang club, exuding a heavy and formidable presence, undoubtedly a fierce weapon. "See that wisp of black aura on it?" The chubby boy brought the wolf fang club closer. Pointing at the swirling black aura, Ye Chen leaned in, and the black aura, as fine as a strand of hair, was nearly invisible unless one looked closely. It felt cold and sinister, and upon closer inspection, it even emitted a faint scent of blood. "What is this?" Ye Chen inquired, pointing at the black aura. "The evil thoughts of the club's last master. With it, I cannot make the club recognize its new master." Evil thoughts. Upon hearing that term, a flicker of surprise crossed Ye Chen's eyes. The lingering evil thoughts from a past life could remain on a weapon, highlighting the formidable power of the Wolf Fang Club's previous owner. "Are you sure true fire can refine it?" Ye Chen glanced at the chubby boy. "Absolutely," the chubby boy assured confidently. "Evil thoughts are the embodiment of the utmost yin, and they fear the utmost yang. True fire, born from the heavens and earth, is undoubtedly a form of utmost yang, so it can surely refine it. Then let's begin, Ye Chen declared, summoning the true fire with a thought. The flames of true fire surged, instantly raising the temperature within the cave and illuminating the surrounding walls with a golden glow. What a domineering true fire! It will definitely refine it, hee. Seeing Ye Chen's true fire, the chubby boy was filled with confidence and hurriedly levitated the Wolf Fang Club into the air. Ye Chen manipulated the true fire, enveloping the Wolf Fang Club. Under the scorching flames, the black aura began to writhe violently. In the depths of the void, there seemed to be a sound of wailing that momentarily startled both Ye Chen and the chubby boy. See, I told you so. The chubby boy rubbed his chubby little hands upon witnessing the struggling black aura. The evil thoughts are too strong. It will take an hour. Ye Chen estimated the time. No problem. I have plenty of time. The chubby boy squatted down, his eyes fixed intently on his Wolf Fang Club. This fellow was so fat that when he squatted, his entire body resembled a lump of flesh. I'm Xiong. While watching the Wolf Fang Club, the chubby boy introduced himself. Xiong. Ye Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at the chubby boy and tentatively asked, then does your brother go by Xiong? My brother is called Xiong, and your other siblings, they wouldn't be called Xiong-san, would they? I have no siblings, Ye Chen chose not to inquire further. He thought Xiong was already peculiar enough. But his father must have been even more eccentric to bestow such outrageous names upon them. What a sin! The piercing scream echoed from the Wolf Fang Club once more. The wisp of black aura had become exceedingly thin. The evil thoughts of its former master, being a natural nemesis of true fire, struggled in vain against its inevitable fate of being refined. An hour later, Ye Chen retracted the true fire. Not bad. Not bad, he. Xiong took the Wolf Fang Club eagerly and promptly dripped blood onto it. Soon, the blood was absorbed, and the club trembled as a result. Big, grow bigger. As Xiong became its master. With a mere thought, the Wolf Fang Club expanded to an enormous size, ultimately becoming thicker than a tree and taller than a person, radiating an aura of weightiness. If this were to strike down, few could withstand it. Ye Chen stroked his chin, secretly admiring the ferocity of the Wolf Fang Club. Meanwhile, Xiong had already secured the club, in high spirits, and clapped Ye Chen on the shoulder, saying, today, I'm in a good mood. Let me treat you to some drinks. Ye Chen shot a glance at Xiong, suspecting he was reluctant to pay. We hit it off so well, talking about money would ruin our friendship. Damn. Unexpectedly, Xiong directly threw his arms around Ye Chen's neck, winking, you have true fire? How about we pull off a big score together? Pay me. Ye Chen's face darkened. Dio, you lack snow Yulon flowers. Xiong winked again. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. He had underestimated this chubby boy, who seemed clever enough to know about his true fire and was also aware that he was refining Yuling liquid. And furthermore, he knew that the only thing Ye Chen lacked for the refinement was snow Yulon flowers. The elder guarding the spirit herb garden is my uncle. This statement from Xiong made Ye Chen's eyes light up. Chapter 34. Stealing spirit herbs that night? Ye Chen and Xiong arrived at the spirit herb garden of Hunyue's sect. The garden spanned a vast area, with swirling clouds floating above it, and various spirit herbs shimmering in hues of light. Even before entering, they could already smell the rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. Naturally, the surroundings of the spirit herb garden were filled with restrictions. Not just anyone could enter. Are you sure this will work? Ye Chen looked at the hefty Xiong, feeling that this fellow was unreliable. It will definitely work. Xiong patted his chest and stepped boldly into the spirit herb garden. Ye Chen glanced around and followed suit. Within the garden, there was a pavilion hidden among the spirit fruit trees. Oh! Before Ye Chen and Xiong could get close, the sound of a woman's moans drifted from within the pavilion, and they could even see the structure shaking. Hearing this, Ye Chen's mouth twitched. He was all too familiar with such sounds. On that night in the cave, the enchanting woman from the empty realm had sounded even more lascivious than the one currently in the pavilion. I say, your uncle is quite dedicated. Ye Chen turned his head to look at Xiong, but that doesn't sound like my aunt. Xiong scratched his head. Immediately, he wiggled his hefty body forward a few steps and called out tentatively, Uncle, quick, put on your clothes. A man's hurried voice soon echoed from the pavilion. Moments later, a disheveled male disciple and a disrobed female disciple appeared at the pavilion's entrance. Xiong Pongzi, it's you? The flustered male disciple sighed in relief upon seeing Xiong. and he hastily waved his hand to the female disciple beside him, saying, "Little darling, you go back first. I'll come again tomorrow." The female disciple blushed deeply, swaying her alluring figure as she walked out, throwing a flirtatious glance at Ye Chen as she passed by. Ye Chen ignored her. Perhaps since that night, he could no longer entertain any thoughts of women. Li-san, you've become quite bold. Aren't you afraid my uncle will beat you? On the other side, Xiong-er began to scold with a grin, making it sound as though they were in a brothel. Why, master has gone traveling. Who knows when he'll return? Lonely me, just had to find a companion. Your uncle has gone traveling. He left half a month ago. Oh, then this is easy. Xiong-er stepped forward, pulled out an iron rod from his bosom, and without hesitation, struck the male disciple on the head. The disciple collapsed to the ground, completely dazed. Ye Chen watched, his mouth twitching. This is what you call gathering spirit herbs? You're robbing, aren't you? Whether stealing or robbing, as long as we get the spirit herbs, that's all that matters. Xiong-er had already taken action, tossing the male disciple into the bushes and brushing his hands together, saying, "If my uncle finds out, I'll just say it was me. Besides, we won't take too much. With so many spirit herbs, nobody will notice. I feel like I've boarded a pirate ship. Stop with the useless chatter. Let us go." Despite feeling a bit guilty, Ye Chen followed along. The spirit herb garden indeed boasted an abundance of spirit herbs, dazzling Ye Chen's eyes. Many were not found on the back mountain, and several were extremely precious. The rare spirit herbs were surrounded by restrictions, which he dared not covet. Soon, they reached the area where snow yulon flowers were planted. Just as Xiong-er had said, there were countless snow yulon flowers, each shimmering with brilliant light. Even if they stole a few, no one would notice. Most importantly, snow yulon flowers were not among the precious spirit herbs, and there were no restrictions around them. Searching the entire back mountain, one would be hard-pressed to find a few snow yulon flowers, yet here they were in abundance. Ye Chen sighed, secretly admiring Hangyue sect's grand gesture. If they could refine all these snow yulon flowers into yuling liquid, it would surely amount to a considerable fortune. Regrettably, this spirit herb garden was not his. "Stop dawdling. Pick them," Xiong-er urged. Saying this, he pulled out a storage bag from his pants, and like a thief, he began plucking snow yulon flowers with each grasp. Seeing this, Ye Chen no longer hesitated, pulling out his own storage bag and joining in. "Don't just pick at one spot. It's too obvious." "Of course I know that. If you knew, why did you keep picking at one spot? That area has been stripped bare." Under the moonlit night, the two acted without any decorum, resembling two robbers. When their storage bags were filled to the brim, Xiong-er waved his hand and said, "Let us go." Ye Chen understood, stuffing the storage bag into his bosom, just as he was about to leave when a tremor from his true fire caught his attention. A treasure! This was the first thought that crossed Ye Chen's mind. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the surroundings, but his vision was limited, and he ultimately failed to spot anything unusual. "Let us go, let us go." Xiong-er tugged at Ye Chen, leading him towards the exit. Although Ye Chen was curious to explore further, he followed Xiong-er, knowing they were there to steal spirit herbs. If they were caught by someone, who knew what kind of nonsense would ensue? However, just as they reached the pavilion, a figure descended from the sky, riding a divine rainbow. "Oh no, my uncle is back," Xiong-er thought to himself, feeling a wave of bad luck wash over him. Ye Chen silently cursed. Of all times, why did he have to return now? Just as they were speaking, a figure landed before them. The person appeared quite decent, tall and slender, exuding an aura of a senior expert, albeit with a slightly large mouth. This individual was Lin Qingshan, the elder guarding the spirit herb garden and Xiong-er's uncle. "Uncle, you're back." Xiong-er rubbed his hands together with a grin. "Xiong-er?" Lin Qingshan paused, frowning at the sight of his nephew in the spirit herb garden at this hour. "It's nothing much. My father wants to remarry, so I came to deliver an invitation to you." "What?" Lin Qingshan's expression darkened instantaneously, erupting with rage. Meanwhile, Ye Chen nearly knelt before Xiong-er, who had a remarkable talent for weaving lies. He could concoct tales, but who would have thought he would come up with such a ridiculous excuse? "Xiong-dahai, you must be tired of living," Lin Qingshan seethed, turning to fly off in a rage, seemingly intent on confronting Xiong-er's father. Ye Chen could imagine that Xiong-er's father would undoubtedly suffer for it. "What are you standing there for? Let us go." Seeing Lin Qingshan leave, Xiong'er immediately pulled Ye Chen out of the spirit herb garden. I say, aren't you afraid your father will come back and beat you? Ye Chen looked at Xiong'er with a hint of disbelief. It's fine. I get beaten every day. Chapter 35. The Changes of the Purple Gold Gourd in the Dead of Night. Ye Chen and Xiong'er returned to the back mountain of Hungyue's sect once more. They were back in that same cave, where the two were now counting the stolen snow Yulan flowers. Over 900 stalks. We're about to strike it rich. If we refine them all into Yuling liquid, how about a 50-50 split? Deal. And so, the duo scoured the back mountain once again. The herbs required for refining Yuling liquid were not limited to just snow Yulan flowers. Several other spirit herbs were necessary. Fortunately, the back mountain still had plenty. As dawn approached, the two finally returned to the cave, exhausted after toiling through the night. But they had managed to gather enough herbs for 500 portions of Yuling liquid. Let us get to work. Ye Chen was full of energy, immediately conjuring true fire, which transformed into the shape of a cauldron. Beside him, Xiong'er was equally spirited, assisting Ye Chen as he tossed the spirit herbs into the flame cauldron according to Ye Chen's instructions. A new day heralded a new beginning. The disciples from the three main peaks were still engaged in fierce battles on Fengyun platform, with several instances almost escalating into a brawl. However, none of this disturbed Xiong'er and Ye Chen. The two were diligently refining Yuling liquid, the aroma of herbs filling the cave, soothing to the senses. Day turned to night, and the cycle of the moon and sun continued. Before they knew it, 9 days had quietly passed. During these 9 days, the two would occasionally take breaks before resuming their intense refining. On another starlit night, they lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily. Their efforts had not been in vain. Several hundred bottles of Yuling liquid lay peacefully beside them, filling them with joy. I have a question I've been wanting to ask for a long time. Xiong'er looked at Ye Chen with curiosity. You possess true fire, which is a coveted asset for any sect. So why are you only a mere outer disciple? A commoner has no fault, but possessing a jewel may invite envy. Ye Chen shrugged. It's unfortunate that true fire attracts too much attention, and too many are covetous of it. I don't wish to stir up unnecessary trouble due to its existence. That's true. Until I've fully spread my wings, I don't plan to reveal my true fire in front of outsiders. In a month, there will be the outer sect competition. If you wish to enter the inner sect, I doubt it can be done without using your true fire. Xiong'er mused, pinching his chubby chin. The outer sect competition. Ye Chen pondered for a moment. The Hungyue sect likely held an outer sect competition every 3 years, similar to Zhangyang's sect, and only those who made it to the end could enter the inner sect. The thought of the outer sect competition made Ye Chen feel a twinge of melancholy. It had been over a month since he had been expelled from Zhangyang's sect, and if he were still there, he might have already entered the inner sect. Life truly is unpredictable. Ye Chen couldn't help but reflect on his circumstances, abandoned by his sect, subjected to humiliation, yet fate had been fair, granting him a second chance to shine once more at Hungyue's sect. I'm leaving. Xiong'er clapped his rear and stood up, scratching his nose. Why, old man might be out looking for me. With that, Xiong'er hopped out of the cave. After he left, Ye Chen sealed the cave and sat cross-legged on the ground. Soon, 30 bottles of Yuling liquid were consumed entirely, and true fire surged forth, assisting him in refining it into pure true energy. As the mighty true energy flooded into his dantian, the ocean of true energy within began to surge, rolling like waves, shimmering golden, and with the increasing amount of true energy, Ye Chen's cultivation level was forced to break through to the peak of the 4th stage of qi condensation. This moment, all his pores opened wide, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At some point, a sound resonated from within him, signifying his realm had successfully ascended to the 5th stage of qi condensation. Phew! A deep breath was exhaled, and Ye Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Upon introspecting his body, he discovered that his meridians had grown significantly thicker, and his bones had become more resilient through the subtle tempering of true fire. Moreover, both his meridians and bones were adorned with a radiant golden glow. Due to his recent advancement in cultivation, the capacity of his danci had expanded once more. He estimated that for his next breakthrough, he would require at least 100 bottles of jade spirit liquid. Ye Chen calculated the amount of true energy needed for the upcoming realm. He understood that the 5th level of qi condensation represented a critical juncture, while the first 4 levels were relatively easy to surpass. The transition to the 5th brought substantial changes, making each subsequent breakthrough exponentially more challenging, especially since he possessed a Dancy, which added to the complexity. Fortunately, with true fire able to refine jade spirit liquid, relying solely on the absorption of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth would make it uncertain when he might achieve his next breakthrough. With these thoughts in mind, he leapt up from the ground, stretching his somewhat stiff body up. Just as he extended his limbs, he felt a slight tremor from something in his storage pouch. Upon opening it, he found that the source of the subtle vibration was the purple gold gourd he had purchased from Wanbao Pavilion. Since acquiring it, it had been entirely inert. Curiosity piqued, Ye Chen took out the gourd, noticing that it had changed. It shimmered with a faint purple light, and the runes etched on its surface occasionally flickered. Could it be that my breakthrough has triggered its awakening? Ye Chen murmured, then gently removed the cork. Instantly, the purple gold gourd trembled once more. Soon, a small vortex appeared at the mouth of the gourd, drawing in the spiritual energy from the surroundings, which was then absorbed into the gourd through the vortex. This revelation brightened Ye Chen's eyes. Not bothering to replace the cork, he silently observed the gourd's transformation. It seemed to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as if it were a living being. Realizing this, Ye Chen broke through the cave's entrance and stepped outside. Compared to the cave, the spiritual energy outside was even more abundant. He placed the purple gold gourd upon a rock, and immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy was attracted to it, forcefully drawn into the gourd. Time passed, and eventually, Ye Chen leaned closer, peering into the gourd's opening. To his astonishment, the absorbed spiritual energy had transformed into several droplets of liquid spirit energy. Though the quantity was modest, its purity was exceptional. You possess such an ability? Ye Chen was taken aback, then tilted his head back, consuming the spirit energy liquid. As it entered his body, it flowed through his meridians like a crystal-clear spring, nourishing him. It was no less effective than the jade spirit liquid. A smile of delight spread across Ye Chen's face. He promptly placed the purple gold gourd back on the rock, allowing it to continue absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Not only that, he poured several bottles of jade spirit liquid into it, observing as they amalgamated with the spirit energy liquid, resulting in an even purer concoction, igniting a fervent gleam in Ye Chen's eyes once more. Seeing this, he emptied every last bottle of jade spirit liquid from his storage pouch into the gourd. Truly remarkable. Ye Chen gently caressed the gourd, silently acknowledging the worth of the 1,300 spirit stones spent. In the future, he would merely need to take out this purple gold gourd and place it in a spiritually rich environment, and it would autonomously absorb the energy, transforming it into spirit energy liquid. Although the gourd's rate of transformation was somewhat slow, its continuous absorption would inevitably accumulate over time, and most importantly, it would not require any of Ye Chen's time. A treasure, indeed. With a chuckle, Ye Chen stored the purple gold gourd and exited the back mountain. Chapter 36. Ascending Ling Mountain. Upon returning to the little spirit garden, it was already deep into the night. However, as Ye Chen entered, he found that Hua was still awake, seated on a mat, absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Hua's cultivation had consolidated at the first level of qi condensation. What a diligent little fellow! A faint smile crept onto Ye Chen's face. Hearing the sound, Hua opened his eyes and, upon seeing Ye Chen, hurriedly stood up. "Big brother, you're back? How do you feel?" Ye Chen patted Hua's shoulder. "I feel amazing." Hua flashed a broad grin, his 2 rows of pearly white teeth displaying his genuine emotions. "I feel full of energy, and my appetite has increased quite a bit. I'll definitely get stronger." Ye Chen's expression softened with pride, and he retrieved 3 bottles of spirit liquid from his storage pouch, handing them to Hua. "Take 3 drops every hour. 3 drops is the limit, so don't overindulge." "Thank you, big brother," Hua exclaimed, excitement evident as he wiped the bottle with his sleeve. "Come back to me once they're used up." Hua nodded vigorously, then looked up at Ye Chen with wide eyes. "Big brother, can I also go to Ling Mountain to cultivate like you?" Ye Chen fell silent. As a disciple of the sect, he was acutely aware of the perils within. The weak would be bullied, while the strong would attract jealousy, and schemes abounded. Hua was a simple and earnest child, completely oblivious to the treacheries of the world. Ye Chen truly wished to shield him from such early exposure. "I just want to see the world above." Noticing Ye Chen's silence, Hua lowered his head. Seeing him like this, Ye Chen sighed internally but maintained a gentle smile on the surface, ruffling Hua's hair. "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow I will take you up the mountain." "Really?" Hu Wa's head shot up. Yes, him. Hu Wa was ecstatic, dashing into his small room. After he left, Ye Chen couldn't help but say he wondered whether helping Hu Wa become a cultivator was the right decision. Casting one last glance at Hu Wa's small room, Ye Chen tended to the injuries of his little eagle spirit beast. Then, taking advantage of the night, entered Zhang Fengyan's room and infused a bottle of jade spirit liquid into him to help nourish his body. Completing these tasks, Ye Chen returned to his own room, placing the purple gold gourd on his bedside to absorb spiritual energy. He then closed his eyes, circulating the wild body refining technique to temper his flesh. The next day, before dawn, he stepped out of his room in the garden. Hu Wa was already up, dressed in a clean outfit. When going up to cultivate, you must be well behaved, avoid trouble, and remember to return early, Zhang Fengyan repeatedly instructed, leaning on his cane. Worried that Hu Wa might be bullied, Ye Chen approached slowly, smiling. Rest assured, senior, I will look after him. After a quick breakfast, Ye Chen and Hu Wa stepped out of the little spirit garden under Zhang Fengyan's watchful gaze. As they ascended Ling Mountain for the first time, Hu Wa's eyes widened with wonder, taking in the towering peaks, magnificent palaces, and spiritually radiant trees. Everything was a marvel to him. Today, many disciples seemed to be out gathering spiritual energy, perhaps due to the recent conclusion of the skirmish among the disciples of the three main peaks at the Fengyun platform, prompting them to return to their cultivation. Or perhaps the impending outer sect competition in a month heightened their sense of urgency. Nevertheless, Ye Chen's arrival attracted considerable attention. This in-turn disciple had accomplished numerous astonishing feats since arriving at Hengyue sect, battling Zhao Long at the Fengyun War, openly opposing the Diang Peak, nearly crippling Wei Yang, and facing punishment from the discipline hall. How dare he bring Hu Wa up here, blatantly disregarding the sect's regulations? Are you blind? That boy named Hu Wa has true energy fluctuations within him. He can cultivate? What a remarkable phenomenon. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Ye Chen held Hu Wa's hand and continued on his way. In contrast, Hu Wa, feeling shy and intimidated by the stares and whispers, timidly followed behind Ye Chen. Afraid to make any unnecessary moves? Don't worry, Ye Chen reassured with a gentle smile. I'm not afraid. After navigating a few turns, Ye Chen brought Hu Wa to the Jiuqing Pavilion to acquire an identity token for him. The hall was still occupied by the unruly elder Zhou Dafu, who, upon seeing Ye Chen enter, chuckled. Little one, it seems my eyes have deceived me. Elder Zhou recalled the day Ye Chen first arrived, when the heads of the three main peaks were present, and Ye Chen had been rejected for his low aptitude. Yet, the subsequent events had left him astonished. An in-turn disciple, once dismissed by the three main peaks, now displayed such remarkable talent, causing deep regret. You're jesting, Elder? Ye Chen smiled as he brought Hu Wa forward. Elder, this is Hu Wa. He is here to obtain an identity token. Oh? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhou focused his gaze on Hu Wa. Scrutinizing him closely, he had already misjudged once and did not wish to err again. This time, he examined Hu Wa thoroughly, but found his aptitude and qualifications to be decidedly mediocre, especially in comparison to Ye Chen. Little one, for now, you can only be an in-turn disciple. Finally, Elder Zhou looked at Hu Wa and asked, Do you accept? Hu Wa nodded eagerly. As long as I can cultivate on the mountain, I'm fine with anything. Elder Zhou smiled and went inside. Shortly, he returned with a storage pouch. Ye Chen took the pouch for Hu Wa and bowed respectfully to Elder Zhou. Thank you for your trouble, Elder. As Ye Chen turned to leave, Elder Zhou called out to him. Little one, should your internship come to an end, would you like to become my disciple? Elder Zhou extended an olive branch. It has always been the custom in Hengyue sect that elders from the three main peaks or various pavilions may take on disciples. Elder Zhou's words indicated his desire to take Ye Chen under his wing at Jiuqing Pavilion. Thank you for your appreciation, Elder. I will consider it once my internship concludes. Ye Chen smiled lightly, giving a polite yet non-committal response. I await your answer. Ye Chen nodded gently and exited Jiuqing Pavilion with Hu Wa. As they stepped outside, they encountered a familiar face, or rather a foe. The man, clad in a flowing white robe, was tall and handsome, his lips curled in a disdainful smirk. Upon a closer look, it was indeed the Yangfeng disciple Qi Hao, who had ambushed Ye Chen from behind the mountain that day. Oh, look who it is, Ye Chen, Qi Hao said with a mocking smile. What a small world. I see you. This waste, everywhere. Ye Chen's gaze turned cold. He was about to confront Qi Hao at the Fengyun platform, but after careful consideration, he chose to refrain, as Hu Wa was with him, and he did not wish to expose the child to such bloody scenes. What? Did the fire whip not finish you off? Chi Hao sneered. He was not alone. Beside him stood a youth named Chi Yun, who appeared to be around Hu Wa's age, equally arrogant, glancing disdainfully at Hu Wa it so weak. Under Chi Yun's scrutinizing gaze, Hu Wa lowered his head in self-consciousness, feeling inferior in every aspect, background, cultivation level, demeanor, and aptitude, compared to Chi Yun. Ye Chen led Hu Wa away, but a cold voice called after them, Chi Hao, I'll see you on the Fengyun platform tomorrow. Chapter 37. The Black Iron Staff exiting Juqing Pavilion. Ye Chen took Hu Wa to the Spirit Weapon Pavilion to help him select a suitable spirit weapon. Big brother, I embarrassed you. As they walked, Hu Wa suddenly mumbled with his head down. Ye Chen was taken aback, but quickly understood the reason. Hu Wa was still preoccupied with the recent encounter. Although they were of similar ages, Hu Wa felt overshadowed by Chi Yun, who was far superior. Ye Chen had heard of Chi Hao's background. He was a scion from a family of cultivators, sent to Hung sect from a young age. Likewise, Chi Yun was evidently from the same family, also sent to cultivate at Hung sect. The Great Chu was not lacking in families of cultivators, with notable ones such as the Shangguan family from Dongyue, the Situ family from Shishu, the Qi family from Nanjing, and the Wang family from Beichuan. Both Chi Hao and Chi Yun were descendants of the Qi family from Nanjing. While families of cultivators may not have the deep foundations of sects, they were still formidable. Their offspring were often soaked in spiritual medicine from a young age, raised entirely on spiritual resources. This alone made it clear that neither Hu Wa nor Ye Chen could compare. You've just become a cultivator. Your journey ahead is still long. Ye Chen patted Hu Wa's shoulder, offering reassurance. Perhaps I shouldn't have come. Since you are here, you must adapt. This world inherently has distinctions between the strong and the weak. Yet the heavens are fair. A temporary disadvantage does not signify a permanent one. Was I not also looked down upon when I first arrived? I will work twice as hard and never embarrass big brother. As they spoke, the two arrived at the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. Upon entering, they found the elder in charge, Zhou Dafu, still sound asleep. Go on in. You may only take one item. Zhou Dafu waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead. Ye Chen gently nudged Hu Wa forward, encouraging him to select a suitable weapon, promising to find him a better one later. Zhou Dafu's awakening seemed to have dispelled his desire to sleep, as he sat up and stretched with a loud yawn. Seeing Zhou Dafu awake and Hu Wa still inside, Ye Chen stepped forward, smiling. Elder, do you have any Xian iron or Xian steel? Xian iron and Xian steel were precious materials for forging weapons, always in high demand and scarce. Ye Chen's inquiry was straightforward. He intended to merge the essence of Xian iron and Xian steel into his Qi Shao sword. The hardness of Xian iron combined with the flexibility of Xian steel would make for an excellent choice, at least according to the forging technique he had learned. Xian iron and Xian steel are quite valuable. I have some, but I fear you may not be able to afford them. Zhou Dafu rubbed his sleepy eyes. Ye Chen's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, Elder, how much? Zhou Dafu remained silent, merely raising a finger. 1,000. 1,000? What are you thinking? It's 100,000. Gulp. Ye Chen swallowed hard at the shocking figure. 100,000 was considered a bargain. At Wanbao Pavilion in the vast Haida Sea, they sold for even higher prices. Zhou Dafu observed Ye Chen's shocked expression and continued, moreover, 100,000 spirit stones would only buy a piece the size of a chicken egg. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen gulped again, realizing the true value of Xian iron and Xian steel. 100,000 spirit stones. What a staggering sum. An outer sect disciple might not earn that much in a lifetime. And even though he could refine jade spirit liquid, it would take him a long time to gather such an amount. Of course, there is a place where they are cheaper, Zhou Dafu added. Where? The underworld black market. Ye Chen stroked his chin, recalling that he had almost forgotten about that place. The underworld black market was located at the junction of Hung sect, Zhengyang sect, and Qingyun sect. It was a trading hub and a notorious den for disposing of stolen goods. It was infamous for its perilous nature, attracting many nefarious characters. Although Ye Chen had never been to the underworld black market, he had certainly heard of its fearsome reputation. However, the underworld black market was not solely known for its notoriety. Despite its chaos, it offered various rare treasures at lower prices than the market. Many cultivators would go there to seek valuable items. How much cheaper would the Xian iron and Xian steel be there? Ye Chen inquired, glancing at Zhou Dafu. Most items in that place come from dubious sources, and the sellers are often eager to offload them. By my estimates, they could be 4 to 5 tens of thousands cheaper. 4 to 5 tens of thousands. Ye Chen stroked his chin again, considering that for him, 4 to 5 tens of thousands of spirit stones was no small amount. If he could truly find Xian steel and Xian iron at the underworld black market, he wouldn't mind making a trip. But the underworld black market is not a safe place. You could lose your life at any moment. You need to think it over. Zhou Dafu glanced at Ye Chen. Unfortunately, there's nothing to be done. After all, who asked you to sell it at such a steep price? It's merely 40 to 50,000. With a little saving, it will surely be within reach. Zhou Dafu cleared his throat and added, my Xian iron and Xian steel were not acquired effortlessly. I have invested considerable effort into them, so please allow me to earn a bit. Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, silently thinking that Zhou Dafu was just as cunning as Pang Dehai. While they were conversing, Huowa emerged, proudly clutching the weapon he had chosen. Instead of a spirit sword, he had opted for an iron rod, which, although somewhat mismatched with his height, was still usable, an ebony iron rod. Zhou Dafu, upon seeing this, looked at Huowa and inquired, little fellow, with so many spirit weapons available, why did you choose that? Huowa, you can still exchange it for another. Ye Chen chimed in with a smile. Among the myriad of weapons, the most challenging to master is the spear, and this ebony iron rod is merely a spear without its tip, making its training difficulty quite evident. This is why both Ye Chen and Zhou Dafu advised against Huowa's choice. And no need. I really like this ebony iron rod, Huowa replied with a grin. Then it shall be, Ye Chen conceded, understanding that once Huowa had made a decision, he would not waver. A sword possesses its own sharpness, while a rod embodies its own mysteries. If he has chosen it, so be it. Zhou Dafu no longer opposed. Elder, do you have any techniques for rod mastery? Ye Chen inquired of Zhou Dafu. Given that Huowa had just begun his journey as a cultivator and was still quite naive, especially having chosen the ebony iron rod as his weapon, it was clear he had no understanding of rod techniques, let alone Huowa. Rod techniques are rather esoteric. I do not possess any. Zhou Dafu shook his head. You might try the Wanbao Pavilion. Perhaps old Zhou there will have something. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. Since that is the case, we shall take our leave. Ye Chen clasped his hands in salute and led Huowa out of the spirit weapon pavilion. During their journey, they also visited the Wanbao Pavilion but returned empty-handed. Ye Chen settled Huowa on a small hill where he practiced, providing mutual support and occasional guidance. Huowa, diligence can compensate for lack of talent. You must strive, I will double my efforts and not bring shame to my big brother. Chapter 38. The gamble of winds and clouds. A night passed in silence, and soon dawn broke. The following day, as the first light of day emerged, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the outer sect of Hongyu sect. Have you heard? Ye Chen is challenging Qi Hao of Renyang Peak. Is that true? Qi Hao is a bona fide second-layer human origin realm cultivator. Is Ye Chen out of his mind? Once the news broke, it stirred a considerable uproar. The disciples from the 3 main peaks had just finished their chaotic skirmishes at the Fengyun platform, which had barely returned to calm, only to become a hotspot of excitement once more, especially since the challenger was none other than the infamous Ye Chen. Consequently, some idly curious disciples had already rushed to occupy spots at the Fengyun platform in advance. It would be good to teach Renyang Peak a lesson for their arrogance. On the stone platform of the esteemed Qinyang Zhenren, the head of Renyang Peak spoke with unwavering confidence in Qi Hao. I shall adhere to the mission. Below, Qi Hao flicked his robe, exuding an air of elegance, with a playful smile gracing his lips. Let us go, Xu Xinyue, and a group of disciples promptly followed suit. On the other side, at the foot of the Fengyun platform, the Hongyu disciples who had come to spectate made way in tacit agreement as Ye Chen, carrying the Tiang sword, strolled in. Having previously suffered defeats against disciples from 2 peaks, it was uncertain whether he could triumph over Qi Hao this time. Can Wei Yang and Zhao Long even compare to Qi Hao? The Qi layer and the human origin realm are simply not on the same level. As Ye Chen was about to ascend the battle platform, he was suddenly caught by a figure rushing from the side. Instinctively glancing over, Ye Chen's lips involuntarily twitched. The person who had seized him was none other than Xiong Er. Looking particularly disheveled, with his already rotund face swollen and bruised, clearly having been soundly thrashed by his father. Kid, tell me honestly, what are your chances of winning? Xiong Er fixed his beady eyes on Ye Chen. 10 out of 10. All right. Xiong Er was quick to arrive and just as quick to leave, leaving Ye Chen somewhat perplexed. Withdrawing his gaze, Ye Chen stepped onto the Fengyun battle platform. Come, place your bets. The more you wager, the more you win. Once this village is gone, this shop will be closed. As soon as Ye Chen stepped onto the platform, such calls rang out from below. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiong Air. That fellow had somehow procured a table, on which hung two signs, one inscribed with Ye Chen's name and the other with Chi Hao's external gambling. Ye Chen immediately discerned Xiong Air's intentions. Typically, when combatants ascend the Fengyan platform, they would place some stakes on the outcome. Meanwhile, those disciples uninterested in cultivation would not be idle. They would come with spirit stones to place their bets. This was external gambling. If luck favored them, they might become overnight millionaires. If misfortune struck, they could lose everything. Come. Bet on Ye Chen for 10 to 1. Bet on Chi Hao for 1 to 10. Bet small, win small. Bet big, win big. Remarkably, Xiong Air's loud proclamations drew a swarm of disciples rushing over. I'm betting on Chi Hao. I'm betting on Chi Hao too. Chi Hao will win. The betting amounts made it abundantly clear that, without exception, everyone favored Chi Hao, resulting in a towering pile of spirit stones on Chi Hao's side, while Ye Chen's side remained utterly barren. Am I really that unworthy? On the platform, Ye Chen cast a glance downward, feeling a bit taken aback. Yet, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Once you place your bet, it's final. No refunds? Xiong Air's shouts echoed across the Fengyan platform. This fellow truly had a knack for business, and while bustling at the betting table, he did not forget to wink at Ye Chen on the platform. There's money to be made. Ye Chen envisioned a mountain of glimmering spirit stones. Just when he was troubled by the lack of funds for purchasing Xian steel and Xian iron, Xiong Air's antics now assured him a lucrative windfall. Soon, the spirit stones amassed on the betting table reached astonishing heights, approximately 50 to 60,000. The betting disciples had returned to their seats, all eagerly anticipating their winnings. Chi Hao is here. A sharp-eyed disciple soon shouted. The disciples below all turned their attention to one direction, where Chi Hao, clad in white and holding a white fan, approached with measured steps, followed by a throng of disciples from Renyang Peak, clearly there to lend their support. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chi Hao, with a hint of amusement on his lips, elegantly stepped onto the Fengyan battle platform. Wow, he is so handsome. Instantly, the air was filled with gasps from female disciples. Chi Hao seemed to revel in the attention, gently waving his folding fan, exuding an aura of cultured grace. Senior brother Chi, crush him. Even before the battle commenced, the disciples of Renyang Peak were already fervently cheering for Chi Hao. With such a heavy killing intent, you shall never achieve your goals. Su Xinyue disdainfully shot a glance at Ye Chen amidst the throng. On the platform, Chi Hao regarded Ye Chen with keen interest, tauntingly asking, Ye Chen, who gave you the audacity to challenge me? Do you truly overestimate yourself? Ye Chen scoffed coldly, by the way. Chi Hao, are you placing a bet? If not, I'll close the betting soon. Below, Xiong Air's voice rang out, I'm betting, of course. Gently closing his folding fan, Chi Hao casually tossed a storage bag, declaring, I bet 1,000 spirit stones on my own victory. Wow! This statement immediately ignited a buzz below, with female disciples gasping in astonishment, realizing that not only did Chi Hao come from a prestigious family and possess formidable cultivation, but he also had the audacity to gamble a hefty sum, truly embodying the image of a prince charming in their minds. I'm not as wealthy as senior brother Chi. I'll just wager 100. Ye Chen too stepped in, tossing a solitary 100 spirit stones onto the betting table to represent his own victory. That 100 spirit stones constituted all he had. Betting closed. With Xiong Air's shout, he slammed his fist on the betting table. Since there is external gambling, are we not betting on something between us? Chi Hao smirked at Ye Chen, his chin held high, almost seeming to aspire to ascend to the heavens. I have no money. I won bet with you. Are you afraid? Not afraid. Ye Chen scratched his ear. In a moment, I'll knock you senseless, and everything valuable on you will belong to me. Such grandiose words. Chi Hao's gaze turned cold as he moved, his feet lightly touching the ground, darting forward in a series of swift movements, his figure almost ephemeral, leaving behind numerous afterimages. What incredible speed! Even Ye Chen couldn't help but marvel at the finesse of his movements. In the blink of an eye, Chi Hao had closed the distance, raising his hand to deliver a palm strike. Observing this, Ye Chen immediately swung the Tiang sword. Boom! Ye Chen was knocked back by the force of the palm, though he hadn't exerted his full strength. This was merely a ploy to gauge Chi Hao's capabilities. Chapter 39. the inversion of truth and falsehood insufficiently formidable. Following his successful strike, Chi Hao sneered, adopting an even more graceful stance as he took another step forward, channeling true energy into his palm, which coalesced into a five-pointed star imprint. Buzz. Ye Chen swung the Tiang sword once more. Chi Hao, noticing this, executed a sidestep, evading the massive sword while the five-pointed star imprint surged towards Ye Chen's chest, clearly aimed at toppling him. Are you underestimating my combat capabilities? Ye Chen chuckled coldly, retreating swiftly just as the five-pointed star imprint was about to connect. Too slowed, Chi Hao pressed forward with unparalleled speed. Slow? Then let us speed it up. Ye Chen smiled casually, swiftly hurling the Tiang at Chi Hao while simultaneously propelling himself forward. Boom. Chi Hao sent the incoming Tiang flying, but right after, Ye Chen followed suit with his own attack. Thunder Palm. With a resounding clap of thunder, Ye Chen unleashed a powerful thunder palm. Chi Hao faltered momentarily, retaliating with a palm strike of his own. Boom. The two formidable forces collided in midair, producing a thunderous sound. Chi Hao seemed to have insufficient power, and as a result, the human origin realm cultivator was forced back half a step by Ye Chen's strike. Gasps erupted from the crowd below. You know nothing. Chi Hao was momentarily weakened from having just deflected the Tiang, hence he lacked the full power for his attack. Nevertheless, Ye Chen is no simpleton. I truly underestimated you. Though pushed back half a step, Chi Hao merely smiled mockingly, unperturbed, as he recognized that the warm-up had only just begun. Underestimate me? You shall suffer greatly. I wonder if you can withstand this move. Chi Hao's gaze turned sharp as he formed a hand seal, summoning swirling clouds above him, from which numerous brilliant sword energies materialized, humming with energy, countless in number. Skyward sword rain. With a soft command from Chi Hao, he waved his hand, and the sky filled with descending sword energies. A truly magnificent sight. Seeing this, Ye Chen had already sprung into action, retrieving the Tiang sword embedded in the platform and channeling a torrent of true energy into it. Buzz. The massive Tiang sword, heavy and imposing, was raised high by Ye Chen, pointing skyward as he spun it violently, generating a vast vortex of true energy around him, shredding the multitude of sword energies raining down, as the heavenly sword rain was dispelled. Chi Hao's expression remained unfazed. Instead, a cold smile adorned his lips. Realizing this, Ye Chen felt a chill creeping up from the ground. Earth Dragon Technique. Chi Hao clasped his hands together, suddenly unleashing a deep roar. Roar. Instantly, a low dragon's roar resonated from beneath Ye Chen's feet. The next moment, an illusory dragon surged forth from the ground, roaring towards Ye Chen. Such an intricate secret technique. With the skyward sword rain in front and the Earth Dragon Technique behind, the audience below was left in awe. Regardless of whether you are a dragon or a bug, lie down. Ye Chen's cold voice echoed from the platform, his fists clenched tightly as blood surged rapidly within him. A torrent of true energy converging into his fists, and then he struck the illusory dragon with a powerful punch. This formidable blow shattered the dragoness aura, leaving the spectators stunned. Why Ye Chen possesses such strength? I truly underestimated him. What a remarkable kid, who knew he had such overwhelming combat strength. As the Earth Dragon aura dissipated, Chi Hao's expression turned slightly grim, and he quickly formed another hand seal. Do you think I will grant you another chance? His voice was icy, rapidly closing the distance as Ye Chen, like a lion, unleashed a thunder palm from afar, interrupting Chi Hao's formation of the seal. With his hand seal disrupted, Chi Hao's expression darkened as he retreated. Ye Chen pursued relentlessly, having discarded the Tiang. He was now unencumbered by its weight, moving with grace and agility, trailing behind him a series of afterimages. What incredible speed! Not just the spectators below, even Chi Hao was momentarily taken aback. Thunder Palm. Ye Chen's foot shattered a piece of the battle platform as he struck with force. This time, he exerted 60% of his strength. Facing him, Chi Hao squinted, sensing an overwhelming power emanating from Ye Chen's palm strike, distinctly more formidable than before. He has hidden his strength. A flash of cold light crossed Chi Hao's eyes. In a split second, he halted his advance, taking a decisive step forward, delivering a tiger claw palm strike. Boom! Another clash ensued, but Chi Hao was forced to retreat, grunting from the impact. How can he possess such strength? Chi Hao's expression darkened. However, just as he regained his footing, Ye Chen lunged forward like a lion, delivering yet another powerful thunder palm. Mystic light shield armor. In an instant, Chi Hao bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood, which manifested into a crimson shield armor before him. Bang! Ye Chen's palm struck the shield, producing a resounding thud. Break for me! With a mighty roar, Ye Chen charged, landing a punch against the shield armor. Crack! The crisp sound rang out as Chi Hao's shield shattered, causing him to stumble back, groaning from the force. What a freak of nature! As Chi Hao staggered back, a look of surprise crossed his face for the first time. And it's not over. Ye Chen, showing no signs of letting up, closed the distance with a single leap, confronting Chi Hao. Shield breaking slash. Just as Chi Hao attempted to form a seal, he was once again interrupted by Ye Chen. You've come too close. Pray for your own fortune. With a cold declaration, Ye Chen unleashed a flurry of combat techniques, embodying the essence of a ferocious beast descending the mountain. His attacks were unpredictable, shifting between the ferocity of a tiger, the ferocity of a fierce ape, the might of a lion, and the cunning of a wolf, employing claws, slaps, rips, knees, and shoulders, making every joint a deadly weapon. Yet another combat style. The crowd was astounded. Anyone who had witnessed the battle between Ye Chen and Zhao Long recognized that Ye Chen possessed a peculiar fighting technique. Though unadorned, it was straightforward, ruthless, and devoid of formality. Remembering how Zhao Long had been utterly overwhelmed, they could not help but wonder how such basic combat techniques had transformed into something so bizarre in Ye Chen's hands. Why do I feel that Ye Chen is less of a person and more of a ferocious beast? Bizarre, too bizarre. Kid, you're amazing. Xiong Air at the betting table was dazzled, having lost count of how many times he had marveled. Ah? The battle platform echoed with Chi Hao's furious roar. Though he was infinitely stronger than Zhao Long and possessed numerous secret techniques, he found himself repeatedly interrupted by Ye Chen, unable to escape the humiliating predicament of being dominated. Covered in marks from punches and kicks, this moment, he bore no trace of his previous arrogance, once so haughty as to consider himself above all, now reduced to the status of a beaten dog, unable to lift his head before Ye Chen. The disciples from Renyang Peak, who had come to support him, now stood in stunned silence. Who is Chi Hao? He is a senior brother they have always revered. Yet at this moment, he finds himself being relentlessly pushed back by a mere condensation realm practitioner. I have never seen senior brother Chi Hao in such a disheveled state. Chi Hao is a master of the human origin realm. Yet Ye Chen, clearly only a condensation realm fighter, displays such overwhelming combat prowess. He is clearly using demonic techniques. The usually taciturn Su Xinyue's voice turned icy, particularly as she observed Ye Chen attacking Chi Hao. Her teeth clenched in anger. Demonic techniques? Yes, indeed demonic techniques. Upon her utterance, the disciples of Renyang Peak echoed her sentiments. Why Ye Chen? You employ demonic techniques? What a disgraceful act. After the first disciple of Renyang Peak shouted in rage, others followed suit, inundating the arena with their furious accusations. Soon, those who had been friendly with Chi Hao joined in, their indignant shouts merging into a tumultuous wave of outrage. Get down! You are unworthy to contend with senior brother Chi Hao. Amidst the crowd, someone hurled an egg at Ye Chen on the stage. Following suit, many disciples began to throw eggs and rotten vegetable leaves onto the arena, clamoring for Ye Chen to vacate the stage, forcing him to halt his fierce battle. Our Hongyue sect is a prestigious orthodox sect that will not tolerate such demonic techniques. He should be sent to the discipline hall for severe punishment. Using demonic techniques is truly vile. Chapter 40. The counterattack from desperation. The crowd below was filled with righteous indignation, vehemently denouncing Ye Chen. The uproar below momentarily interrupted the fierce battle above, allowing the beleaguered Chi Hao a moment to catch his breath. Using demonic techniques? How despicable! The disciples of Renyang Peak relentlessly harped on this point, their accusations growing more audacious. Hearing this, Ye Chen's gaze turned frigid as he cast a cold glance at the disciples of Renyang Peak, retorting, "Try cursing again." What? Is one not allowed to speak out against the use of demonic techniques? A disciple clad in white from Renyang Peak shouted back. Can you silence just me, or can you silence everyone present? Ignoring the orthodox path while practicing sinister arts. One fist cannot fend off four hands. Despite his fury, he could not stem the tide of slander. The fear of public opinion weighed heavily on Ye Chen. At that moment, as Ye Chen's attention was drawn elsewhere, Chi Hao suddenly launched an attack, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword light. Puff! Blood sprayed forth as Ye Chen suffered an immediate injury, a deep gash appearing across his chest. Die! Chi Hao roared, his face contorted in malice, resembling a rabid dog as he lunged forward, a ghostly light swirling around his index finger as he thrust it out. Puff! Ye Chen's right shoulder was instantly pierced, blood pouring forth. Another sneak attack. Staggering backward, Ye Chen's expression turned frigid to the extreme. On the day he was ambushed by Chi Hao behind the Hung sect's mountain, today's scenario was eerily reminiscent. Due to the surprise attack and successive injuries, Ye Chen appeared exceedingly disheveled. Chi Hao, seemingly frenzied, offered no respite, unleashing a barrage of palm strikes, fist shadows, and sword lights. Damn it, does he not have any shame? Below, Xiong Er could no longer bear to witness it, leaping up from his seat to shout in outrage. Yet, at that moment, who would heed him? Bring him down. As Chi Hao mounted a desperate counterattack, the disciples of Renyang Peak erupted in cheers. How could senior brother Chi lose? Observing Ye Chen's retreat, Su Xinyue let out a deep sigh of relief. Is there no justice left? Xiong Er exclaimed. Jumping onto the table, his voice booming, he was the bookmaker for external betting. He had wagered a substantial sum of 7,000 or 8,000 spirit stones on Chi Hao's victory, while only a meager 100 spirit stones had been placed on Ye Chen's triumph. This meant that if Ye Chen were to lose, he would be liable for a staggering loss of spirit stones. However, it was not merely about the spirit stones. Though he had known Ye Chen for a short time, he saw in him a person truly worthy of friendship. Witnessing Ye Chen's slander and subsequent ambush ignited the flame of anger within him. Puff! Puff! Blood continued to splatter on the arena. Ever since Chi Hao had successfully ambushed him, Ye Chen had had no time to react, being relentlessly battered to the edge of the fighting stage by the frenzied Chi Hao. Go die. With a deafening roar, Chi Hao pierced the air with his sword. Puff! More blood sprayed forth. Yet this time, Ye Chen did not evade. Instead, he bore the blow on his shoulder, refusing to fall from the stage. Today, both new grievances and old scores would be settled. Ye Chen's voice was chillingly cold as he seized Chi Hao's long sword with his left hand, while channeling a tremendous amount of true energy into his right fist, delivering a solid blow to Chi Hao's face. The impact sent Chi Hao staggering back. Before Chi Hao could regain his footing, Ye Chen followed up with a palm strike that forced him to retreat further. Fight! Ye Chen roared, undeterred by the blood streaming down his body, lunging at Chi Hao with the ferocity of a lion. He had truly been provoked. Faced with a crowd of hypocritical, devious individuals, he held nothing back, charging toward Chi Hao while unleashing the profound essence of his beastly fury, launching a counterattack from the brink of despair. Roar! Roar! With every strike, a beastly roar echoed, fueled by his rage. Chi Hao howled, his hair disheveled. Despite wielding numerous secret techniques, he found himself overwhelmed by Ye Chen's relentless assault, unable to release his pent-up energy or invoke his various secret arts. Demonic techniques, he is using them again. As Chi Hao found himself being suppressed once more, the disciples of Renyang Peak began to stir, their voices rising in a cacophony. Soon, the spectators joined in, their outcry even more thunderous than before. Not all of them were disciples friendly with Chi Hao. They were simply concerned about their spirit stones. It was known that external betting was taking place beneath the wind and cloud stage. Everyone present, except for Xiong Er and Ye Chen, had wagered on Chi Hao's victory, and should Chi Hao falter, their spirit stones would vanish without a trace. Using demonic techniques is utterly despicable. Get down from the stage. You are unworthy to duel with senior brother Chi. Drag him off to the discipline hall. The chorus of insults, reprimands, and roars surged once more, the accusation of demonic techniques being leveled against Ye Chen once again, attempting to halt the conflict on stage and grant Chi Hao a moment's respite. However, having been deceived once, Ye Chen would not make the same mistake again. He did not cease his onslaught. Moving like a ferocious beast, delivering powerful, bloodied punches that rendered Chi Hao unable to recover. Chi Hao's face twisted in pain, but it was all in vain. Kid, well done. Xiong Er shouted from the betting table, wildly waving a piece of white cloth. Sister, what should we do? Below, the disciples of Renyang Peak looked anxiously at Su Xinyue. She too felt a twinge of panic. How could she have anticipated Ye Chen's formidable combat prowess? Even when injured and pushed to the brink of the fighting stage, he was capable of such a fierce counterattack, completely beyond her expectations. Bang! On stage, Ye Chen delivered a punch that sent Chi Hao flying. With another resounding crash, Chi Hao's fallen body cracked the arena's surface. Yet, when he stood, a twisted smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Why, Ye Chen? You will ultimately find that you cannot defeat me. Hearing this, as Ye Chen prepared for another assault, his brows furrowed sharply. He realized that the true energy circulating within him had been bound by an overwhelming force. Even his dantian was restrained. The heavenly spirit curse. Ye Chen glanced at his arm, only to discover a yellow talisman affixed to it, slowly merging into his body. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the heavenly spirit curse. The disciples below erupted in astonishment. The heavenly spirit curse was exceedingly precious, yet Chi Hao possessed such a talisman. With his true energy imprisoned, Ye Chen would inevitably be unable to turn the tide. I won't be losing any spirit stones this time. So, senior brother Chi had plotted this in advance. The disciples of Renyang Peak breathed a collective sigh of relief. The ensuing battle held no suspense. Chi Hao, do you have no shame? Only Xiong Er's voice rang out in protest. To use the heavenly spirit curse against a mere condensation realm practitioner. How low can you stoop? However, at that moment, Chi Hao was beyond hearing. He was consumed by rage and humiliation, his mind fixated solely on defeating Ye Chen, regardless of the cost. Opposite him, Ye Chen's expression was as cold as ice. It was his first encounter with the heavenly spirit curse, and he truly felt its terror. Given his current strength, he could not break free. With his true energy bound, he could not defeat him. Ye Chen's gaze flickered, the dantian bound. He assumed that his true fire was also sealed. No matter how powerful his physical body or exceptional his combat skills, without true energy, he stood no chance of victory. Ha ha ha! From across the way, Chi Hao's sinister and unrestrained laughter echoed. I will make you wish you were dead. Chi Hao drew forth a deadly sword and advanced slowly, unhurried, savoring Ye Chen's helpless fury. Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. With a cold smile, Ye Chen prepared for the impending battle. Chapter 41. Fierce and overbearing what? Ye Chen is still prepared to fight? Witnessing Ye Chen's renewed readiness for battle, astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd below. His true energy was bound. Defeat was inevitable. It appeared he was merely making a desperate struggle. All in vain. I wonder how long you can hold out. On stage, Chi Hao's resolve hardened as he unleashed a fierce sword aura from the AI Ardit. Ye Chen had already retreated, drawing the Tianke heavy sword that had been embedded in the arena. Bang! Chi Hao's sword aura struck the Tianke, creating a shower of sparks. Without true energy for protection, Ye Chen's arms were jolted painfully, and he tasted blood in his throat, spitting it out. Die! Chi Hao's form darted like lightning, and again he thrust his sword through the air. Strangely, Ye Chen did not evade. Puff! More blood sprayed as Ye Chen's body was pierced. Yet at that moment, he seized the deadly sword with his bloodied hand, his right fist again rising to strike. However, this time, Chi Hao was prepared. He casually raised his palm, grasping Ye Chen's fist, which, devoid of true energy, posed no threat in his eyes. So weak, Chi Hao grinned maliciously, sending Ye Chen staggering backward with a single strike that caused him to spit blood. Are you still alive? After pushing Ye Chen back, Chi Hao advanced with his bloodied sword, but the moment he took a step, his expression shifted drastically. He felt a powerful force surge into his body, violently binding him. How is this possible? He stared incredulously at the heavenly spirit curse talisman, which was nearly fused with his body. Ye Chen also possesses the heavenly spirit curse. The crowd erupted in uproar. The heavenly spirit curse is immensely valuable. How could he afford it? It's over. Chi Hao has also been afflicted by the heavenly spirit curse. Well done. Xiong Er could not contain his excitement, his small fist clenched tightly. Where did he get the heavenly spirit curse? Su Xinyue's face turned pale with shock, clearly taken aback by Ye Chen's possession of the heavenly spirit curse, which completely exceeded her expectations. This is impossible. Chi Hao's roar echoed on stage. I said, who lives and who dies remains uncertain. A few paces away, Ye Chen staggered to his feet, a cold smile playing on his lips as he regarded Chi Hao. How could you possess the heavenly spirit curse? Chi Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Ye Chen. Does it matter? With a cold laugh, Ye Chen slowly approached. What matters now is that we are equal. You have no true energy, and I have none. The real battle has only just begun. Upon hearing this, Chi Hao instinctively stepped back. Indeed, he too was devoid of true energy. So, could he still be Ye Chen's opponent? Recalling Ye Chen's overbearing close combat techniques, Chi Hao's eyes reflected a hint of fear. He had relied too heavily on true energy over the years, neglecting the fundamental art of combat. Without true energy, how could he hope to match Ye Chen? Fight! Ye Chen's voice rang out powerfully as he stepped forward, shooting forth like a cannonball. Seeing this, Chi Hao hastily retreated. Can you escape? The chilling voice drifted with the wind as Ye Chen closed in. Swinging a fist. Instinct compelled Chi Hao to block, but he could not escape Ye Chen's relentless close-quarters assault, no matter how he howled. It was futile. Just as Ye Chen was demonstrating his might, a disciple clad in white from Renyang Peak abruptly charged onto the arena. The white-clad disciple was not highly skilled, but he was cunning, realizing that Ye Chen's true energy was bound and his strength greatly diminished. He intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Ye Chen. Die. The white-clad disciple's expression was sinister as he unleashed a powerful palm strike without holding back. You, a mere condensation realm, what right do you have? With a cold shout, Ye Chen kicked Chi Hao aside and swiftly turned, leaping to evade the palm strike, countering with a powerful blow that sent the white-clad disciple staggering. What? The disciples below gasped in surprise. Even with his true energy bound, Ye Chen remained exceptionally fierce. Amidst the shock, Ye Chen seized the white-clad disciple by the leg, slamming him forcefully onto the arena. Ye Chen's intellect was sharp. The moment his true energy was bound, he anticipated that the disciples of Renyang Peak would attempt to launch a sneak attack. Fortunately, the disciples that had come to assist Chi Hao at the wind and cloud stage were primarily below the 5th level, making them easy for Ye Chen to handle. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Ye Chen belonged to this category. Although his true energy was bound, his combat prowess remained intact. Coupled with his formidable physical strength, not just anyone could dismiss him, especially not the likes of these disciples. Another scream rang out as Ye Chen slammed the white-clad disciple down again, causing his internal organs to shift violently, creating a human-shaped indentation in the heart arena. He has no true energy. Everyone, attack together. With a loud shout, the remaining disciples of Renyang Peak, except for Su Xinyue, surged onto the arena. Damn! Below, Xiong Air was furious, brandishing his wolf-tooth club, ready to rush onto the stage. Yet, just as he lifted his foot, he instinctively held back, for on the stage, Ye Chen was in the midst of a fierce battle. He wielded the unconscious white-clad disciple as a weapon, swinging him wildly, sending anyone who dared approach flying. Such a scene unfolded before the spectators. Disciples from Renyang Peak were sent sprawling off the stage like sandbags. Incredible! Xiong Air gasped in awe. This is too ferocious. Surrounding disciples instinctively swallowed hard. With another scream, a disciple from Renyang Peak was kicked in the dantian, causing him to explode. Ye Chen, below. Su Xinyue's voice rang out coldly. Are you not afraid of the discipline hall's punishment for harming fellow disciples? Harming fellow disciples? Covered in blood, Ye Chen's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his gaze on Su Xinyue, shouting, during the wind and cloud duel, aside from the combatants, no third party is allowed to intervene. This is a long-standing sect rule. Even if I were to eliminate them here, the discipline hall has no grounds to punish me. Yet again, Su Xinyue was reprimanded, her delicate face flushed with anger. It was your Renyang Peak's disciples who disrespected the sect rules first. Do not blame me. Ye Chen's voice was resolute, chilling to the bone. With that, he suddenly turned and struck Chi Hao, who had just regained his footing, rendering him dazed. Observing this, Su Xinyue's eyes glinted with cold determination as she prepared to charge onto the stage. Su Xinyue, is it? I advise you to behave. Otherwise, the wind chaser arrow won't distinguish between people. Xiong Air's voice echoed. The wolf-tooth club in his hand had transformed into a longbow, now drawn to its full moon shape, a terrifying arrow of true energy poised to fly. Should Su Xinyue dare to ascend the stage, the arrow would surely pierce her heart. Sensing the icy aura emanating from the arrow, Su Xinyue's expression hardened. She understood that should she act recklessly, she would undoubtedly be struck down. Taking a deep breath, she reluctantly withdrew the foot she had just stepped forward with. That's more like it. Xiong Air let out a cold snicker, then cast a glance at the disciples below, scolding, I do not wish to target anyone. So behave yourselves. Otherwise, Do not blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing this, the restless disciples immediately withdrew their true energy, no longer daring to make any rash moves. On the stage, Ye Chen had already seized Qi Hao's storage bag and thoroughly searched him, taking away every valuable treasure he could find. He still left Qi Hao with a modicum of dignity. Otherwise, given his past disposition, he would have stripped Qi Hao bare. After accomplishing this, Ye Chen leaped down from the battle platform and made his way outside. As he passed by Su Exinu, he glanced at her frost-like visage and coldly remarked, "Sister Su, your skill in twisting the truth is quite remarkable. I, your junior, am truly ashamed," Su Exinu was about to retort. But Ye Chen had already flicked his robe and walked away. Ahead of him, the disciples on either side instinctively parted to make way for Ye Chen. Today's battle was filled with dramatic twists and was nothing short of astonishing. As Qi Hao, a disciple of the human origin realm, was overwhelmingly defeated. Even those who had come to assist, apart from Su Exinu, were all knocked down. After today, it is likely that no one would dare to underestimate Ye Chen, the interned disciple. "Let us go." After Ye Chen departed, Xiong Er collected all the bets and, with a pat on his backside, vanished in a puff of smoke. Once he left, the disciples, still feeling unsatisfied, suddenly awoke from their reverie. Sensing something was amiss, soon after, cries of despair echoed from the Fengyun platform. My spirit stones, that was all my savings. Decades of hard work, and I'm back at square one. Chapter 42. Speeding shadows and illusions. The battle at the Fengyun platform had solidified Ye Chen's reputation in the outer sect. An intern disciple of the energy condensation realm, who had managed to defeat 3 major peak disciples, including one from the human origin realm in just a month, was destined to become a lasting legend. Nightfall. Tianyang Peak. Old Taoist Zhong clutched his heart, lamenting the loss of a genius disciple, feeling the sting of regret. Diang Peak. Ji Hong sneered. "Old Qingyang, your disciples from Renyang Peak fared worse than mine, didn't they?" Renyang Peak. Qi Hao had regained consciousness, roaring like a mad dog. "Kill, kill, I want him dead." Silence. The Qingyang true man barked, his face ashen and ominously dark. "To think you cannot even defeat an energy condensation disciple. I truly wasted my time teaching you." "Master, it was that Ye Chen who was too treacherous," Su Exinu interjected angrily. "Enough. For the next month, you shall stay put on the mountain in the outer sect competition. Do not embarrass me again. In the small spirit garden, Ye Chen had been practicing the wild body refinement technique for over 6 hours. The recent Fengyun duel had left him with considerable injuries, his body marred with numerous bruises, especially 2 gaping wounds on his left shoulder and right chest. However, compared to the punishment he endured in the disciplinary hall, these injuries were hardly significant. Under the operation of the wild body refinement, his wounds were healing swiftly, and by the time he stepped out of his room, he was already brimming with vitality. What the as soon as he stepped out, Ye Chen heard a howling sound. It was then he realized that besides Hua and Zhang Fengyan, there was also a hefty figure in the small spirit garden. Oh no, it was a person. This person, needless to say, was Xiong Er. "Are you a beast?" Xiong Er rushed over, inspecting Ye Chen's body, and was taken aback to find no injuries. "Hand it over." Ye Chen extended his palm. "Don't worry, you 1T get shortchanged." Xiong Er rolled his eyes at Ye Chen, knowing he was asking for the spirit stones won from the Fengyun wager. This time, it was no small amount, and Xiong Er certainly wouldn't keep it all, as most of it was due to Ye Chen's efforts. Same as always, 50-50. Each gets 40,000. Xiong Er handed over a storage bag to Ye Chen. Upon receiving the storage bag, Ye Chen glanced inside and found exactly 40,000 spirit stones, which he promptly tucked away. This Fengyun duel had indeed brought him a hefty profit. 40,000 spirit stones were enough to place him among the wealthiest in the outer sect of Hongyu's sect. Beside him, Xiong Er stepped forward, clearly not intending to leave just yet, and quietly asked, "Hey, have you ever been to the underworld black market?" No. Ye Chen shook his head lightly. "Would you like to accompany me there for a visit?" Xiong Er wiggled his eyebrows at Ye Chen. In a few days, the underworld black market would hold its triennial auction, and it was said that many treasures would be available. Saying this, he brandished his wolf-toothed club. "See this? I won it at the last auction in the underworld black market. It happens only once every 3 years. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 3 years. But I've heard that place is rather dangerous." Ye Chen stroked his chin. "Fortune favors the bold," Xiong Er hastily replied. "Besides, during the auction, fighting is prohibited. We would just be going to take a look. If it gets too troublesome, We can leave right after. What do you say? Are you going? Listening to Xiong Air, Ye Chen pondered for a moment and replied, All right, let us go take a look. Great. It's settled then. I'll go gather some snow yulon flowers. Tomorrow at the back mountain, same place, don't be late. Xiong Air jumped up and then scampered out of the small spirit garden. After Xiong Air left, Ye Chen secured his door and first placed the purple gold gourd at the head of his bed to absorb the aura of heaven and earth. He then took out Chi Hao's storage bag. Upon opening the storage bag, even Ye Chen, with his composure, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Chi Hao was indeed a young talent from a prestigious cultivation family, heavily favored by his clan and meticulously trained by Qingyang Trueman. The treasures within this storage bag were exceptionally abundant. Firstly, the storage bag contained over 30,000 spirit stones. Secondly, it held various spirit liquids, some for nourishing meridians, some for prolonging life, and others for strengthening the body, truly a cornucopia. Moreover, there were numerous spirit herbs and spirit tools, many of which Ye Chen had never seen before, all of them precious. As for the spirit tools, most were of high quality, with several even comparable to his Qishao sword. Lastly, the storage bag contained only a solitary, cracked tortoise shell. This tortoise shell, under the candlelight, Ye Chen carefully examined it. The surface was mottled, only palm-sized, with a few incomprehensible runes barely visible, emanating an indescribable aura, reminiscent of ancient, time-worn energy. It was this ancient energy that captivated Ye Chen. Buzz. Just as Ye Chen was lost in thought, the purple gold gourd on his bedside trembled slightly. Before Ye Chen could react, the ancient tortoise shell was drawn from his hand. The gourd's mouth opened wide, directly swallowing the shell. What is going on? Ye Chen hurriedly grasped the purple gold gourd and peered inside. To his astonishment, after being consumed by the gourd, the tortoise shell was melted by a strange force within, ultimately transforming into a vapor. This scene left Ye Chen dumbfounded in the moment of his astonishment. The purple gold gourd trembled once more, and the vapor that had originated from the tortoise shell was expelled in a rush, directly filling Ye Chen's eyes. Wow! Ye Chen felt his vision darken, followed by a loud ringing in his head. After what felt like an eternity, he shook his head and opened his eyes. However, they appeared quite peculiar. Upon closer inspection, he could see lines of small characters flitting across his vision. Speeding shadows, illusions. Limitless speed, shadowing form. 1,000 illusions, following the heart. As Ye Chen murmured. He closed his eyes once more, entering a wondrous state. The room fell into silence, save for the flickering candlelight. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Chen, seemingly standing still, took a gentle step forward. This step, though ordinary, felt imbued with something transcendent. After stepping out, Ye Chen did not halt. He moved as if in a dream, his pace slow, circling the room, sometimes advancing and at other times inexplicably retreating. Time slipped away unnoticed. In the room, Ye Chen walked throughout the night. When dawn broke, as the door swung wide open, Ye Chen stepped out, moving freely in the garden, sometimes steady as a tortoise, other times swift as a breeze, leaving no trace. Each step he took contained an ineffable aura, his movements so mysterious they were hard to comprehend, and his speed was breathtakingly swift. At some point, Ye Chen paused slightly, slowly opening his eyes, which sparkled with ecstatic light. Limitless speed, shadowing form, 1,000 illusions, following the heart. Excellent, what a splendid technique of speeding shadows and illusions. Chapter 43. The three great charms of Hung Yue. After regulating his breath, Ye Chen hurried back into his room. Approaching his bed, he tucked the purple gold gourd into his bosom and began to wipe it down continuously. A treasure, truly a treasure. Ye Chen grinned widely, secretly marveling at how worthwhile his expenditure of over 1,000 spirit stones had been that day. He had come to realize that the ancient tortoise shell contained the profound technique of speeding shadows and illusions, and it was the purple gold gourd that had captured this essence, thereby refining the technique within. What exactly are you, that you possess such abilities? Clutching the purple gold gourd, Ye Chen grew more fond of it with every glance, and more delighted with every thought. Not only could the purple gold gourd absorb the aura of heaven and earth and transform it into spirit liquid, but it could also capture the hidden mysteries contained within unknown items, making Ye Chen increasingly aware of its extraordinary origins. I have a feeling I'm about to strike it rich. Ye Chen stroked his chin. My true fire can sense treasures, and this purple gold gourd can uncover the hidden mysteries within treasures. This is bound to be profitable. With such thoughts in mind, Ye Chen pulled out a seemingly remarkable spirit pearl from his storage bag and directly placed it into the purple gold gourd. Eager to see if it could unveil anything from the pearl, buzz! Upon having a spirit pearl suddenly thrust into it, the purple gold gourd vibrated intensely, immediately expelling the pearl. Seems to be just an ordinary spirit pearl. Ye Chen pondered for a moment, then took out a small dagger and placed it into the gourd. Just like before, the gourd spat it back out. Not this one either. After dismissing the dagger, Ye Chen continued to extract various items, spirit jade, spirit tools, testing each one in turn. Eventually, he inserted a small jade vial that shimmered with light. Crack! In an instant, the purple gold gourd crushed the small jade vial into dust, then expelled the powdered. Ye Chen was left utterly bewildered. Buzz! The purple gold gourd shook violently once more, as if protesting, seemingly saying, "Try shoving another one in, I dare you." Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He finally understood. The purple gold gourd possessed the ability to capture the mysteries of treasures, but it could only absorb items it willingly ingested. Trying to force in useless items was futile. Moreover, he realized the gourd had a certain sentience. He was certain that if he continued to stuff it with worthless things, it would crush them on the spot. "You little thing, you have quite the temper." Though Ye Chen scolded it verbally, he still cradled the gourd closely. After all, it was a treasure. After a simple breakfast, Ye Chen hurriedly left the small spirit garden. When he arrived at the cave in the back mountain, he found Xiong sprawled inside, snoring loudly, drooling everywhere. A complete mess of flesh. Cough cough. Ye Chen cleared his throat, but Xiong didn't stir at all. Seeing this, Ye Chen kicked him. "Get up, little fatty. It's time to work." As before, Xiong remained unresponsive. "Huh? Why is that girl not wearing any clothes?" At this remark, the snoozing Xiong sprang upright with a start. Where? This trick proved effective once more. Ye Chen said meaningfully, "You old fool. How dare you?" Realizing he had been played, Xiong glared fiercely at Ye Chen, cursing profusely. "Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up. Oh, you have the spirit herbs? We don't have much time. I'll get it done. You can rest assured." Xiong reached into his trousers and pulled out a storage bag. "I put in a lot of effort to gather this." "Pfft," Ye Chen scoffed. But when he opened the storage bag, he was immediately taken aback by the quantity of spirit herbs inside, which was 3 times that of the last time. "You little rascal, you really went all out." Ye Chen looked at Xiong with astonishment. "Did your uncle agree to this?" "No, then how did you get it?" "I brought my aunt here." Xiong picked his nose and added a little something to their meals. "A little something?" Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. "What did you add?" "The Hahuan powder. At this." Even Ye Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips, giving Xiong a thumbs up. Impressive. After a brief interlude, the two resumed their work. Ye Chen took the lead in the alchemy process, while Xiong busied himself assisting beside him. Soon, the cave was filled with a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Ye Chen naturally wouldn't waste the rich aroma wafting from the concoction. As soon as he began refining the jade spirit liquid, he had taken out the purple gold gourd, allowing it to absorb all the fragrant essence. What kind of treasure is this that it can autonomously absorb spirit energy? Xiong squatted on the ground, his small eyes darting about. "Quit staring and come help." As Ye Chen's technique in refining the jade spirit liquid became increasingly proficient, they managed to produce 3 times the amount of jade spirit liquid in just 6 days. At night, both of them were sprawled on the ground like dead pigs, exhausted from 6 days of frenzied refining. "Tomorrow we set off. First, we'll go to Wanbao Pavilion to gather some useful items." "Got it?" Xiong instructed while stuffing bottles of jade spirit liquid into his storage bag. "Useful items?" Ye Chen looked over, cautiously asking, "You mean the heavenly spirit charm, the heavenly movement charm, and the heavenly thunder charm?" Upon hearing these names, Ye Chen's eyes lit up instantly. The 3 great charms of Hengyu's sect, the heavenly spirit charm, the heavenly movement charm, and the heavenly thunder charm. The heavenly spirit charm is for sealing, capable of temporarily binding a cultivator's true energy. The heavenly movement charm is for escape, instantly enhancing the user's speed. The heavenly thunder charm is for offense, with immense power capable of shattering mountains. Each of these 3 charms possesses unique strengths, and when used in conjunction, they yield unexpectedly remarkable results. Their value is truly astonishing. Wanbao Pavilion sells these 3 charms? Ye Chen asked Xiong. "Of course they do." The Heavenly Spirit Charm is 10,000 Spirit Stones, the Heavenly Movement Charm is 30,000 Spirit Stones, and the Heavenly Thunder Charm requires 90,000 Spirit Stones. However, the Heavenly Thunder Charm is too powerful and prohibited in Hung sect. But it can be used outside. Goodness gracious, who can afford that? Ye Chen swallowed hard. There are many hidden talents in the outer sect of Hung sect, including numerous disciples from affluent cultivation families. Ye Chen thought back to just yesterday when he had discovered 30,000 spirit stones in Chihao's storage bag. It was clear that other low-key disciples from rich families would also be swimming in wealth. Although these charms were expensive, they were undeniably practical. Xiong remarked, these are essential items for venturing outside. In critical moments, they can save your life. I value my life more than spirit stones. This statement was reasonable. Ye Chen wholeheartedly agreed with Xiong's perspective. No matter how many spirit stones one possessed, without life, everything was meaningless. He had already quietly decided to visit Wanbao Pavilion one more time before heading to the underworld black market, aiming to acquire the Heavenly Spirit Charm and the Heavenly Movement Charm, even if he couldn't afford the Heavenly Thunder Charm. That night, the two parted ways at the back mountain. Xiong headed to the Spirit Herb Garden, while Ye Chen made his way to Wanbao Pavilion. Chapter 44. Ginger is spicy with age. The night sky was profound, scattered stars resembling dust. Ye Chen returned once more to the Wanjiao Pavilion, where he fortuitously encountered Peng Dehai, who was humming a tune while sipping on a small drink. To think someone would come to shop at this late hour. Noticing the arrival of a customer, Peng Dehai swiftly rose, his bright eyes as spirited as ever. Elder, you seem quite in high spirits, Ye Chen chuckled, handing over a storage bag. Elder, could you appraise this for me? I wish to know its worth. Peng Dehai accepted the storage bag, peering inside before glancing back at Ye Chen. These must have been taken from Chihao, am I correct? Ye Chen cleared his throat, touched his nose, and nodded. Retracting his gaze, Peng Dehai produced a small abacus from his robe, meticulously counting each item within the storage bag. Finally, he set the abacus down, stroked his small beard, and pondered for a moment before raising 3 fingers. 30,000 is rather low. Ye Chen pursed his lips, thinking that were it not for urgent financial needs, he would never consider selling such treasures. 31,000. Not a penny more, Peng Dehai remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Chen, whose expression clearly indicated he was not inclined to sell. Observing this, Peng Dehai tentatively suggested, what about 32,000? Not selling, Ye Chen immediately retracted the storage bag. Though he was not particularly sensitive to pricing, the treasures within Chihao's storage bag were worth far more than 32,000. Even just a few exceptional spiritual tools exceeded that value. Seeing Ye Chen's intent to leave, Peng Dehai hurriedly grabbed his arm. Don't go. Let's negotiate further. 50,000, Ye Chen declared outright. Peng Dehai, not one to back down easily, countered vigorously. 38,000. I can't go higher. 2,000 less. 48,000. 40,000. No more. Elder, you are rather ruthless. 47,000, that's my final offer. Or else deal. Ye Chen's surprise. Peng Dehai swiftly interrupted his words, readily agreeing. Is it too low? Ye Chen smirked, realizing he had been outmatched by Peng Dehai. Come, 47,000, it's a fair deal. Count it. Peng Dehai wore a sly grin as he shoved a storage bag into Ye Chen's arms. Worried Ye Chen might change his mind. Ye Chen promptly pushed it back. I want 3 heavenly spirit talismans and 1 heavenly movement talisman. That one do. You still owe 3,000. Peng Dehai balked at once. Then I won't sell. Hey, you little rascal. Peng Dehai was about to lose his temper but quickly plastered on a leering smile. How about this? Add 2,000, and I'll give you 1,000 spirit stones off. What do you say? At most, I'll add 500. Having been tricked once, Ye Chen had learned his lesson and was determined to drive the price down. Deal. To his astonishment, Peng Dehai agreed without hesitation. Oh my! Ye Chen inwardly slapped himself twice. Did I just offer too much? Ginger is indeed spicy with age. Despite Ye Chen's best efforts to lower the price, he could not outsmart Peng Dehai. It seemed this old fellow had a good reason for being an elder at the Wanjiao Pavilion. 3 heavenly spirit talismans and 1 heavenly movement talisman. Take them. This time, Peng Dehai stuffed 4 talismans into Ye Chen's arms and swiftly collected the storage bag in return. Ye Chen, with a darkened expression, placed the 4 talismans into the storage bag. Elder, be careful not to fall into a pit while walking at night. Hey, you little brat. Before Peng Dehai could retort, Ye Chen had already dashed out of the Wanjia pavilion. By the time he returned to the small spirit garden, it was already deep into the night. Buzz, buzz. The garden was filled with the sound of iron rods striking the air. Hua was still awake, diligently practicing, wielding the dark iron rod with increasing finesse, albeit clumsily. Perhaps so engrossed was he in his training that he had failed to notice Ye Chen's return. Ye Chen chose not to disturb him and quietly made his way to his room. As he entered, he cast a glance at Hua, who was drenched in sweat. The rod seemed to be destined to accompany him. With that thought, Ye Chen stepped through the door. A night without conversation passed, and dawn arrived in the blink of an eye. The following day, as the first light broke, Ye Chen exited the small spirit garden. At the foot of the mountain, Xiong Er appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Today, aside from his flowery shorts and vest, Xiong Er sported an additional item. A gleaming heart-protecting mirror hanging from his chest, radiating a subdued light. Why don't we rent a spirit bird to fly over? Ye Chen glanced at the sky. That one do. Xiong Er immediately dismissed the idea, asserting, strong practitioners can fly through the air. Riding a spirit bird is quite unsafe. Trust me, it's far safer on the ground. With that, Xiong Er produced 2 talismans from his pants. 1,000-mile talisman. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled, recognizing the talisman and its capabilities. Once activated, it could cover 1,000 miles in a day. Wow, you actually know the 1,000-mile talisman. Xiong Er was somewhat taken aback. I've heard of it. Xiong Er did not inquire further, handing a 1,000-mile talisman to Ye Chen, who affixed it to his leg, channeling true energy into it. Make sure you steer well. This talisman is incredibly fast. Don't crash into a mountain. Just watch me. Ye Chen waved his hand, adhering the talisman to his leg. Soon, he directed a surge of true energy into it, causing the talisman to glow, its patterns melding into his body. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen shot forward like an arrow. Xiong Er also followed suit, racing after Ye Chen like a streak of light. The sudden acceleration caught Ye Chen off guard, as it was his first time using the 1,000-mile talisman. This 1,000-mile talisman is impressive, Ye Chen remarked, maneuvering his direction while laughing, the wind howling in his ears. Though the speed did not compare to the swift shadow 1,000 changes, it consumed significantly less true energy. Whoosh, whoosh. The two left behind a trail of shadows, dust swirling in their wake. After a night of swift travel, they plunged into a desolate forest. Another hour, and we should arrive. Xiong Er estimated the time and distance. I can already smell the scent of blood. Ye Chen pondered. Stay calm, it's all good. I'm here. Xiong Er patted Ye Chen reassuringly with his chubby hand. Be cautious. Suddenly, Ye Chen exclaimed, grabbing Xiong Er and swiftly retreating. Boom! Just as they moved away, the ground they had just traversed erupted violently. Rocks flew, and sturdy trees toppled, with the earth itself blasted into a pit 3 yards wide. Damn! Xiong Er swore upon witnessing the scene. Had it not been for Ye Chen's quick reflexes, they would have been caught in the explosion. Who the hell set this trap? Xiong Er shouted angrily. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, standing back-to-back with Xiong Er, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Having encountered trouble so soon after their departure made him anxious about the safety of their journey. Rustle, rustle. Soon, in the dark of night, sounds of shuffling echoed around them, accompanied by a chilling wind carrying a scent of blood. Don't think you could evade my trap. I underestimated you. A burly man emerged, wielding a ghostly large blade. He was bare-armed, hair disheveled, with sunken eyes and blood-red irises, a sinister scar marking his face, exuding an aura of brutality. True Yang realm. Sensing the man's overwhelming presence, Ye Chen and Xiong Er's expressions turned grim. Hand over your storage bags, and I can make your deaths quick and painless. The hulking man advanced slowly, his aura intensifying, the massive blade glinting ominously. Upon seeing this, Xiong Er glanced at Ye Chen. Shall we fight? Chapter 45. Two beasts let us do it. Ye Chen nodded lightly in response to Xiong Er's inquiry. If anyone were to overhear this, it would be nothing short of shocking. One was in the Qi condensation realm, while the other was in the human origin first layer, yet they dared to confront a true Yang realm warrior. If it were a higher-tier true Yang realm practitioner, the two would have fled at once. However, the man's aura, though powerful, was unstable, indicating he had only recently broken through to the true Yang realm. 2 Fledgling warriors against a newly ascended true Yang realm master. Ye Chen and Xiong Er were not intimidated. Robbery! With a howl, Xiong Er propelled himself forward like a cannonball, Robbery, Ye Chen echoed, following Xiong Air into the fray. The hulking man was momentarily taken aback. Buzz! In that fleeting moment of surprise, Xiong Air's wolf-toothed club swung down from above. Seeking death, the man's face darkened, and he retaliated with a palm strike. Yet, in his eyes, the descending club appeared to swell, growing 5 times its size. To an outsider, it might have seemed as if a large tree were crashing down. Bang! Caught off guard by the sudden enlargement of the club, and underestimating Xiong Air, who was merely in the human origin realm, the man staggered back, blood spilling from his palm. Though wounded, Xiong Air too was forced to retreat, gasping in pain. Enraged, the man prepared to retaliate, only to find Ye Chen charging at him. Seeking death, he bellowed, launching a palm strike. Ye Chen snorted coldly, summoning true fire that transformed into a fiery whip in his hand, which he lashed out fiercely. Crack! The whip struck the man's face, leaving a dark blood imprint. True fire! The man gasped in shock. Roar! Just then, Xiong Air unleashed a fierce roar, and Ye Chen executed the beast heart fury technique. Closing in on the man, he moved like a ferocious beast descending from the mountains, his attacks unpredictable, sometimes resembling a tiger, at other times a fierce ape, or a lion, or a wolf, utilizing every limb and joint as a weapon. Unprepared for such a brutal close-quarters combat technique from someone in the chi condensation realm, the man found himself flustered. "Ya!" Xiong Air shouted, swinging his club alongside Ye Chen, overwhelming the man. However, despite being in a true yang realm, the man quickly regained his composure, countering with a powerful palm strike. Thunder Palm, Dragon Tiger Fist. Ye Chen and Xiong Air charged to meet the attack. Boom! The clash produced a thunderous sound. The true yang realm's palm strike terrifyingly powerful, forcing Ye Chen and Xiong Air to spit blood as they staggered back. The disparity in strength was immense. Ye Chen lamented inwardly. Despite possessing the ability to fight above his level, he was still overwhelmed by sheer force. "You will both die," the hulking man, furious at being so thoroughly bested by 2 younglings, roared. "Who dies is yet to be determined," Ye Chen retorted with a cold smile. "Well done, kid." Xiong Air stood beside Ye Chen, giving him a thumbs up. "You are not bad yourself." "What the?" The man was taken aback, his formidable aura rapidly dissipating as his previously surging true energy fell into stillness. It was then he realized he had been affixed with talismans, 2 of them. Heavenly spirit talismans. The man paled, recognizing their significance. He was in the true yang realm, but 2 heavenly spirit talismans could only restrain his true energy for about a minute. "Let us take advantage of this and finish him off. Let us go." The quiet forest was shattered by the howls of Ye Chen and Xiong Air. The hulking man's expression shifted as he retreated while desperately attempting to break free from the talisman's hold. He knew that if he could endure for just a minute, he could turn the tables. Yet, Ye Chen and Xiong Air had no intention of granting him that time. Thunder Palm, Dragon Tiger Fist. Knowing that time was of the essence, the 2 fought with all their might, unleashing powerful techniques upon the man. Puff! Blood sprayed as Ye Chen swung his Qi Shao sword, almost cleaving the man in 2. The man coughed blood and stumbled back, but before he could regain his footing, Xiong Air's club came crashing down. Buzz! The wolf-toothed club expanded 5-fold as Xiong Air infused all his true energy into it. "No, no, no!" The man screamed in terror as the club descended upon him. How could he have imagined that a dignified true yang realm practitioner would be slain by a chi condensation realm and a human origin realm fighter, with numerous techniques left unutilized? Yet, no matter how he screamed, Ye Chen and Xiong Air's hearts were devoid of mercy. In this world of cultivators, mercy for an enemy was cruelty to oneself. If they did not kill the man, he would surely hunt them down once he broke free from his bindings. With a resounding crash, the club struck the ground, shaking the earth. As the dust settled, Ye Chen and Xiong Air approached, finding the true yang realm man's body nearly flattened. This place is no longer safe. They quickly gathered the man's storage bag, stripping him of all valuables. After completing their task, they vanished without a trace. Once they left, a figure in a purple robe emerged from the darkness, observing the direction Ye Chen and Xiong Air had departed. "To think he possesses true fire." Ye Chen and Xiong Air reappeared deep within the forest. Both took an hour to recover from their injuries before rummaging through the man's storage bag and treasures. "Oh my!" Awestruck exclamations erupted from both of them in succession. Indeed, A true Yang realm is quite wealthy. The two heavenly spirit talismans were not wasted, as per our usual arrangement, 50-50. The two crouched on the ground, dividing the spoils. Within the man's storage bag lay over 100,000 spirit stones, likely intended for an auction at the netherworld black market, only to have met with misfortune along the way. After Ye Chen and Xiong Er shared the spirit stones, spirit liquids, and spirit herbs, all that remained was a ghostly blade, 2 ancient scrolls, and a small cauldron no larger than a baby's fist. Buzz! At that moment, the true fire flickered, drawing Ye Chen's attention to the 2 ancient scrolls and the ghostly blade, finally resting on the small cauldron. This is a treasure. A gleam sparkled in Ye Chen's eyes. I want this blade. I want this cauldron. Their voices echoed in unison. After a brief exchange of glances, they grinned at each other. Good brothers die in the end. Only the 2 ancient scrolls remained, and each picked one up, mountain-shaking fist. Xiong Er read the title on one scroll, then glanced at the scroll Ye Chen held. What is that one? What is this thing? Ye Chen asked, bewildered as he looked at the scroll in his hands. Chapter 46. Netherworld Black Market Enhancement Manual. Ye Chen replied, his mouth twitching slightly. Enhancement Manual? Xiong Er's eyes lit up instantly. Come, let us trade. Xiong Er swiftly snatched it from Ye Chen, then handed his scroll to him. Ye Chen's mouth twitched again. Not bad. Xiong Er lowered his head, engrossed in reading, chuckling to himself, completely oblivious to Ye Chen's disdainful gaze. What a peculiar fellow! Ye Chen rubbed his forehead, redirecting his focus to the mountain-shaking fist technique. After a cursory review, Ye Chen discovered that the mountain-shaking fist shared similar principles with the thunder palm, both being aggressive techniques that demanded exceptional physical conditioning. Otherwise, one would inevitably suffer backlash from the overwhelming internal energy. After resting for half an hour, the two resumed their journey. This time, their travels were smooth. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, they halted before an expansive, pitch-black expanse of land. That over there is the netherworld black market. Xiong Er pointed ahead. Without needing Xiong Er to elaborate, Ye Chen was already fixated on the dark terrain before them. The netherworld black market spanned dozens of miles, resembling a scorched earth, shrouded in gloom. Even before entering, he could already smell the wafting scent of blood, brutality, and coldness. Let us go, Xiong Er urged, pulling Ye Chen into the netherworld black market. As they stepped inside, Ye Chen felt an eerie yet powerful force pressing down on him, forcing his cultivation level to the qi condensation first layer. What's going on? Ye Chen turned to Xiong Er in confusion. Don't be alarmed. Xiong Er remarked, whenever there is an auction, formidable barriers are established here, and every individual who enters will have their cultivation suppressed to the first level of qi condensation. Even those of the Kongming realm are subjected to such suppression? Ye Chen queried, casting a tentative glance at Xiong Er. Without exception. Such prowess. A chill ran down Ye Chen's spine. Who could have laid such a formidable barrier? It is the Tianqian sect, Xiong Er replied, gesturing towards a distant corner of the Yuming black market. Following his gaze, Ye Chen noticed a grand pavilion hovering in midair at the very center of the market, soaring dozens of zhang above the ground. The pavilion exuded an air of majesty, standing as a symbol that brooked no intrusion. Even from such a distance, Ye Chen could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. What is the origin of the Tianqian sect? I have never heard of such a power in the Great Chu, Ye Chen exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Xiong Er. The omniscient Xiong Er shook his head lightly, saying, according to my uncle, the Tianqian sect had already established itself here long before the Hangyue sect was founded. They do not belong to any particular sect, yet their members are all shrouded in mystery and possess great strength. It is said that their leader is a cultivator of the Tianji realm. The Tianji realm? Ye Chen gasped in disbelief. The cultivation levels consist of 6 stages: qi condensation, human essence, true yang, spirit void, Kongming, and Tianji. Even the 3 major sects and the more powerful bloodthirsty hall lack cultivators at the Tianji level, leaving Ye Chen utterly astonished. Though they reside within the Yuming black market, they never interfere in the conflicts of this land. It is only during the auction held every 3 years that they strictly prohibit fighting here. Xiong Er continued, It is said that members of the bloodthirsty hall once caused a disturbance here, but returned in utter defeat. The Tianqian sect stands as a symbol of this land. No sect or cultivating family dares to provoke their authority. Ye Chen fell silent, gazing at the Tianqian sect with a as they proceeded deeper. He observed that the cultivators bustling about, despite their potent auras, were all suppressed to the first level of qi condensation. This reality left him feeling a sense of melancholy, no matter how formidable one might be outside. Here, they were all brought low. The further they ventured, the more Ye Chen lamented. The Yuming black market was indeed as chaotic as the legends suggested. Along the way, he encountered numerous pavilions and towers. Yet the ruins of collapsed buildings were even more prevalent. In many areas, fresh blood had yet to dry, remnants of the devastation left by fierce battles. Moreover, the inhabitants exuded a fierce demeanor, each pair of blood-red eyes filled with malice. Come, take a look. Spirit stones and spirit liquids on sale, friend. Do you need a spirit artifact? These are all top-quality goods. They arrived at a bustling area, where the sounds of hawkers filled the air, and makeshift stalls displayed an array of wares. Fireling long, Ye Chen exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he spotted a treasure at one stall. 7-colored blood crystal stone. Crimson blood lotus. As he continued his journey, Ye Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. What do you think? Quite fresh, isn't it? Xiong Air wiggled his rotund body ahead, resembling a chubby Maitreya Buddha, drawing many curious glances. Indeed, quite fresh, Ye Chen replied with a sigh. Do not underestimate the vendors at these stalls, Xiong Air whispered. Most have disguised their appearances. You never know, one of them might be an elder from a sect or a powerful cultivator from a family. I can believe that. The auction begins tomorrow. Let us explore leisurely. The market remains lively at night, Xiong Air said, pulling out a chicken leg from his pants and shamelessly devouring it, indifferent to the disdainful looks from those around. Oh? At that moment, he paused, his eyes lighting up as if he had spotted something desirable. You browse as you wish. I will go take a look over there. Xiong Air stuffed the remnants of the chicken leg back into his trousers and waddled off in a particular direction. Ye Chen glanced around and instinctively rubbed his temples. The crowd gathered in one spot, bustling with activity, encircled by a sign that read, Tiger Whip for Vitality. How peculiar, Ye Chen mused, thinking how the Yuming black market truly had everything for sale. After Xiong Air departed, Ye Chen meandered through the stalls. He picked and chose, hoping that Jinhua would provide some hints, for otherwise, he would struggle to discern which items were treasures and which were mere trinkets. Young friend, everything here is a treasure. Don't regret not buying when this opportunity passes. The calls of the vendors rang out as Ye Chen was dazzled by the assortment of items, many of which he had never seen before and could not comprehend. Suddenly, Ye Chen halted, staring blankly into the distance. There, a woman in white glided by, her hair flowing like silk, her garments billowing, resembling a blossoming lotus. She appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, untouched by mortal dust. Upon closer inspection, Ye Chen realized it was Ji Ningxuang from the Hongyue sect. She has come as well, Ye Chen murmured, his heart racing painfully at the sight of his former lover. Their unexpected reunion felt surreal. While his feelings for Ji Ningxuang had faded to indifference, the pain in his heart was fleeting. Abruptly, Ye Chen retrieved a ghostly mask from his pocket, concealing his face. As he moved, Ji Ningxuang merged with the throng. She was not alone. A young man with an elegant demeanor accompanied her, exuding grace and charm in every gesture. Ye Chen recognized him as Hua Yun, the top disciple of the Zhengyang sect. Junior Sister Ji, let us explore elsewhere, Hua Yun said, gently fanning himself, his smile as warming as a spring breeze. Ji Ningxuang maintained a calm expression and did not refuse. In an instant, she brushed past Ye Chen, their once intimate connection now akin to that of strangers. Ye Chen continued forward, his steps steady and resolute. Without glancing back, that it was unclear when Xiong Air found him again. Why are you wearing a mask? Xiong Air grumbled, clearly annoyed. I searched high and low for you. Just bought it. Isn't it nice? Ye Chen removed the mask. I have money to burn. Xiong Air scoffed. Let us go, I've already found us a place to stay. Let us rest for a bit. The two of them proceeded deeper into the Yuming black market. Before them stood rows of pavilions, serving as lodging during the auction. Upon entering a suite, Xiong Air locked himself away, seemingly engrossed in studying his vitality-enhancing secret manual. Don't overdo it, Ye Chen called after him, then turned to his own room. Locking the door tightly, Ye Chen retrieved a small cauldron. The cauldron appeared as though it had lain buried underground for ages, its surface mottled and emanating an ancient aura. What mysteries could lie within? With that thought, Ye Chen produced a small purple gold gourd and removed its stopper. Buzz! At once, the gourd quivered. Soon after, A small vortex manifested, and the cauldron was swallowed whole by the gourd. Buzz, buzz. After consuming the cauldron, the purple gold gourd began to vibrate violently. Observing this, Ye Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such a strong reaction from the gourd indicated that the secrets hidden within the cauldron must be extraordinary. What could these secrets be? Rubbing his hands together, Ye Chen felt an urge to peer into the gourd. Inside the hazy purple gold gourd swirled a refreshing spirit liquid, while the cauldron floated serenely atop it. Neither trembling nor glowing, simply suspended in stillness. Ye Chen frowned slightly, continuing to wait. An hour later, the gourd emitted a resonant hum, spitting the cauldron back out. However, Ye Chen did not notice that just before the cauldron was expelled, a drop of blood fell from it, merging into the spirit liquid within the gourd. Is that all? No secrets revealed. Ye Chen stared, dumbfounded, at the purple gold gourd. Under his scrutiny, the gourd appeared unperturbed, leisurely absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. He waved his hand, stowing the gourd away, and picked up the cauldron once more. It remained unchanged, looking exactly as it had before being consumed. I refuse to believe this, Ye Chen muttered, his resolve unwavering. He summoned his true fire, enveloping the cauldron. An hour later, Ye Chen extinguished the flames, plopping down onto the ground, panting heavily. Yet, the cauldron remained intact, having withstood over an hour of true fire without melting. What are you made of, to defy true fire? Ye Chen marveled, his frustration mounting. Damn it! He cursed inwardly, grasping the purple gold gourd and downing several mouthfuls of spirit liquid. As the liquid coursed through him, it felt like a refreshing spring flowing through his body, yet Ye Chen sensed something peculiar about this batch. He couldn't quite place what was different. Why did he feel such an odd sensation? Ye Chen tugged at his collar, feeling a slight heat rising within him. Soon, the blood within him began to circulate more rapidly, even boiling, igniting a sensation akin to being aflame. Licking his dry lips, he seized the gourd again, tilting it back for another hearty drink. However, the fiery sensation intensified. Shaking his head, Ye Chen felt slightly dizzy, the dryness returning, prompting him to drink even more from the gourd. Yet, the more he drank, the thirstier he became, and the desire to drink only grew stronger. Before he realized it, he had consumed nearly half of the spirit liquid within the gourd. What is happening? Ye Chen's eyes glazed over, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. As a result of overindulging in the spirit liquid, he inadvertently advanced to the 6th level of qi condensation without even noticing. At some point, he let out a low roar, tearing his clothes apart as if his body were ablaze, every pore seemingly spewing flames. Water. Instinctively grasping the purple gold gourd, Ye Chen tilted it back once more, drinking fervently without pause. Pop. Soon, a sound echoed from within him. Having just advanced, his cultivation surged from the 6th level of qi condensation to the 7th, nearing its pinnacle. At this rate, breaking through to the 8th level would not be impossible. He let out another roar as his form began to shift. His eyes reddened, veins bulging on his forehead. But that was not all. Inexplicable black mist began to swirl around him, and every pore oozed a sinister aura, while his black hair turned a vivid crimson at a visible rate. Most alarmingly, a demonic light flickered in his brow, along with a peculiar demonic pattern that appeared and vanished. Ugh, cradling his head, he stumbled around, feeling as if his mind would explode. It was unclear when he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. The room fell silent. After an indeterminate period, he slowly regained consciousness. A night passed without incident, and dawn broke. As a beam of sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated his face, he bolted upright. After a brief moment of confusion, he hurriedly examined his body, only to discover his clothes were in tatters from his own tearing. My cultivation. Sensing the immense power coursing through him, he was taken aback. His realm had ascended to the 8th level of qi condensation. What transpired last night? After a fleeting moment of disorientation, he recalled the events of the previous night. Summoning the purple gold gourd, Ye Chen's gaze flickered with uncertainty. It was the spirit liquid he had consumed that led to the bizarre occurrences. The burning sensation, the roaring in his mind, and the impending explosion. Was there something amiss with this spirit liquid? Ye Chen removed the stopper from the gourd, intent on investigating further, but at that moment, Xiong Air kicked the door open. Time to go. The auction is about to begin. Ye Chen replied, quickly sealing the gourd and stowing it away as he followed Xiong Er out. As they descended the stairs, they found the streets teeming with people, all making their way toward the heart of the Yuming black market. The scene was nothing short of grand, Ye Chen remarked, adjusting his ghostly mask. These are disguising pills and voice-transforming pills. Take one. Xiong Er produced 2 pills from his pants and handed them to Ye Chen. They can alter your appearance and voice. Better safe than sorry. Ye Chen hesitated, recalling that Xiong Er had retrieved them from his trousers, and coughed lightly. You keep them. I'll stick with the mask. With that, he pulled out his mask and donned it. No need to be shy, Xiong Er said, unabashed, swallowing the pills without a care for Ye Chen's distaste. Why do you keep your storage bag in your pants? For safety. Approaching the center of the Yuming black market, they arrived at a towering pavilion, majestic and imposing. This pavilion, known as the Songlong Pavilion, had been the venue for auctions in Yudu for many years. From above, one could see the flow of people converging, each individual extraordinary in their own right, though they maintained a low profile. Before long, the entrance to the Songlong Pavilion was overwhelmed with a throng. Why isn't the door opening? Some were becoming impatient. The time hasn't come yet. Why the rush? I wonder what treasures the Tianxian sect will auction this time. The auction hosted by the Tianxian sect is truly exceptional. From the back of the crowd, Ye Chen couldn't help but express his admiration. Shortly after, the grand doors of the Songlong Pavilion rumbled open. As they swung wide, an elderly man in black, leaning on a green dragon staff, was the first to step inside. Who is that? What arrogance! You don't know. That's the Black Mountain Elder, a formidable figure. I must have been blind. Following the Black Mountain Elder, several other elders entered in succession, and soon, a throng surged forth, eager to enter the Songlong Pavilion. Let us go. Xiong Er squeezed his way through the crowd, nearly getting squished in the process. Once the crowd thinned, Ye Chen stepped forward to enter. Upon crossing the threshold, he discovered that the Songlong Pavilion was a realm unto itself, sprawling over an expansive area. The hall was adorned with intricately carved railings and exquisite decorations, with even the spirit herbs and flowers used for embellishment being remarkable. What a grand display, Ye Chen marveled. Those who entered quickly found their places. First-time attendees gazed around with wide-eyed wonder, while those familiar with the venue appeared far more composed. This will do, Xiong Er declared, leading Ye Chen to a corner table. Without hesitation, he snatched up a spirit fruit from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, even pocketing a few for later. Hey, leave some for me, Ye Chen exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. You're wearing a mask? You can't eat. I'll eat for you. You'll choke on it. After some time, an elderly man gracefully seated himself beside them. Upon closer inspection, Ye Chen recognized him as the purple-clad elder who had appeared in the wild forest the previous day. Stealing a glance at the purple-clad elder, Ye Chen felt a surge of apprehension. Although everyone's cultivation was suppressed, the elder emanated an aura that felt as heavy as a mountain pressing down on him. When the purple-clad elder turned to glance at Ye Chen, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The Qi family from the southern wilderness has arrived. A voice rang out from the entrance as 3 gray-clad elders strode in, heading straight for the second floor's private quarters. The Situ family from Shishu has also arrived. Is that the Wang family from Beichuan? They've come as well. The Shanggong family of Dongyue primarily attracts practitioners from renowned cultivation lineages, and the commotion they create draws the attention of all the cultivators in the Tian Pavilion. Is there no one from the Xiong family? Glancing at the distinguished families entering through the doorway, Ye Chen couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Xiong Er. They have come. Xiong Er, who was munching on a spirit fruit, pointed to a robust man with a round face and large ears, saying, There is my second uncle. Your second uncle's appearance is rather casual. Indeed, it is. People from Hongyue sect have also arrived, someone called out. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen and Xiong Er looked over to see a middle-aged man with a sword slung over his back striding through the entrance, his stature imposing like a mountain. Exuding an air of decisiveness and authority. Is this person from the Hongyue sect? I don't recall seeing him before, Ye Chen remarked, turning to Xiong Er. Do you recognize him? He is the master of the sword peak in the inner sect. Xiong Er indeed recognized him, stating, I believe his name is Feng Wuhan. The people from Xingyang sect have arrived as well. Just as he spoke, a gray-haired elder appeared below, Wu Changqing. Ye Chen immediately recognized him. He was the elder from the Zhangyang sect who had driven him away on that fateful day. The Qingyun sect has sent someone to, these words left his lips, An elderly man clad in green entered, supported by an old woman and a young man in purple robes. When Ye Chen looked over, his eyes narrowed, especially when he spotted the young man in white. A cold glint flashed in his gaze. It was none other than the very person who had crippled his cultivation that day. The young man in purple, LG, the second-rank true disciple of Qingyun's sect. This enmity must be avenged. Ye Chen instinctively clenched his fists. As representatives from the three sects ascended to the second floor. 3 more individuals entered. A gray-haired elder, a middle-aged man in purple robes, and a young man in white. Upon seeing them, Ye Chen's eyes narrowed again. These 3 were the very ones who had pursued Chu Linger in the beast forest. Why Ye Chen had not anticipated encountering them here. People from the bloodthirsty hall. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. The Great Chu's 3 sects and the bloodthirsty hall dominate the northern Chu, a formidable force that even the 3 sects dare not provoke lightly. Things have gotten lively. It seems that procuring treasures will not be so simple now. On a high platform, an elderly figure known as Elder Yang stepped up. You all should be familiar with the rules here, so I won't waste time. Elder Yang spoke succinctly. Let the auction begin. Subsequently, a person ascended the stage, holding a spirit sword that radiated a purple glow, its sharp edge imposing and occasionally emitting a ringing sound. A truly terrifying killing sword. Purple Yang sword. Starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. Elder Yang announced casually. I bid 51,000. Soon, someone raised their paddled. 53,60,000. In merely a few breaths, the price of the spirit sword. The auction heating up with each increasing bid. This is exorbitantly priced. In a corner, Ye Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. The opening item was already so costly that he felt embarrassed to make a move with his meager spirit stones. Haven't you heard of a good start? Xiong Er remarked. The first auction item is to liven up the atmosphere. There will be cheaper items later. 80,000 spirit stones. 85.90. The competition remained fierce below, with each participant fervently raising their bids to obtain the purple Yang sword. Their faces flushed with exertion. 100,000. That moment, a voice from the second floor called out. It was Wu Chongqing from Zhengyang's sect. Instantly, the crowd below fell silent. If no one else bids, the purple Yang sword will belong to Zhengyang's sect. On the high platform, Elder Yang scanned the crowd below. Seeing no further bids, he waved his hand to retract the purple Yang sword into his sleeve. Shortly after, another individual came up, holding a small bronze furnace intricately engraved with patterns, emanating a majestic aura despite its palm-sized stature. The Zhiyang bronze furnace, starting bid is 30,000. Let the bidding commence. Soon, someone placed a bid, boldly adding 10,000 spirit stones. 50,000. 70,000. I bid 90,000. The bidding voices rose and fell, each participant displaying an unmistakable determination to acquire the small bronze furnace. This furnace is quite impressive. Ye Chen stroked his chin. If you want it, just raise your bid. Xiong Er encouraged. I have no money, if I said anything. In the blink of an eye, the small bronze furnace had already reached a staggering price of 150,000. And judging by the momentum, securing it for that amount seemed quite challenging. 160,000. My Qingyun sect will take it. The voice of the Qingyun sect elder resonated from above. Instantly, the crowd below fell silent, dismissing the 160,000 spirit stones. Simply put, this massive entity called Qingyun sect was not something ordinary individuals dared to provoke. Since no one else is bidding, the bronze furnace belongs to Qingyun sect. Elder Yang surveyed the room, noting the lack of bids, and waved his sleeve to withdraw the small bronze furnace. The next item he presented was yet another spirit artifact, a Bagua mirror. As soon as it was displayed, it radiated a scorching spiritual light, dazzling and exuding a terrifying aura. Starting bid is 100,000. Let the bidding begin. 110,000. A Taoist in purple robes was the first to bid. Zhou, you're too petty. You won't win this Bagua mirrored. The white-haired elder with a sinister expression sneered. I bid 12 million. The elder's smile was chilling. 13 million. Zhou shot back coldly. 15 million. I bid 17 million. The entire Songlong pavilion was filled with the sounds of their bidding war, the two seemingly harboring past grievances, their words laced with coldness and animosity. Even though they were gritting their teeth, they were determined to determine a victor in this price war. Indeed, this auction at the underworld black market was not as placid as it appeared. Beneath the surface, these individuals were engaged in a fierce struggle. 20 million. 21 million. The competition for the Bagua mirror was exceptionally intense, with both participants turning red in the face as they battled until a third person entered the fray, breaking the stalemate. Followed by a fourth and a fifth, as the number of competitors increased, the price of the Bagua mirror skyrocketed to 300,000. Damn it, I was just about to make my move. Xiong exclaimed in frustration, raising the price so high. What a bunch of savages. Why do I feel like this auction has nothing to do with us? No money. It's truly frustrating. With the auction for the Bagua mirror concluded, the victor turned out to be a scrawny old man resembling a monkey. Humph. The cultivators who had developed enmities over the Bagua mirror all scoffed, their eyes gleaming with cold light. Chapter 49. Ruinous expenditure. At this moment, the fourth auction item was presented by Elder Yang, a delicate tower shimmering with 7-colored divine light, surrounded by radiant clouds like a dancing dragon. 7-colored delicate tower. Starting bid is 80,000. The influence of the 7-colored delicate tower seemed to surpass that of the previous 3 spirit artifacts. As soon as it was unveiled, the atmosphere in the Tian Pavilion became electrifying, especially as the cultivation families entered the fray. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. With the cultivation families participating, the auction became extraordinarily lively. Particularly, rival families finally found a reason to clash, and roars echoed throughout the Zonglong Pavilion. Amidst the competition, the scent of gunpowder thickened in the air, with cold glints emanating from every direction. Were it not for the prohibition against fighting here, many of these major sects would have likely erupted into chaos. This land is home to countless cultivation families, with long-standing feuds. The auction at the underworld black market gathered them here, providing a splendid platform. Although bloodshed was not permitted, they could at least engage fiercely in bidding, provided, of course, that they had the funds. 300,000 up below. A gray-haired Taoist gritted his teeth and finally called out the price. What? Do you seek your own destruction? A sinister laugh echoed from the upper private room, the voice laced with threats and intimidation, causing the gray-haired Taoist to shiver in fear. Forget it, I don't want it. The gray-haired Taoist hastily withdrew, terrified of provoking the bloodthirsty Hall and bringing calamity upon his family. Well done. The auction continued, and the subsequent items were all spirit artifacts. With each round of bidding, the excitement escalated, and one terrifying spirit artifact after another was presented, causing an uproar among the crowd. Soon, a pitch-black iron rod was brought to the high platform. Iron rod, starting bid is 10,000. Let the bidding commence. Elder Yang appeared somewhat weary, yawning as he spoke casually. As soon as the iron rod was revealed, Ye Chen, who had been resting with his eyes closed in a corner, suddenly opened them wide, for the true fire within him was stirring to a treasure. Ye Chen's eyes gleamed brightly. In his mind, he thought, and he couldn't help but scrutinize the iron rod. More accurately, it was a rod that was entirely black, rusted and uneven, with several damaged spots, and no matter how one looked at it, it seemed utterly unremarkable. Like Ye Chen, the cultivators below stared in wide-eyed confusion at the iron rod. What is this? Someone questioned Elder Yang skeptically. Didn't I mention it? An iron rod? Elder Yang shot a glance at the person. Of course, you could also consider it a firewood stick. Hearing this, not just that person, but everyone else involuntarily twitched their lips. You are being far too casual. Elder Yang's nonchalant tone made the cultivators below roll their eyes. Such a lack of seriousness surely indicated it was not a treasure. Its appearance is too unappealing. Even with money, I wouldn't buy it. Is there no one interested? Glancing at the crowd below and seeing no responses, Elder Yang was about to retract the iron rod. Wait. At that moment, a voice from the corner broke through. I'll take that iron rod. Huh? The unexpected declaration drew everyone's attention. The speaker was, of course, Ye Chen. Having encountered a treasure that stirred his true fire, he would not let it slip away. Senior, 1,000 spirit stones? I'll take it. Are you out of your mind? 1,000 spirit stones for a broken iron rod? Xiong exclaimed in disbelief. It's a bargain, damn. Their exchange elicited laughter from the elderly onlookers, who found Ye Chen and Xiong amusing. If no one else bids, this iron rod belongs to this young friend. Wait. Elder Yang's words were interrupted by another voice. 1001. This iron rod will be claimed by Xingyang's sect. Huh. A chorus of surprised gasps filled the room as they turned to the source of the voice. Wu Chongqing from Xingyang's sect, who seemed to be asserting his claim over the iron rod. In the corner, Ye Chen's eyes narrowed once more. He raised his bid. I bid 1,002. The reaction below was one of astonishment. Who is this kid? Daring to compete with Zhengyang's sect, and over a mere black iron rod no less. He must be out of his mind. Amidst the commotion, Wu Chongqing chuckled. Kid, do you know who you are competing against? Elder, are you trying to intimidate me? Ye Chen shot a glance at the second-floor private room. Very well, you have spirit. Wu Chongqing's smile was laced with amusement. It had been a long time since anyone dared to contest him in such a manner. In that case, I'll play along. I bid 2,000 spirit stones. 2001. Ye Chen immediately followed up, a cold smile playing on his lips. He had resolved to wager all his possessions against Wu Chongqing, not just for the sake of the iron rod, but to reclaim his dignity after being ruthlessly cast down that day. Very well, I bid 4,000. Wu Chongqing's tone remained mocking, as a few thousand spirit stones meant little to him. 100,000. Ye Chen's unexpected declaration nearly choked the crowd. What the hell? Are you insane? Xiong Er cursed under his breath at Ye Chen's audacity. Ignoring Xiong Er, Ye Chen raised his head to the second-floor private room, chuckling. Elder, are you still enjoying this game? Just 100,000. Wu Chongqing did not expect Ye Chen to jump to 100,000, causing his expression to darken. As a sect elder, to be outbid by a junior was infuriating. 110,000. Wu Chongqing sneered. Kid, if you have the guts, raise it again. 200,000 oft. The sound of laughter erupted as the audience reacted. Who is this child? 200,000. What audacity! The spotlight was now firmly on Ye Chen, and even Elder Yang on the high platform could not hide his surprise. A junior daring to compete with Zhengyang's sect for an item attracted his attention. Many turned to watch Ye Chen, who appeared unfazed, casually sipping tea. He understood that he could not match Wu Chongqing in terms of financial resources, yet for the sake of the treasure, he was determined to compete. Even if it meant forcing Wu Chongqing to spend more spirit stones. Of course, 200,000 was his limit, especially since he had planned to use those spirit stones to purchase Xian steel and Xian iron. It seemed he was prepared to gamble here. Meanwhile, Wu Chongqing's face had turned an ominous shade. He had never anticipated that a junior would so brazenly contest him, let alone offer a price of 200,000. While he was not short on funds, spending 200,000 on a mere iron rod was indeed unwise. Now he found himself in a dilemma. If he bought it, it would be a loss. If he did not, his reputation would be tarnished, and the entire Zhengyang sect would become a laughingstock. 201,000. If you have the guts, raise it again. With all eyes on him, Wu Chongqing gritted his teeth and raised his bid. This time, it was Ye Chen's turn to feel the pressure. 200,000 was his limit. Kid, are you truly set on that iron rod? Sensing Ye Chen's hesitation, Xiong Er whispered. Why? Ye Chen nodded slightly. Observing this, Xiong Er promptly produced a storage bag from his pants, saying, I only have 300,000. Consider it a loan, but remember to pay me back. Ye Chen was taken aback. He had not expected Xiong Er to show such loyalty at a critical moment, which warmed his heart. We can always come back next time. Xiong Er shrugged. Thank you. Ye Chen smiled gratefully. 300,000. As his voice echoed, it stirred a frenzy in the crowd. Even the usually aloof and icy Ji Ningxue cast a surprised glance at Ye Chen, her brows slightly furrowing upon recognizing the masked figure. Wu Chongqing's expression had turned dark, his eyes flashing with a cold light, indicating a murderous intent. If you dare to show any more killing intent, I won't hold back. Sensing Wu Chongqing's malice, Elder Yang spoke in a low tone. Under the public scrutiny, Wu Chongqing's fists clenched tightly, his teeth gritted as he declared, I bid 301,000. 500,000. This young lad must be defying the heavens. The entire audience gasped in shock. Who would have thought that a seemingly worthless iron rod would fetch an astonishing price of 500,000? Throughout this auction, it was likely the only item to reach such a high valuation. Bang! A loud crash echoed from the Zhengyang sect's private room as furniture shattered. Wu Chongqing was thoroughly enraged. Nevertheless, he refrained from raising his bid again. A few thousand spirit stones were negligible, but 500,000 was no small sum. Although he was a sect elder, he did not possess the audacity to spend 500,000 on a mere iron rod. Under the collective gaze of the audience, Wu Chongqing remained silent, prompting Ye Chen to exhale deeply. 500,000. I hope you won't let me down. As he spoke, he cast one last glance at the iron rod on the stage. Since no one else has bid, this iron rod belongs to this young friend. Yang Golao's decisive words sealed the deal. Following this, several more spiritual artifacts were auctioned off, though their prices were not insignificant and the bidding was lively. None could compare to the heart-stopping excitement of the iron ROD as the sun dipped below the horizon. The day's auction finally came to a close. Today's auction concludes here. We will resume tomorrow. Those who bid on items, please bring your funds to the back hall to collect them. Chapter 50. The purple-clad elder as Yang Lao announced the end of the auction. The attendees of Songlong Pavilion rose in unison, still lingering in the thrill of the earlier bidding for the iron rod. Consequently, each person's gaze turned to Ye Chen with significant meaning as they departed. I will retrieve the iron rod. You may head back first, Ye Chen remarked, surveying the crowd before casting a glance at the second-floor private room. He then turned to Xiong Er. Be cautious of what lies behind you as you leave. No worries, my second uncle is here. Xiong Er waved dismissively and swiftly slipped into the crowd, disappearing in an instant. After Xiong Er's departure, Ye Chen made his way towards the back hall of Songlong Pavilion. Many people were coming and going to collect their auction items, including Wu Chongqing. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Wu Chongqing's expression darkened to an extreme, his voice dripping with icy contempt. Kid, I will make you understand the price of provoking my Xingyang sect. Fair bidding, the highest bidder wins. If the elder is reluctant to spend, is that my fault? Ye Chen sneered. I hope that by the time the auction concludes, your tongue remains as sharp. Wu Chongqing flicked his robe and strode away, leaving Ye Chen to ponder. Do you think I would grant you the opportunity? With a cold glance at Wu Chongqing's retreating figure, Ye Chen turned and entered the back hall. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Yang Lao, seated on a cushion, cast him a knowing look. Little friend, you exhibited quite the audacity today. Predecessor, you jest, Ye Chen replied, and Yang Lao did not inquire further. Instead, he waved his hand and produced the black iron rod, which Ye Chen had already prepared a storage bag for, reluctantly handing over 50,000 spirit stones, completely depleting his resources. Thank you, elder. After accepting the iron rod, Ye Chen clasped his hands in gratitude and was about to leave when Yang Lao called out, Hold on, young friend. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen turned back, puzzled. Predecessor, do you have further matters to discuss? I have no pressing concerns, but someone is looking for you regarding a small matter. Yang Lao smiled warmly, gesturing with his arm. Please, step inside. Yang Lao's unexpected politeness took Ye Chen by surprise. Enter. Someone awaits you. Yang Lao's smile was once again kind and inviting. Although taken aback, Ye Chen followed the direction indicated by Yang Lao, realizing that in Songlong Pavilion, the decision to enter was no longer his to make. It was better to be proactive. As he walked through the door leading to the back hall, he discovered a small courtyard behind it. The courtyard was a realm unto itself, radiant with light, adorned with artificial hills and lush with rare spiritual flowers and herbs, the gentle sound of flowing water clearly audible. Ye Chen couldn't help but marvel at Songlong Pavilion's exceptional beauty. Who would have thought that such a charming garden existed within the depths of the dark market? Young friend, this way please. Just as Ye Chen was lost in admiration, a gentle voice emanated from a pavilion within the courtyard. Turning to look, Ye Chen was taken aback. The figure seated in the pavilion was none other than the purple-robed elder who had sat beside him during today's auction. Is he from Tianxian sect? This was the first thought that crossed Ye Chen's mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be present in this secluded garden, nor would Yang Lao have shown such deference. Come, the purple-robed elder beckoned Ye Chen. Without overthinking, Ye Chen approached the pavilion and respectfully bowed. Junior greets the elder, and no need for such formality. Please, have a seat. The purple-robed elder smiled, exuding the demeanor of a powerful figure without any airs, making Ye Chen feel as if he were in the presence of an ordinary grandfather. May I ask why the elder has summoned me? Ye Chen inquired. Puzzled, I require your assistance, the elder replied. Assistance from me? Ye Chen was taken aback, astonished that someone of Tianxian sect stature would seek his help. More precisely, I wish to enlist the true fire within you. The purple-robed elder regarded Ye Chen with profound significance. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen frowned. Only Xiong Er, the chubby one, knew about his true fire, and he had believed he had concealed it well. Though his surprise, the purple-robed elder had discerned this secret. Sensing Ye Chen's wariness, the elder smiled gently. Do not be alarmed, young friend. I merely seek your help, nothing more. Ye Chen couldn't help but smile awkwardly. What could he do but be wary? Here, as a mere chi condensation realm cultivator, he had little leverage. The fact that the elder had not outright seized him was already quite courteous. Of course, I will not be asking for it for free. I will provide appropriate compensation. Or if you have any specific requests, feel free to voice them, the purple-robed elder added. With the conversation reaching this point, Ye Chen naturally dropped any pretense. After taking a deep breath and clearing his throat, he rubbed his nose and said, I need money. He had initially come for Xian steel and Xian iron, but in his fervor for the iron rod, he had nearly depleted his savings. Moreover, he still owed Xiong Heir 30,000 spirit stones. Leaving him in dire need of funds, he refrained from stating a specific amount for 2 reasons. First, he truly did not know how much to ask for. Second, he relinquished the decision-making power back to the purple-robed elder. After all, he only needed money. If the elder wished to give more, he would accept it, and if less, he would not dare complain. The purple-robed elder, holding a teacup, took a gentle sip and, upon noticing Ye Chen's silence, gazed at him. Is that all? With a chuckle, Ye Chen nodded. The purple-robed elder smiled slightly and produced a storage bag, handing it over to Ye Chen. Thank you, elder. Ye Chen hurriedly accepted it, but did not immediately inspect its contents. After all, what would be the use of checking? If it were insufficient, he wouldn't have the audacity to demand more. Let us get started, he said eagerly. Good, good. Ye Chen hastily stowed the Xian iron and Xian steel into his storage bag. Meanwhile, the purple-robed elder rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his forearm. Ye Chen's brow furrowed. For the elder's arm was entirely black, and upon closer inspection, he could see strange runes flickering in and out of visibility on the surface of his skin. What is this? Ye Chen inquired, looking up at the purple-robed elder. Curse of the Witch. Which curse? Upon hearing this name, Ye Chen recalled snippets he had seen years ago in the Zhongyang sect's library regarding witch curses. Witch curses were notoriously malevolent imprints, only said to be wielded by the legendary witch tribe. Once afflicted, if not promptly contained or removed, the victim would inevitably suffer a gruesome fate at the hands of the curse. As for the witch tribe, their legacy was vast. They were an ancient and mysterious race, alongside the demon, celestial, spirit, ancient, beast, divine, dragon, and barbarian tribes, collectively known as the 9 ancient tribes, each immensely powerful and genuinely formidable. Ye Chen was astonished. He had never anticipated that such a mighty cultivator as the purple-robed elder would bear the mark of the witch tribe within him. Elder, can my true fire help you suppress this witch curse? Knowing the formidable nature of witch curses, Ye Chen felt a loss of confidence. Ordinary true fire would be ineffective, but yours might just do the trick. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen froze momentarily, staring incredulously at the purple-robed elder. Elder, is it possible that true fire can vary in strength? Chapter 51. The Witch Curse, of course. The purple-robed elder smiled at Ye Chen's inquiry. I have encountered numerous types of true fire, but I must admit, your golden true fire is a first for me. Yet I believe my true fire is not particularly strong, Ye Chen replied sheepishly, scratching his head. True fire is born from heaven and earth, inherently possessing spirituality, and thus is subject to the cultivation level of its master. You are merely at the chi condensation realm, so your true fire only possesses abilities commensurate with your cultivation. Furthermore, the purple-robed elder paused, casting a meaningful glance at Ye Chen. Moreover, your true fire has yet to awaken. Yet to awaken? Ye Chen was increasingly astonished as he listened. I can only say that it is no ordinary true fire. At least in my view, it surpasses all other true fires I have encountered. The purple-robed elder seemed to withhold some details, knowing that revealing too much would not benefit Ye Chen at this stage. Ye Chen felt a mix of intrigue and confusion, but understood the need to refrain from pressing further. Let us proceed. The purple-robed elder raised his arm, palm upright. Without hesitation, Ye Chen mirrored the action, placing his palm against that of the purple-robed elder. Instantly, he concentrated his thoughts, allowing his true fire to flow freely from his palm into the elder's arm, enveloping the strange runes tightly. Demon blood. As the true fire made contact with Ye Chen's body, the purple-robed elder's eyes became profoundly deep. He scrutinized Ye Chen, seemingly able to perceive the blood coursing within him, from which he sensed a surge of bloodlust, ferocity, and madness. The purple-robed elder's eyes narrowed slightly, and he subtly glanced at Ye Chen. How could he possess demon blood? He murmured to himself, realizing that Ye Chen was evidently unaware of the ancient demon lineage hidden within his own blood. His musings were abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain from his arm. The purple-robed elder withdrew his thoughts from Ye Chen, focusing intently on his own arm. enveloped by Ye Chen's true fire. The mark of the witch curse sensed a powerful threat and began to struggle violently in response. The purple-robed elder pointed decisively, trapping the witch curse's mark firmly on his arm to prevent it from spreading to other parts of his body. An hour slipped by in silence, and Ye Chen was drenched in sweat. His true fire continued to blaze, but the witch curse's mark was evidently entrenched, able to withstand the flames, and despite the passage of time, he had only managed to extinguish a minuscule portion of it. Xian steel and Xian iron are quite troublesome to procure. Ye Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. Reflecting on the situation, he regretted having asked for so little in compensation. The witch curse's mark was far more complex than the malevolence found in Xiong Air's Wolf Tooth Club and could not be eradicated in a day. As Ye Chen began to feel exhausted, the purple-robed elder gently placed his hand on Ye Chen's shoulder, pouring a torrent of essence into him. The influx of energy revitalized Ye Chen immensely. You need only to refine one of the curse's runes, the purple-robed elder instructed. The witch curse is composed of interlocking runes. Refining one will allow me to break the curse. Understood, Ye Chen nodded, inhaling deeply as the flames of his true fire surged once more. 6 hours later, he finally felt drained, panting as he withdrew his true fire. Glancing at the purple-robed elder's arm, he noted that the runes had become chaotic, and the witch curse's marks were fluctuating between light and dark. Truly, the purple-robed elder was a master of great skill. He pressed his fingers together and placed them on his arm, beginning from his shoulder and systematically moving downward. The cursed mark that had fused with his arm was being forcefully extracted. Ye Chen refrained from interrupting and quietly stepped out of the small courtyard. Upon returning to the back hall, he hastily retrieved the storage bag given to him by the purple-robed elder, and upon glancing inside, he was taken aback. 50,000. Seeing the number of spirit stones, he couldn't help but swallow hard. What a generous offer! With a mix of astonishment and excitement, Ye Chen's heart raced. He never expected the purple-robed elder would grant him such a significant sum, far exceeding his expectations. As he pondered, Ye Chen noticed that in addition to the 50,000 spirit stones, there was a small note tucked within the storage bag. Pulling it out, he glanced at it hurriedly. The iron rod is a gift from my Tianxian sect to you, young friend. The 50,000 spirit stones are to be returned in full, so they truly are from Tianxian sect, Ye Chen mused, stroking his chin. With this thought in mind, he stepped out of the back hall and onto the bustling street. Feeling quite content, with 50,000 spirit stones back in hand, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Though the day had waned, the street remained lively, with vendors hawking their wares. Ye Chen did not return immediately. Instead, he wandered the streets, scanning the stalls for the Xian steel and Xian iron he needed. Ultimately, he paused at a shabby old man's stall. Xian steel, Xian iron. As soon as Ye Chen stopped, his gaze fell upon two irregular stones. One black as coal, the other gleaming bright, each no larger than an egg. The old man, seemingly oblivious to his presence, was instead fixated on the women passing by, his eyes glimmering with a lecherous gaze and an unmistakable grin. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the old man for the first time, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming impulse to kick him. Old man, if you keep staring at me, I'll take your goods. The old man immediately turned his attention back to Ye Chen, clearing his throat and casually wiping the drool from his mouth. His demeanor shifted 180 degrees as he stroked his meager beard. Attempting to adopt the air of a wise elder, Ye Chen couldn't help but smirk. The old man's acting skills were nothing short of impressive. Just a moment ago, he was leering at women, and now he was trying to pass himself off as a wise sage. Anyone unaware would genuinely think he was a venerable elder. Young man, you clearly possess discerning taste. Everything here is a treasure, just waiting for the right person. The old man stroked his beard again, though his expression remained lewd. I've seen so many stalls. Nearly everyone says the same thing. I'm used to it. Ye Chen replied dismissively. I want this piece of Xian iron and Xian steel. Ye Chen pointed directly at the items, making his intentions clear. 100,000, the old man declared, raising a finger. 50,000. Ye Chen countered bluntly. What the hell? 100,000 spirit stones. I could just go to Zhou Dafu and buy them directly. Why would I trek all the way to this dark market? Listen here, kid, that price is a bit too harsh. The lecherous old man blustered, his face contorting in indignation. My master taught me to bargain by first having the price. Ye Chen replied innocently, His expression unassuming, the old man nearly exploded with rage but managed to restrain himself. 90,000. It can't go any lower. 60,000. Deal. Ye Chen was prepared for a protracted negotiation, but the old man's quick acceptance caught him off guard. Pay up, quickly. The old man seemed in a rush, shoving the shin iron and shin steel into Ye Chen's hands before hastily packing up his stall, his expression frantic as if he were in a hurry. Ye Chen was baffled, but still reached into his storage bag. Zhuge you old rascal, you scoundrel. Before he could extract the spirit stones, a furious shout echoed from afar. Glancing over, he saw a stout old man storming toward him, fuming with rage. Realizing the situation, Ye Chen understood that the old vendor's haste was due to someone seeking retribution. However, he still retrieved the spirit stones, knowing that one must pay for what they bought. Yet, before he could hand over the spirit stones, the lecherous old man bolted with his goods, fleeing with incredible speed. Damn it! Following closely behind, the stout old man also dashed past in a whirlwind, turning the already boisterous street into chaos due to the antics of the two old men. Is that it? Ye Chen coughed awkwardly, his hand still clutching the storage bag of spirit stones, which he instinctively stuffed back inside. Chapter 52. The unresponsive iron whip. Having wandered around and finding nothing else to purchase, Ye Chen left the noisy street. As he stepped into the inn, Xiong Er rushed over, grabbing Ye Chen and exclaiming, "Dude, I thought you had been assassinated. You just said that during the auction, private fights were prohibited. No matter how bold Wu Chongqing is, he wouldn't dare seek me out here," Ye Chen replied, pulling a storage bag from his robe and handing it to Xiong Er. "Here, your spirit stones, 30,000. No more, no less." Xiong Er accepted the storage bag, glancing inside before looking at Ye Chen with wide-eyed astonishment. "How do you still have spirit stones?" "I found them. Picking. What did you pick up?" Xiong Er chased after Ye Chen, resembling a persistent shadow. "Where did you find it?" "I want to gather a basket as well," Tian Xianmin. Casually responding, Ye Chen stretched lazily, waved his hand, and walked toward his room. Today was exhausting. He needed to rest early. Xiong Er still wanted to say something, but Ye Chen had already closed the door. Picking it up from Tian Xianmin? "I'd be astonished if that were true," Xiong Er muttered to himself, clutching the heavy storage bag, and chuckled. Upon returning to his room, Ye Chen firmly shut the door and retrieved the purple gold gourd. He still recalled how he had felt as if his body was ablaze after drinking the spiritual liquid from the gourd last night. The excruciating headache still haunting him, the sensation of burning and the feeling of his head wanting to explode had propelled his cultivation to a remarkable breakthrough, reaching the 8th level of qi condensation. There must be something amiss with this spiritual liquid. Muttering softly, Ye Chen poured a drop of spiritual liquid from the gourd. The liquid shimmered in purple, exuding a translucent glow, a fusion of jade, spiritual liquid, and spiritual energy. The rich herbal aroma was intoxicating, and just inhaling it brought a sense of tranquility, and no issues here. After observing it for a while, Ye Chen stroked his chin, noting that it appeared just like usual. With that, he swallowed the drop of liquid. As always, upon entering his body, it transformed into a dense essence, merging seamlessly without the burning sensation experienced the previous night. Strange. Not sensing anything unusual, Ye Chen scratched his head. He continued to consume several more drops of the spiritual liquid, yet his body remained free from the bizarre pain felt the night before. Instead, he felt warm all over. Truly peculiar. Muttering again, Ye Chen withdrew his thoughts and took out the black iron rod he had won at the auction today. 50,000 spirit stones for you. You better not disappoint me. As he spoke, Ye Chen inserted the iron rod into the mouth of the purple gold gourd. Buzz! As soon as the iron rod was inserted, the purple gold gourd vibrated. Seeing this, Ye Chen's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands together, eagerly watching the gourd, hoping it would reveal the secrets of the iron rod. However, after the initial buzz, the gourd remained silent, standing quietly on the table, with only the occasional emanation of purple energy to show for it. Is that all? In disbelief, Ye Chen picked up the gourd and instinctively shook it a few times. Then peered inside. He discovered that the iron rod remained undisturbed within the gourd, quietly suspended there, as if the surrounding purple energy had no relation to it whatsoever. Time passed, and eventually, in frustration, Ye Chen placed the purple gold gourd back down. Damn it, 50,000 spirit stones wasted on this worthless iron rod. Buzz! The purple-gold gourd seemed to possess a spirit of its own, vibrating once more as if to say, "Stop stuffing everything into my belly." Pop! Following that, the gourd expelled the black iron rod, which clattered onto the floor. "Quite the temper, I see," with a smirk. Ye Chen disregarded the gourd and picked up the iron rod. Observing it closely, he realized that it was not merely a rod but a black whip, rusty and pockmarked, offering no signs of anything extraordinary. "You have drawn the attention of true fire. I refuse to believe you are just an ordinary whip." Resolving not to give up, Ye Chen summoned true fire and enveloped the black whip. The golden flames blazed intensely, instantly raising the temperature in the room. Yet, under the relentless heat, the black whip showed no signs of change, ignoring the flames, which furrowed Ye Chen's brow. Once more, after some contemplation, Ye Chen intensified the flames. Still, the black whip remained unaffected. After 3 hours of fiery exertion, Ye Chen, panting heavily, extinguished the flames. Despite the intense heat, the whip had not melted, leaving him utterly exhausted. "I truly do not believe this." Cursing under his breath, Ye Chen drew the Qi Shao sword and poured all his true energy into it, striking down at the black whip. Bang! The sound of metal colliding was exceptionally clear, and the Qi Shao sword was instantly sent flying, causing Ye Chen to stagger back, his arm numb, devoid of any sensation. This is no ordinary hardness. Picking up the Qi Shao sword, he noticed a small notch on its blade, while the black whip remained steadfastly embedded in the ground, showing no signs of damage from the sharp sword. What on earth is this made of? Stowing away the Qi Shao sword, Ye Chen scrutinized the black whip. Ignoring the true fire and remaining impervious even to the Qi Shao sword, he could only imagine the extraordinary materials used to forge this whip. This realization eased his frustration. Spending 50,000 spirit stones on an incredibly durable whip was not as worthless as he had initially thought. It would serve well for striking others. Rubbing his chin, Ye Chen stored the whip away. Soon, he retrieved some Xian iron and Xian steel from his storage bag. The two mystical metals, laid before him, contrasted sharply. The Xian iron was dark and hard, while the Xian steel shone bright and flexible. Together, they were undoubtedly an excellent choice for weapon crafting. Summoning true fire once again, Ye Chen took out the Qi Shao sword and enveloped all three materials in flames, refining the essence within the Xian iron and Xian steel into the Qi Shao sword. This process was lengthy. As dawn approached, he finally extinguished the flames, drenched in sweat. Clang, clang. The room resonated with the sound of the swords ringing. The Qi Shao sword had become even more extraordinary, still red in hue, exuding sword energy without the need for infusing true energy. At times, sword light flickered, emanating a formidable aura that left Ye Chen in awe. Not bad, not bad. Delightedly gripping the Qi Shao sword, Ye Chen reveled in his achievement, especially since this sword was forged by his own hands. Chapter 53. The Tiangang Staff Formation. In the early morning, warm sunlight bathed the entire Yuming black market. The new day's auction commenced, with figures emerging from every loft, a stream of people converging toward the central Canglong Pavilion. "Do you want some?" Just before stepping out, Xiong pulled out a voice-changing pill and a disguise pill from his pants pocket and handed them to Ye Chen. Glancing at Xiong pocket, Ye Chen coughed lightly, saying, "You can keep those for yourself." As he spoke, he took out a wolf mask from his storage bag and donned it, unable to bring himself to consume the pills that Xiong had produced from his pants. "Fine, I won't eat it." Xiong shrugged, unperturbed, and swallowed both pills in no time. His appearance transformed dramatically into that of a plump old man, complete with a small tuft of beard on his chin, though he was a bit short and hardly resembled an old man at all. Amidst the throng, the two made their way back to the Canglong Pavilion. Positioned again in the same corner, they began to eat while keeping an eye on the entrance. Members of the various great families of Dechu streamed in, competing fiercely, especially those with long-standing grudges, each wearing a solemn expression, evidently preparing to contend vigorously at the auction. The three sects arrived shortly thereafter, with the bloodthirsty hall making its entrance last. Ye Chen spotted Wu Chongqing, whose face was darker than ever, a stark reminder of the humiliation he had suffered the previous day. Becoming the subject of ridicule, upon returning, he had furiously vowed to flay Ye Chen alive. "Don't get too arrogant. I won't let you off so easily today." Casting a sidelong glance at Wu Chongqing, Ye Chen couldn't help but smirk. "Today, you better behave." Beside him, Xiong munching away, stuttered, Be careful not to capsize in the ditch. That Wu Chongqing is not to be trifled with, I know. Figures stirred as everyone took their positions. All eyes were on the high platform at the front. The previous day's auction had featured spiritual artifacts, while today would be dedicated to secret techniques, adhering to the customary rules of the Yuming black market. Will we be able to acquire a technique this time? The auction had yet to formally begin when the audience erupted in chatter. I've heard that the secret techniques up for bid this time are extraordinary. Extraordinary or not, they won't be ours. Amid the murmurs, the auctioneer, Elder Yang, ascended the high platform, surveying the crowd before casually announcing, "The auction begins." With that, he produced an ancient scroll, causing the eyes of the audience to gleam with excitement. One young finger. Elder Yang suspended the scroll in midair, taking a moment to introduce the technique. Refine the Yang True Qi, concentrated into a single finger, known as the one young finger. Friends with fire attributes may consider bidding. Starting price, 50,000. Let the bidding commence. 60,000. As Elder Yang finished speaking, someone immediately raised their bidding paddle. My Qi family offers 200,000. The second bidder was a gray-clad elder from the Qi family in the southern wilderness. His arrogance was palpable as he lounged in his seat, a mocking glint in his eye, raising the bid by a staggering 14,000 spirit stones, causing those who were poised to bid to retreat sheepishly, including Xiong Air. Damn it, I wanted to participate. Xiong Air cursed incessantly. Those from prestigious families are simply loaded. Ye Chen beside him sighed in disappointment. 21,000. Another voice chimed in, belonging to a middle-aged beauty in a red robe from the Wang family of Beichuan. Being another prominent family, the Wang family was not to be underestimated, and the middle-aged woman, recognizing the one young finger's significance, refused to yield easily to the Qi family. 25,000. Following the Wang family, the Situ family from Shishu jumped in, raising the bid by 4,000. 30,000. The Shangwan family from Dongyue pushed the auction for the one young finger into a frenzy. 31,000. 35,000. The various cultivation families of Dechu vied fiercely for the one young finger, and in less than a minute, its price soared to an astonishing 50,000, leaving the casual cultivators visibly dejected. Not a chance. Xiong Air slumped over his seat, looking defeated. What a bunch of beasts. Ye Chen also felt disheartened. His true energy was perfectly suited for the one young finger, yet his empty pockets left him feeling hopeless. 55,000 up, but then, a voice rang out, causing both Xiong Air and Ye Chen's eyes to brighten, for it belonged to Xiong Air's second uncle. There's hope. There's hope. Xiong Air rubbed his hands together, eyes sparkling as he focused on a stout man in the front row. He hadn't expected their Xiong family to participate in the bidding, and with such generosity, if they succeeded, he could learn the one young finger without spending a dime. Ye Chen also rubbed his hands together. Given his relationship with Xiong Air, acquiring the one young finger was not entirely out of reach. In a private room on the second floor, the gray-clad elder from the Qi family wore a dark expression as he glared at Xiong Air's second uncle, coldly remarking, "Xiong Dashan, you have quite the audacity. Go ahead and raise your bid again." Xiong Dashan remained unyielding, his words causing the Qi family to fall silent. "You have a grudge against the Qi family?" From their exchange, Ye Chen picked up on some underlying tension and turned to Xiong Air. "Of course we do." Xiong Air fumed. "Our families have been at odds since my great-grandfather's time over a natural spirit stone mine. And we've had our fair share of conflicts, so that's how it is." 55,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Elder Yang glanced at the Qi family's private room, then scanned the crowd below. The three sects in the bloodthirsty hall had not participated in the bidding, which relieved both Ye Chen and Xiong Air. Bang. Elder Yang's gavel struck decisively, declaring the one young finger scroll sold. He then produced a jade slip inscribed with 3 large characters. Lingyun Step. A body technique. Lingyun Step. Starting price, 30,000. Let the bidding begin. Elder Yang casually stated. Compared to the one young finger, Lingyun Step was clearly of a lower grade, but that did not deter the crowd's enthusiasm, for it was a technique from the Tianxian Min. 5,000. I bid 7,000. 10,000. The auction for Lingyun Step was lively, though it paled in comparison to the fervor surrounding the one young finger. Eventually, it was claimed by a cloaked figure for 13,000. The auction continued. Elder Yang consistently produced secret techniques, each sparking excitement among the attendees. With fierce competition from the major families, the 3 sects, the bloodthirsty hall, and the hidden powerhouses. During the proceedings, Ye Chen and Xiong Air attempted to bid several times, but were consistently outmatched by exorbitant prices. I see now, This is nothing but a gathering of beasts. Xiong Er sulked, leaning on the table, grumbling endlessly. All of them are wealthy. After being repeatedly thwarted, Ye Chen also felt deflated, his spirit stones dwindling to the point where he felt embarrassed to bid. Each time he attempted, his offers barely made a dent. The Tiangang staff formation, a spiritual artifact primarily for staff practitioners, may be of interest on stage. Elder Yang produced an ancient scroll, starting at 3,000, with each increment no less than 1,000 spirit stones. A staff technique? Ye Chen perked up, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the stage. You don't practice staff techniques? Why are you getting excited? Xiong Er shot a glance at Ye Chen. I may not use it, but who could benefit from it? Chapter 54. One more time with passion. I may not use it, but who could benefit from it? As Ye Chen spoke, he directed his attention back to the stage. Compared to the previously auctioned techniques, the Tiangang staff formation seemed to be receiving little interest. Elder Yang had mentioned it, yet no one had raised a bid. Seeing the lack of response, Elder Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Staff techniques are difficult to cultivate, thus many find them useless. Most attendees had picked up their teacups, uninterested in interrupting the auction for the Tiangang staff formation. If it were a sword technique, it might be worth considering. This was a niche offering. Surely, few would want it. Hearing the discussions below, Ye Chen felt a sense of relief, realizing that many competitors had been eliminated. Is no one bidding? Elder Yang scanned the crowd, unable to resist asking again. Looking down, he saw people drinking tea and flirting, completely dismissing his question as if it were inconsequential. Their disinterest in the staff technique was evident. Realizing this, Elder Yang, though somewhat prepared, still felt embarrassed. Since no one is interested, this staff technique will go unsold. I want it. I want it. Before Elder Yang could finish, Ye Chen hastily raised his bidding paddle, exclaiming, Senior, 31,000 spirit stones. I want the Tiangang staff formation. Eh? Ye Chen's voice caught the attention of several attendees, as they realized that someone had come to bid for a staff cultivation technique. Surprisingly, after Ye Chen's bid, no one else raised their paddle. Seeing this, Elder Yang rubbed his temples in frustration, raising his hand to strike the gavel. However, before he could bring it down, an untimely voice rang out from the second floor. 40,000, my Zhengyang sect will take it.in the corner. Hearing Wu Changqing's haughty words, Ye Chen cast a cold glance at the second-floor private room. Wu Changqing, it's you again. When no one was bidding, you stayed silent, but now that I'm interested, you come out to compete. 40,000, anyone else willing to raise the bid? Before Elder Yang could finish, Ye Chen interrupted again, raising the price to 10,000 spirit stones in one breath. Someone else is competing against Wu Changqing. The crowd erupted in chatter. Could it be that kid from yesterday? I don't think so. That person wore a ghost mask yesterday, but today he is wearing a wolf mask. Looking again at the second-floor private room, Wu Changqing's expression darkened further. Yesterday, he had foolishly assumed the strength of the Zhengyang sect would safeguard him, mockingly participating in the auction for the iron rod, only to be outbid for 50,000, leaving him utterly humiliated. Today, astonishingly, someone dared to snatch something from him once more, igniting a fierce rage within him. Although he deemed the Tiangang staff formation useless, he could not tolerate anyone infringing upon his dignity. 150,000. Wu Changqing uttered with a stern voice, his thoughts racing. 200,000. Came the immediate response from the corner, where Ye Chen stood. Kid, you can't be serious. Xiong Er tugged at Ye Chen's sleeve, his other hand instinctively shielding his groin, as he anticipated Ye Chen's next request for spirit stones. Prepare 300,000 spirit stones? Ye Chen replied, casting a glance at Xiong Er. Damn it, I haven't even warmed up yet. Xiong Er grinned, revealing his discomfort. Do you know who you are competing against? Wu Changqing's voice dripped with coldness from the second floor's private room. This is a fair auction. The highest bidder wins. Are you attempting to use your influence to intimidate? Ye Chen's words were neither humble nor servile. His lips curled into a sardonic smile. He was brimming with determination to engage Wu Changqing in a fierce battle, resolved to acquire the Tiangang staff formation for Hua, even at the cost of his fortune. The rare techniques associated with the staff were not to be overlooked. This was only part of the reason. At this moment, Ye Chen's mind was still plagued by the humiliation of being cast down the mountain that day, an indelible pain that he could not shake off. He found Wu Changqing's lofty demeanor particularly irksome, driving him to commit an audacious act. What a fair auction! Wu Changqing's cold laughter echoed from the second floor. Our Zhengyang sect bids 250,000. 500,000. The moment Wu Chongqing's words fell, Ye Chen raised his bidding paddle. Spit, spit, spit. Suddenly, the sound of tea being spit out echoed throughout the Songlong Pavilion, as Ye Chen raised the bid by 250,000, nearly choking the onlookers. What on earth is happening? The Songlong Pavilion erupted into chaos. Is the staff technique truly that precious? That kid has some guts to compete with the Zhengyang sect. 500,000 spirit stones. This is outrageous. Yesterday it was a broken iron whip, today a shattered staff technique. How could these seemingly insignificant items fetch such exorbitant prices? What is happening in this world? The crowd buzzed with chatter, and in the corner, Ye Chen became the center of attention. From the second floor, numerous figures lifted the beaded curtains to gaze down, including elders from prominent families, Feng Wuhan from Qingyun sect, and the three formidable figures from the bloodthirsty hall. All casting astonished glances, in stark contrast to the others, Wu Chongqing's expression shifted from gloomy to sinister, and then to a grimace of rage. The scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to the humiliation he suffered the previous day. As he had stated before, failing to acquire the staff technique would not only cost him face, but would also tarnish the reputation of the Zhengyang sect. Clearly, he had no use for the staff technique, yet he insisted on putting on airs. "Look, you are such a pretentious fool," someone jeered from below. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhuge Yu, the one who had sold Ye Chen the Xian iron and Xian steel the day before. His words were unrestrained, revealing a profound cultivation level that posed no fear of the Zhengyang sect's might. His remarks ignited a furious flush upon Wu Chongqing's face. With a resounding crash, he shattered the furniture beside him, ready to bid again, but was restrained by Hua Yun and Ji Ningxuan behind him. "Elder, our objective is the Tianji pill. Please reconsider. Do not waste excessive spirit stones on this useless staff technique," they urged, prompting Wu Chongqing to gradually regain his composure. Yet even so, Wu Chongqing's hands clenched tightly within his sleeves, a chilling murderous intent swirling within him. Had it not been for the strict prohibition against private disputes here, he would have descended to eliminate Ye Chen. "Investigate. Find out who is so audacious. I will make him wish he were dead," he seethed, suppressing his wrath. Thus, a thrilling auction reached a temporary halt. The elders at the dais could not help but lament the absurdity of this situation. Yesterday it was a wretched iron whip, today it was a pitiful staff technique. How could these two items, which the Tiangong sect deemed unworthy, command a staggering price of 500,000? Even as an elder of the Tiangong sect, he was utterly taken aback with the final hammering of the gavel. Ye Chen successfully acquired the Tiangong staff formation, albeit at the cost of his fortune once more. "Well, there goes my entire savings." Xiong Er sighed, resting his plump head on the table. It seemed he would have to ask his second uncle for some funds. "Oh my heavens! 300,000. I will return it with interest," Ye Chen assured, patting Xiong Er on the shoulder. Hearing this, Xiong Er's eyes lit up, and he quickly produced paper and ink from his trousers, scribbling down a series of large characters. After wiping his nose, he handed it to Ye Chen, saying, "I fear you may default, so please, sign here." Ugh. Chapter 55. The invitation from the Tiangong sect. The auction continued. The subsequent mystical techniques being auctioned, though still fervently contested, paled in comparison to the Tiangong staff formation. Before long, night descended. "Today's auction concludes here," Elder Yang announced, marking the end of the mystical techniques auction within the Songlong Pavilion. As the crowd began to rise, murmurs of disbelief filled the air. Many turned to glance at Ye Chen, who wore a wolf-headed mask, having secured the Tiangong staff formation for 500,000, thereby delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Zhengyang sect. He had become the most talked-about figure of the day. "Truly, talents emerge with each generation," remarked an elder from the Situ family of Shishu, stroking his beard as he gazed at Ye Chen. "Old Situ, this lad surpasses you in prowess during your youth," teased an elderly man clad in white from the Shangguan family. "You two old geezers, save some mercy for tomorrow's auction," chided a middle-aged woman in a red robe from the Beichuan Wang family, casting a disapproving glance at the two elders. The chatter continued as many from the cultivation family stole glances at Ye Chen as they departed. "Kid, you are quite the sensation now," Xiong Er observed, keenly noting the reactions of the various factions toward Ye Chen. "Such calamity," Ye Chen muttered, rubbing his temples. On the second floor, the members of the Qingyun sect had already descended. The elder in blue and the old woman cast only a casual glance at Ye Chen. while the one who had crippled his dantian, LG, regarded him with a mocking gaze, their eyes briefly locking. Interesting, LG smirked, a mocking tone lacing his words. The grudge of having my dantian destroyed will be settled in due time. Shifting his gaze away, Ye Chen clenched his fists within his sleeves. It was LG's mocking demeanor that had led to his complete downfall. Next came Feng Wuhan from Hongyue sect's Yujin Peak. He truly exuded the aura of a senior, his flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, the long sword upon his back symbolizing resilience akin to a mountain. His gaze toward Ye Chen was not condescending. Instead, it bore a gentle warmth. The bloodthirsty hall's members also made their entrance, eyeing Ye Chen with furrowed brows. "Elder, do you sense a familiar aura emanating from that boy?" inquired a young man in white toward the gray-haired elder beside him. "His aura is concealed. I cannot discern it," the elder pondered aloud, stepping out of the Songlong pavilion first. "Keep an eye on him. We may have encountered him before." After the bloodthirsty hall departed, the Zhangyang sect's members followed. Ye Chen's gaze immediately fell upon Wu Chongqing's dark and brooding face. "Kid, you will meet a dreadful end." Wu Chongqing's murderous eyes glared at him from afar. Avoiding Wu Chongqing's gaze, Ye Chen, albeit reluctantly, met Ji Ningxuan's beautiful eyes. The brief exchange with his former lover tugged at his heart, while Ji Ningxuan's delicately furrowed brows suggested she sensed something familiar in Ye Chen's gaze, a fleeting flicker of emotion crossing her eyes. Ye Chen turned away without further ado, making his way to the back hall of the Songlong pavilion. "Little one, you are quite the sensation today," Elder Yang remarked jovially, seemingly able to see through Ye Chen's masked visage. "Senior, are you jesting?" Ye Chen replied, knowing he could not hide from Elder Yang. He removed his wolf-headed mask, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose. After settling the spirit stones and obtaining the Tiangang staff formation, he turned to leave, only to have Elder Yang call him back. "Senior, is there something else?" Ye Chen inquired, perplexed. "Little one, would you care to join our Tiangang sect?" Elder Yang's eyes twinkled as he stroked his white beard. At this unexpected proposition, Ye Chen was taken aback. The Tiangang sect was a formidable and mysterious entity, one that even the three sects of Dechu dared not provoke. To receive an invitation as a mere qi condensation cultivator was beyond his wildest expectations. Was it due to his possession of true fire? Ye Chen mused, pondering what else could possibly attract the attention of such a colossal sect. "Well, what do you say? Are you interested?" Elder Yang's warm smile brought Ye Chen back to the moment. After a brief pause, Ye Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Senior, surely you jest. I am but a lowly qi condensation cultivator. How could I possibly be worthy of your esteemed attention? Your cultivation is not the issue. We, the Tiangang sect, value potential," Elder Yang replied, his demeanor fatherly and kind. "Indeed, we are interested in your true fire, but more importantly, we see your latent potential." With such an offer on the table, Ye Chen felt compelled to consider it further. "Senior, if I were to join the Tiangang sect, would that mean I must sever ties with Dechu and refrain from involving myself in its affairs?" Members of the Tiangang sect are not permitted to engage in the disputes of the various factions within Dechu. This has been the rule established by past sect masters, Elder Yang explained. "I see," Ye Chen pondered, stroking his chin. While the Tiangang sect was indeed powerful and enigmatic, its constraints were equally formidable. He was born and raised in Dechu, and the thought of completely severing connections with it stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Moreover, he still sought to return to the Zhangyang sect to avenge the humiliation he had suffered. "Do not rush your answer. Take your time to reflect on it. My words will always hold true," Elder Yang said with a gentle smile as he observed Ye Chen's contemplation. "Thank you, senior. Allow me to consider this matter thoroughly," Ye Chen replied, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect before departing the back hall of the Songlong pavilion. Once he left, the purple-clad elder who had invited him to break the curse emerged. "Master, among the younger generation of Dechu, there are countless individuals with greater talent. Why extend an invitation solely to him?" Elder Yang inquired, puzzled that of course, it is not just because he possesses true fire. The purple-clad elder stroked his beard, speaking with depth. "This lad is not as simple as he appears. While his talent may not be the highest, it is unique. Furthermore, his true fire is exceptionally domineering, and most importantly, it is his bloodline. Should we consult the Holy Master about this matter?" Elder Yang glanced at the purple-clad elder. "I would like to seek her counsel," the elder replied tersely. "She has it easy. Leaving the Tiangong sect to me while she frolics about who knows where. As Ye Chen stepped out of the Zonglong pavilion, he detected two familiar auras. To the east was Hua Yun, and to the west was Ji Ningxian. In an instant, he recognized who was watching him but feigned ignorance, blending into the bustling streets. As he strolled along, he paused from time to time to peruse the wares at various stalls. Hua Yun and Ji Ningxian, adept at concealing their presence, trailed him through numerous streets. "Dio, you think you can keep up with me?" Ye Chen mused, stopping at a roadside stall, glancing down at the items on display, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "You really think you can follow me?" At this point, it was crucial to mention another facet of Ye Chen's identity. Within the Zhengyang sect, he was not merely a disciple but also a member of the intelligence pavilion, having been trained from a young age to gather intelligence, with tracking being his forte. As an expert tracker, his observational skills far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and evading pursuers was a skill he had mastered. Although his cultivation was not on par with Hua Yun and Ji Ningxian, when it came to tracking, they were still lacking. Feigning ignorance, Ye Chen continued to lead Hua Yun and Ji Ningxian through several more streets. By the time night fell, the two, approaching from opposite directions, met up but could not locate Ye Chen. "This kid is no ordinary fellow," Hua Yun muttered, frustration evident in his voice. "He slipped away from us." "It is possible his cultivation surpasses ours," Ji Ningxian, usually reticent, contemplated aloud, though she could not disregard another possibility. That he, being a member of the intelligence pavilion, was simply too skilled for them to follow. Chapter 56. Understanding the sword. Upon returning to the inn, Ye Chen found Xiong Er already in their room. The hefty figure was sprawled across the bed, which was littered with shining spirit stones. "Wow!" Ye Chen exclaimed, taking a seat at the edge of the bed. "Little fatty, you have quite a stash of spirit stones." He casually pocketed a few, demonstrating his self-awareness. Seeing this, Xiong Er's chubby face darkened. "I see your family is quite affluent," he retorted, promptly shoving all the spirit stones into his storage bag. "I just got these from my second uncle, so don't even think about it," Xiong Er grumbled, shoving his storage bag into his trousers. Ye Chen coughed awkwardly, rubbing his nose. The auctions over the past 2 days had greatly aided him. Otherwise, he would not have secured the Iron Whip and the Tiangong staff formation. Xiong Er's willingness to help had genuinely touched him. "Rest assured, I will repay you in full," Ye Chen promised. "Of course you will. We even have an IOU." Xiong Er scoffed. "Ha?" Ye Chen shrugged, leaning closer to Xiong Er and playfully poking him. "I heard your family extracts quite a number of spirit stones from that natural spirit stone mine every year. Is that true?" At this, Xiong Er's face twisted with indignation. "Don't even mention that mine. It has brought nothing but trouble for my family. The spirit stones we extract barely suffice for medical care for our clan members." "That can't be true," Ye Chen replied incredulously. "I in the southern region of Dechu. Aside from the Qi family, who would dare provoke your clan?" "There are many," Xiong Er grumbled. "The Qi family comes looking for trouble every now and then, and those rogue cultivators are insatiable wolves. Just like that old man from Black Mountain who came to bid yesterday, he stirs up trouble every few days. If we give them too much, my family can't handle it. If we give them too little, they become restless. If it weren't for my grandfather still being alive, my family would have been swallowed whole by now." "Every family has its own struggles," Ye Chen sighed. Despite their outward appearances of grandeur, the noble families often faced great challenges. "Just hang in there," he said, shaking his head helplessly as he exited Xiong Er's room. Back in his own room, Ye Chen sat cross-legged on the bed. Calming his mind and gathering his energy, he initiated the barbaric body refining technique. Crack, crack. Soon, the sound of bones clashing resonated within him, as true fire enveloped his meridians and bones. The searing pain made him involuntarily grunt, but he stifled his voice to avoid alarming Xiong Er. 3 hours of barbaric body refining, followed by 3 hours of nurturing his muscles and bones with spiritual liquid. After a full 6 hours, he finally exhaled a breath of turbid air. His cultivation at the 8th level of Qi condensation was thoroughly solidified. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, Ye Chen felt a sense of invigoration. He quickly produced the Tiangong staff formation. 500,000 spirit stones. Recalling the steep price he had paid for the Tiangong staff formation, Ye Chen couldn't help but wince. Yet, he believed it was worth every coin for Hua to have access to a quality staff technique. The ancient scroll of the Tiangong staff formation, still bearing its seal, was gently unwrapped by him. Only then, under the dim flicker of candlelight, did he meticulously contemplate the profound intricacies of the Tiangong staff formation. To his surprise, this examination proved to be immensely beneficial. The staff, akin to the spear, is among the most challenging of spiritual weapons to master. The Tiangong staff formation not only expounded upon the esoteric nature of the staff, but also elucidated numerous techniques. Divided into offensive and defensive formations, the Tiangong staff formation represents a harmonious blend of attack and defense. When cultivated to perfection, one could unleash the formation through the illusory shadows of the staff, marking it as one of the rarest of esoteric arts within the realm of staff techniques. Ye Chen was captivated by the brilliance of the knowledge, inwardly acknowledging that the expenditure of 500,000 spirit stones was not in vain. After several hours of contemplation, he grasped a faint glimpse of the profound mysteries contained within the staff. Although difficult to master, once perfected, its cultivation would rival that of any other spiritual weapon. Truly remarkable. With this thought in mind, he leaped to his feet and retrieved a long staff from his storage bag. Buzzing, buzzing. Soon, the room was filled with the buzzing sound of the staff slicing through the air. The teachings of the Tiangong staff formation flowed through his mind as he became immersed in the staff's mysteries. Unbeknownst to him, the speed of his movements with the staff began to escalate. At that moment, a series of illusory staff shadows emerged, radiating from his body. Though chaotic in appearance, upon closer inspection, they were evidently arranged in accordance with the trajectory of his staff movements. Time slipped by, and the number of shadowy forms multiplied, forming a fragile staff formation around him, akin to a protective barrier of vital energy. Only then did he cease his practice, exhaling a long breath of stale air. The mastery of staff techniques was indeed no ordinary endeavor. In truth, wielding the staff to unleash its mystical powers proved to be even more arduous than he had imagined, and it was no wonder that many cultivators shunned the staff. Nevertheless, after this rigorous training, he did not leave empty-handed. The Tiangong staff formation could utilize the swirling shadows of the staff to create a formation that combined both offense and defense. He pondered whether a sword could similarly employ the swirling shadows to form a sword formation that encompassed both aspects. Sitting at the edge of his bed, he contemplated this, hoping to uncover the commonalities between the staff and the sword within the Tiangong staff formation. If successful, he believed his defensive and offensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced. After an hour of deep reflection, he increasingly felt that this approach was feasible. Resolute, he sprang into action once more, drawing forth the sharp Qishao sword with a resonant clang. With each motion, drawing, retracting, spinning, slashing, and downward cutting, he executed the routines in accordance with the teachings of the Tiangong staff formation. Albeit at a leisurely pace, as he continued, his brow occasionally relaxed and then furrowed in concentration. He discovered that while the staff and sword indeed shared certain similarities, they also exhibited numerous differences. Applying the principles of staff techniques to sword cultivation evidently proved challenging, and he sought to uncover the unique yet harmonious aspects of both, aiming to glean insights that would lead to a sword formation akin to the Tiangong staff formation. Clang, clang. The Qishao sword resonated continuously, each swing manifesting shadowy silhouettes of the blade. As time progressed, his swordplay accelerated, and the number of sword shadows surrounding him gradually increased. However, they appeared disorganized, forming only the rudiments of a sword formation that lacked the necessary power for effective offense or defense, rendering them vulnerable to disruption. As dawn approached, Ye Chen finally sheathed the Qishao sword. With a sigh, he exhaled another breath of stale air, leaping onto his bed, cradling his head in his hands, and gently closing his eyes as the principles of staff and sword techniques replayed in his mind. It was evident that deriving the Tiangong sword formation from the Tiangong staff formation would not be an overnight endeavor. He understood this well. The emergence of any esoteric art is not accomplished in a single stroke, but requires time and practical experience to refine, much like a blacksmith forging a sword, which necessitates countless strikes to create a masterpiece. Every weapon has its own merits, yet they ultimately converge on a singular path. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Ye Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment shining within them. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, staffs, hammers, and bows all share commonalities. If the ancients could unravel the Tiangong staff formation, then surely he could deduce the Tiangong sword formation as well. Time was not the issue. What was needed was profound insight. Chapter 57. Tianjing Dan. As a new day dawned, the final day of the auction at the Netherworld black market arrived at it. seemed that attendance was significantly higher than in the previous days, with the venue bustling with figures, each bearing solemn expressions. The first day featured the auction of spiritual weapons, the second day focused on esoteric techniques, and the third day was dedicated to spiritual pills. Observing the atmosphere, Ye Chen surmised that today's auction would showcase something extraordinary. Glancing at the throng, he couldn't help but ponder. Indeed, replied Xiong Er, brimming with enthusiasm, as if he had been invigorated by an elixir. Today's grand finale is a spiritual pill that could very well alter the future of the great Chu.is. It really that impressive? Ye Chen inquired, intrigued. Are you aware of the Tianjing realm? Xiong Er turned to him, eyes gleaming with excitement. Of course, Ye Chen retorted. The Tianjing realm represents the pinnacle of cultivation. A single practitioner at this level can sustain a sect for thousands of years. Exactly, Xiong Er whispered conspiratorially, but do you know what the grand finale pill being auctioned today is? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen gently shook his head. It is the Tianjing Dan, Xiong Er revealed, his voice low. The Tianjing Dan? Ye Chen's eyebrows arched in surprise. Does this mean it can assist individuals in breaking through to the Tianjing realm? That's the rumor, Xiong Er replied ambiguously. Many powerful cultivators at the peak of the Void Realm exist within the Great Chu, and quite a few are on the cusp of the Tianjing realm. If the Tianjing Dan were to be consumed by a practitioner nearing that level, it could very well facilitate their advancement to the Tianjing realm. Wouldn't you say that's impressive? Upon hearing Xiong Er's words, Ye Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. If the Tianjing Dan truly possessed such miraculous effects, then today's auction would indeed be the highlight of the netherworld black market. It was easy to imagine that if a faction succeeded in breaking through to the Tianjing realm, it would undeniably impact the balance of power in the Great Chu. Xiong Er's words were far from alarmist. The strength of those in the Tianjing realm was simply too formidable. Look, Xiong Er continued, today's auction will undoubtedly be fiercely competitive. The patriarchs of the major factions, including my own family's patriarch, are all nearing the end of their lifespans. They all wish to use the Tianjing Dan to make a final breakthrough to the Tianjing realm. You see, those at the Void Realm can only live for up to 500 years, while those at the Tianjing realm can potentially reach 1,000 years. It's no wonder they are driven to madness. As he spoke, Xiong Er gestured for Ye Chen to observe the many private boxes on the second floor, representative of various factions. Did you notice? For today's auction, none of those boxes are occupied. They've all disguised themselves and mingled with the crowd on the first floor of the Zonglong Pavilion. What do you mean? Ye Chen asked, perplexed. The stakes of the Tianjing Dan are too high. Who would be foolish enough to reveal their identity as the one who wins the bid? Xiong Er explained. I can assure you that if it becomes known that the bloodthirsty Hall won the Tianjing Dan, the members of that faction would surely be hunted down by the other factions. Even if they survive, the major powers of the Great Chu would quickly unite to march north and attack the bloodthirsty Hall. Of course, the same would apply if the Tianjing Dan were secured by the three sects or any of the major clans. So, after today's auction, a bloody conflict is inevitable outside the netherworld black market. Ye Chen mused. In theory, yes, Xiong Er nodded. Thus, every participant from the major factions is doing their utmost to conceal their appearance and aura, terrified of being recognized. The Tianxian sect practically inviting a brawl among the factions by auctioning off the Tianjing Dan? Ye Chen remarked, beginning to question the motives behind the Tianxian sect's actions. They're already generous enough to auction the Tianjing Dan. Whether one can successfully acquire it and safely return is up to one's skill. No one is forcing you to bid, right? Given the current atmosphere, it seems the powerful figures of the major factions have likely already concealed themselves outside the netherworld black market. Ye Chen contemplated, stroking his chin. The reinforcements arriving will undoubtedly be numerous. Looks like you're not as foolish as you appear. Xiong Er chuckled. So, shall we make our exit? Why delay? After the auction, as the powerful figures of the factions clash, we would most likely become collateral damage, Ye Chen remarked, with everyone scrambling for the Tianjing Dan. Who would pay us any mind? Xiong Er replied, dismissively, though he did pat Ye Chen's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Don't worry. I've been here more than once. We'll be fine. As they spoke, the doors of the Zonglong Pavilion swung shut. That moment, those sipping tea and flirting sat upright, reflecting Xiong Er's earlier assessment. The private boxes on the second floor were indeed empty, devoid of any occupants. Ye Chen surveyed the crowd, noting that most were unfamiliar faces, likely all disguised. With this thought, he glanced sideways at the elderly man with black hair beside him, appraising him carefully. Perhaps this was the renowned Wu Chongqing of the Zhangyang sect. Or perhaps this elderly figure was Feng Wuhan of the Hangyue sect. Altered in appearance, I can't shake the feeling that we're treading on dangerous ground. Ye Chen muttered, his voice tinged with concern. That's the business of the strong. We are but small fry. Xiong Er responded nonchalantly, adding with a whisper, if my family could secure the Tianjing Dan, that would be the best outcome. Before long, Elder Yang of the Yang Pavilion stepped onto the stage. After surveying the audience, he cleared his throat, signaling the commencement of the auction. Let the auction begin, he proclaimed, retrieving a jade box from his robe. Though sealed, the fragrance of the medicinal pill wafted through the cracks. The bone-building pill. I believe its effects require no further introduction. Starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 1,000 spirit stones. Now, we begin, 50,000, as Elder Yang's words fell. A voice immediately raised a bidding paddle point 60,000. I bid 80,000. The first pill had barely made an appearance before it incited a frenzy of bids. The auction for today's spiritual pills would undoubtedly be vigorous and spirited. After several rounds of bidding, the bone-building pill was claimed by an elderly man clad in blue for a staggering price of 150,000. After Elder Yang made the final call, he produced another sealed jade box. The cleansing marrow pill, starting bid of 50,000. Let the bidding commence. 60,000. To Ye Chen's astonishment, the first bidder was none other than Xiong Er, who enthusiastically raised his paddle high. Though his short stature limited his reach, didn't your father give you a cleansing? Ye Chen asked, bewildered that I'm bidding for my wife. Xiong Er replied with a chuckle. Wow, you have a wife. Why have you never mentioned this before? Ye Chen gaped, taking in the sight of Xiong Er. A rotund figure, it was hard to fathom which maiden had fallen for him. 10,000. As they conversed, the price for the cleansing marrow pill climbed to a staggering 10,000. 11,000. Xiong Er leapt up, slamming his hands on the table, his voice booming. 15,000. The next voice sent Xiong Er into a frenzy. You're impressive. I give up, he exclaimed, deflated. Xiong Er's frustration was palpable. Despite his eagerness to continue bidding, his pockets were light, likely due to the fact that his family was also vying for the Tianjing Dan, leaving him with insufficient spirit stones. Observing Xiong Er's dejection, Ye Chen felt a pang of guilt. Had he not borrowed 300,000 spirit stones, Xiong Er would not be in such a predicament. Naturally, should Xiong Er fail to acquire the cleansing marrow pill, Ye Chen would compensate him. After all, cleansing marrow was not solely achievable through the cleansing marrow pill. He could also assist Xiong Er's wife with true fire, which would be far superior. Don't worry if you miss out. I'll handle the cleansing of your wife's marrow, Ye Chen assured him with a grin. Can you really do it? Absolutely. Ye Chen patted his chest confidently. While the barbarian body refining technique was typically employed on others, it was still feasible as the two conversed. Another pill was brought forth for auction. This one promised to preserve youthful beauty, and to Ye Chen's surprise, it attracted bids from many men, old and young alike, who were now fervently competing for it. A glance revealed that many among them were likely women in disguise. Seems like everyone is in on the act, Ye Chen remarked, a knowing glint in his eye. The auction continued, with Elder Yang unveiling pill after pill, inciting fervent reactions from the crowd, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of crashing waves. As time wore on, the auction neared its conclusion. During this time, Xiong Er made another bid, securing a pill for vitality enhancement. Meanwhile, Ye Chen spent much of his time napping, his lack of funds leaving him with little choice in that span. A single spiritual pill reached an astonishing price of 80,000, ultimately acquired by an unknown powerful figure. Chapter 58. The rise of heroes. As night began to fall, Elder Yang finally produced a translucent jade box, exquisite in its craftsmanship. The box, fashioned from spirit jade, shimmered with iridescence, adorned with intricate runes, and reinforced with 3 seals. Despite this, one could still glimpse the tranquil purple pill nestled within. The Tianjing Dan, at last, it has arrived. Upon the appearance of the jade box, the eyes of everyone in attendance sparkled with anticipation, their bodies straightening as they fixated intently on the box. Many could hardly contain their excitement, knowing that the pill within could potentially alter the course of the Great Chu's future. Quickly, it's time for the Tianjing Dan, Xiong Er urged, nudging Ye Chen. Ye Chen, jolted from his reverie, raised his head, hastily wiping the sleep from his eyes, and gazed at Elder Yang holding the jade box, where he could clearly see the glimmer of the purple pill inside. Is that truly the Tianjing Dan? He wondered, licking his lips, Impressive, isn't it? Though it has nothing to do with us. Even selling you wouldn't cover the cost. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Elder Yang suspended the jade box in mid-air. The Tianjing Dan may assist those on the cusp of the Tianjing realm in their breakthrough, although this is contingent upon each individual's own fortune. After a brief introduction, Elder Yang continued, the starting bid for the Tianjing Dan is 500,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10,000 spirit stones. Now, let the bidding commence. 5,500,000 spirit stones? The moment the price was announced, many in the crowd instinctively swallowed hard. If not for their sects or clans, who could possibly afford such a sum? Many began to realize that the Tianjing Dan was beyond their reach from the outset. Even the base price was enough to crush a multitude of hopefuls. 550,000, however, there were still those of considerable means present, as a voice immediately called out a bid, identifiable by their disguised form. Clearly a person of substantial resources. 60,000. 80,000. Think you can secure the Tianjing Dan for 80,000? I bid 100,000. 110,000. 130,000. As the first bid was called, it triggered a chain reaction, igniting a frenzy throughout the Zonglong Pavilion. Each new bid sent shockwaves through the crowd, and within a mere minute, the price of the Tianjing Dan soared from its initial 500,000 to an astonishing 2 million. 2 million spirit stones? That could form a small mountain, someone exclaimed, glancing up as if envisioning a mountain made of spirit stones. Without at least 800,000 spirit stones, securing the Tianjing Dan is futile, Ye Chen observed thoughtfully. Although the bidders were all in disguise, he sensed that the true powerhouses from the great clans and sects had yet to make their move. Ultimately, they would be the primary contenders. As Xiong Er had noted, the stakes of the Tianjing Dan were immense. It could bolster a faction or bring about their ruin. 230,000. 250,000. The bidding for the Tianjing Dan remained fierce, with its price steadily climbing higher. After several rounds, most of the participants found themselves outmatched, as the once coveted million spirit stones became insufficient in this auction. In truth, the real competition for the Tianjing Dan had only just begun. 500,000. Indeed, a formidable force operating in the shadows boldly raised the price to an astonishing 5 million, causing the already fierce bidders to immediately withdraw. This hidden power seemed to grasp the immense value of the Tianjing Dan, understanding that it could not be acquired for a mere 3 or 4 million spirit stones. They hastened the decisive battle, leaving the identity of the bidding party shrouded in mystery. 5 million. What a staggering amount! The boisterous Bear Air, clutching Ye Chen's arm in excitement, seemed ready to ascend to the heavens. Perhaps the one raising the bid was from your bear family, he suggested. As he spoke, Ye Chen's hand instinctively found its way to Bear Air's thigh, seizing a chunk of flesh and giving it a vigorous twist. Bear Air, perhaps too exhilarated, appeared oblivious to the pain. The astronomical price of 5 million had effectively caused nearly everyone to concede defeat, paving the way for a fierce contest among the remaining contenders. 550,000. Another voice chimed in with a higher bid. 600,000. 650,000. As Ye Chen had predicted, without 8 million spirit stones, acquiring the Tianjing Dan was exceedingly difficult. The price had now soared to 650,000, evidently surpassing the financial capabilities of the major families, leading them to withdraw one by one. Alas, it seems our bear family is out of the running, Bear Air lamented, his head drooping. 650,000. Your family should be able to afford that, Ye Chen quipped, tilting his head curiously. Of course, we can afford it, Bear Air did not shy away from admitting, but that would mean nearly depleting our family's fortune. Although the Tianjing Dan is precious, we must act within our means. Even if we were to win the bid, there is no guarantee we could safely bring it back. Even if we succeeded in that, my ancestor might struggle to break through to the Tianjing realm. Did Elder Yang not say so? The Tianjing Dan does not guarantee a breakthrough. Whether one can advance remains an unknown variable that depends on fortune. With that, Bear Air shook his head helplessly, declaring that risking everything for such a pill was a reckless gamble that the bear family could not afford. Indeed, Ye Chen mused, one cannot understand the value of tea and rice until they are the ones managing the household. Bear Air's father had considered this quite thoroughly. They could not afford to lose this gamble, as the consequences would be dire. 7 million. The bidding for the Tianjing Dan continued unabated, with sects evidently joining the fray. Reflecting the presence of the 3 sects and the bloodthirsty haul. 750,000. 8 million. Yet the price for the Tianjing Dan continued to rise, surpassing even Ye Chen's expectations. As the auction neared its conclusion, the price of the Tianji Dan had seemingly climbed to nearly 10 million spirit stones. 950,000. Was there anyone willing to bid higher? Inside the Songlong Pavilion, after a considerable silence, Elder Yang finally surveyed the crowd below. His gaze was sharp, as if he could pierce through the facades of those present, briefly pausing on a select few, disregarding the scattered cultivators. 1 million. A voice soon resonated from a corner, causing both Ye Chen and Bear Air to turn their heads in surprise, for the individual who had called out the price was the black-haired elder seated beside them. Likewise, the entire assembly turned their attention towards him. To dare to bid 1 million was not a sum within the means of mere scattered cultivators or ordinary families. Aside from the bloodthirsty hall and the 3 sects, who else would have the audacity to propose such a sum? The 3 sects, what faction does he belong to? Ye Chen mused, unable to discern the elder's origins, though he was certain he belonged to one of the 3 sects. At that moment, both he and Bear Air hoped that the black-haired elder was Feng Wuhan from the Yujin Peak of Hongyue sect. If that were the case, the Tianji Dan might indeed be safely returned without drawing attention, potentially allowing Hongyue sect to produce a Tianji realm cultivator. This would provide them, as dependents of Hongyue sect, with an unshakable pillar of support. However, they were also aware that this black-haired elder could just as easily be from Qingyun sect, Zhangyang sect, or even the bloodthirsty hall. Should that be the case, it would spell trouble for Hongyue sect. The black-haired elder's bid of 1 million naturally captivated everyone's attention, and powerful individuals had begun to covertly fixate on him. 1 million spirit stones. Would anyone dare to bid higher? Elder Yang's voice shattered the silence within the Songlong Pavilion. Yet, for a long moment, no one spoke up. Bang! With Elder Yang's decisive hammer, the bidding for the Tianji Dan concluded, marking the end of the 3-year auction at the Yomi Black Market. Below, the attendees still seemed reluctant to depart. Soon, groups of individuals began to rise and leave. It was not until the black-haired elder stood up that the entire Songlong Pavilion was stirred, with more than one pair of eyes stealthily tracking him, eager to uncover his identity and perhaps seize the Tianji Dan for themselves. Observing the situation, it seemed he intended to secure the Tianji Dan without incident, but that would prove to be a challenge. As he watched the throngs of people departing, Ye Chen quietly mused to himself. There were undoubtedly others outside waiting to assist him. Bear Air muttered softly, I suspect he is most likely from the bloodthirsty hall. In the Great Chu, it is only the bloodthirsty hall that can overshadow the 3 sects. Whoever it may be is of little importance now. Let us go. Chapter 59. A chaotic confrontation. Upon exiting the Songlong Pavilion, Ye Chen and Bear Air instinctively followed the crowd towards the exit. Here, take this, Bear Air said, handing 2,000 line talismans to Ye Chen. If danger arises, use the Skywalk spell first, then activate the 1,000 line talismans to escape. Those ruthless individuals have all gone to fight for the Tianji Dan, and usually, very few would dare to rob us. Why do I have a foreboding feeling? Ye Chen remarked as he accepted the talismans. It's nothing. Stick with me, and you'll be safe, Bear Air assured him confidently, pulling Ye Chen along towards the exit. Ahead lay the entrance of the Yomi Black Market, where the crowd surged like a tidal wave. Moreover, anyone attending the auction at the Yomi Black Market had come prepared, many equipped with talismans similar to the 1,000-line talismans. As soon as they emerged from the Yomi Black Market, each individual dashed away at breakneck speed. Surprisingly, these low-level cultivators managed to escape without incident. After all, with the Tianji Dan being auctioned, any formidable cultivators would be tempted to try their luck, leaving little time for anyone to contemplate robbing them of their meager possessions. Let us go. Having just exited the Yomi Black Market, Ye Chen and Bear Air promptly activated their 1,000-line talismans and raced towards Hongyue sect in the span of a single incense stick. They had already sprinted over 10 miles. See? Trust me, I'm right, Bear Air exclaimed as he ran, pulling out a chicken leg from his pants. Let us hope we can return safely. Ye Chen remained vigilant, closely observing their surroundings. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted behind them. A hasty glance revealed a small hill collapsing under the force of a powerful strike. It's begun. They adjusted their speed and direction while glancing back periodically. This brief glance left Ye Chen astonished. In the distance, towards the Yomi Black Market, figures flickered through the air. Dazzling techniques illuminated the sky, creating quite a spectacle. Shall we go and see the commotion? Bear Air suggested, turning to look at Ye Chen. Don't be ridiculous, Ye Chen retorted. Those are ruthless individuals fighting. Going back would only make us cannon fodder. I was just suggesting, Bear Air replied. Boom, boom. Just as Bear Air finished speaking, another hill collapsed in the distance, the sound more thunderous than before. They could not ignore it any longer. A group of fierce combatants was embroiled in a chaotic battle, and as they clashed, they began moving in their direction, their numbers considerable. The air filled with the sound of thunder as they approached, leaving a path of destruction in their wake, blood splattering and casting a crimson veil over the bright moonlit sky. Just when you think you're safe, trouble finds you, Bear Air exclaimed, tossing aside the chicken leg and dramatically increasing his speed. Ye Chen matched his pace, for although the 1,000-line talismans allowed for swift movement, the fierce combatants behind them were at the Kongming realm, and they were at least 10 times faster. If they truly set their sights on them, it would be a dire situation. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a bloodied figure shot past them like a divine rainbow. Run? Seeing this, Ye Chen and Bear Air kicked it into high gear, fleeing for their lives. Where do you think you're going? A cold voice rang from behind, as a dozen figures pursued them. The foremost individual wielded a purple killing sword, slashing out a beam of sword aura that cleaved the bloodied figure in two. Blood stained the starry sky, and a storage pouch fell from the figure, which the attacker swiftly snatched. What? You want to monopolize it? A mocking voice echoed. Having just slain that person, the attacker immediately became the target of aggression, as countless spirit weapons and techniques rained down upon him. A desperate roar erupted, and despite his formidable strength, he struggled to withstand the relentless assaults of over a dozen Kongming realm cultivators. Boom, boom. The land was instantly turned to chaos. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and Bear Air were knocked back by the shockwaves of the battle. Bear Air tumbled eastward, his hefty frame smashing through several large trees before crashing to the ground, while Ye Chen fared even worse, his body colliding with a massive boulder, shattering it to pieces, nearly costing him his life. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ye Chen struggled to rise in the midst of the chaos. His vision blurred, and he could no longer spot Bear Air. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, stumbling to hide behind a boulder, his face pale as he peered into the void in that void. Over a dozen Kongming realm cultivators were embroiled in a fierce struggle over a storage pouch. Additionally, it seemed that the treasures within that pouch were extraordinarily valuable, as divine rainbows shot in from all directions, joining the fray, escalating the conflict to unprecedented heights. What a bunch of beasts! Ye Chen coughed up more blood but dared not show himself, focusing on rapidly recovering from his injuries. Boom, boom. 2 more blood splatters erupted in the void, as 2 Kongming realm cultivators fell in the chaos. Boom, boom. The air crackled with thunder, and not only here, but sounds of battle echoed from other directions as well. Just moments ago, those seated in the Songlong Pavilion were now deep in combat, with figures of conflict scattered everywhere, throwing the entire realm into disarray. Kid, are you still alive? A voice crackled from the communication talisman at Ye Chen's waist. It was Bear Air. Hearing his voice brought Ye Chen a moment of relief. The fact that Bear Air could still communicate meant he was alive as well. You nearly got me killed. Ye Chen cursed through the talisman. It was an accident. Bear Air quickly responded. We need to get out of here. This place is no longer safe. You go west, I'll go east. Let us regroup at Hongyu's sect, and be careful. You too. With one last glance at the void, Ye Chen staggered westward, his injuries weighing him down. He applied the second 1,000-line talismans to his leg, dramatically increasing his speed. However, it seemed the heavens did not favor him, for just after he had run 3 to 5 miles, a buzzing sound resonated through the air. Looking ahead, he spotted a massive 8-trigram disc, undoubtedly a formidable weapon of a sect, radiating a brilliant divine light and exuding an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the area. Ye Chen, having just activated the 1,000-line talismans, found himself halted by its force. This is bad. Gritting his teeth, Ye Chen stumbled into a mountain range. Boom! As he entered, a deafening crash resounded, and a bloodied figure staggered through the AI. It was the black-haired elder who had secured the Tianji Dan. Recognizing him, Ye Chen's expression grew grave. The black-haired elder had obtained the Tianji Dan, and he would undoubtedly be targeted by numerous powerful beings, which boded ill for Ye Chen. This meant that this mountain range would soon become a battleground for many formidable cultivators. Indeed, as soon as the black-haired elder soared into the air, a myriad of divine rainbows pursued him. Roar! From the east, The roar of spirit beasts echoed, with a dozen riding on their backs. Clang from the west. A flurry of flying swords pierced the void, each one bearing a figure, clearly aimed at the black-haired elder. Boom! From the south, clouds rolled ominously, shaking the earth as if an army of thousands was surging forth, their murderous intent palpable. Buzz! From the north, divine rainbows surged, moving at incredible speed, each one formidable, with terrifying weapons hovering above them. Well then, powerful cultivators are converging from all directions, all evidently in pursuit of the Tianji Dan. Chapter 60. Unfortunate luck. Boom! Boom! Powerful figures stormed into the mountain ranges, and without further ado, they engaged in battle. Two towering mountains crumbled instantly, and Ye Chen, caught within the mountains, faced yet another disaster. What the hell? Are they doing this on purpose? Clambering out from the rubble, Ye Chen could not help but curse the black-haired elder for leading him into this catastrophe. Hand over the Tianji Dan. A commanding voice echoed through the void, prompting Ye Chen to quickly hide beneath a rock wall. Come and take it if you have the ability, the black-haired elder bellowed, his peak Kongming realm aura surging through the skies as the 8-trigram disc above him radiated a blinding light. He was a formidable individual, his cultivation nearing the quasi-Tian realm, and against any single Kongming realm cultivator, he would be unafraid. However, he was not facing just one opponent. The consequences of this battle were predictable. Seeking death, the powerful figures surrounding him sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of sword shadows, palm imprints, and spirit weapons. In response, the black-haired elder activated the 8-trigram disc, rapidly enlarging it to shield himself. Boom! Boom! The onslaught of attacks collided with the 8-trigram disc. Crack! Bang! The sound of shattering echoed as the 8-trigram disc exploded, and the black-haired elder suffered a backlash, his body drenched in blood. I will return, he roared, pointing at the void. Instantly, a swirling vortex appeared, swallowing him whole. Trying to escape, a brutish man scoffed, swinging a massive blade that cleaved through the air, severing the black-haired elder's escape route. The injured black-haired elder was ejected from the vortex, and before he could stabilize himself, a torrent of attacks descended upon him. A furious roar erupted, filled with resentment, but he was ultimately unable to escape annihilation. As he fell, the storage pouch he carried exploded, scattering its contents throughout the void, each item shimmering with light as they fell. The Tianji Dan. Someone spotted the jade box containing the Tianji Dan and immediately reached out with a hand. Buzz! Before the person could touch the jade box, a sword beam sliced through, severing their arm. The jade box became a coveted object, and its contents, the Tianji Dan, sent everyone into a frenzy, transforming the battle into a brutal free-for-all. With blood raining from the skies as Kongming realm cultivators frequently plummeted from the heavens, bursting into blood blossoms upon impact. Below, Ye Chen watched in horror. These were ruthless Kongming realm cultivators, and the scene of their battle was nothing short of cataclysmic. Any one of them could obliterate him with the slightest motion. Just then, a glimmer descended from the void. Upon closer inspection, it was a large blade that landed with a clang on the boulder before Ye Chen. Stained with blood, evidently a treasure from the black-haired elder's storage pouch. In the midst of the chaos for the Tianji Dan, no one paid attention to the scattered treasures. Ye Chen glanced around and stepped forward to retrieve the blade. The blade was of considerable quality, a spirit weapon belonging to a Kongming realm cultivator, exuding a formidable aura without needing to be infused with true energy. It possessed the power to cleave through anything, showcasing its exceptional prowess. What a pleasant surprise! Ye Chen chuckled to himself, preparing to stow the blade in his storage pouch. However, in that instant, he noticed a spiritual orb embedded in the blade, roughly the size of an adult's fingernail. Leaning in for a closer look, Ye Chen's expression froze, for within the orb lay half of a purple spiritual pill. Although sealed within the orb, he could still faintly detect the tantalizing aroma of the pill. The Tianji Dan, Ye Chen exclaimed, his breath quickening as he immediately recognized it from his earlier encounter in the Songlong Pavilion. Suddenly, he grasped the situation. This black-haired elder had split the Tianji Dan in two, embedding half within the spiritual orb set in the blade, as for the other half. Only the black-haired elder would know its whereabouts, or perhaps it had already been safely taken away by one of his accomplices. Ye Chen could not help but admire the black-haired elder's caution. Little did he expect that he would still fall under someone's scrutiny, ultimately finding himself cornered here, bleeding amidst the void, with half a Tianji Dan in his possession. One must ponder whether the jade box they seized contained the other half. Whispering to himself, Ye Chen couldn't help but gaze into the abyss. The sky was filled with powerful beings still engaged in a bloodbath over the jade box, blood pouring down like rain, while occasionally, a strong figure from the void realm would plummet into the emptiness, creating a scene of carnage that left Ye Chen's face pale once more. Hastily sheathing his large blade, he staggered away from the mountain. Having acquired half a Tianji Dan was already a blessing from the heavens. He harbored no ambition to wrest the other half. His departure went unnoticed by many powerful figures. To them, a mere qi condensation cultivator was akin to an ant. Their target was the Tianji Dan. Even if Ye Chen possessed a rare treasure, they couldn't be bothered to seize it. Upon escaping the mountain, Ye Chen quickly produced the Tianqing talisman and affixed it to himself, instantly shooting away. Boom! The earth shook with thunderous roars as the entire mountain began to collapse shortly after he left. Then, numerous disheveled figures emerged from within, all covered in dust and grime. Damn it! How could the jade box contain the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman? A bloodied elder remarked coldly. The jade box did not contain the Tianji Dan at all. Those with sharp eyes seemed to grasp the truth, realizing they had been played for fools. The real Tianji Dan may have been sent away long ago. After fighting through the night, they had come up empty-handed. Now, the whereabouts of the Tianji Dan were unknown, and searching for it was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. What a cunning scheme. Many strong cultivators gritted their teeth. They never anticipated that the old man with black hair would pull a switcheroo, taking the Tianji Dan while leaving behind an explosive Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman. What? The other half of the Tianji Dan has vanished. Beneath the night sky, a cold voice echoed in a grand hall. The intelligence indicated that the third elder had been ambushed in the mountains, his essence and spirit extinguished, and the half Tianji Dan he was escorting was also missing bastard. Investigate, scour the entirety of Dechu, and find that half Tianji Dan. I will make them understand the consequences of provoking my bloodthirsty haul. I in the dead of night. Ye Chen crawled into a cave, his body battered and bruised. He immediately retrieved the spiritual liquid and consumed it fervently, activating the savage body refining technique to mend his fractured bones and meridians. He remained in that state for a whole day and night. When the second night fell, after expelling a foul breath, he finally opened his eyes. At this moment, all his wounds had vanished, his pale complexion had turned rosy, and he felt invigorated and refreshed. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, he took out the large blade. Without hesitation, he extracted the embedded spiritual orb but refrained from crushing it. For this orb was meant to seal half a Tianji Dan if shattered. The medicinal properties of the Tianji Dan would surely dissipate over time. Indeed, he had stumbled upon incredible fortune. Why? Ye Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the half Tianji Dan sealed within the spiritual orb, his breath quickening. The Tianji Dan was a genuine treasure. At the auction, various factions had fought tooth and nail for it, fetching a staggering price of 10 million. After the auction ended, powerful cultivators clashed over it once more, with many perishing in the process. Now, holding half a Tianji Dan in his hand, Ye Chen felt an unreal sensation. Understanding its value, he realized it could very well alter the future landscape of Dechu. Though he possessed only half of it, it was enough to change the fates of many. Why do I feel that this half Tianji Dan I hold is intertwined with the future of all Dechu? He muttered, stroking his chin. Just then, a noise from outside the cave startled him, prompting him to hastily conceal the Tianji Dan and peek outside. Upon doing so, he couldn't help but frown. In the distance, he could faintly see a graceful figure, her right hand clutching her left shoulder as she staggered along, clearly injured and seemingly being chased. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Jining Shuang from Honghua's sect. Chapter 61. Former lovers, former enemies. What is she doing here? Ye Chen's brow furrowed, his gaze shifting between light and shadow. Although he had severed ties with Jining Shuang the moment he was forced down the mountain, she had since appeared in his life repeatedly. At Honghua's sect, in the underworld black market, and now here again. Was this fate? He thought to himself, though a trace of mockery crossed his lips. Sister Ning Shuang, why do you still struggle? A sneering voice came from outside the cave as a young man in purple pursued Jining Shuang from behind. Upon recognizing the purple-clad youth, Ye Chen's gaze sharpened instantly. This was none other than LG, the one who had crippled him in the past. He had encountered LG more than once in the underworld black market and never expected to find him here again. Was this a cruel twist of fate? A smirk flashed across Ye Chen's face as he thought how ironic it was that both his former lover and former enemy should appear together in this desolate mountain, with the latter pursuing the former. Sister Ning Shuang, where else can you escape to? LG taunted, leisurely fanning himself while trailing behind Ji Ning Shuang, a mocking smile playing upon his lips, his eyes glinting with lewdness. Ji Ning Shuang halted, teetering on the brink of collapse, casting a cold glare at LG. If you hadn't schemed against me, do you think you would stand a chance against me? Why would you say such a thing? Sister Ning Shuang, I cherish you dearly, LG replied with a sinister grin as he approached slowly. Clang. In an instant, Ji Ning Shuang drew her sword, its ghostly light swift and fierce, aimed directly at LG's throat. Overestimating yourself, LG scoffed, his finger flicking the fan to conjure a purple vortex in front of him. Clang! Ji Ning Shuang's peak-level sword thrust pierced the purple vortex, but it felt as if she had entered a quagmire, her fierce momentum dissipating, and as the vortex spun rapidly, her spirit sword was caught in its whirl. Poof! Reeling from the backlash, Ji Ning Shuang was sent staggering backward, spitting blood. How much longer can you hold on? LG laughed darkly, stepping forward like a ghost, swiftly unleashing a palm strike. Ji Ning Shuang's toes barely touched the ground as she dodged backward. In the process, she wiped the blood from her mouth with her jade finger, then smeared the blood on her brow. Suddenly, a lotus flower mark began to manifest on her forehead at a visible speed. Forbid dance technique. Ye Chen in the cave clenched his fists tightly as her former lover. He understood Ji Ning Shuang all too well, instantly recognizing the forbidden technique she was employing, one that required a sacrifice of lifespan. Indeed, as the lotus mark appeared on her forehead, her long hair turned snowy white at an alarming rate, and her aura surged, becoming ever colder. LG's brow furrowed upon seeing Ji Ning Shuang's transformation, as though he recognized the forbidden technique as well. Even if you employ a secret technique, do you think you can defeat me? He sneered, his own aura climbing, surpassing Ji Ning Shuang's peak. After 2 months apart, he had actually broken through to the true Yang realm. Ye Chen in the cave furrowed his brow. Crack, crack, while he pondered. Outside the cave, Ji Ning Shuang and LG had already engaged in fierce combat, severing towering ancient trees in their wake. Ye Chen could see that although Ji Ning Shuang had invoked a forbidden technique, her previous injuries left her unstable, and given that her cultivation was already inferior to LG's, she was being relentlessly pressured from the start. In less than a minute, several bloodstains appeared on Ji Ning Shuang's body as she continued to retreat against LG's overwhelming onslaught. Sister Ning Shuang, just give in to me, LG cackled, his attacks rapid and fierce. Ji Ning Shuang remained cold and indifferent, not expressing joy or sorrow. Though she was at a disadvantage, her graceful figure still danced like a butterfly, her snow-white hair and icy demeanor adding an ethereal charm. Snowy ice lotus, as she uttered these words, Ji Ning Shuang formed seals with her hands, pointing directly at LG. Suddenly, it seemed as if snow began to fall from the heavens, swirling and coalescing into blooming ice lotus flowers. While these flowers were beautiful, they were also perilous. Ye Chen had witnessed their extraordinary nature during their previous encounters. Whirlwind. LG too invoked a secret technique, swiftly forming seals with his hands. In no time, a purple whirlwind formed around him, shattering the incoming ice lotus flowers. Once the flowers dissipated, he changed his hand seals again, condensing the whirlwind into a lethal sword aimed at Ji Ning Shuang. Ji Ning Shuang stepped back, her jade hand swirling with spiritual light as she shattered the approaching sword. Don't rush. There's more. LG instantly closed in, unleashing a palm strike that sent a purple light toward her. Seeing this, Ji Ning Shuang did not retreat but advanced instead, the lotus mark in her palm manifesting as she countered with a strike of her own. The two strikes clashed, but Ji Ning Shuang found herself at a disadvantage again, being forced to spit blood and retreat once more. How long will you continue to endure? LG taunted, charging forward again, seemingly intent on denying Ji Ning Shuang any chance to breathe. Ji Ning Shuang was forced into a defensive position. With no opportunity to counter in the cave, Ye Chen's eyes flashed. Ultimately, he retrieved the ghostly mask from his storage bag and donned it. He had no desire to be entangled with Ji Ning Shuang any further. Yet witnessing his former lover sustain injuries while facing LG's torment compelled him to act. After all, LG was also his former enemy. I do not harbor lingering feelings for you. Rather, I seek to settle the score with LG from that past. You and I are long past due. After this self-deceiving thought, Ye Chen quietly exited the cave. Poof! Jining Shuang spat blood again, staggering backward, her breath weak and uneven. The wounds on her delicate shoulder were shrouded in dark light, preventing the injuries from healing, indicating she had been poisoned. What's the matter? Still want to fight? LG approached slowly, a gleeful expression on his face as he saw Jining Shuang cease her attacks. Jining Shuang remained silent and cold, her graceful form swaying slightly but not collapsing. This manner of dying was truly humiliating. With a soft whisper, Jining Shuang raised her jade finger, preparing to end her own life before LG could strike. Seeing this, LG chuckled coldly. Wanna die? Not so easy. He immediately conjured a massive hand of true energy. Sweeping through the AI art, as LG attempted to thwart her, Jining Shuang's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. She pointed her jade finger at her forehead, prepared to seal her fate. But just then, a large hand suddenly reached from behind her, wrapping around her slender waist and swiftly retreating. This scene caused Jining Shuang to instinctively turn her head, catching a glimpse of the figure who rescued her, only to see half of a ghostly mask. Yet, she distinctly felt the warmth of the hand on her waist. In that instant, Jining Shuang's gaze grew hazy, though she only saw half of the ghostly mask and did not glimpse the rescuer's true face. It provided her with a sense of security. That moment was quietly etched into her memory. Across from them, LG's hand grasped at empty air, his face darkening with rage. A mere chi condensation brat thinks he can be a hero and save the damsel? With a cold laugh, LG unleashed a palm strike toward Ye Chen. While Jining Shuang was in a daze, Ye Chen had already charged out, stepping down to create an imprint in the earth. Gathering his true energy into a powerful punch, boom! Their fists collided with a thunderous sound. Ye Chen stumbled back, his entire arm tingling from the impact. Conversely, LG's expression turned incredulous. As a genuine true Yang realm cultivator, he had not anticipated that he would fail to subdue a mere chi condensation cultivator, instead suffering pain in his hand. I truly underestimated you. LG chuckled darkly, his movements becoming swift as he lunged forward like a specter. Underestimating me will lead to your demise. To prevent Jining Shuang from recognizing his voice, Ye Chen deliberately altered his tone, and as the air flowed around him, he activated the secret technique of speed shadow 1,000 transformations. Seeing Ye Chen's mysterious movements, LG was once again taken aback. He had thought his own agility was impressive, but Ye Chen's was even more enigmatic. Realizing this, LG's eyes sparkled with fervor as he shot a ghostly light toward Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen dodged, but still sustained a wound as LG pierced his shoulder, creating a bloody hole. Yet he did not relent, landing another solid punch on LZHI. In this confrontation, both sides experienced gains and losses. Especially for LG, enduring Ye Chen's punch left him feeling unbearably sore, his internal energy roiling as he nearly spat out blood. A chi condensation cultivator can actually injure LG. Not far away, Jining Shuang's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, having not anticipated that the chi condensation cultivator who rescued her possessed such strength, something she had never considered. You will pay for this. LG's cold voice rang out, his expression dark and foreboding as he unleashed a powerful imprint toward Ye Chen. Chapter 62. Confrontation with the true Yang realm who dies is still uncertain. Ye Chen scoffed, stepping forward, swinging his arm as the Tianke sword appeared in his hand. Buzz! The massive and heavy Tianke struck solidly against LG's palm imprint. Underestimating the ferocity of the Tianke, LG found himself at a disadvantage once more, while Ye Chen was also jolted back, a muffled groan escaping him. Yet before he could fully stabilize himself, 3 purple sword lights shot toward him. In an instant, Ye Chen crossed the Tianke in front of him to block the incoming attack. Bang, bang, bang. The Tianke's resilience did not disappoint him, but LG's subsequent icy palm imprint forced him to spit blood and retreat. Die? LG's expression darkened as he closed in. Seeing this, Ye Chen hurled the Tianke sword forward. LG sneered, effortlessly swatting the Tianke aside, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique when Ye Chen lunged at him like a ferocious beast. He attacked with a relentless ferocity, his movements as unpredictable as a predator, sometimes like a fierce tiger, at other times like a savage ape, a lion, or a wolf, using hands, feet, knees, and shoulders as weapons. The overwhelming ferocity of his close-quarters combat, combined with the ultimate speed of Speed Shadow 1000 transformations, left LG flustered and disoriented. A mere chi condensation cultivator displayed such a domineering close combat technique? Not far away, Ji Ningxuang's expression was again one of surprise. In contrast, LG was truly alarmed. Only by clashing with Ye Chen did he realize that Ye Chen was far from an ordinary chi condensation cultivator. Merely this close combat prowess and enigmatic movements were beyond what a chi condensation cultivator should possess. After a fierce exchange, LG was left covered in bruises, his appearance exceptionally disheveled despite being a true Yang Realm cultivator. However, he was, after all, a true Yang Realm cultivator. Ye Chen still had a long way to go to defeat him. Quickly, LG regained his footing, striking Ye Chen with a palm that caused him to spit blood and retreat. Thunder Talisman, activate. As he staggered backward, Ye Chen formed seals with both hands, activating the Thunder Talisman affixed to LG. Boom! With a resounding crack of thunder, LG was sent sprawling backward. The Thunder Talisman, he's from Hongyue's sect, Ji Ningxuang murmured, astonished. How could the one attempting to kill her be from Qingyun's sect while the one saving her was from Hongyue's sect? They were both rival sects of Zhengyang's sect. The Thunder Talisman, very well. LG roared as he emerged from the rubble, his body bloodied and disheveled, his face twisted in a terrifying grimace, resembling a demon from hell. You can still stand after being hit by the Thunder Talisman? Ye Chen couldn't help but feel astonished, realizing the true Yang Realm's might. Kill him. With a thunderous rage, LG activated a spiritual weapon. A tower emerged from his brow, expanding to a full 10 feet, golden and radiant, overwhelming Ye Chen with its brilliance. This was the stark difference between a chi condensation cultivator and a true Yang cultivator. The so-called spiritual artifacts can only be genuinely manipulated upon reaching the true Sun realm. For those in the chi condensation and human Yuan realms can only command true chi, whereas the true Sun realm can harness spiritual power, which is the only means to wield spiritual artifacts. True chi and spiritual power are fundamentally not on the same level. Only by attaining the true Sun realm can one refine true chi into spiritual power. This singular fact places Ye Chen at a distinct disadvantage. Standing rigidly, Ye Chen felt the overwhelming aura of Lu Ji's pagoda, as if he bore the weight of thousands of pounds. Let me go, he roared, breaking free from the pressure of the pagoda, astonishingly ignoring the suppression of the spiritual artifact. Not only Lu Ji, but even from a distance, Ji Ningxue displayed her shock. True fire manifest. With a powerful shout, Ye Chen summoned the true fire, which instantly coalesced into a fiery whip, slashing firmly across Lu Ji's face. He possesses true fire. Ji Ningxue exclaimed in disbelief as Ye Chen, still in the chi condensation realm, astonished her yet again. After being struck, Lu Ji did not respond with anger. Rather, he grinned wickedly. You little brat from Hongyue's sect, once I kill you, your true fire will be mine. That depends on whether you have the capability. Ye Chen retorted coldly, swiftly employing the mysterious steps of Speed Shadow 1000 Phantoms to close the distance to Lu Ji in mere strides. So rapid was his speed that Lu Ji couldn't react in time to employ the spiritual artifact pagoda to suppress him. Clang! Ye Chen drew the Qi Shao sword, unleashing a bright red sword beam. Break! Lu Ji shouted, shattering the sword beam with a palm strike. Ye Chen charged again. Without the oppressive weight of the Tianke, his speed was astonishing, leaving numerous afterimages behind. Coupled with the Qi Shao sword's ferocity, he continuously inflicted wounds upon Lu Ji, who narrowly escaped being cleaved in two multiple times. Lu Ji roared, his aura surging violently. As a true Sun realm cultivator, he had never been so brutally beaten by someone in the Qi condensation realm. With a hum, the spiritual mirror pagoda emanated its might once again, causing Ye Chen to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ji unleashed a barrage of attacks, stamps, punches, and palm strikes, forcing Ye Chen to retreat step by step, his internal energy roiling as he coughed up blood repeatedly. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, the two combatants clashing deep within the forest. Puff, puff, blood continuously welled from Ye Chen's body. Despite being infused with true fire and Danhai, he was still vastly outmatched in both true chi and spiritual power, compounded by the absolute suppression of his cultivation, which soon led him to a position of defeat. Die, Lu Ji, like a rabid dog, infused all his spiritual power into the spiritual artifact pagoda, unleashing a purple palm strike that sent Ye Chen flying. Heavenly Spirit Curse. Activate. In desperation, Ye Chen activated the Heavenly Spirit Curse affixed to Lu Zhi.do. You think I would fall for that trick again? Lu Zhi sneered, having already dispelled the Heavenly Spirit Curse talisman a second before it could take effect. Ye Chen regretted wasting a Heavenly Spirit Curse. To confine someone like Lu Zhi of the True Sun Realm, at least 3 Heavenly Spirit Curses would need to be activated simultaneously, and even then, the duration of the confinement would be short-lived. Lu Zhi was a prodigy of the Qingyun sect, incomparable to the True Sun Realm brute he had previously slain. Retreating once more, Ye Chen felt his Danhai True Qi dwindling, becoming increasingly insufficient. They were simply not on the same level. Gritting his teeth, Ye Chen had no choice but to employ the speed shadow Thousand Phantoms to evade, pursued relentlessly deeper into the forest by Lu Zhi. Can you escape? Lu Zhi, closing in, channeled all his spiritual power into the pagoda. Buzz! The spiritual artifact pagoda blazed with light, suppressing Ye Chen, rendering him unable to move. Run, just try to run. Lu Zhi emerged, his expression twisted with malice, drawing a murderous blade to carve Ye Chen into pieces to feed to dogs. Seeing Lu Zhi approach, Ye Chen clenched his teeth, summoning all his true qi in an attempt to break free from the pagoda's suppression. But to no avail. Lu Zhi was determined to crush him this time, unleashing the full power of the spiritual artifact. Damn it! Ye Chen bit his lip until it bled. Before him stood the one who had once crippled his cultivation, and now their circumstances mirrored each other so closely. Would he be forced to endure a second crippling of his cultivation? Ye Chen's heart roared with unwillingness. Should he be crippled once more, recovery would be nearly impossible. In this dire moment, an inexplicable surge of violent power erupted within him. Chapter 63. The demonic path. What is this? Why? Ye Chen introspected, astonished to discover such a force hidden within him. Upon closer examination, he was amazed to find odd runes crawling across his bones, resembling curse markings, accompanied by a searing heat enveloping his body, and a sudden pounding pain in his head. That feeling again. A wave of dizziness reminded him of the scene from that day at the yumming black market inn. Soon, the frenzied, bloodthirsty power filled his entire being. The excruciating pain escaped in a low growl through his clenched teeth. Lu Zhi's eyes narrowed as he sensed the turbulent, bloodthirsty energy emanating from Ye Chen. Let me go! With a furious roar, Ye Chen, fueled by the violent bloodlust within him, forcefully broke free from the suppression of Lu Zhi's spiritual artifact pagoda. Suddenly, a wailing cry, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, erupted as waves of demonic energy surged from Ye Chen's body, a chilling and bloodthirsty aura sweeping through the surrounding rubble and debris. At that moment, his form underwent a drastic transformation. His once dark, dense hair visibly shifted to crimson, his deep-set eyes glazed with a blood-red sheen, and a demonic rune appeared on his forehead, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Devil! Lu Zhi's pupils dilated, instinctively taking a step back. The intense pain compelled Ye Chen to clutch his head, as his rational mind began to be engulfed by savagery and bloodlust. This moment, he truly resembled a great demon. Seeing Ye Chen's transformation, as if he were possessed, Lu Zhi's eyes hardened. He approached with his sword drawn. Ye Chen's transformation was too strange, instilling fear in him. He sought to eliminate Ye Chen swiftly to prevent future troubles. Clang! He struck without mercy, the ghostly sword light slicing through the air. Puff! Blood splattered as Lu Zhi's sword pierced through Ye Chen's body. Yet, it was at this moment that Ye Chen abruptly lifted his head, his blood-red eyes locking onto Lu Zhi, licking his lips with a sinister smile. Lu Zhi's heart trembled. Being gazed at by Ye Chen felt like being stared down by a demon, a chill running from his head to his toes. You want to kill me? Ye Chen's smile widened, the savage bloodlust saturating his mind, obscuring his reason. But as a human, he still retained one instinct. If Lu Zhi sought to kill him, he would not sit idly by. Before Lu Zhi could respond, Ye Chen raised his fist, striking Lu Zhi and sending him flying. Puff! Lu Zhi coughed up blood mid-flight. This punch was evidently far more forceful than before, perhaps bolstered by the frenzied power. It shattered 3 of Lu Zhi's ribs. As Lu Zhi's body plummeted, he crushed a stone beneath him, his eyes filled with shock. You kill! With a mighty roar, Ye Chen, enveloped in demonic energy, charged at Lu Zhi like a great demon. In a critical moment, Lu Zhi attempted to wield the spiritual artifact pagoda to suppress him once more. However, This time he was unable to do so. The speed Ye Chen had gained after his transformation surpassed that of the pagoda, leaving Lu Ji unable to keep pace with Ye Chen's ghostly swiftness. Seeing this, Lu Ji rolled to his feet, swiftly forming hand seals as dozens of sword beams erupted, hurtling towards Ye Chen. Puff, puff, puff. Yet, Ye Chen did not evade. He allowed the sword beams to slice through his body, creating gaping wounds. Lu Ji instinctively retreated, feeling the tide of demonic energy crash upon him, sensing that he was not facing a man, but rather a frenzied demon. Kill! A roar erupted as Ye Chen struck down with his palm. Seeing this, Lu Ji crossed his sword before him. Crack! Instantly, his long sword shattered beneath Ye Chen's palm, and he was sent staggering back, blood spurting forth. Shattered spring finger. Despite being knocked back, Lu Ji still managed to unleash his secret technique. Puff! Just like before, Ye Chen did not defend himself, and a gaping wound was pierced through him. In that fleeting moment, he swung his arm, delivering a thunderous palm strike that sent Lu Ji spiraling backward, blood gushing forth. The battle reignited. This time, it was Lu Ji who was being relentlessly beaten. After his transformation, Ye Chen's speed and strength appeared to transcend him. Most importantly, Ye Chen showed no sign of defense, only frenzied attacks, while Lu Ji, overcome with fear of Ye Chen's demonic form, lost the fighting spirit expected of a true Sun Realm cultivator. Puff! As Ye Chen's sword pierced through Lu Ji's chest and emerged from his back, the fierce battle finally reached a conclusion. Gazing at Ye Chen before him, Lu Ji's eyes bulged with terror, blood gushing from his mouth. Perhaps it was at this moment that he truly regretted pursuing Ji Ningxue, realizing too late that his ambition had led to his demise in this desolate mountain. Do you wish to see who I am? Facing Lu Ji, Ye Chen smiled enigmatically, as if he were gradually acclimating to this demonic form, allowing his consciousness to revive, reminding him of the enmity Lu Ji had caused him by crippling his cultivation. As he spoke, he slowly removed the ghostly mask, revealing a face of striking handsomeness. You. How is this possible? I clearly crippled you at your dantian. Lu Ji's pupils dilated, disbelief etched across his features. He could never have imagined that the qi condensation cultivator he battled was none other than the disciple of the Zhangyang sect, the very one he had once crippled. He could not fathom how someone whose dantian had been destroyed could not only cultivate again, but also transform into this demonic form. All of this rendered him utterly incredulous. Ye Chen donned the ghostly mask once more, his form now resembling a demon straight from the depths of hell. That I in your next life. Do not provoke those you shouldn't. Ye Chen's gaze turned cold as he infused true qi mixed with demonic energy into the Qishao sword, shattering Lu Ji's heart pulse. A chilling wind swept through as Lu Ji's body collapsed, his eyes wide with disbelief even in death. After vanquishing Lu Ji, Ye Chen staggered slightly. His body was drenched in blood. The battle had left him severely injured, and had he not awakened a certain demonic bloodline within him at a critical moment, he would have undoubtedly been slain on the spot. Puff! The frigid wind howled as he fell back against the earth. The world around him fell silent. After losing consciousness, Ye Chen's demonic form gradually dissipated, his blood-red hair reverting to its original black, the demonic energy fading into nothingness, and the rune on his forehead slowly vanished, restoring him to his former self. Unbeknownst to him, rustling sounds emerged from deeper within the forest. Upon closer inspection, Ji Ningxue appeared, clutching her shoulder and staggering over. Upon seeing the fallen Ye Chen and Lu Ji, she rushed towards them. Upon witnessing Lu Ji's lifeless body, Ji Ningxue was utterly shocked. A true Sun Realm cultivator had been slain by someone in the Qi condensation realm. With her experience, she found it exceedingly difficult to explain everything. Diverting her gaze from Lu Ji, Ji Ningxue approached Ye Chen's side. There is still a pulse. Observing Ye Chen's chest rising and falling, she gradually exhaled in relief. If it were not for your rescue today, I would surely have perished. Gratitude flowed from her lips as she looked at the still-masked Ye Chen, stirring a sense of curiosity within her. Driven by her curiosity, she reached out her delicate hand, slowly moving towards Ye Chen's ghostly mask, eager to glimpse the visage of her savior. What does the one who saved me truly look like? Chapter 64. The departed affection, however, just as Ji Ningxue was about to remove Ye Chen's mask. He awoke, gripping her wrist with precision. What are you doing? Ye Chen sat up abruptly. I merely wished to see your visage. Caught in the act, Ji Ningxue felt a rush of embarrassment. And oh need. Why Ye Chen's indifference left Ji Ningxue feeling inexplicably disheartened. Stumbling to her feet, Ye Chen approached Lu Ji's body, collecting his storage bag along with all the spiritual jade and accessories hanging from him, leaving nothing behind. After completing this task, he summoned true fire, incinerating Lu Ji's corpse to ashes. Having cleared the battlefield and ensured no traces related to the Hangyue sect remained, he turned to Ji Ningxue. I do not require your gratitude. I only wish for you to keep today's events confidential. Can you do that? Ji Ningxue remained silent, merely nodding gently. She understood Ye Chen's actions well. Having invoked the heavenly thunder curse, she could easily deduce that he was a disciple of the Hangyue sect. To avoid causing trouble for his sect, exercising caution was indeed wise. Farewell. Ye Chen uttered a final remark before striding away. Watching him depart, Ji Ningxue felt a desire to say something, yet her parted lips ultimately fell silent. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, Ye Chen halted, glancing back at Ji Ningxue, who had collapsed to the ground, her lovely face pale and her breath weak. The wound on her shoulder emitted a toxic, dark glow. He slowly turned back. He could not bear to see his former lover perish from the poison or become prey to a beast. Just this once. I shall never entangle myself with her again. Ye Chen resolved in his heart. As night fell, a campfire crackled in the forest. Ye Chen used true fire to purge Ji Ningxue's body of the poison before sitting cross-legged beside the fire to recover from his injuries. Meanwhile, Ji Ningxue stole glances at him several times, but he remained unresponsive, deepening her sense of disappointment. Seated beside such an extraordinary beauty, could he feel nothing? Ultimately, unable to contain her curiosity, Ji Ningxue asked, "Are you a disciple of the Hangyue sect?" Ye Chen remained as still as a monk in meditation, not responding to her inquiry. Noticing his silence, Ji Ningxue softly added, "I have no other intentions. I merely wish to repay your life-saving grace." "I told you, it is unnecessary." Ye Chen finally spoke, his face betraying no emotion beneath the mask. "Then, what is your name?" "Chen Yi." He coldly uttered 2 words, choosing a false name to conceal his identity. His indifference led Ji Ningxue to hug her knees, a sense of disappointment washing over her, leaving her with little to say. In her heart, she felt an inexplicable sensation. This life-saving benefactor seemed to be remarkably cold towards her. Little did she know that when she eventually realized the identity of the man before her was her former lover, her expression would be one of profound shock. "I sit before you. Do you not recognize me? Can a mere mask truly sever all ties?" Ye Chen pondered, caught between sarcasm and melancholy. All of this served to affirm one undeniable truth. Whether in the past or present, Ji Ningxue had never truly loved him. Otherwise, even at such close proximity, she would have recognized him. What could Ye Chen still hope for? The one I love, regardless of how the tumultuous world may change. I would recognize her at a glance. Recognizing someone is not merely a matter of sight, but of the heart. Ji Ningxue. Our fates have irrevocably become a thing of the past. Beneath the mask, Ye Chen offered a bittersweet smile, closing his eyes once more. The world fell silent again. The campfire continued to burn, while Ji Ningxue entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, Ye Chen focused inward, introspecting his body. The demonic form he had taken during the battle with Lu Ji had been too strange, indicating that the changes he experienced at the Yumming black market were not so simple. "Why do I possess a demonic bloodline?" he murmured, mystified. His thoughts drifted back to the spiritual liquid in the purple gold gourd. It was that night when he drank the liquid that he experienced those odd transformations, yet he had encountered no issues when consuming it previously. The problem arose that fateful night. Ye Chen seemed to have pinpointed the source of the issue. Directing his suspicions towards the small cauldron, it was that night when the small cauldron was placed within the purple gold gourd that the spiritual liquid had gone awry. Could it be that the purple gold gourd refined something from the small cauldron, which then mingled into the spiritual liquid, causing the changes? If this is indeed the case, then the substance refined from the small cauldron must be inextricably linked to demons. Long before the Zhangyang sect began to gather intelligence, he had already heard whispers of legends concerning demons. Speaking of demons brings to mind a mysterious and formidable race, the Demon Clan. This ancient race, known for their bloodthirsty brutality, has been classified as demonic by righteous cultivators. Such a race has, time and again, unleashed torrents of bloodshed upon this land. Yet for reasons unknown, they have vanished into obscurity over the ages. With a demonic bloodline coursing through my veins, it is certain that the substance refined within the small cauldron is demonic blood. which has awakened the demonic essence within me, compelled by the oppressive aura of El Jiling's treasure pagoda. Ye Chen pondered deeply, seemingly grasping the entirety of the situation. However, when recalling the savage and murderous thoughts that consumed his mind after being demonized, he felt a pang of trepidation. Should his consciousness be devoured, he would undoubtedly become a bloodthirsty demon lord, and he would not wish for his loved ones to suffer because of him. Yet, the overwhelming power that surged within him post-demonization ignited an inexplicable yearning. The demonic path could indeed serve as a powerful trump card. Lost in thought, Ye Chen absent-mindedly stroked his chin. The night passed in silence, and before long, dawn broke. In the morning, Ye Chen was roused by 3 distant auras, slowly opening his eyes. Gazing at the vast sky, he spotted 3 figures riding on radiant rainbows from afar, all of whom were elders of the Hongyue sect. Including Wu Changqing. It seemed that the Zhengyang sect was indeed intent on nurturing Ji Ningxue. Otherwise, they would not have ventured out to seek her. Ye Chen muttered to himself, Wu Changqing and the others have arrived. He knew it was time for him to depart, lest Wu Changqing sense something amiss. Such a scenario would be utterly absurd. Rising abruptly, he stowed away the tianke and uttered not a word as he slipped into the depths of the forest. Unexpectedly, Ji Ningxue also sprang to her feet, watching Ye Chen's retreating figure. She bit her lip and softly inquired, "Will I see you again at the 3 sects competition in 2 months?" "Yes," he replied succinctly, before vanishing into the lush foliage. As she watched Ye Chen's silhouette fade away, Ji Ningxue felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Her only regret was not witnessing Ye Chen's glory, the 3 sects competition in 2 months. She would still need to identify him among the crowd. Thinking of the upcoming event caused a captivating smile to grace her lips. Behind her, Wu Changqing and the others had already descended. "Ningxue, why have you come here?" Upon seeing that Ji Ningxue was unharmed, Wu Changqing let out a sigh of relief. "You are a Xinling body, the future of our Zhengyang sect. Nothing must go awry." "I am fine," she reassured him. Another elder stroked his beard, saying, "The sect leader has already established the Xinling pool. After you return and soak in it, you will surely awaken your Xinling body completely, and your cultivation will undoubtedly soar. A Xinling body is a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. The 3 sects competition in 2 months. You will certainly overshadow the true disciples of Hongyue and Qingyun sects." Chapter 65. Fury. Ye Chen took a long detour, traveling all day before finally returning to Hongyue's sect. Pushing open the door to the small spirit garden, he was about to speak when he was taken aback by the sight of utter devastation. Even the spirit fruit tree in the garden had been felled. "What happened here?" Ye Chen rushed into the house, only to discover that both Hu Hua and Zhang Fengyan were missing, and even the little spirit bird was nowhere to be found. "What transpired while I was away?" A sense of foreboding gripped him as he dashed out of the small spirit garden, quickly ascending Hongyue's spirit mountain. As he reached the summit, Hongyue disciples turned their gazes towards him. "Oh, Ye Chen has returned. He's finally back. In his absence, that kid who has been tormented terribly, and Zhang Fengyan and that spirit bird have also been beaten half to death." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's head buzzed. From the whispers of the disciples, he deduced that during his time at the underworld black market auction, a calamity had befallen the small spirit garden. Without hesitation, Ye Chen approached one of the disciples, seizing him and fixing his blood-red gaze upon him. "What happened to Hu Hua and Senior Zhang Fengyan while I was gone?" Being stared at so intensely, the disciple felt a chill run down his spine. Stammering, "It was Chi Hao from Renyang Peak who called you out to Fengyun platform. In your absence." He took out his frustrations on Hu Hua and Zhang Fengyan. "Where are they?" Ye Chen's voice was sharp. "Fengyun platform." The disciple trembled, pointing in that direction. "Today, Qi Yun from Renyang Peak is set to duel with Hu Hua." Seeking death, Ye Chen laughed in fury, releasing the disciple and swiftly turning to head towards Fengyun platform. After he left, the disciple exhaled deeply, realizing that Ye Chen was heading towards Fengyun platform. He hastily followed, quickly. Ye Chen is going to Fengyun platform. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. Fengyun platform had always been the liveliest place in Hongyue sect, and today was no exception. Below the platform, a crowd had gathered, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they watched the fierce battle unfolding above. One side was naturally Hu Hua, while the other was the young man named Qi Yun. At this moment, the battle raged fiercely. Hu Hua wielded an iron rod, attacking recklessly, Yet he had only recently begun his cultivation and had never practiced any profound techniques, leaving him covered in wounds. In contrast, Qi Yun moved with ease, dodging effortlessly with intricate footwork while striking Hua with heavy blows. It was as if he were toying with Hua rather than engaging in a serious duel. You truly are weak and utterly pathetic. Qi Yun mocked with a sneer, pushing forth with a palm that sent Hua tumbling once more, landing in a pool of blood. After knocking Hua down, Qi Yun casually twirled his folding fan and strolled over, saying, "You are a waste, and so is Ye Chen, too cowardly to accept the challenge from Renyang Peak, hiding like a turtle, though not insult my elder brother." Hua gritted his teeth, struggling to stand again, swaying as he swung the iron rod once more. "With your meager skills, you dare to harm me," Qi Yun scoffed, effortlessly grasping the iron rod with one hand, rendering Hua unable to break free no matter how hard he tried. "Get lost!" With a fierce shout, Qi Yun kicked Hua away. Before Hua could rise, Qi Yun lunged at him again, unleashing a wave of sword energy that shattered Hua's knee, followed by another that broke his leg bone, turning him into a cripple. "You are a waste," Qi Yun proclaimed as he stepped on Hua's face, gritting his teeth while laughing maniacally. "You are all wastes, though not insult my elder brother." Hua struggled desperately, clinging to Qi Yun's leg. But with two more waves of sword energy, Qi Yun severed the tendons in Hua's arms. After completing this, Qi Yun turned his gaze to a jade table set below, where Qi Hao from Renyang Peak sat watching Hua's pitiful state, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "Ye Chen, this is the price you pay for provoking me," Qi Hao sneered. "I want to see how long you can hide while watching your loved ones suffer." Buzzing. Just then, a loud buzzing sound echoed in the air. Looking closely, they saw a large, heavy iron sword hurtling from afar, slicing through the air. "Tianke." Someone immediately recognized the sword. Ye Chen has arrived. With Tianke leading the way, its master would surely follow. Clang, with a resounding clash. Tianke was thrust into Fengyun platform, and Ye Chen's figure came rushing into everyone's sight. He charged in like a tempest, leaping onto the battle platform from a distance of several meters. Hua. Without delay, he appeared before Hua, whose body was drenched in blood, his heart aching as if it were being sliced. "Elder brother, you have returned," Hua stammered, blood spilling from his mouth, his small face a bloody mess. His once bright eyes now clouded. "Why were you so reckless?" Ye Chen cradled Hua in his arms, placing his palm on his back as a torrent of true energy surged into him, aiding in the repair of his shattered meridians and protecting his fragile heartbeat. "They captured the little spirit bird and grandfather, and they called you a cowardly turtle. I cannot allow anyone to harm them, nor can I permit anyone to insult my elder brother." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's heart ached with guilt. It was indeed his fault, if not for him, Hua and Zhang Fengnian would not have been subjected to such humiliation. Ye Chen, below, Qi Hao howled with ferocity, leaping onto the battle platform like a ravenous wolf. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Ye Chen remained unmoved, continuing to heal Hua. Although he could no longer suppress his murderous intent towards Qi Hao, his focus remained on the brother in his arms. Seeing Ye Chen disregard him, Qi Hao's fury ignited, and he struck out, sending a palm attack from afar. Ye Chen stood resolute, allowing Qi Hao's palm to strike him directly. Blood immediately trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he did not wish to waste any unnecessary movements that might delay Hua's healing. "I want to see how long you can endure," Qi Hao raged, wildly swinging his arms as powerful gusts of palm winds battered Ye Chen, forcing him to stagger back, coughing up blood. Seeing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Qi Hao's eyes as a murderous intent brewed within him. Clang! He drew a sword, aiming it at Ye Chen's head. If this strike landed, Ye Chen would be left with no chance of survival. Yet, just at that moment, an arrow shot from the crowd below. The arrow was swift, arriving in the blink of an eye. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the arrow struck Qi Hao's descending sword, knocking it off course. "You damn mutt, you're truly a mad dog." A loud curse echoed as Bear 2, wielding a longbow, burst onto the scene, his usually carefree demeanor replaced with fury. "Looking to die, are you?" Qi Hao bellowed. "I will settle the score with you later." Bear 2 coldly replied. His family, the Bear clan, had long-standing grievances with the Qi clan, and seeing an enemy brought forth a fierce hatred. Nonetheless, he rushed to Ye Chen's side without hesitation, shoving a spirit pill into Hua's mouth. "Sorry," I just returned to the sect, he said apologetically to Ye Chen. Realizing that if he had not taken Ye Chen to the underworld black market, Hua and the others would not have suffered such torment. We are brothers. There is no need for apologies, Ye Chen reassured him, retracting his hand from Hua's back. Please look after him. I am going to deal with that bastard. Bear 2 nodded, gathering his true energy into a cloud to carry Hua away from the platform. Chapter 66. Braving the Heavenly Thunder Curse on the platform. Ye Chen had turned around, his body emanating an icy killing intent that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Where are the little spirit bird and senior Zhang Fengyan? Without launching an immediate attack, Ye Chen first inquired about Zhang Fengyan and the little spirit bird's whereabouts. I killed them, Qi Hao replied defiantly. Since you refuse to speak, then I shall make you. With a sudden roar, Ye Chen's aura, at the 8th level of qi condensation, erupted violently, causing his black hair to billow upwards. Such a powerful presence. The onlookers gasped in shock. Bang. Ye Chen's foot shattered the stone slab beneath him as he charged at Qi Hao like a ferocious beast. Kill! Qi Hao roared fiercely, summoning a dark glow at his fingertip and thrusting it towards Ye Chen. To his surprise, Ye Chen did not evade. Puff! Qi Hao's finger pierced Ye Chen's shoulder, creating a bloody hole. Yet Ye Chen pressed forward like a lion, delivering a solid punch to Qi Hao's face. Puff! Qi Hao spewed blood, his teeth flying from his mouth as his face contorted grotesquely from the impact. Ah! Stumbling backward, Qi Hao howled in despair. He had never anticipated that even after advancing in cultivation, he would still be so thoroughly beaten by Ye Chen. He had always considered himself the chosen one, and the humiliation he faced now filled him with unprecedented frustration. I refuse to believe this. Qi Hao, with disheveled hair, felt his true energy surging wildly within him as he gathered it into a domineering palm print aimed at Ye Chen. Thunderous fury. Ye Chen did not retreat but advanced, meeting Qi Hao's thunderous fury head-on. Boom. The sound of air exploding echoed as their palms clashed, sending Qi Hao reeling back, spitting blood once more. Even with his peak strike, he was swiftly defeated, each step backward cracking the stone beneath his feet. What has made him so strong? The crowd was in an uproar. Facing Ye Chen directly, Qi Hao, a practitioner of the human element realm, had been easily overwhelmed. Was Ye Chen truly a monster? It had only been a few days since they last met. How could he have? Yet, they had no idea that Ye Chen, upon breaking through to the 8th level of qi condensation, had already acquired the strength to confront those in the true Yang realm. Even without entering the demonic state, an average human element practitioner could not subdue him. Bang. While they spoke, Ye Chen once again kicked Qi Hao off the platform. Tell me, where are they? Ye Chen's killing intent soared, his hair flying as he approached Qi Hao. I killed them. Qi Hao's face was a bloody mess, twisted like a malevolent spirit, and he refused to divulge the whereabouts of his victims. Very well, Ye Chen scoffed, employing the intricate steps of the speed shadow thousand illusions as he instantly closed the distance, swinging his arm for another thunderous fury strike. Puff! Qi Hao was sent flying once more, crashing down and leaving fissures in Fengyun platform. Ha ha ha! After staggering to his feet, Qi Hao erupted into a twisted, almost maniacal laughter. Why, Ye Chen? Today, you shall die. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's gaze sharpened, a chill running down his spine as a powerful force surged rapidly within Qi Hao. Kid, it's the Heavenly Thunder Curse, Bear 2 shouted urgently from below. The Heavenly Thunder Curse? Isn't the use of the Heavenly Thunder Curse prohibited during the Fengyun duel? Qi Hao must have a death wish. You know nothing. His master is the first seed of Renyang Peak and the son of the Qi family in the southern region. With such a strong backing, even if the sect were to punish him, they would still have to consider his master's and the Qi family's influence. Why, Ye Chen is in grave danger this time. Boom. A thunderous explosion interrupted the discussions below. The Heavenly Thunder Curse possessed extraordinary power, capable of shattering rocks and splitting mountains, engulfing the entire Fengyun platform in a cloud of dust. Why, Ye Chen? Bear 2's expression changed, and he prepared to rush onto the platform, but just as he took a step, he halted. Amidst the swirling dust, a hazy figure staggered to its feet before steadily walking out. The crowd gasped in disbelief. That was the Heavenly Thunder Curse. How could he still be alive? He had actually endured the Heavenly Thunder Curse without perishing. Was he truly a monster? This is impossible. Qi Hao, standing on the platform, stared incredulously at Ye Chen, who emerged slowly from the dust. He knew the power of the heavenly thunder curse. Even he could not withstand its explosion. Yet Ye Chen had somehow survived. "Kid, you are incredibly domineering," Bear 2 exclaimed excitedly, his chubby fists clenched tightly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as the dust settled, Ye Chen emerged, bloodied and battered, leaving a trail of crimson footprints behind him. Upon seeing his current state, everyone gasped in shock. He had lost all semblance of humanity. His robes were tattered and soaked in blood, his body a gruesome sight, especially his back, which was a bloody mess from the explosion of the heavenly thunder curse, exposing fragments of bone. At that moment, he resembled a Shura emerging from the depths of hell, a terrifying sight to behold. "This is impossible. This cannot be happening." Chihao's voice shattered the stunned silence. As he refused to accept reality, clang! The sound of a sword ringing out echoed as Ye Chen gripped the Chixiao sword. Charging forward, he had indeed not relied on any other means. He had simply withstood the heavenly thunder curse through sheer brute strength. Otherwise, even a single heavenly thunder curse would have been enough to obliterate him. Puff, puff. Although severely battered, Ye Chen's speed remained enigmatic and extraordinary, while the Chixiao sword was strikingly fierce, continually leaving gashes on Chihao's body. Chihao roared in fury. He could not accept that Ye Chen could withstand the heavenly thunder curse, nor could he bear the reality that even a half-dead Ye Chen was beyond his defeat. Yet, no matter how unwilling he was or how much he howled, he could not halt Ye Chen's domineering onslaught. Boom! With another thunderous sound, he was seized by Ye Chen by one leg and violently slammed onto the battle stage, creating a human-shaped dent in the hard surface, displacing his internal organs. PFF. Another mouthful of blood was spat out, mixed with small fragments of internal organs. This time, Chihao was defeated more thoroughly than before. "Where have you hidden them?" Ye Chen grasped Chihao's collar, lifting the nearly paralyzed Chihao off the ground. "I want to tell you." Chihao replied with a sinister smile, displaying an unusual toughness for a descendant of the Qi family from the southern border. "Very well," Ye Chen sneered. PFF. As blood splattered, the cold-hearted Ye Chen ruthlessly tore off one of Chihao's arms. Hiss! Gasps filled the arena. Even the onlooker Xiong Air could not help but swallow hard, secretly marveling at Ye Chen's ruthlessness. This confrontation was perhaps the most sanguinary spectacle witnessed by those present. Perhaps unprepared for Ye Chen to sever his arm, Chihao was momentarily stunned before unleashing a painful howl. "Speak! Where are they?" Ye Chen's blood-red eyes bore into Chihao. Should Chihao remain silent, he would not hesitate to tear off his other arm, and if he continued to withhold information, he might very well annihilate Chihao on the spot. A dragon possesses an unapproachable scale, and Chihao had genuinely crossed Ye Chen's bottom line. Blinded by rage, he was prepared to accompany Chihao in death. Just then, a tremendous pressure surged from afar, enveloping the entire Fengyun battle stage, even causing Ye Chen to stagger. "You dare?" A chilling voice echoed from a distance, followed by a palpable aura of killing intent. Suddenly, a shadow flitted across the battle stage, rapidly transforming into none other than the esteemed Qingyang Zhenren, the foremost master of Renyang Peak. Chapter 67. The Lion's demands PFF. Perhaps due to the overwhelming pressure from Qingyang Zhenren, Ye Chen spewed a mouthful of blood. "Release Howard!" Qingyang Zhenren shouted sternly, his formidable presence directly locking onto Ye Chen. "Elder, the Fengyun duel prohibits third-party intervention. Do you intend to disregard the sect's rules?" Ye Chen responded with unyielding composure, meeting Qingyang Zhenren's gaze. Having already incurred the wrath of Gu Hong, he was unfazed by provoking another member of Renyang Peak. A cold glint flashed in Qingyang Zhenren's eyes at Ye Chen's defiance. He dared not act rashly, for the fate of Chihao in Ye Chen's grip was of paramount importance. After all, he was a scion of the Qi family from the southern border. Should anything happen under his watch, the ensuing trouble would be insurmountable. He weighed the situation and promptly produced a storage pouch from his robes, casting it onto the ground. "You seek spirit stones, do you not? Here, take them, and release him." Ye Chen cast a glance at the pouch on the ground and scoffed. "Elder, do you comprehend the magnitude of your disciple's crimes? To think a mere 1,000 spirit stones could redeem his life. That would render his life exceedingly cheap." "Great crime?" Qingyang Zhenren retorted coldly. "I would like to hear what heinous crime my disciple has committed." "The Fengyun duel forbids the use of the heavenly thunder curse. That alone is a capital offense. The sect prohibits disciples from harming its spiritual beasts. Violators face death. The sect forbids the maltreatment of elders. Offenders are to be executed without mercy. Qi Hao has grievously harmed Elder Zhang Fengyan. His transgressions are threefold. Ye Chen enumerated the charges, then cast a derisive glance at Qingyang Zhenren. Elder, any one of these charges suffices to condemn Qi Hao to death. Do you believe the 1,000 spirit stones you offer is adequate or excessive? Qingyang Zhenren was on the verge of erupting but managed to suppress his fury with a deep breath, stating coldly, Ye Chen, do you know Qi Hao's identity? The Qi family of the southern border. Ye Chen replied with a smirk. But what of it? Once one joins Hangyue, they must abide by its rules. Even the mightiest of beings cannot escape the penalties for transgressions. Qingyang Zhenren was thoroughly enraged, unable to fathom that Ye Chen was so impervious to reason. Yet, for Qi Hao's safety, he restrained his anger and asked, what do you propose? Let your precious disciple reveal where he has hidden Elder Zhang Fengyan, and if you wish to redeem his life, bring forth 100,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, you may notify the Qi family of the southern border to collect his remains. I, Ye Chen, am a man of my word. 100,000 spirit stones. Ye Chen's audacious demand astonished the onlookers. Such a sum was astronomical, likely unattainable in a lifetime. Is that excessive? Xiong Air sneered. 100,000 spirit stones for a life? I feel that's still too little. Elder, what do you think? Ye Chen inquired, a smile playing on his lips. Why, Ye Chen, you ought to leave a margin for others. Do you realize that your actions today will bear consequences? Qingyang Zhenren's voice chilled further, his eyes glinting with undisguised anger. Why life is worthless. Should the elder desire it, take it any time. Then I shall take your life first. Qingyang Zhenren bellowed, conjuring a massive hand to crush Ye Chen. Just then, a powerful aura surged from one direction, accompanied by a frigid voice resonating throughout the skies. Qingyang, do you also intend to disregard Hangyue's regulations? Dao Jie, do you intend to protect this wayward disciple? Qingyang Zhenren turned his cold gaze toward one side. You can indulge in reckless talk, but not in reckless actions. Dao Jie chuckled softly. Your disciple Qi Hao did indeed employ the heavenly thunder curse on the Fengyun stage, and he has harmed the sect's spiritual beasts. Although Zhang Fengyan was stripped of his cultivation and cast down the mountain, he is still of the same generation as us and considered an elder of Hangyue. Your disciple has left him on the brink of death. This crime cannot be denied. Given the 3 grave offenses, do you believe Qi Hao still has a chance at life? Just like that day with Gu Hong. Qingyang Zhenren found himself speechless before Dao Jie's words. To say your disciple is audacious is an understatement. Can you truly claim you bear no responsibility as his master? Dao Jie continued, his words laced with admonishment. As a teacher, you ought to instill proper conduct in your disciples, rather than allow them to act with arrogance. Well, let us applaud. The ever-amusing Xiong Air clapped his chubby hands, the sound ringing clear. Qingyang Zhenren's face turned fiery red from Dao Jie's lecture. After all, he and Dao Jie were of the same generation. To be lectured in such a manner was an immense humiliation. Yet, Dao Jie spoke the truth. Qi Hao's arrogance had led to this disastrous outcome, and as his master, Qingyang Zhenren held some responsibility. Certainly, while a teacher may guide a student, the latter's choices ultimately lie with them. However, to produce such a brash disciple indeed invites contempt. Taking a deep breath, Qingyang Zhenren suppressed his anger and tossed a purple storage pouch onto the ground. Release him. Ye Chen did not immediately comply but instead signaled to Xiong Air below. Understanding the unspoken cue, Xiong Air nimbly jumped onto the battle stage, retrieved the storage pouch, opened it, and glanced inside, then nodded at Ye Chen. 100,000 spirit stones, neither more nor less. Remarkably generous. The onlooking disciples were left wide-eyed. 100,000 spirit stones were beyond their wildest dreams. Still not releasing him? Qingyang Zhenren bellowed. Your disciple has yet to reveal where Elder Zhang Fengyan is. Ye Chen shrugged. Qingyang Zhenren was about to explode with rage and immediately cast a spell to revive the unconscious Qi Hao. As external energy entered his body, Qi Hao slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Qingyang Zhenren, he looked as if he had found a lifeline. Master, save me, smack. In a fit of rage, Qingyang Zhenren swung his sleeve, delivering a resounding slap to Qi Hao. Wretched disciple, where have you hidden Zhang Fengyan? Dazed from the blow, Qi Hao took a moment to regain his senses before muttering, in the back mountain. After speaking, he fainted again. Now can we release him? Qingyang Zhenren's icy gaze was fixed squarely on Ye Chen. That day, Gu Hong had become the biggest laughingstock on the Fengyun stage. As the foremost master of Renyang Peak, Qingyang Zhenren had witnessed the ridicule firsthand. Now, he found himself in an even more humiliating position, having lost even more face, and the compensation in spirit stones was over 100 times greater than Gu Hong's. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed by the other two peaks. Let us discuss this calmly, Ye Chen replied, still showing no intention to release him, instead signaling to Xiong Air once more. He was accustomed to caution. Qi Hao claimed Zhang Fengyan was hidden in the back mountain, but who could ascertain the truth? Before proceeding, it was wise to send someone to verify the information. Understood. The synergy between Xiong Air and Ye Chen was remarkable. A mere glance conveyed everything. Xiong Air scurried off toward the back mountain. Elder, do not take offense. It's better to be prudent. Ye Chen smiled at Qingyang Zhenren. I suggest you hope that Elder Zhang Fengyan is still alive. Otherwise, even 1,000,000 spirit stones won't save your disciple's life. You should also remember today's events. Someone will come to settle accounts with you in the future. Qingyang Zhenren's words were devoid of pretense. My life is worthless. Should you desire it, take it any time. Before long, Xiong Air returned, conjuring clouds to bring back the unconscious Zhang Fengyan and Xiaoying. Seeing that they still had breath, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief, though his eyes filled with a chilling light upon noticing the numerous wounds on their bodies. Your disciple, take him away. Perhaps driven by overwhelming anger, Ye Chen hurled Qi Hao to the ground, causing the unconscious Qi Hao to spit out another mouthful of blood. Even if he were taken back, he would likely spend a long time bedridden. You have truly enraged me. Qingyang Zhenren shot Ye Chen a final cold glare before sweeping Qi Hao up and departing, not forgetting to collect the severed arm along with him. After Qingyang Zhenren left, Ye Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Having endured the heavenly thunder curse, he was fortunate to be alive. His prolonged confrontation with Qingyang Zhenren had taken everything he had. Ye Chen. Xiong Air had already jumped onto the battle stage, grabbing the fallen Ye Chen. The battle on the Fengyun stage quickly spread throughout Hangyu sect. Ye Chen's audacity became a hot topic among the disciples, and this in turn had gained notoriety. Furthermore, as various disciples discussed the events, they cast furtive glances at Tianyang Peak, pondering whether Ye Chen would provoke them next. Surely not. Though Ye Chen was bold, he never initiated conflict. I concur. Goodness, he withstood the heavenly thunder curse. When the esteemed Elder Zhong heard the news, even his status could not prevent him from exclaiming in disbelief. Master, do not speak. It pains my heart. Elder Zhong clutched his chest, lamenting that a genius capable of surviving the heavenly thunder curse had slipped through his fingers. Chapter 68. One young finger. That night, Ye Chen sat alone in his room. The secret technique of the barbaric body refinement had already been activated, causing smoke to rise from his back. The barbaric body refinement involved refining bones and marrow, forging tendons and channels, burning the heart and refining blood, and grinding skin and flesh. During this process, the rotting flesh on his back was discarded, replaced with fresh tissue. This was indeed an excellent method for healing injuries, and Ye Chen's understanding of the barbaric body refinement deepened with each practice. In the dead of night, unrest brewed. The often adversarial masters of Renyang Peak, Qingyang Zhenren and Gu Hong of Dian Peak, convened atop a spiritual mountain. What? You're not suggesting an assassination of Ye Chen, are you? Gu Hong observed Qingyang Zhenren with keen interest, relishing the reversal of fortune. Once the butt of jokes, Qingyang Zhenren now bore an even greater humiliation. The younger generation should naturally reclaim their honor. Are you suggesting a collaboration between our two peaks? Qingyang Zhenren responded coldly. Let us summon the disciples in seclusion. Even if Ye Chen is formidable, he cannot withstand the continuous challenges from both our peaks. For 3 days, Ye Chen remained in meditation. During this time, Xiong Air visited several times, and upon seeing him still recuperating, he refrained from disturbing him, instead delivering spiritual herbs to treat Zhang Fengyan and the others, even employing secret methods to reconnect Tiger Boy's severed meridians. On the night of the 4th day, Ye Chen exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Slowly opening his eyes, at this moment, the injuries on his back had fully healed under the aggressive restoration of the barbaric body refinement, and the newly formed tendons and skin were more resilient than before. Indeed, the barbaric body refinement is formidable. Stretching his somewhat stiff body, he stepped out of his room. Buzz, buzz! In the courtyard, Tiger Boy was still fervently practicing with his black iron staff, showing no signs of fatigue. Oh? Upon seeing Ye Chen emerge, Tiger Boy hurriedly ceased his movements. Big brother, you're up, your injuries. All healed. Ye Chen smiled faintly, then produced the ancient scroll of the Tiangang staff formation from his robes and handed it to Tiger Boy. Taking the scroll, Tiger Boy's eyes lit up upon glancing at it. The mysterious method of the staff. Staff techniques are difficult to master, and the mysterious method of the staff is even harder to find. Use this for now. I will find more for you in the future. Seeing Tiger Boy's delight, Ye Chen couldn't help but ruffle his hair, reiterating, diligence can make up for shortcomings. Yes, yes. I remember every word my big brother says. I will work hard and not bring shame to you. Go rest. Practice again tomorrow. All right. He. Tiger Boy, honest and simple, clutched the ancient scroll in his black iron staff, scampering back into his room, undoubtedly excited enough to lose sleep over it. After Tiger Boy left, Ye Chen took out Lu Ji's storage pouch. Having returned for some time, he had yet to carefully inspect it for treasures. Upside down, he poured out the contents, which cascaded onto the ground. What a wealth of riches! Even Ye Chen, known for his composure, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Inside Lu Ji's storage pouch were spirit stones, spirit liquids, and spirit artifacts, the quantities astonishing, with nearly 200,000 spirit stones alone. The total value was enough to rival over 300,000 spirit stones. However, to his disappointment, he found no profound techniques or martial arts, and upon retrieving the purple gold gourd, he discovered no extraordinary treasures within. Time to call it a day. Ye Chen sighed inwardly, gathering the spirit stones, spirit liquids, and assorted items before leaving behind only the spirit artifacts. Clang! Taking out the Qi Xiao sword, Ye Chen placed it alongside the other spirit artifacts and enveloped them in true fire, aiming to refine their essences into the Qi Xiao sword. After 3 hours, he extinguished the true fire. With more essence infused, the Qi Xiao sword became even more formidable, emitting a harmonious ringing when held at a fine sword. Unable to suppress his laughter, Ye Chen stepped forward, wielding the Qi Xiao sword in practice in his mind. The principles of the Tiangang staff formation surfaced, blending staff techniques with sword formations. A night passed without incident, and dawn arrived. After nearly 9 hours of comprehension, Ye Chen's understanding of the staff formation and sword formation deepened significantly. Although the sword formation was still in its infancy, he had indeed taken his first step. With much practice still ahead, the break of day, a sprightly young figure entered the small spirit garden. Goodness! Upon entering, Xiong Air spotted the revitalized Ye Chen. Just 4 days prior, that fellow had been nearly killed by the heavenly thunder curse. Yet now not only had he fully recovered, but he was also bursting with vitality. Xiong Air felt a strong urge to carve a piece from Ye Chen for examination. You truly are a monster. Xiong Air appraised Ye Chen from head to toe, his expression a medley of emotions. Please don't say that. I might get conceited, Ye Chen replied, smirking as he handed Xiong Air a storage pouch. Here, I'm returning your spirit stones. No need to ask for more. Why is there only 300,000? Isn't their interest as well? Is this true? Damn it. Xiong Air didn't come to chat idly with Ye Chen. Instead, he mysteriously revealed an ancient scroll concealed in his embrace. The One Yang Finger. Although he merely cast a fleeting glance, Ye Chen discerned the 3 large characters inscribed on the scroll. Wasn't that the esoteric technique? One Yang Finger, which had been auctioned off by the Xiong family in the netherworld black market just days prior? Instantly, Ye Chen rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Want to learn it? Xiong Air wore a somewhat vexatious expression. Obviously. Then the matter of refining my wife's marrow rests upon my shoulders. As Ye Chen spoke, his hand instinctively reached into Xiong Air's embrace, retrieving the One Yang Finger scroll, and then he swiftly darted into the room. Once back in his chamber, Ye Chen eagerly unfurled the One Yang Finger scroll, cultivating the pure Yang true energy and converging it into a single finger. This is what constitutes the One Yang. His eyes fell upon this significant line. Next came the time for comprehension. The method of the One Yang Finger was not complicated. The overarching principle had already been articulated. It involved the utmost refinement of pure Yang true energy, subsequently converging it into a singular point. When cultivated to perfection, this technique possesses the might to pierce through anything. Once immersed in a state of enlightenment, Ye Chen would lose track of time. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Under the flickering candlelight, Ye Chen slowly rolled up the scroll. The finger technique emphasizes instantaneous concentration and explosive power, compressing strength to its extreme. Once unleashed, its impact is unparalleled. Murmuring to himself, he couldn't help but recall many fierce battles where those adept in finger techniques could easily pierce a fatal wound into him, igniting his curiosity about this arcane method. Having now glimpsed the One Yang Finger's teachings, he truly felt enriched. With this thought in mind, he focused his spirit and energy, channeling the true energy of the Dan Si, allowing the true fire to refine into pure Yang true energy, then swiftly converging it upon the tip of his finger according to the method of the One Yang Finger. Observing his finger, now radiant from the aggregation of pure Yang true energy, he noticed a luminous glow and wisps of flame dancing around it. Excellent. Examining his finger, a smile crept upon Ye Chen's lips. Delivering a piercing blow with this finger would not be a daunting task. With a thought, he released the pure Yang true energy and leaped out of the room. Buzz, buzz. Holding the Tianke sword, he swung it vigorously, the massive blade creating a deep, resonant sound as it cut through the air. Clang! Planting the Tianke into the ground, he mobilized his true energy, gathering it in his palm, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Thunderous palms. The forceful imprint of his palm reverberated through the air, and as he spun around, he unleashed the mountain-shaking fist, allowing his body to stretch magnificently, followed by the Zixiao sword Qi, which pierced through the wall. One Yang Finger. Finally, with a swift thought, he refined the pure Yang true energy rapidly, converging it onto his fingertip, pointing decisively at a nearby sturdy stone. Clang! The stone remained steadfast, yet it was easily punctured by Ye Chen, creating a hole the size of a finger, and no matter the tumultuous winds, I shall break through the heavens with but a single yang. Chapter 69. The Challenge of the Two Peaks. Ye Chen, I await you at the Fengyun platform. The following day, as dawn broke, such words echoed from the direction of the Hangyue sect's Fengyun platform. Another battle at the Fengyun platform? Instantly, the Hangyue spiritual mountain was abuzz with excitement. And Ye Chen, what's going on? Ever since this intern disciple arrived at Hangyue, there hasn't been a day of peace. The challenger must be Tang Chao from the Renyang Peak. At this moment, the challenged Ye Chen had just set down his chopsticks at the dining table. Big brother, please don't go. Hua lowered his head, biting his lip. They are targeting you. Young man, sometimes it is wise to endure for a moment of peace. Zhang Fengnian looked at Ye Chen with concern. Senior, when the tree wishes to be still, the winds do not cease. Ye Chen gently wiped the grease from his lips, then slowly rose. The world is indeed a tumultuous place. Having embarked on this path, I am destined to face thorns ahead. Even if I do not engage in battle today, they will find other ways to force my compliance. It's all my fault. The sturdy and honest Hua buried his little head even lower. His small fists clenched tightly. This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. Ye Chen patted Hua's head, then strapped the Tianke on his back, turning resolutely and striding outside. This moment, the Fengyun platform, usually bustling with activity, was crowded with people from all directions. On the battle platform stood a young man clad in white robes, arms crossed, with long jet-black hair, thick brows, and a massive ghost-headed saber floating before him, exuding a profound aura and commanding presence that captivated the gazes of those below. He is Tang Chao. The Qingyang Zhenren of Renyang Peak has actually let him out of seclusion. He is indeed a bona fide fifth-level human origin realm cultivator. I fear Ye Chen is in for a tough time this time. Listening to the astonished murmurs from the crowd, the youth named Tang Chao took a deep breath, raising his chin higher, seemingly relishing the admiration from the numerous disciples. Truly, he is a prodigy nurtured by a master, exuding even more arrogance than Chao. Ye Chen has arrived. A voice rang out. Everyone's gaze turned toward one side. There, Ye Chen, with the Tianke sword on his back, was walking in calmly, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, his steps resolute and unwavering, as if no storm could shake his steadfast figure. Just then, a stout figure rushed out from the side. It was Xiong Er. Come with me. Xiong Er dashed forward, insisting on pulling Ye Chen away. Though you have so little faith in me? What do you know? Xiong Er leaned closer to Ye Chen, signaling him to observe the two directions beneath the Fengyun platform. Hearing this, Ye Chen glanced over, discovering that to the east and west of the Fengyun platform were arrays of jade stone tables, each occupied by disciples leisurely sipping wine. Ye Chen's gaze swept across them, The onlookers returned with mocking and playful glances. Ye Chen furrowed his brow. Why are there so many at the human origin realm? You've noticed? Haven't you? Xiong whispered. The disciples on the east are the true disciples of the Deyang Peak, while those on the west are from the Renyang Peak. None of them can be compared to that Chi Hao fellow. All unfamiliar faces, yet each one more formidable than the last. Ye Chen's eyes darkened, particularly as he sensed a few of them with a subtle aura, their cultivation levels nearing the true Yang realm. They had been in closed-door training previously. Xiong explained, these disciples are the most remarkable from the Deyang and Renyang peaks, kept in seclusion to shine during the outer sect competition. To deal with a mere Qi-gathering realm disciple. This setup seems rather excessive. Isn't it because you are too formidable? Can ordinary disciples contend with you? Xiong retorted. As he spoke, he attempted to pull Ye Chen away again. Let us go. It's nothing to cower once or twice. You can't possibly defeat this group. However, before Ye Chen could act, Tang Chao's mocking voice echoed down from the platform. What is this? Have you conceded so soon? Ye Chen, can you hide for a moment? Hide for a lifetime? If you do not take the stage today, we have countless methods to deal with you. Buzz. At these words, Ye Chen felt a ringing in his mind. They were not only referring to him but also included Hu Hua and Zhang Fangnian. Tang Chao's words were clear. If Ye Chen did not engage today, they would resort to all manner of schemes to harm Zhang Fangnian and the others. A dragon has its reverse scales that should not be touched. Tang Chao's words truly provoked him. Fight. With a decisive utterance, Ye Chen broke free from Xiong grasp and leaped onto the battle platform. Now that's more like it, Tang Chao smirked. Buzz. Ye Chen offered no reply, unsheathing the Tianke sword. With a single step, he cracked the stone platform beneath him and executed the mystical steps of Speed Shadow Thousand transformations, charging toward Tang Chao, leaping into the air with a powerful downward strike. Tang Chao scoffed, gripping his saber and executing an upward slash. Bang! The clash of blade and sword produced a sharp yet jarring sound. On the platform, Tang Chao stumbled back from Ye Chen's strike, shocking the entire audience. Could a Qi-gathering realm disciple possess such overwhelming combat power? To directly confront a fifth-level human origin realm cultivator and maintain the upper hand? Not only the spectators below, but even the true disciples from Renyang Peak and Deyang Peak wore expressions of surprise. The one feeling it most acutely was Tang Chao, whose arm throbbed with pain. He had prided himself on being far superior to Ye Chen, yet he never expected that this direct clash would utterly dismantle his self-assured combat prowess. Previously, he had been in seclusion, unaware of recent events. It was only a day prior when his master, Qingyang Zhenren, summoned him from seclusion that he learned of the happenings at Hongyue. Arrogant as he was, he had dismissed the interned disciple Ye Chen, thinking him merely slightly stronger than an ordinary Qi-gathering realm disciple. But now, he truly sensed Ye Chen's extraordinary capabilities. This interned disciple indeed possessed the strength to fight beyond his level. Buzz! In the midst of his astonishment, Ye Chen swung the Tianke sword once more, and his speed was astonishingly swift. Observing this, Tang Chao pivoted on his toes and swiftly retreated. Stand down, a commanding voice rang out, and a true disciple from Renyang Peak could no longer sit idly by, charging onto the platform, sword in hand. Damn it, do you have no shame? Below, Xiong shouted angrily, the Fengyun duel forbids third-party interference. Do you intend to disregard Hongyue's rules? Yet his furious shout failed to halt the disciple, who instead launched a swift and fierce attack, aiming a sword strike directly at Ye Chen's spine. Sensing the cold wind approaching from behind, Ye Chen instinctively hurled Tang Chao away and executed a tiger leap, soaring 3 zhang away, then using the ground's rebound to pounce forward like a lion. Blood splattered as the incoming disciple's sword strike missed Ye Chen and instead pierced through Tang Chao, leaving a bloody hole in his body. Damn it! The disciple cursed coldly. You ought to be the one to die. Ye Chen's voice cut through the air, his body surging with true energy, rapidly refining it into pure yang true energy, channeling it into his fingertips. 1 yang finger. Ye Chen thrust forward. Perhaps due to the swiftness of his strike, and the disciple's prior misfortune of injuring Tang Chao, he had no time to react, and Ye Chen's finger pierced a bloody hole through his shoulder. Thunderous palms. Ye Chen was determined not to grant him a moment's respite, unleashing a palm strike accompanied by the sound of thunder, forcefully striking the disciple's chest. The disciple spat out blood, staggering backward, mountain-shaking fist. Stepping upon the mystical steps of speed shadow thousand transformations, Ye Chen pressed on, delivering a powerful mountain-shaking fist, landing a solid blow on the unsteady disciple from Renyang Peak. Chapter 70. The onslaught continues. Another spurt of blood erupted as the disciple was sent flying, crashing like a sandbag off the battle platform, creating a massive crater in the ground. This is a defeat. That was far too swift. The onlookers below were evidently still processing the scene. They had envisioned magnificent esoteric techniques and secret arts, but in truth, they had not even had the chance to be displayed, as Ye Chen had swiftly overwhelmed two of Renyang Peak's elite disciples in succession. Why, Ye Chen, you are truly condemned. From Renyang Peak, another disciple charged forth. Huangshan's seal. This disciple was clever, recognizing that close combat was not Ye Chen's forte, so he initiated with a grand technique. Even true Yang realm cultivators have met their demise at my hands. Do you think I fear you, child? Ye Chen, unyielding, advanced rather than retreating, his left hand executing the thunderous palm, shattering the Huangshan seal, while his right hand delivered a resounding punch that sent the disciple reeling backward. Binding vine technique. As he retreated, the disciple swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Immediately, numerous vines burst from the ground, resembling writhing serpents, ensnaring toward Ye Chen. It was evident that this disciple was of the wood attribute, for only thus could he execute the binding vine technique. Clang! Ye Chen swiftly drew the Qi Shao sword, and with the mystical steps of speed shadow thousand transformations, he severed the encroaching vines, charging forth to confront the disciple, unleashing a downward strike. Earth escape. Upon witnessing this, the disciple swiftly burrowed underground. Roll out! Ye Chen's voice rang with authority as he swung his arm, delivering a mountain-shaking fist directly onto the platform. Boom! The platform trembled violently, and the disciple who had just burrowed underground was sent hurtling back into the AI Ardit. Ye Chen moved with remarkable speed, like the wind, and before the disciple could land, he seized hold of his leg. What followed was Ye Chen's signature move, boom. With a resounding crash, the disciple was slammed to the ground, his insides feeling as though they would spill forth. Another one down. Below, many spectators sighed, as if they had grown accustomed to Ye Chen's ferocity in tossing his opponents. Clang, clang. With two streaks of sword light shooting onto the platform, disciples from Renyang Peak surged forward. Bang, bang. Ye Chen's sword flashed rapidly, slicing through the two streaks of sword light, then he retreated hastily, for the disciple had exhaled a cloud of smoke, engulfing the battle platform in obscurity, shrouding the spectators' view. Bang, clang, buzz. The sounds of fierce combat echoed from within the smoke, revealing that Ye Chen and the disciple were locked in a fierce struggle. This is illusionary smoke mist. I wonder if Ye Chen can break through. I have heard that many formidable disciples have suffered greatly from it. Is that true? Boom. With a resounding crash, the discussions below were abruptly silenced. Soon after, a bloodied figure was hurled from the smoke, collapsing upon landing, completely unconscious, and no need to look. He has undoubtedly been incapacitated by Ye Chen. Before long, the illusionary smoke mist dissipated, revealing Ye Chen's figure. He was injured. Xiong Er immediately spotted the deep gash on Ye Chen's back and the sword mark on his shoulder. Wear him down. The disciple from Renyang Peak moved, seemingly intent on giving Ye Chen no time to recover. The battle reignited, and this disciple from Renyang Peak proved to be stronger than Ye Chen had anticipated, primarily due to his mastery of various secret techniques, leaving him at a loss, as the disciple was ruthlessly thrown to the ground. Numerous wounds adorned his body. The true disciple from Renyang Peak lunged forward, unleashing a formidable attack. Following this, more true disciples from both Renyang Peak and Renyang Peak surged onto the battle platform, each one striking with ferocity and leaving no room for mercy. Their moves were lethal, and as the battles progressed, the strength of the challengers only intensified, with an array of secret techniques emerging one after another. Although Ye Chen possessed the capability to fight above his level, he could hardly withstand the relentless onslaught. Each time he vanquished a true disciple, he found himself with an abundance of bloodstains. His robes soaked in crimson. If this continued, he would inevitably be worn down to nothing. Xiong Er clenched his small fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Fight! Echoed Ye Chen's resonant voice throughout the arena. Despite his blood surging with vitality, resembling an indomitable cockroach, he displayed remarkable resilience. successfully incapacitating several true disciples while remaining full of life. In stark contrast, the disciples from Deyang Peak and Rinyang Peak wore expressions of dismay. They were all esteemed prodigies of their respective peaks, held in high regard, each one a paragon of excellence, surpassing Ye Chen in cultivation. Yet, they were being trounced by Ye Chen, who was merely in the qi condensation realm. The news of this battle had already reached both Rinyang Peak and Deyang Peak. Useless, all of them. Gu Hong seethed with rage. These were his meticulously trained true disciples, who were being defeated by a mere qi condensation cultivator. How could he not be furious? Qingyang Zhenren was equally incensed. Upon hearing reports from his disciples, he was filled with thunderous wrath. Ye Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations, making him question whether it was wise to allow the true disciples to engage in battle prematurely. In contrast to Gu Hong and Qingyang Zhenren's ire, Elder Zhong of Tianyang Peak displayed an intriguing demeanor. Sitting beneath a crooked tree, he grumbled incessantly. After 100 years of cultivation, I must be blind. A qi condensation cultivator. What extraordinary talent! It must be said, he viewed the situation with a sense of clarity. Although his own disciples had a connection with Ye Chen, he still guided them wisely, opting not to resort to underhanded tactics, unlike Qingyang Zhenren and Gu Hong, who were small-minded. Now it appeared that his decision was indeed judicious. Had he allowed his disciples to confront Ye Chen, who knew how many would return standing? What a calamity! Elder Zhong covered his face, feeling a deep ache in his heart. Boom! On the Fengyun platform, another disciple from Deyang Peak was flung by Ye Chen, rendered almost unrecognizable. How many is this now? A disciple below inquired instinctively. The 15th, came the response, filled with astonishment. The true disciples from Rinyang Peak and Deyang Peak had suffered grievous injuries, more than half incapacitated by Ye Chen. However, many observed that Ye Chen was not in much better shape. Upon hearing this, numerous gazes turned towards the battle platform. There, Ye Chen appeared bloodied, his wounds numerous enough to be unbearable to witness, staggering and nearly collapsing multiple times. With the continuous assault from both peaks, even with his Dan high, he began to feel his true energy dwindle. Kid, it's time to go. If you continue, you'll end up in serious trouble, Xiong Er urgently reminded from below. Ye Chen nodded, fully aware of his own physical condition. Continuing to fight would likely lead to his demise on this platform. Moreover, the true disciples he faced previously ranged from the 5th to the 7th level of the human Yuan realm, while the remaining true disciples primarily fell between the 8th and 9th levels, with even 2 having 1 foot already in the true Yang realm. Although he believed he could still take down an 8th level human Yuan disciple, it would come at a bloody cost that he could not afford. With this thought, he turned to leave, only to find a disciple from Deyang Peak stepping forward. This disciple had a delicate appearance, wielding a jade fan, exuding an air of politeness, yet possessing sharp, cruel lips and a face adorned with makeup typically worn by women. One might mistake him for a woman. I am Su Kong, and I extend my greetings, he declared. Rather than attacking immediately, the purple-clad disciple introduced himself and even bowed slightly to Ye Chen. However, unbeknownst to all, at the moment of his bow, a silver needle, thinner than a hair, had already been launched towards Ye Chen. Though Ye Chen was highly vigilant, he still fell victim to the attack. Soon, the potent poison carried by the needle began to spread rapidly within Ye Chen's body. His physique darkened around the needle's point, the spread occurring at a pace that left him unprepared. A mouthful of blood erupted from Ye Chen, his body swaying perilously close to collapsing in a battle of storm and clouds. You dare to use poison? Ye Chen glared coldly at Su Kong, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. Poison? What poison? Su Kong feigned panic, playing dumb. Ye Chen, one may eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. Surely you are accusing me out of fear of being unable to contend with me. From below, voices chimed in, defending Su Kong. I did not see Su Kong using poison. You are simply projecting your own villainous nature onto him. Too cowardly to face Su Kong, and now you claim he used poison? Ye Chen, you are truly insidious. The uproar of accusations rose like a tide, clearly distorting the truth. Yet each face bore expressions of righteous indignation. Is this the price of provoking the true disciples of Rinyang Peak and Deyang Peak? Today, your blood will stain the Fengyun platform. In contrast to the disciples below, the true disciples from Rinyang Peak and Deyang Peak revealed cold smirks. On the platform, Ye Chen quietly absorbed the barrage of insults from below. his gaze growing increasingly frigid. He realized that Renyang Peak and Deyang Peak were truly intent on revenge, orchestrating a large-scale assault with all their true disciples and even secretly planting numerous supporters to create a ruckus. The words of the people are formidable, he thought, once again witnessing the meaning of this phrase. With his fists, he found it difficult to counter the multitude of voices. But who was he? He was Ye Chen, and he would not suffer in silence. With true fire safeguarding him, the poison was rendered ineffective. He would return the favor in kind. Amidst the clamor, he quietly summoned the true fire within him, incinerating the rampant poison. Yet outwardly, he maintained the guise of being poisoned, staggering on the platform to deceive Su Kong, preparing to deliver a thunderous counterstrike. Ye Chen. Seeing Ye Chen afflicted by poison, Xiong Er was about to rush forward, but he caught a subtle wink from Ye Chen. Their tacit understanding had reached its zenith. With just a glance, Xiong Er seemed to grasp everything and instinctively withdrew his steps. Oh dear, Ye Shitty. What has happened to you? You seem gravely ill. On the platform, Su Kong feigned concern at Ye Chen's darkened complexion. Tio resort to poison against someone as wounded as I? You truly are something else. Ye Shitty, you have wronged me. Enough chit-chat. Let us go. Ye Chen's voice turned icy as he glared at Su Kong. It's he this. Su Kong smirked knowingly, no longer concealing his treachery. Since Ye Shitty is so eager to play, I shall indulge you with that. He stepped forward, swift as the wind, his finger glowing darkly as it pointed toward Ye Chen. Yet, Ye Chen remained steadfast and unmoving. Tio an outsider, it appeared he was incapacitated by poison. But in truth, he was biding his time. For Su Kong had already reached the 8th level of the human Yuan realm. Die. Only at this moment did Su Kong reveal a cruel, sinister smile. Just as his finger was about to strike Ye Chen, he caught sight of a mocking smile at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. A sudden sense of foreboding surged through him. In an instant, to his shock, Ye Chen dodged his finger's attack and seized his arm, subsequently flinging him away with great force. Bang. Su Kong crashed heavily onto the battle platform several yards away. Rising, he stared at Ye Chen in disbelief. This is impossible. You clearly. What is it that I clearly? Ye Chen retorted with a cold laugh, his previously darkened skin visibly reverting to its original hue. He is not poisoned? I clearly saw Su Kong's poison needle penetrate Ye Chen's body. Even the disciples from Renyang Peak were now filled with extreme confusion. Su Kang's expression shifted from playful to menacing. He realized he had been outsmarted. Ye Chen was never poisoned. But what could he say? If he admitted to seeing the needle penetrate Ye Chen, it would be an admission of guilt to Su Kong. Did you not want to play with me? Ye Chen beckoned with his fingers. Watch me annihilate you. Su Kong shouted fiercely, purple light swirling around his hands. However, just as he took a step forward, he froze. What? Instinctively, he glanced at his palm, only to find it darkening rapidly, spreading visibly up his arm. Poison. In an instant, he comprehended the source of his affliction. As an adept poison user, he realized he had been poisoned by Ye Chen in that brief moment. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, leaving onlookers utterly baffled. Ye Chen, you dared to poison me. Su Kong's eyes turned bloodshot, his teeth gritting as he glared at Ye Chen. Poison? What poison? Ye Chen feigned alarm, mimicking Su Kang's earlier act of playing dumb. Su Shixiang. One may eat recklessly, but one must not slander. Exactly. You fear you cannot defeat Ye Chen and are deliberately framing him. A voice rang out from the crowd, unmistakably Xiong Er's. The camaraderie was evident. While Renyang Peak and Deyang Peak distorted the truth, Xiong Er would undoubtedly rally to Ye Chen's defense. I did not see Ye Chen using poison. Rather, it is you, Su Kong, projecting your own malice onto him. Xiong Er's voice echoed through the arena, overpowering the dissenters and asserting Ye Chen's innocence. Su Kong was incensed, blood surging to his head as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Ye Chen had clearly used poison. At this moment, the supporters from Renyang Peak and Deyang Peak began to stir once more. In a battle of storm and clouds, the use of poison is prohibited. Ye Chen has defied the rules. He must be punished. Ye Chen, you are truly vile. Did you all eat excrement? A particularly loud voice rang out, Xiong Er having held in his breath for a full minute before bellowing this. His roar was truly resounding, dominating the cacophony of voices and forcing many to cover their ears. After this outburst, the arena fell into a brief silence. Ye Chen used poison. No further denial will suffice. After the silence, a disciple clad in green stepped forward. Ye Chen's intentions are nefarious. He must be punished. Enough. Get lost. Xiong Air unleashed another earth-shattering roar, the force of which caused many to shield their ears once more. That was the sound wave technique of the Xiong family. A true disciple from Renyang Peak narrowed his eyes, realizing how Xiong Air's voice could overshadow so many others. How remarkable! Ye Chen stroked his chin, contemplating a discussion with Xiong Air in the future. After a brief silence, before the supporters of Renyang Peak and Deyang Peak could speak, Xiong Air unleashed another thunderous shout. With this momentum, he appeared determined to rally for Ye Chen against the tide of dissenters. Eat, sleep, flirt. Xiong Air's vocal prowess was indeed extraordinary, each shout reverberating through the arena, and the absurdity of his words silenced the voices of the dissenters. Is this fellow a beast? Each of the dissenters, covering their ears, found themselves unable to lift their heads. Impressive. Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps such scenes and circumstances truly required a character like Xiong Air, especially with his audacious spirit, for freedom. Xiong Air bellowed again, his voice echoing throughout the arena. After this declaration, he adjusted his hair, casting a provocative glance at the hidden dissenters in the crowd, as if to say, "Go ahead, keep cursing me. If you do, I'll make you half paralyzed." The dissenters turned crimson, unsure if it was from embarrassment or rage. "Withdraw." Xiong Air subtly signaled to Ye Chen. Without needing to be told, Ye Chen jumped down from the battle platform, determined to leave as swiftly as possible. However, just as he attempted to depart, a true disciple from Renyang Peak blocked his path. "What's the rush? Are you so eager to leave? Today, I don't wish to fight any longer. Is that not permissible?" Ye Chen replied calmly. "You have nearly crippled my junior disciples, and you think you can just walk away?" A cold laugh accompanied the approach of a disciple in white robes. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing the hidden threat from this disciple. He was Zhang Hao, the top true disciple of Renyang Peak. Xiong Air quietly warned Ye Chen, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension towards Zhang Hao. "Ye Chen, you think you can just leave after harming others? Do you believe we are non-existent?" A voice sounded again. Another disciple in purple robes gliding towards them, his aura rivaling Zhang Hao's. This was Ye Chen, the top true disciple of Deyang Peak. Xiong Air conveyed to Ye Chen, 1 foot already in the true Yang realm. Even Ye Chen found his brows knitting tightly at this moment. He believed that even at his peak condition, he would struggle against both of them. Moreover, this was not just a duel between two. The true disciples from both Renyang and Deyang Peaks were out in full force, and no matter how arrogant he was, 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. Unless he were to once again awaken the demonic bloodline, causing his power to soar, he would be hard-pressed to overpower them all. However, the demonic path was the sworn enemy of the righteous, revealing it would prompt immediate retribution from the formidable forces of Hongyue sect. "Be a good boy and step onto the battle platform, or you'll find it difficult to leave here today." Zhang Hao sneered at Ye Chen. "Zhang Shixiang, are you trying to force me into a fight?" Ye Chen retorted coldly, "In a battle of storm and clouds, participation is purely voluntary. To coerce me would be to disregard the rules of Hongyue." "And what of it?" Zishan smirked. "We can always face the wall to reflect on our actions. To bully the weak with numbers. You truly have no shame." Xiong Air glared at the encroaching true disciples. "Assaulting a chi condensation cultivator, you all disgrace your titles as true disciples." With that, he attempted to pull Ye Chen away. "Where do you think you're going?" Unexpectedly, a true disciple from Renyang Peak struck first, launching an attack from behind. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. He could not believe that a disciple from Renyang Peak would dare to launch a covert attack on the platform. In a flash, he pivoted and met the strike with a thunderous palm. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Ye Chen, not in peak condition, was sent reeling back, spitting blood. Clang! Before he could steady himself, a true disciple from Deyang Peak unsheathed a murderous sword, aiming straight at Ye Chen's back. "Despicable!" Xiong Air roared, swinging his wolf-toothed club to intercept the lethal strike. At this sight, more disciples from Deyang Peak joined the fray, launching a punch that forced Ye Chen to respond defensively, causing him to spit blood once more. "Die!" Behind him, a disciple of the Yangfeng sect, clad in green, suddenly struck, piercing Ye Chen's back with a single finger. With a swift motion, he struck again, causing Ye Chen to stagger. Blood erupted, and just as Ye Chen regained his footing, a sword pierced through his shoulder. "Take his life." A voice thundered, and the true disciples of the two peaks encircled Ye Chen, launching deadly attacks. This scene left the onlooking disciples trembling with fear. Who would have imagined that the true disciples of the Yangfeng and Deyang peaks would dare to openly attack him beneath the arena, and all at once, against merely an intern disciple at the Qi condensation stage? This was a flagrant violation of the sect's rules. Were they not afraid of retribution from the sect? Indeed. Why does Elder Daobanj not intervene? Can't you see? The disciples of the Yangfeng and Deyang peaks dare to act so brazenly because they possess formidable backing, to the extent that even Elder Daobanj does not dare to act rashly. Besides, I have heard that Elder Daobanj is not even present in the sect today. That's so. Does this mean Ye Chen is doomed? Boom! Just as the conversation unfolded, a thunderous sound reverberated across the Fengyun platform. Looking towards the chaotic scene, someone had invoked the thunder curse, sending a group of true disciples into disarray from the backlash. Amidst the tumultuous smoke, Ye Chen's staggering and blood-soaked figure emerged. Come on! Ye Chen strode forward, his once delicate features now bearing a sinister expression, eye in his hand. He clutched 4 thunder curse talismans, revealing that he was the one who had previously invoked the spell. Perhaps, driven to desperation, with his life hanging by a thread and unable to fend off the numerous true disciples, he resorted to this perilous measure, risking a breach of the sect's rules to deter his assailants. Ye Chen, you dare to disregard the sect's rules and invoke the thunder curse. Instantly, shouts of condemnation erupted from all directions. You all dare to openly besiege me beneath the Fengyun platform. Why can't I invoke the thunder curse? Death awaits on either side, and you will not escape the path to the Yellow Springs. Ye Chen's face was wild with madness as he coldly glared at the numerous true disciples. He had made up his mind. At worst, he would drag them down with him. He has truly gone mad. The true disciples ground their teeth in frustration. I am indeed mad. Ye Chen licked the blood from his lips. Come if you dare. Under the thunder curse, we shall shatter into pieces together. Ye Chen. A commanding voice rang out, and a group of individuals surged forth from the crowd, led by the chief disciple of the discipline hall, Yin Jiping. You have quite the audacity to invoke the thunder curse so brazenly within the sect. Yin Jiping's voice was thunderous, and his stance was clear. Regardless of which side he belonged to, it was evident he stood against Ye Chen. Senior brother Yin, you only see me invoking the thunder curse, yet you do not see them attacking me from below the platform? Ye Chen shot a derisive glance at Yin Jiping. Yet he did not lower the thunder curse in his hand. That does not justify your invocation of the thunder curse. What a joke! If a knife were at your throat, would you meekly allow yourself to be slain? I invoked the thunder curse solely for self-preservation. If that is the case, then we shall see the truth of this in the discipline hall. Yin Jiping coldly commanded, and a bolt of electric light shot forth from his sleeve, revealing a glowing rope that slithered like a serpent, moving with astonishing speed. Perhaps taken by surprise by Yin Jiping's sudden attack, Ye Chen was ensnared before he could react. Struggling against the rope's binding, he found its intricacies far exceeded his expectations. It not only suppressed his true energy but also immobilized his movements, rendering him unable to budge. Take him away, Yin Jiping commanded. Immediately, disciples of the discipline hall rushed forward to apprehend Ye Chen, and to ensure fairness, Yin Jiping ordered the true disciples of both peaks to be dragged from the crowd as well. However, at the moment they departed the throng, Yin Jiping and the true disciples of the two peaks exchanged knowing smiles, as if this scene had been premeditated. Their underhanded scheme did not go unnoticed by Xiong Er. Though he was unreliable, he was astute enough to recognize that this was a conspiracy between the two peaks and the discipline hall, and they had colluded together, making it exceedingly difficult for Ye Chen to emerge alive today. Xiong Er, take Hua and the others away from Hinjui, Ye Chen roared frantically as he was dragged along. Perhaps he had realized that entering the discipline hall today would make it hard to leave alive, and he did not want the people he cared about to be bullied day after his death. All he could do was entrust Hua and the others to Xiong Er. Witnessing Ye Chen being taken away, Xiong Er grit his teeth in frustration, lamenting that the backing of the two peaks was too formidable. Even as a member of the Xiong family, it was difficult for him to ensure Ye Chen's safety. Backing? With this thought, Xiong Er's eyes lit up. If they have strong backing, then I shall find Ye Chen a backing that they cannot provoke. Chapter 73. Death sentence. Ye Chen was dragged to the discipline hall, followed by a massive crowd. Upon returning to the cold and imposing discipline hall, Ye Chen was immediately bound by iron chains to a copper pillar. In stark contrast, the true disciples of the two peaks, who also violated the rules, were merely adorned with shackles, leisurely standing within the hall. Compared to Ye Chen's miserable state, their treatment was a glaring disparity. Ye Chen, do you acknowledge the crime of invoking the thunder curse within the sect? In Jiping stood before Ye Chen, arms crossed, his expression mocking. They sought to kill me. I acted purely in self-defense. Kill you? From where does this accusation arise? The disciples of the two peaks chimed in. Why, Ye Chen, you are slandering us. Clearly, it was a spar. How did it transform into us wanting to kill you? Senior brother Yin, do not listen to Ye Chen's fabrications. He is merely trying to absolve himself. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Deyang Peak began to stir up trouble once more. Why Ye Chen's invocation of the thunder curse is truly deserving of death. Punish him. Such a heartless young man at such a tender age. Imagine what he would become when he grows up. The hall reverberated with the shouts and curses of the true disciples of the two peaks, each one indignant, twisting the truth and placing a heavy blame upon Ye Chen. At this moment, Ye Chen, bound to the copper pillar, resembled a heinous criminal, subjected to scorn and ridicule. Not only were the true disciples of the two peaks present, but also the Hongyue disciples who had followed. Yet, even though they knew the truth was not entirely as the two peaks claimed, none dared to speak up for Ye Chen, fearing the wrath of the two peaks in the future. Ye Chen's current predicament stood as a poignant testament to their fears. This was all a charade. Hearing the two peaks' disciples' claims, In Jiping coldly regarded Ye Chen. Do you have anything to say? Ye Chen remained silent. What more could he say? From the moment he was dragged into this discipline hall, he had anticipated his fate. The two peaks and the discipline hall had long colluded. As an intern disciple at the Qi condensation stage, without allies or backing, any words he spoke would be futile. Perhaps he had underestimated the cunning of the two peaks. Every step was a trap, every move aimed at his demise. Yet, at this moment, he had no regrets for everything he had done for Hu Hua and the others. Suddenly, he understood that the path of a cultivator was not as glamorous as it appeared on the surface. The cruelty within was deeply disheartening. Before him, In Jiping, seeing Ye Chen's silence, let out a cold laugh. Your silence indicates your consent, does it not? Enough nonsense, come at me. Ye Chen's voice turned hoarse, weariness beyond measure clouding his gaze. Very well. In Jiping laughed heartily, producing an ancient scroll, which he unfurled as if declaring an imperial edict. According to the 9th rule of Hongyue, any disciple who invokes the thunder curse within the sect shall face the death penalty. After reading, In Jiping snapped the scroll shut and gestured towards the disciples on either side. Just then, a frail figure pushed through the crowd with all his might, revealing himself to be Zhang Fengyan. Do not kill him, do not kill him, Zhang Fengyan pleaded with In Jiping, desperation etched upon his face. Please, spare him. Take me instead. Old man, do not plead for them. Ye Chen's blurred vision suddenly cleared, struggling to speak. Foolish child, do not say such things. Zhang Fengyan glanced at Ye Chen and then turned back to In Jiping, his bent frame nearly doubled over. Senior brother In, he is just a child. Please spare him. Spare him? In Jiping chuckled mockingly. Zhang Fengyan, are you losing your mind? He invoked the thunder curse within the sect. That is a death sentence. Unexpectedly, the frail Zhang Fengyan suddenly fell to his knees at In Jiping's feet. In that instant, Ye Chen's eyes bulged with shock, filled with blood and tears that streamed down his face as he gazed upon the pitiful, aged figure kneeling before him. Grandfather, how could you kneel before him? After a brief moment, the hall echoed with Ye Chen's roared. He had gone mad, struggling frantically to break the chains binding him. He was Ye Chen, a man of iron will, unafraid of death. Yet watching someone he cared about kneel in such degradation was more painful than death itself. Hearing Ye Chen's cries, Zhang Fengyan trembled but remained on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the hall was filled with the sound of Zhang Fengyan's forehead striking the ground. Please, spare him. Please, spare him. Each time his forehead met the ground, Zhang Fengyan uttered these pleas, tears of humiliation streaming down his aged face. He was Zhang Fengyan, a man of the same generation as the Hongyue sect's master, yet now he knelt in such a demeaning manner before a junior. A scene of unparalleled despair. Stripped of all dignity, he has committed a capital offense. No one can save him. In Jiping glanced down, utterly dismissive, his chin held high. Then kill me. Use my life to exchange for his. Zhang Fengyan clung desperately to In Jiping's legs. This sudden embrace caused Yin Jiping to frown, his eyes filled with disdain, and he kicked Zhang Fengyan away, shouting, "You worthless fool! What right do you have to negotiate with me?" To his surprise, after being kicked aside, Zhang Fengyan lunged back to grasp Yin Jiping's legs once more. "He is just a child. Please, spare him, get lost." Yin Jiping seemed to lose his patience, raising his foot to kick Zhang Fengyan, sending him spitting blood. All of this unfolded before Ye Chen's eyes. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he bellowed, "Yin Jiping, if I do not die today, I will ensure your bones are ground to dust. Even in death, I will not spare you." In an instant, a dormant power surged within him. His overwhelming rage seemed to awaken the demon bloodline hidden within, his mind engulfed in fury and bloodlust. Provoked by Ye Chen's outcry, Yin Jiping too became enraged, bellowing, "Kill him! I command you to kill him!" Immediately, disciples on either side raised their weapons. At that moment, the disciples of the two peaks revealed sinister smiles. Yet, just then, a beam of spiritual light darted in from outside the hall, striking down the raised weapons in an instant, followed by a calm voice echoing throughout the grand hall. "Oh, today the discipline hall is quite lively." As the words faded, a ghostly figure materialized within the hall. This figure was tall and slender, exuding an ethereal aura, his robe billowing as if caught in an unseen breeze, surrounded by a shimmering glow. Even the whisk he held seemed to shimmer with spiritual light. His eyes, filled with wisdom born of experience, surveyed the scene. Instantly, everyone in the hall, including the disciples of the two peaks and Yin Jiping, bowed in respect, their expressions filled with reverence. Disciples pay their respects to Elder Su Fu. The hall resonated with the unified, respectful voices of the disciples, each bearing a serious demeanor, unwilling to show any signs of negligence. Their reverence was not unfounded. The visitor's status was exceedingly noble. Su Fu, the head of the Spirit Pill Pavilion in Hangyue sect, was not only a senior to the current sect master, but also the only alchemist within Hangyue sect. Alchemists held an immensely esteemed position, and Su Fu was among the very few. The spiritual pills and elixirs of Hangyue sect were supplied by him, making him a figure few dared to provoke. Zhang Fengyan, feeling weak, crawled on the ground. "I have met Elder Su." The stillness of the discipline hall was shattered by this feeble voice. Having just been kicked and spitting blood, Zhang Fengyan lay on the ground, utterly drained. "You are Zhang Fengyan?" Su Fu's surprised voice rang out as he scrutinized the prostrate figure of Zhang Fengyan. His astonishment stemmed from Zhang Fengyan's aged appearance, which had made him difficult to recognize. After all, Zhang Fengyan had become a mere shell of his former self, unlike the cultivators who maintained their youth. "It is to me." Zhang Fengyan remained on the ground. Su Fu furrowed his brow. With his keen insight, he could tell Zhang Fengyan had been beaten, and not lightly at that. "Who did this to you?" Su Fu infused Zhang Fengyan with a surge of spiritual light. As this question left his lips, Yin Jiping, who had been standing respectfully at the side, trembled, not daring to make a sound. "Who?" Su Fu's sharp gaze swept across the hall, his voice booming, causing the entire discipline hall to tremble under his formidable presence. "It was me." Though filled with fear, Yin Jiping stepped forward resolutely. Upon hearing this, Su Fu's gaze turned piercingly sharp, making Yin Jiping shudder. Junior, I accidentally injured Zhang Fengyan." Zhang Fengyan, upon hearing this, Zhao Zhijing, the head of the discipline hall, cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Fengyan. "Su brother, Zhang Fengyan has long been expelled from the mountain, so even if he has been expelled, he is still a member of Hangyue sect." Su Fu's tone grew colder. "Manage your disciple properly. As the chief disciple of the discipline hall, he should not dare to offend his elders so brazenly." Under Su Fu's reprimand, Zhao Zhijing inhaled deeply but did not retaliate. Provoking Su Fu was not a trivial matter. Meanwhile, Su Fu had already turned his attention to Ye Chen. Bound to the copper pillar, he scrutinized Ye Chen from head to toe, his gaze sharp and profound. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "I will take this disciple with me, Elder." The true disciples of the two peaks were taken aback. "What, do you have any objections?" Su Fu glared at the disciples of the two peaks, and the hall fell into a profound silence. "Elder," he invoked the thunder curse within the sect. "That is a capital offense." Yin Jiping interjected, feeling emboldened with his master present. Besides, Ye Chen had just declared he would retaliate against him, and he did not wish for Ye Chen to be taken away so easily. That would surely become a future threat to him. Upon hearing Yin Jiping's remark, Zhao Zijing, the head of the discipline hall, responded in a peculiar tone, Brother Su, he is guilty of a capital offense. If you intend to take him away, I fear. Ye Chen resorted to the heavenly thunder curse solely for self-preservation. As the words echoed, Xiong Er had already clambered in from outside the hall. Oh? Su Fu raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the chubby Xiong Er. Immediately, Xiong Er glared at the disciples of the two peaks with gritted teeth, expressing his fury at how they had relentlessly attacked Ye Chen on the stormy cloud platform. Upon hearing Xiong Er's words, Su Fu shot another glance at the two peak disciples, sneering. So many of you attacking a mere disciple at the chi condensation stage. Are you truly capable of such a thing? Under Su Fu's gaze, the disciples of the two peaks lowered their heads, their faces burning with shame. Not daring to utter a word, Su Fu then withdrew his gaze and turned back to Xiong Er. Ye Chen was beaten nearly to death and could not continue fighting. Yet these scoundrels forced him back onto the stage. When he refused, they besieged him. Elder, their every move is lethal. Surely you see this. Ye Chen was compelled to use the heavenly thunder curse for his own defense. After listening to Xiong Er's account, Su Fu raised an eyebrow and turned to Zhao Zijing, smiling as he inquired, Brother Zhao, in our Hung sect, what is the punishment for wantonly injuring disciples with intent to kill? The gravest punishment is death. And what of wantonly harming an elder? Su Fu pressed further. Zhao Zijing squinted his eyes, aware that this was clearly directed at his disciple, Yin Jiping. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and replied, that too is a death sentence. Since both offenses warrant death, let us proceed with the execution. Eliminate these wretches, Su Fu declared, his words shocking enough to send the disciples of the two peaks and Yin Jiping kneeling to the ground in fear. Brother Su, do you understand what killing them entails? Zhao Zijing's expression darkened. It signifies the fairness and strictness of our Hung sect's discipline hall. Su Fu shrugged his shoulders. If they all deserve death, why then should only this disciple named Ye Chen be executed? If death is to be dealt, let it be for all, or let all live. Brother Su, must you escalate the situation to such a degree? If so, then let us seek a peaceful resolution, Su Fu chuckled, pointing at the shackled Ye Chen. This lad shall return with me for punishment. As for the disciples of the two peaks and Yin Jiping, you may decide their fates. Very well. At that moment, Zhao Zijing realized that Su Fu's elaborate rhetoric was merely a ruse to protect Ye in an instant. Zhao Zijing's mind raced with thoughts. Su Fu was right. All were deserving of death, and it was clear that they could not execute Ye Chen alone. However, should all these individuals be killed, not only would the two peaks retaliate, but their families would also seek retribution. Moreover, he truly did not wish to sour his relationship with Su Fu. Provoking an alchemist was unwise. Ye Chen was merely an intern disciple, insignificant in his eyes. Allowing him to leave was not a substantial loss, and he could even gain a favor from Su Fu. This was a deal worth making. Zhao Zijing thought it through and smiled. If that is the case, Brother Su may take him with you, Master. Yin Jiping's expression tightened. Silence, Zhao Zijing coldly interrupted. From this day forth, you shall remain in the ice prison. Thus, Su Fu cast a glance at Yin Jiping before waving his hand, unleashing a stream of spiritual light that shattered Ye Chen's shackles. Kid? Xiong Er hurriedly stepped forward to catch Ye Chen. Thank you, Ye Chen murmured softly from atop Xiong Er's back, never expecting that Xiong Er would bring him the esteemed Su Fu. Chapter 75. The Spirit Pill Pavilion. What? Su Fu? Upon hearing the report from his disciples, Gu Hong and Qingyang Zhenren were equally astonished. Su Fu had almost clashed with Elder Zhao Zijing over this matter. Hearing this, Gu Hong and Qingyang Zhenren exchanged glances, their eyes filled with profound confusion. This was entirely unexpected. After all their plotting, they had not anticipated Su Fu's involvement. The two furrowed their brows, their expressions shifting between uncertainty and contemplation, unable to fathom why Su Fu would save a mere intern disciple at the chi condensation stage, nearly causing a rift within the discipline hall. Was it due to Ye Chen's talents? Gu Hong pondered. With Su Fu's protection, any attempt to harm Ye Chen would become increasingly difficult. Qingyang Zhenren's complexion darkened considerably. They both understood that in Heng sect, one should avoid provoking Su Fu. If he were angered, he could easily cut off their supply of spirit pills and elixirs. Without those supplies, what could they possibly achieve? In stark contrast to the two, Zhong Laodao from Tianyang Peak stood frozen in place upon hearing this news. Su Fu saved Ye Chen. What on earth was happening? On a comfortable bed, a slumbering Ye Chen rubbed his nose. greedily inhaling the rich medicinal aroma wafting through the air. The next moment, he opened his eyes to find himself staring at the chubby face of Xiong-Er. "You finally woke up," Xiong-Er sighed in relief. "Where is this?" Sitting up, Ye Chen rubbed his temples, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. "The Spirit Pill Pavilion," Xiong-Er chuckled. Ye Chen then recalled the events of the day. He had battled on the stormy cloud platform, besieged by the disciples of the Two Peaks, and dragged into the discipline hall. The images replayed vividly in his mind, and he had not expected Su Fu to be his savior. "I apologize. To save you, I had to break our agreement," Xiong-Er said quietly. Ye Chen remained silent, understanding what Xiong-Er meant. They had an agreement concerning his true fire, which Xiong-Er was to keep secret. True fire was of great significance. It not only aided in cultivation, but also assisted alchemists in pill crafting. Hongyue's sect possessed only one type of earth fire, controlled by Su Fu of the Spirit Pill Pavilion. It was precisely because of this earth fire that Su Fu could concoct spirit pills and elixirs to meet the demands of the sect. This was also why Su Fu had rescued him. The distinction between earth fire and true fire was immense. True fire was of a higher grade, and one could only imagine how much more potent the pills crafted from true fire would be compared to those made with earth fire. The importance of true fire to an alchemist was self-evident. Xiong-Er had recognized this and sought help from the Spirit Pill Pavilion. His decision proved to be astute, regardless of whether Su Fu would seize Ye Chen's true fire. At least Ye Chen was alive, which was preferable to facing death in the discipline hall. "What is Su Fu like?" After a moment of silence, Ye Chen inquired. "How should I put it?" Xiong-Er scratched his ear. "He appears upright, but in reality, he's rather lecherous." "What kind of answer is that? Are you afraid he will take your true fire?" Xiong-Er was not foolish. He could discern what Ye Chen truly wanted to know. Ye Chen did not deny it. Nodding slightly, "He saved my life. Even if he were to take my true fire now, I would have no grounds for complaint." "Then you better pray for your own fortune." Xiong-Er shook his head helplessly. True fire was far too important to an alchemist. Even if Su Fu appeared upright, he could very well take Ye Chen's true fire. "Little fatty, what do you take me for?" A disgruntled voice interrupted, as someone pushed the door open. Seeing this, Xiong-Er cleared his throat, refraining from speaking further. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had already leaped off the bed, bowing respectfully to Su Fu. "Disciple Ye Chen, I sincerely thank you for saving my life. Is that all you have to say?" "No tangible offerings," Su Fu replied. Hearing this, Ye Chen bit his lip and said, "If you wish for the true fire, you may take it at any time. That also depends on whether I can subdue it." Su Fu chuckled, observing Ye Chen. "Show me your true fire. It has been many years since I have seen true fire." Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen focused his intent, summoning the golden true fire, which materialized as a flame in his palm. "The golden true fire," Su Fu exclaimed in astonishment. He quickly took out an ancient scroll and opened it. Scrutinizing its contents, Ye Chen glanced over, noticing that every page of the scroll depicted various forms of true fire: purple, yellow, blue, each with annotations beneath. "None?" Su Fu checked thoroughly before directing his gaze back to Ye Chen's palm. Narrowing his eyes as he murmured, "This golden true fire is a first for me. I have not even seen it recorded in the Flame Codex." "That makes sense. There are countless flames born of heaven and earth, and not all are documented in the Flame Codex. However, this golden flame certainly appears extraordinary." Su Fu examined Ye Chen's true fire from all angles, muttering to himself for quite some time. Finally, he extended his hand and grasped Ye Chen's true fire, hoping to observe it more closely. However, an unusual occurrence transpired. Ye Chen's true fire seemed to possess a spirit of its own. As soon as Su Fu held it, it reacted violently, igniting fiercely. Su Fu winced in pain, hastily releasing it, but his palm was left charred black. The true fire then shot back into Ye Chen's body like a golden streak, leaving Xiong-Er utterly astonished. "Your true fire possesses sentience." Ignoring the pain in his hand, Su Fu looked on in amazement. "Elder, aren't all flames born of heaven and earth supposed to possess sentience?" Xiong-Er asked, puzzled. "Who said that all flames born of heaven and earth possess sentience?" Su Fu shot Xiong-Er a glance and stroked his beard, explaining, "While it is true that flames born of heaven and earth exhibit some spiritual quality, possessing sentience and possessing awareness are two entirely different concepts. In terms of hierarchy, sentience is a higher level than mere spirituality. Though the difference is but a single character, it signifies an immense chasm." "I see." Xiong-Er scratched his head. Elder, how is true fire classified? Ye Chen inquired, looking at Su Fu. He had learned during his encounter with the purple-clad elder in the netherworld black market that true fire indeed had classifications, but the elder had not specified. Well, that's difficult to say. Su Fu stroked his beard. Some are classified by the degree of spirituality, some by the strength of the flame, and others by the era in which they emerged as for a definitive ranking. With my years of experience in cultivation, I have yet to ascertain it. Alas! Su Fu sighed at this point. I had originally intended to borrow your true fire to merge it into my body, and upon my death, I would return it to you. However, it seems that my plan is unfeasible now. Why? Ye Chen and Xiong Er both asked. Because your true fire inherently possesses sentience. It has recognized you as its master. Forcibly absorbing it into my body would only result in a powerful backlash. This is a matter of fate. Since it has chosen you, it cannot be forced. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt an immense sense of relief. Su Fu's words were clear. He did not intend to take the true fire, which meant Ye Chen could keep it. However, I cannot save you for free. Su Fu cleared his throat. I shall require your assistance in alchemy. Alchemy? Ye Chen was taken aback, then smiled awkwardly. Elder, I can't prepare spirit liquid, but I am utterly unskilled in alchemy. But you have me. Later that night, Ye Chen exited the spirit pill pavilion, agreeing to return in 3 days to assist Su Fu with alchemy. Throughout the journey, he remained silent. His survival from this grave danger was merely due to luck. The conspiracies against him by the disciples of the Two Peaks and the Discipline Hall left him feeling a sense of dread. Had Su Fu not arrived at a critical moment, he would undoubtedly have become a victim. The visible threats were easier to evade, but the hidden ones were far more insidious. He was certain that even with Su Fu's protection, the risk of annihilation still loomed. The so-called righteous sects were merely a fade. He understood the treachery within all too well. I am too weak, he murmured, clenching his fists, feeling a surge of determination rise within him. I must become stronger to protect those I cherish. Upon returning to the small spiritual garden, he knelt before Zhang Fengnian's door for a long time. It was this elderly man who had, without hesitation, set aside his dignity and risked his life to save him. Overwhelmed with guilt, Ye Chen suddenly dropped to his knees. Elder, it is I who has brought you shame. Here, I vow that those who have bullied you shall pay 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Chapter 76. Xiong Er's wife. The night sky was deep and starry, speckled with shimmering celestial dust. It was not until quite late that Ye Chen returned to his chamber. The flickering candlelight cast shadows as he quietly sat cross-legged on his bed, introspecting his own body. That day in the Discipline Hall, he had nearly descended into the demonic path. Had that occurred, even Su Fu might not have been able to save him. This trump card, he vowed, must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Ye Chen murmured to himself. It was a cruel world. The so-called righteous path could not tolerate the demonic. He did not know when he fell into a deep slumber. In his sleep, he entered a peculiar state, his consciousness drifting between the ethereal and the tangible. In this dreamscape, he seemed to dimly perceive a pitch-black world, a massive cauldron standing between heaven and earth, colossal as a mountain, suffocating him with its weight. From within the cauldron, he could vaguely hear the malevolent whispers that preyed upon the mind. Startled, he bolted upright, gasping for breath, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It was a dream. Once he recognized the familiar surroundings, he rubbed his temples, yet the vision of that mountain-like cauldron lingered in his mind, etched into his memory due to its striking realism. After dinner, Xiong Er arrived with a chubby girl, who could only be the wife he had mentioned. Ye Chen could not help but scrutinize the plump girl. She was not particularly remarkable in appearance, but her cherubic cheeks made her seem quite endearing, especially her pair of bright, expressive eyes that twinkled charmingly. This is my wife, Tang Rushuan, Xiong Er introduced, pulling the girl into his embrace, his expression one of sheer delight. However, standing beside Xiong Er, the scene struck Ye Chen as rather comical. How to put it? Xiong Er, with his rotund figure, standing next to the plump Tang Rushuan, made it seem as if they were merely jesting. Ye Chen felt an overwhelming urge to ask Tang Rushuan, "What on earth do you see in him?" "Oh, don't tease." Tang Rushuan seemed accustomed to Xiong Er's antics, but her shyness still prompted her to push him away. After separating from Xiong Er, she turned to Ye Chen, smiling as she revealed her dimples and small tiger teeth. "I'm Tang Rushuan, a disciple of Elder Du from the outer sect's spirit fruit orchard." Ye Chen smiled, Just call me Ye Chen. I truly appreciate your help this time. Is there anything I need to prepare? Tang Rushuan inquired. Nothing much. Just know that the cleansing process will be quite painful. Ye Chen did not conceal this fact. When he had undergone his first body refinement, he had nearly fainted from the excruciating pain. It was no trivial matter, no worries. I can handle it. Ye Chen nodded, then summoned the true fire, enveloping Tang Rushuan completely within its embrace. He then carefully divided it into multiple streams, guiding it into her meridians. To avoid harming her channels, he was exceedingly cautious, not daring to rush. Yet, despite his careful approach, Tang Rushuan's face still contorted in pain, cold sweat soon beading on her forehead. I asked, "Are you sure you can manage this?" Observing Tang Rushuan's pained expression, Xiong Er shot a glance at Ye Chen. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing," Ye Chen retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. As time passed, Tang Rushuan gradually acclimated to the pain, and Ye Chen increased the intensity of the true fire's refining process. "You and this chubby fellow aren't betrothed, are you?" To distract Tang Rushuan from her discomfort, Ye Chen initiated a conversation. Glancing at Xiong Er, Tang Rushuan chuckled. "Actually, he wasn't always like this. It was due to a mishap in his cultivation method that he ended up in this state." "Is that so?" Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Xiong Er. "Mentioning this infuriates me." Xiong Er plopped down on the ground. "All of this is that old geezer's fault. I used to be quite dashing, but that damned cultivation method ruined me." "No worries, I don't mind," Tang Rushuan replied with a grin. Tang Rushuan revealed her two small tiger teeth again, playfully patting the chubby little head of Xiong Er, assuring, "One day, you will revert back." The three of them chatted and laughed, successfully diverting Tang Rushuan's attention. During this time, Ye Chen increased the intensity of the true fire refining multiple times, refining Tang Rushuan's essence again and again, even refining her meridians and bones in the process. After 3 hours, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air and withdrew the true fire. The moment the true fire left her body, Tang Rushuan swayed slightly. "How do you feel?" Xiong Er hurriedly asked, warm and comfortable inside. Tang Rushuan moved her somewhat stiff body and felt significantly more relaxed than before, as if her meridians were also much smoother. In short, it felt wonderful. "Really?" Xiong Er's eyes brightened as he rubbed his hands, looking at Ye Chen and blinking. "Can you refine me too?" "Sure," Ye Chen replied with unexpected straightforwardness. The true fire, just returned to the Dansi, surged out again, enveloping Xiong Er completely. Immediately, the small spirit garden echoed with Xiong Er's wails of agony. Compared to refining the young girl Tang Rushuan, Ye Chen would not show mercy when it came to refining Xiong Er. It was all about pushing to the brink. For the next 2 days, each morning, Xiong Er would bring Tang Rushuan over. After 3 days of marrow washing, Tang Rushuan experienced an unexpected delight. During the refining of the essence, her cultivation unexpectedly advanced from the 4th level of human origin to the 5th level. 3 days passed quietly. One morning, after a hasty breakfast, Ye Chen set off up the mountain with Tiang. As he was to assist Su Fu in alchemy today, as usual, just after climbing Ling Mountain, some disciples sitting on stones absorbing spiritual energy cast glances at him, whispering amongst themselves, occasionally pointing and discussing him. Elder Su nearly had a falling out with Elder Zhao because of him. He truly has survived great adversity. Good fortune must surely follow. With Elder Su's protection, the days ahead are bound to be bright. Indeed, as Ye Chen made his way, many disciples greeted him. Had it been before, who would bother with an intern disciple? But due to Su Fu's intervention, Ye Chen's situation had drastically improved. Naturally, along the way, he encountered many disciples from both the Yang Peak and the Earth Yang Peak. Whether out of jealousy or resentment, these disciples gnashed their teeth upon seeing Ye Chen, as if they bore a grudge against him. Ye Chen paid no heed to them and proceeded straight to the Ling Dan Pavilion. This moment, within the Ling Dan Pavilion, an inner sect elder had come to visit, a female elder with unparalleled beauty, resembling a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, this woman was none other than Chu Xianyuan, whom Ye Chen had encountered in the back mountain that day. "Junior sister, are you truly considering selecting a disciple from the outer sect?" Su Fu looked at Chu Xianyuan, his tone laced with surprise. "What can I do? It's all the sect masters pressing." Chu Xianyuan shrugged her fragrant shoulders, feeling somewhat helpless. "He wants me to choose someone with good talent, preferably at the condensation chi stage, for future needs." "That makes sense. Junior sister, you should indeed take on a disciple." There are plenty of talented outer sect disciples for you to choose from. Choose. Why are you saying it like that? Chu Xianyuan massaged her temples. Su Fu chuckled and shook his head, swiftly changing the topic. What do you think about the Tianjidan auctioned at the underworld black market? Upon mentioning Tianjidan, Chu Xuanyuan's delicate brows furrowed, contemplating for a moment before responding. There are too many rumors circulating, but it boils down to one palace and 3 sects. In my view, the bloodthirsty palace has the highest probability. I heard that only half a Tianjidan was brought back. That remains to be verified. The sect master and the others participated in the contest for Tianjidan that day, only to end up being played. As for whether the Tianjidan was brought back intact, perhaps only those who bid for it later will know. Elder Su, I have arrived. Just as they were speaking, Ye Chen walked into the Lingdan pavilion. Chapter 77. Why are you running? As soon as he entered, Ye Chen saw Chu Xianyuan sitting beside Su Fu. Why is it hurt? Why? Ye Chen was startled and instinctively turned to flee. However, just after 2 steps, he felt a powerful and irresistible force wrapping around his body, pulling him back forcefully. The one who acted was, of course, Chu Xianyuan. Pulling Ye Chen back, she looked at him with a smile. Little one, do I look frightening? No, not frightening, Ye Chen stammered with an awkward smile. Then why do you run away when you see me? It was like this last time, and it's the same this time. Chu Xuanyuan's clear and beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity regarding Ye Chen's flight. What, junior sister, do you know him? Su Fu inquired, somewhat surprised. I saw him once in the back mountain. He ran away upon seeing me. Upon hearing this, Su Fu raised an eyebrow and looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, have you done something shameful? No. Ye Chen shook his head vigorously. Then why are you running? You're Ye Chen. Without waiting for Ye Chen to respond, Chu Xianyuan spoke, clearly unaware that the person before her was indeed Ye Chen. Junior sister knows him? Su Fu was taken aback again. It's hard not to know. Chu Xianyuan stretched lazily, mentioning that she had defeated over a dozen true disciples from Yang Peak and Earth Yang Peak on the Fengyun platform. This matter has spread to the inner sect. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen coughed lightly, feeling his nose with embarrassment. It seemed that he had become something of a celebrity within Hengyu's sect, having performed one remarkable feat after another since his arrival. Little one, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Chu Xianyuan asked with a gentle smile, looking at Ye Chen. Why? Ye Chen was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a proposition from Chu Xianyuan. Whether to accept or not was a dilemma. Although he was certain that this woman was not the same as the one from the Beast Forest, he still had an inkling that if he became her disciple, he might find himself inexplicably stabbed in the back at night. Of course, seeing Ye Chen's silence, Su Fu could no longer sit still and nudged him with his foot. Have you made up your mind? Chu Xianyuan asked with keen interest, gazing at Ye Chen. Elder, do I have to go to the inner sect with you right now? Ye Chen tentatively inquired, looking at Chu Xianyuan. Of course, there will be trials. You must qualify to enter the inner sect. Understood, then it's settled. Chu Xianyuan stood up gracefully, gliding towards the exit. The moment she stepped out of the Lingdan pavilion, she turned back with a charming smile. If you can enter the inner sect, I will consider passing on a secret method to you. That smile captivated Ye Chen for a moment, leaving him entranced. Since that night, the image of Chu Linger had lingered in his mind, the memory of that enchanting night forever etched in his heart. She was so beautiful, like a celestial being, pure and flawless. Now, before him stood a woman who looked exactly like her, creating a surreal feeling. Perhaps too entranced, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was standing there in a daze. Everyone has left, and you are still staring. Su Fu stepped forward and kicked Ye Chen, jolting him back to reality. Ye Chen cleared his throat, unconsciously touching his nose. Let us get to work. Su Fu dragged Ye Chen directly into the inner hall. Upon entering the inner hall, Ye Chen beheld a massive alchemical furnace, towering 3 zhang high, intricately engraved with designs of the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, alongside numerous complex patterns. He had seen alchemical furnaces before, but had never encountered one of such magnitude. Merely looking at it invoked a sense of heavy pressure. Additionally, he felt waves of heat surging from the ground, unmistakably emanating from the earth fire. Buzz! At that moment, the true fire within him seemed to sense the underground true fire and trembled slightly. This tremor startled the rolling earth fire back into submission. Manage your true fire. Don't let it consume the earth fire. Su Fu shot Ye Chen an annoyed glance. Can true fire consume earth fire? Ye Chen queried, perplexed. They are both flames. Being of the same kind, they can indeed consume each other. That is something new to me, Ye Chen murmured, already warning the true fire in his Dan see to avoid consuming the earth fire, lest Su Fu become furious with him. Place your hand on the alchemical furnace. I will assess your soul power level, Su Fu instructed. Soul power level? Ye Chen was astonished. Even during his previous intelligence work, he had never heard of soul power being classified into levels. Although curious, he gently placed his hand on the alchemical furnace, sensing that it was not only used for alchemy but also capable of testing one's soul power level. Buzz! The moment he made contact, the furnace emitted a resonating hum. Subsequently, a beam of spiritual light burst from the top of the furnace, coalescing in midair into a mystical character for soul. It turned out to be a soul-level classification. Seeing this character, Su Fu stroked his beard with surprise. Ye Chen withdrew his hand, curiously asking Su Fu, Elder, what are the classifications for soul power? Soul power is divided into 5 levels: human, spirit, profound, earth, and heaven. Understanding that Ye Chen was unfamiliar with this, Su Fu patiently explained, the 5 levels of soul power correspond to the 5 major realms of cultivators. Human corresponds to the condensation chi stage, spirit to the human origin stage, profound to the true yang stage, earth to the spiritual void stage, and heaven to the void realm stage. Generally speaking, a cultivator's soul power level is on par with their cultivation level. But your soul power is surprisingly 1 level higher than your cultivation. At this point, Su Fu cast a sidelong glance at Ye Chen, inquiring, have you consumed any soul-nourishing elixirs? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen shook his head gently. That's strange. Su Fu stroked his beard, his gaze filled with confusion. Elder, is there a difference? Of course, there is a difference. The soul is enigmatic and filled with possibilities. Those with high soul power possess comprehension abilities far surpassing ordinary individuals, giving them unparalleled advantages when condensing their primordial spirit. What is the primordial spirit? Ye Chen looked at Su Fu with bright eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Fu took a deep breath, his eyes reflecting both reverence and yearning. The primordial spirit is a level above the soul, akin to how spiritual power surpasses true energy. Generally, only those who reach the Tianji realm have the qualification to condense their primordial spirit. Once one possesses a primordial spirit, they can separate from their physical body. As long as the primordial spirit endures, the physical body remains unbroken. That's the principle. Ye Chen stroked his chin, pondering. So, cultivators below the Tianji realm cannot condense their primordial spirit? Nothing is absolute, Su Fu replied. In this vast world, the extraordinary is plentiful. There are indeed individuals who manage to condense their primordial spirit even at the spiritual void realm, though their numbers are exceedingly rare. Su Fu paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, there are also anomalies in this world. I once read in an ancient text about a mysterious and ancient race that inherently possesses primordial spirits. What race is that, so remarkable? The spirit race. The spirit race? Ye Chen was taken aback. Yet another remarkable ancient clan. Today, his horizons had truly broadened, as Su Fu's experiences surpassed his expectations. Your soul power exceeds your cultivation level by 1 tier. Perhaps you could indeed condense your primordial spirit before reaching the Tianji realm. Su Fu stroked his beard, gazing at Ye Chen with significant intent. That would be splendid. Ye Chen chuckled with glee. Chapter 78. Alchemy within the inner hall of the Lingdan Pavilion. Su Fu had already begun preparing the materials for alchemy. He took out over 30 types of spiritual herbs, many of which Ye Chen had never seen before. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. Just observing these 30-plus herbs made him realize how complex the alchemical process was, making the creation of the jade spirit liquid seem trivial in comparison. The most critical aspect of alchemy is soul power, followed by the control of flames, Su Fu explained while organizing the herbs. You possess exceptional conditions for alchemy, as your soul power is 1 level higher than your cultivation. Moreover, your true fire inherently possesses intelligence and is attuned to your thoughts, allowing for extremely precise control over the flames, which is crucial for alchemy. As he spoke, Su Fu cast a meaningful glance at Ye Chen. Thus, you are very suited to become an alchemist. An alchemist? Me? Ye Chen was taken aback. Your conditions are exceptional. Not becoming an alchemist would be a disservice to the heavens' favor upon you, Su Fu said. Producing several more herbs, with your talent, you might even surpass Dan Chen, that old fellow. Dan Chen? Ye Chen exclaimed. As someone who specialized in intelligence work, he was well aware of Dan Chen's reputation. He was the most renowned alchemist in the Great Chu, unaligned with any faction yet someone that every faction dared not provoke. He never imagined Su Fu would suggest he might surpass Dan Chen. Such a notion was beyond his wildest dreams. So, little one, are you interested in becoming an alchemist? Su Fu looked at Ye Chen with keen interest. Of course, I am. Ye Chen replied without hesitation. The profession of an alchemist was too noble. In the vast Great Chu, they were exceedingly rare, revered by all factions. Becoming an alchemist would surely pave a bright future ahead. Gaining the answer he desired, Su Fu approached the alchemical furnace. I will teach you to concoct your first elixir. Watch closely, as I will only demonstrate once, Su Fu declared, activating the earth fire beneath the furnace. Boom. Suddenly, purple flames blazed within the alchemical furnace, causing the engravings of the 4 divine beasts on its surface to glow. Su Fu skillfully tossed 3 to 5 herbs into the furnace without hesitation, expertly controlling the earth fire to extract their essence. Adding several more herbs along the way, Ye Chen stood quietly by. Each of Su Fu's movements firmly etched in his mind. It was a lengthy process. Unbeknownst to him, a rich herbal fragrance began to waft through the inner hall of the Ling Dan Pavilion. Elixir complete. With Su Fu's words, he slapped the alchemical furnace, and a purple elixir soared out, which he caught with a sweep of his arm. Seeing this, Ye Chen hurried forward, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the elixir in Su Fu's hand. Take a look. Su Fu handed the elixir to Ye Chen. Ye Chen reached out to receive it. The elixir was still warm from being freshly created, crystalline and translucent, swirling with purple aura, releasing a rich herbal scent that invigorated him. Additionally, he noticed an intricate pattern subtly visible on the elixir's surface. This is the Hui Xian Dan, which can rapidly replenish the body's energy when true energy and spiritual power are depleting. Su Fu had settled into a comfortable spot, explaining, such an elixir is the lowest grade among spiritual elixirs. You should have seen the pattern on it. That signifies the elixir's level. Elixirs also have levels? Ye Chen looked at Su Fu. Of course, Su Fu replied. The elixir in your hand has 1 pattern, indicating it is a 1-pattern elixir. If it had 2 patterns, it would be a 2-pattern elixir, and so forth. The more patterns, the higher the elixir's grade. Elder, what is the highest level of elixir you have concocted? Ye Chen asked with curiosity. The highest I've personally concocted is a 4-pattern elixir. Su Fu answered candidly, stroking his beard. I collaborated with that old fellow Dan Chen once, and we managed to create a 5-pattern elixir. How many patterns does the Tianji Dan have? Perhaps too eager to know. Ye Chen blurted out the question without thinking. Upon hearing this, Su Fu furrowed his brow, looking at Ye Chen with significant intent. You even know about the Tianji Dan? Ye Chen coughed lightly, touching his nose. Not long ago, I went to the underworld black market with Xiong Air, and I heard people mention it. Su Fu subtly withdrew his gaze, yet he still responded to Ye Chen's inquiry. The Tianji Dan is the highest grade spirit elixir known to me. If categorized by rank, it is a 6-pattern spirit elixir. Is the Tianji Dan difficult to refine? Ye Chen gazed at Su Fu in confusion. Even the esteemed Dan Chen could not produce it? Is this a jest? Su Fu cast a displeased glance at Ye Chen. Every spirit elixir has its corresponding formula. Without the formula for the Tianji Dan, even that old coot Dan Chen would not know how to refine it. Even if a formula existed, I doubt we could gather enough spirit herbs required for the Tianji Dan. Does Zhang Lao know which faction claimed that empty void? Enough with your nonsense, Su Fu exclaimed, kicking Ye Chen back towards the alchemical furnace. Is that really what you should be concerned about? As he spoke, Su Fu casually tossed a scroll to Ye Chen and scolded him. This is the formula for the Hui Xian Dan. Study it diligently. Once you grasp it, refine the elixir properly. Do not slack off. Ye Chen touched the tip of his nose, having gently opened the formula for the Hui Xian Dan. To his astonishment, upon a cursory glance, he realized that refining this elixir was far more intricate than concocting the Yuling liquid. The control over the flames demanded an exceptionally high level of precision. Even a minor misstep could lead to failure in the refinement process. And this was merely a 1-pattern spirit elixir. Ye Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. However, his aspiration to become an alchemist would not be deterred by this challenge. As he contemplated the formula, his mind also recalled Su Fu's previous alchemical endeavors, and this combination allowed him to grasp the essence of the process. Not far away, Su Fu, leisurely reclining in a chair, remained in a half-asleep state, occasionally narrowing his eyes to glance at Ye Chen. It was not until nightfall that Ye Chen finally set the formula aside. Like Su Fu, he too succumbed to a false slumber, the image of Su Fu refining the Hui Xian Dan replaying endlessly in his mind. Uncertain of when, He gradually opened his eyes and took a deep breath. With a flicker of thought, he infused true fire into the alchemical furnace, subsequently adding several spirit herbs one after another. Thanks to his prior experience with refining the Yuling liquid, his control over the flames was relatively proficient. Soon, he extracted the essence from the herbs he had tossed in, followed by more herbs being added. Yet, he still underestimated the complexity of alchemy. During his first attempt, he was clumsy and chaotic, losing precision in controlling the flames. His first attempt at refining the elixir ended in failure. Ye Chen paused, quietly identifying his errors before once again channeling true fire into the furnace. Commencing his second attempt, as he continued, he faced repeated setbacks. The ground was now littered with burnt spirit herbs. Reduced to ashes, Su Fu had prepared over 100 portions of spirit herbs for the Hui Xian Dan, hoping Ye Chen would learn from his failures and uncover the true essence of alchemy. As dawn approached, Ye Chen still had not succeeded in refining the Hui Xian Dan. Instead, his complexion had turned pale. The process of alchemy drained his spiritual energy, and an entire night of effort left him overwhelmed. His mind buzzing incessantly. Ultimately, he found himself half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Being overly eager for success can lead to failure. Su Fu's voice echoed from his slumber. I underestimated the art of alchemy. Ye Chen replied with a resigned shake of his head. Alchemy, much like cultivation, requires a serene mind, Su Fu admonished sharply, casting a glance at Ye Chen. Your heart lacks tranquility. You are plagued by distractions, which is a grave taboo for an alchemist, understand. Ye Chen listened attentively to Su Fu's teachings. He realized he had indeed failed to calm his mind, as the multitude of previous events had left him overly eager to become strong. He was accustomed to the fervor of battle but struggled to adapt to the tranquility required for alchemy. Take this and continue refining, Su Fu said, sending a pill through the air. If you cannot even refine the Hui Xian Dan, I will seriously question your capabilities as an alchemist. Ye Chen caught the pill and promptly consumed it. Chapter 79. Hui Xian Dan completed. As the pill entered his mouth, it dissolved instantly. Soon, the medicinal power surged through his body, akin to a refreshing spring, washing away his fatigue. Moreover, the effects of the pill even soothed the pain in his mind, gradually restoring his depleted spiritual energy. 2 hours later, he exhaled a cloud of turbid air. Rising once more, with a determined thought, he summoned true fire into the alchemical furnace. Maintain a calm heart, Ye Chen reminded himself. Quickly, he added the first batch of spirit herbs. Drawing from his previous failures, he proceeded with utmost caution, meticulously attending to each step. This time, the refinement of the Hui Xian Dan progressed significantly, only to falter once again. Undeterred, Ye Chen gathered his strength, moving through each step with deliberate slowness, gradually losing track of time. Although he still faced failure, his technique had noticeably improved from the clumsiness of before. Not far away, Su Fu opened his eyes once more. Glancing at the ashes of the spirit herbs beneath the furnace, I end my day. I consumed 93 portions of spirit herbs to refine the Hui Xian Dan. Ye Chen. What about you? He murmured, before once again succumbing to a half-sleep state. Buzz! The alchemical furnace trembled once more. Ye Chen faced his 20th failure. I refuse to believe this. He gritted his teeth, not pausing for even a moment before summoning true fire again. This is the inner sanctum of a mountain suffused with spiritual energy, known as the Jade Maiden Peak. Atop the peak, Chu Xin'er sat in meditation, quietly cultivating. Behind her, a graceful figure approached, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. Linger, why have you come out again? Sensing Chu Linger's approach, Chu Xin'er rose, playfully flicking her finger against Linger's forehead. Are you slacking off? No way, Chu Linger replied with a grin, glancing around as if searching for something. What are you looking for? Sister, I heard you have taken on a disciple in the outer sect. Where is he? Bring him out for me to see. I want to know what kind of talent could catch your eye. Still in the outer sect, Chu Xin'er replied lightly, a smile playing on her lips. He is indeed an interesting little fellow. My test for him is to enter the inner sect. If he cannot even pass this, then there is no need to discuss further. As she spoke, Chu Xin'er nudged Chu Linger, urging, hurry and retreat into seclusion. Don't sneak out again. Got it? Got it? Chu Linger muttered, but obediently left the area. Elixir out, I in the dead of night. A hoarse voice echoed in the spirit elixir pavilion. Already refined it so soon? Su Fu, awakened from his slumber, jumped up and hurried to Ye Chen's side. Upon seeing Ye Chen, he had already caught a spirit elixir that had flown from the furnace. Perhaps due to exhaustion, as soon as he grasped the elixir, he stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. His complexion was pale as paper, his eye sockets sunken, and his face bore a weary expression. Su Fu intervened, channeling a surge of spiritual light into Ye Chen, stabilizing him. "You did it. You actually succeeded." Ignoring his fatigue, Ye Chen looked at the Hui Xian Dan in his hand with great joy. This elixir was not as smooth and flawless as the one Su Fu had refined. It was even slightly lumpy, and the purple aura surrounding it flickered inconsistently. The lines on it were also vague and indistinct. Nevertheless, he felt immense satisfaction, as it was his first attempt at refining an elixir, and it was understandable that it wouldn't match Su Fu's quality. Su Fu accepted the Hui Xian Dan and then glanced at the remaining spirit herbs. "You managed to refine this with only 40 portions of spirit herbs." A flicker of surprise crossed Su Fu's eyes. Even that old coot Dan Chun used nearly 70 portions for his first attempt. This kid. Though Ye Chen's achievement exceeded Su Fu's expectations, he maintained a serious demeanor. "You barely passed, but the quality of your Hui Xian Dan is rather poor. You will need time to refine your skills." Understood, understood, Ye Chen replied with a grin. "Since this is your first refined spirit elixir, consume it." Su Fu handed the Hui Xian Dan back to Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded earnestly, holding the first spirit elixir he had refined in his hands before swallowing it whole. Almost immediately, the medicinal power of the Hui Xian Dan spread throughout his body, rapidly replenishing his expended true energy. The rich essence was indeed far superior to the Yuling liquid. This highlighted the stark contrast between the two. "Go rest now. We will continue tomorrow," Su Fu remarked before vanishing from the area, leaving behind a lingering voice. "Clean out the alchemical furnace, especially the remnants." Understood. Ye Chen, in high spirits, directly removed the lid of the alchemical furnace and leaped inside. The night sky was profound, stars scattered like dust. The spirit elixir pavilion was quiet, only to be disrupted by faint footsteps. A woman emerged from a side hall within the pavilion. Her garments fluttered as she approached gracefully, her long hair flowing without wind. She possessed a stunningly beautiful face, yet her expression was one of cold indifference, exuding an aura akin to an ice lotus. This disciple was the premier student of the Spirit Elixir Pavilion, Chiyu. Once again, she had failed to break through to the true Yang realm during her retreat. Murmuring softly, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Chiyu's beautiful eyes, as she passed by the alchemical furnace. Her brows knitted slightly, catching the faint sounds emanating from within. "Who is it? Come out," she called coldly. Quickly, a dark hand emerged from inside, followed by Ye Chen's head, covered in soot. Upon seeing this, Chiyu narrowed her eyes. "Who are you, and why are you in the Spirit Elixir Pavilion? What are you doing inside the alchemical furnace?" In response, Ye Chen scrambled out, chuckling nervously. "I'm here as a helper sent by Elder Su." Observing Ye Chen, who was covered in soot, and sensing his cultivation at the 8th level of qi condensation, Chiyu's brows furrowed again. "If you are just here to help, do not touch anything in the Spirit Elixir Pavilion." Faced with Chiyu's frosty expression and the subtle disdain in her tone, Ye Chen could only respond with a nonchalant. After giving him one last glance, Chiyu stepped outside. "What kind of expression is that? I don't owe you anything," Ye Chen thought dismissively, climbing back into the alchemical furnace. Buzz. Soon, the true fire within his dantian trembled, sensing the underground fire beneath the alchemical furnace, growing restless, if not for Ye Chen's restraint. It might have attempted to devour the underground fire. "Calm down. You're scaring the child," Ye Chen scolded. Indeed, since he first jumped into this alchemical furnace, the underground fire had remained obedient, not daring to show itself. Although it lacked intelligence, it possessed a certain awareness, and it clearly feared the true fire that surpassed it. As he wiped the ashes from inside the alchemical furnace, Ye Chen vaguely noticed that many characters were engraved within. Perhaps due to the darkness, he instinctively summoned true fire, illuminating the furnace with a golden glow. Only then did he see that the characters were each no larger than an infant's fingernail, densely covering the entire interior of the furnace. Many of the characters were so ancient that even he could not recognize them. Roar, roar. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a deep dragon's roar, faint yet distinct, leading him to question if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Furrowing his brow slightly, he reached out to touch the densely packed characters. As soon as he did, Those characters began to shift and swirl along the inner wall of the furnace, glowing brilliantly, dazzling enough to force him to shield his eyes in no time. Those characters leaped from the inner wall, swirling around Ye Chen at an astonishing speed. Finally, they all surged into the center of his brow. Ah! With a low roar, Ye Chen clutched his head and fainted on the spot. Chapter 80. The rising dragon. The night once again fell into silence. Chi Yu returned from outside, merely casting a glance at the alchemical furnace before retreating into the side hall. Inside the alchemical furnace, Ye Chen lay still, yet his consciousness had been drawn into a wondrous realm. What is this place? He gazed in astonishment at the world before him. Before him lay a vast, ethereal wilderness, with towering peaks and rugged cliffs, the desolate earth stretching infinitely. Though it was illusory, he could still sense a primal energy permeating the atmosphere. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the surreal world seemed to tremble in the distance. He saw a robust figure approaching, the sound emanating from its steps. He resembled an ancient barbarian, his bare arms exposed and his lower body clad in tiger skin. The man was broad-shouldered and strong, with piercing eyes and wild, flowing hair. His muscles rippled like coiled dragons, exuding immense power. Is this an ancient barbarian? Ye Chen murmured. Though it was an illusion, he could still feel the overwhelming pressure. Each step of the imposing figure sent tremors through his soul. Bang! In a moment of surprise, the barbarian took his final step and paused. His back was like a mountain, unyielding, akin to an everlasting monument that could not be shaken by any external force. He stood there like a statue, as the sun and moon cycled and the seasons changed. He remained motionless for an indeterminate period, the passage of time leaving traces upon his rugged form. At last, he moved. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and bolts of lightning erupted from them. Then, dragon patterns appeared on his body at a visible speed, with arcs of electricity dancing across his arms. Rising dragon. With a thunderous roar, he stepped forward and swung his arm, unleashing a palm strike towards the void. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens. The barbarian's palm strike conjured a colossal shadow of a thunder dragon, which roared and charged towards the sky. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the heavens trembled as dark clouds gathered. The massive dragon shadow shattered the firmament, causing the world to shudder. Such a domineering mystical art? Ye Chen's mouth hung open in disbelief as he witnessed the scene. At this moment, the illusory world began to dissipate, a torrent of knowledge flooding into his mind. It was a secret art named Rising Dragon, and the image of the barbarian performing this art replayed endlessly in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, within the alchemical furnace, Ye Chen suddenly sat up. After a brief moment of daze, he regained his composure. Rising Dragon, he murmured, finally realizing he had been enveloped in a wondrous realm, experiencing the memory of that ancient barbarian, which detailed the secret art known as Rising Dragon. Thinking swiftly, he hurriedly rose and looked once more at the inner wall of the alchemical furnace, only to find the densely packed characters had vanished. It seems this Rising Dragon's secret technique was inscribed within the alchemical furnace long ago. Ye Chen mused, if that is true, did Su Fu not know? As he pondered, his gaze flickered towards the true fire in his dantian. Or is it that the Rising Dragon's secret art only manifests in the presence of true fire, while the underground fire is insufficient to invoke it? If that is the case, it would explain why Su Fu was unaware. With this conjecture in mind, he leaped out of the alchemical furnace and hurriedly made his way to the back mountain of Hongyue's sect. This will do. Finding a secluded spot, Ye Chen hastily sat down, focusing on comprehending the Rising Dragon's secret art. The principles of the Rising Dragon's secret art flowed through his mind once more. As he contemplated, he could not help but click his tongue. Rising Dragon. Just hearing the name spoke of a fierce and aggressive secret art. The teachings of the Rising Dragon's secret art indeed reflected this notion. Such a domineering technique demands an exceptionally strong physique from its practitioner. Because of its ferocity, those with inadequate physical strength would inevitably suffer harm. The figure in the illusion must have belonged to an ancient barbarian tribe, known for their formidable physical prowess and naturally aggressive techniques. Uncertain whether his physical strength had reached the standards required to wield the Konglong technique, Ye Chen suddenly rose, inhaling deeply as he activated the secret method of Konglong. Crackle! Crackle! Instantly, bolts of lightning seemed to tear through his body, inflicting a sharp pain. He could distinctly feel the blood within him surging as if set ablaze. a torrent of overwhelming power coursing through his meridians, causing even his resilient channels to howl in agony. Conglong, with a thunderous roar, he stepped forward and unleashed a palm strike. Roar. Suddenly, the sound of a ferocious dragon erupted, and a phantom of a lightning dragon roared forth, sweeping away the surrounding ancient trees and debris. Boom, boom. The resounding crash echoed as a sturdy rock wall several meters away collapsed under the force of his strike. That moment, having just executed the Conglong technique, Ye Chen nearly toppled to the ground. The immense consumption was staggering. His eyes wide with astonishment, he hastily gulped down several mouthfuls of spirit liquid, realizing that a single use of Conglong had nearly drained all the true energy from his Dan Si. Indeed, after such a tyrannical attack, a robust support was essential. Although the Conglong method was formidable in his current state, executing it once had already pushed him to his limits, leaving no possibility for a second strike. As the spirit liquid entered his body, the true energy consumed by the Conglong technique gradually began to recover. Yet the pain in his body persisted. He sighed, lamenting that with his current physical strength, he could barely manage to perform this Conglong secret technique. As dawn approached, Ye Chen took another swig of spirit liquid before swiftly making his way down the back mountain. Upon returning to the spirit pill pavilion, the sun was already bright. Inside the inner hall, Su Fu was seated in meditation, awaiting him. "Elder, good morning," Ye Chen greeted with a smile. Come here." Su Fu beckoned him closer and then whispered, "Did you see Yuer last night?" Ye Chen nodded, aware that Su Fu referred to his disciple, Chiyu. "What do you think of my Yuer?" Su Fu gazed at him with a grin. Ye Chen was taken aback but still replied, "She is very beautiful, like a fairy. Do you like her?" Ye Chen was momentarily stunned, realizing that Su Fu was attempting to play matchmaker for him and Chiyu so early in the morning. "Master." A piercing female voice came from the side hall. The next moment, Chiyu, clad in a white dress, stepped into the inner hall, her face flushed with anger. You've emerged from seclusion." Su Fu chuckled awkwardly. Pretending to be oblivious, Chiyu shot Su Fu a fierce glare, her beautiful eyes locking onto Ye Chen, icy disdain radiating from them. Disciple is solely focused on cultivation, with no interest in romantic entanglements. Moreover, if you are to find someone, you should at least choose someone stronger than me. What is he? Just a mere qi condensation realm cultivator. Is your disciple destined to remain unmarried? Chiyu unleashed a torrent of scorn, directing her ire not only at Su Fu but also at Ye Chen, who found himself unable to lift his head in shame. Please let me explain." "I don't want to hear it." Chiyu interrupted Su Fu, casting one last cold glance at Ye Chen before sweeping out of the inner hall with her robes billowing behind her. After Chiyu departed, Ye Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth and turned to Su Fu. "Elder, your disciple has quite the temper. Sigh. It's all my fault for indulging her. By the way, Elder Su, who usually cleans the alchemy furnace?" Ye Chen shifted the topic to the alchemy furnace, eager to ascertain whether Su Fu was aware of the hidden Conglong technique within. "That would be me and Yuer, aside from you. Have you noticed anything unusual about the furnace?" Ye Chen probed tentatively. "Unusual? What do you mean?" Su Fu looked at Ye Chen in confusion. Seeing Su Fu's expression, Ye Chen realized he had obtained the answer he sought. Neither Su Fu nor Chiyu had any knowledge of the Conglong technique concealed within the furnace, which likely only manifested when encountering true fire. "What are you asking? What unusual thing?" Su Fu continued to fixate on Ye Chen. "Nothing, just some remnants of spirit herbs," Ye Chen replied casually as he exited the inner hall. "You're making a fuss over nothing." Su Fu muttered in exasperation. Chapter 81. Secrets within the spirit herb garden. Arriving before the alchemy furnace, Ye Chen took a deep breath and summoned true fire into the furnace. Su Fu followed him out. Reclining in a chair, though feigning sleep, he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on Ye Chen. Soon, Ye Chen's alchemy attempt went awry, as the spirit herbs he had tossed in were incinerated to ashes. Shaking his head in resignation, he pressed on. After a full day of alchemy, he had exhausted all remaining spirit herbs but managed to produce only 3 recovery pills. This fellow is progressing at an alarming rate. Lying in the chair, Su Fu marveled at Ye Chen's talent in secret. In his own first attempt to refine recovery pills, he had used over 90 spirit herbs, more than double what Ye Chen had consumed, and on his second attempt, he had used over 80. Ye Chen had only required a mere handful. Such a terrifying talent for alchemy. Old Danshin, you will undoubtedly be astonished in the future. Su Fu murmured with a smile. Exhaustion washed over Ye Chen, causing him to slump beneath the alchemy furnace, gasping for breath. Point 3. Ha ha! He grinned, clutching the 3 recovery pills, feeling elated. He did not expect to soar to greatness overnight, but he sought to improve with each passing day. Have you sensed any changes in your soul power? A voice broke through, and Su Fu approached slowly. Ye Chen nodded eagerly. I've noticed that my soul power has subtly strengthened with each alchemical endeavor. My mental clarity has improved significantly. Looks like you're not completely foolish, Su Fu remarked. Elder Su, do you have any pills that nurture soul power? Ye Chen rubbed his hands together, grinning. I have those. They belong to me. If you want them, you'll have to refine them yourself. But I don't have the recipe. Ye Chen gazed at Su Fu with wide eyes. Su Fu shot him an irritated glance. Retrieving an ancient scroll from his robe and handing it to Ye Chen hurriedly accepted it and, upon opening it for a cursory glance, discovered that the pill named Soul Pill was also a one-pattern spirit pill, but seemed to be of a higher grade than the recovery pill, with a notably intricate refining process. Do not share the recipe I have shown you. It is of utmost importance to us alchemists. Do not take it lightly, Su Fu cautioned. Understood, understood, Ye Chen replied casually, focusing intently on the recipe. Take your time, Su Fu remarked, standing to leave for the inner hall. Before departing, he left behind a token, instructing, if you need any spirit herbs, use this token to gather them from the spirit herb garden. Such a stroke of luck. Grasping Su Fu's token, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was a veritable pass. That night, he ventured to the spirit herb garden, emboldened by the possession of the token. Upon entering the garden, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. With the token in hand, he would not hold back. Just as on his first visit, he soon heard the sound of a woman's delicate gasps emanating from a small pavilion. Ye Chen cleared his throat and rubbed his nose, recalling the woman's cries. The sounds brought to mind the unforgettable night in the beast forest, echoing in his ears and stirring his thoughts. Shaking off his reverie, he coughed once more. Immediately, the small pavilion erupted into a flurry of panicked sounds. Quick, put on your clothes. Before long, a male disciple named Ye San emerged, his robe hastily fastened. What brings you here? Ye San feigned calmness. Elder Su sent me to gather spirit herbs, Ye Chen replied, producing Su Fu's token. Oh ho ho. Upon seeing Su Fu's token, Ye San's demeanor transformed entirely, adopting an obsequious expression as if he were gazing at Su Fu himself. You all carry on. Ye Chen, uninterested in wasting time, held the token and strode inside. Before him lay vast fields of spirit herbs, each radiating spiritual energy, vibrant and competing for attention. Wasting no time, he retrieved the recipes for the recovery pill and soul pill and began harvesting the necessary herbs. Unlike last time, this time he felt assured, opening his storage bag and harvesting as if he were a thief, leaving a barren patch in his wake. Buzz! As he walked, the true fire in his Dan-C trembled slightly. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Ye Chen hastily turned his gaze towards a certain direction. The first time he had come, the true fire had trembled, indicating that there was treasure within the spirit herb garden. However, due to time constraints last visit, he hadn't been able to investigate. Now that he held the token, he was determined to explore. Temporarily abandoning his herb gathering, he followed the direction of the tremor. Eventually, he arrived at a secluded corner deep within the garden, where he was confronted with an impassable cliff. Frowning slightly, he peered over the edge. Upon glancing down, he quickly withdrew his gaze. The chasm was unfathomably deep, and even a mere look made him feel as though his spirit was being consumed. Unable to fly, he knew he could not descend. It must be down there, he murmured, surveying his surroundings. This place was already on the periphery of Hongyu's sect's spiritual mountain. Even those in the Lingshu realm would find it challenging to ascend the cliff, especially since there were restrictions in place. One from rival sects would be foolish enough to infiltrate here. What could be down there? Ye Chen contemplated, tossing a stone over the edge. A full quarter of an hour passed without any sound of an echo. Buzz, buzz! The true fire within him began to tremble violently once more. No use in moving. I can't go down, Ye Chen exclaimed helplessly, raising his hands in resignation. If you can go down, then you go. To his surprise, the true fire in his Dan-C suddenly leapt forth, shooting down like a streak of golden light. You really went down. Ye Chen was caught off guard, watching as the true fire vanished from his sight. With no other choice, he leaned over the cliff's edge, straining to catch a glimpse below, only to see a sea of nebulous clouds, obscuring any trace of his true fire. After a long while, there was still no sign of its return. Get back? Suddenly, Ye Chen thought he heard a voice, though he couldn't discern whether it came from below the cliff or from the ethereal void. Or perhaps he had simply misheard. Soon after, a glimmer of golden light appeared below. "It's back." Ye Chen's eyes brightened. Whoosh! The true fire returned in a flash, darting back into Ye Chen's Dan-si. This time, it appeared subdued, hiding timidly within his Dan-si. Looking disheveled and lethargic, it occasionally trembled, but not in a manner indicative of finding treasure. Rather, it seemed to tremble out of fear. What could be down there? Ye Chen observed, astonished at the behavior of his true fire, having never seen it so dispirited. However, though his true fire possessed intelligence, it could not speak. Even if it had discovered something in the depths, it could not convey this to Ye Chen. With a heavy heart, he took one last look at the cliff before turning to leave. Grasping his storage bag, he resumed his vigorous harvesting until it was filled to the brim, humming a cheerful tune as he exited the spirit herb garden. Once he departed, a phantom eye materialized at the edge of the cliff deep within the garden, only to dissipate moments later.